Chapter 1. He had only wanted to clear his name. For months, he had pulled his hair out trying to discover who the heir of Slytherin may have been, but every turn led to a dead end. He had been bullied by the older pureblood Slytherins, who believed he could not possibly live up to the noble legacy of Salazar Slytherin. He was targeted by the angry Muggleborns who thought him a bigot. He was then harassed by what was left of the school, wanting to know how he had petrified those who had been attacked. He was a pariah. In a way, he had always been one. He had rejected the friendships of the other students his age since his arrival at Hogwarts. Years of being close to Dudley and his little gang had really turned his brain against other children. He knew there was an inherent cruelty in them all, and he couldn't bring himself to trust even the kindest of faces. This rejection had not done him any favors when it came time to look for allies. The entire school had taken out their fear, frustration, and outrage on him for the last 7 months in some form or another. Even the neutrals in his house, who usually respected his space with cold silence, displayed outward signs of aggression or dissatisfaction, all because he could speak to snakes. Harry Potter cursed every member in the history of his family. One of them had carried the gift in their blood and gave it to him, despite there being no historical evidence that a Parselmouth had ever descended from the Potter family. And unless his mother hailed from Slytherin's line hundreds of years ago, his gift seemed like a fluke of magic. 7 months of dead ends until now. His eyes were wide and unblinking as they took in the scene before him. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the oppressive silence of the hallway. He wanted to scream, to run, to attack, but his body refused to obey. The girl's tiny shadow seemed to mock his helplessness as she continued to paint the wall with dark crimson streaks. He knew his own senses must have been deceiving him, and somehow the girl was blissfully unaware that she had been caught in her own web of horror. Harry was watching in paralyzed rage as the little Weasley girl finished her message on the wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. He wanted to confront the girl. He was no slouch with a wand, and far beyond the capabilities of any first year, but something told him to wait. His phoenix and holly wand thrummed in his hand, begging him to attack her. This girl had stood by and watched the school turn against him while she had been causing the petrifications. It's impossible, Harry thought to himself. There was no way a Weasley was a Parselmouth. She could not possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Even if she was, how would she have learned about the basilisk? It had taken Harry hundreds of hours of research under his father's old invisibility cloak, at all hours of the night, to discover what had been causing the attacks. Begrudgingly, his biggest hint had come from Professor Snape. When Harry was found at the scene of the second attack, he had been escorted to Dumbledore's office, where Snape had refused to accept that Harry had been responsible. This had seemed to surprise the headmaster as much as it did Harry. There was no love lost between Harry and his head of house. Snape seemed to hate his existence, and yet still the man had defended Harry. The man had admitted there was no way a second year was controlling magic that had to have been of the darkest arts. Few pieces of magic could petrify the Muggleborns the way they had been, and none of them were simple. This led Harry to believe that it wasn't a student causing the students to be petrified, but perhaps a creature or artifact. He had after all been hearing voices for months, and they had all been coming from the walls, around the time of each attack. Once he had figured out he wasn't going crazy, he put his mind to clearing his name, and despite being this close, he could not believe that little Ginny Weasley was the heir of Slytherin. She had to be an accomplice, not the true heir. Following the girl at a safe distance, he watched as she threw both doors open to the girl's bathroom on the second floor and hissed at the sink in the center of the room. His eyes widened in surprise when the massive basin began to open up, revealing a large hole in the middle of the room. She is the heir of Slytherin. She is controlling the basilisk. Harry's mind screamed and his brain weaved through hundreds of possibilities. Scenario after scenario crossed his mind, but none made any more sense than the other. Preparing to lash out at the girl, his jaw dropped when the redhead hissed again and began walking down stairs that seemed to lead into the hole. A hole that would take them to the Chamber of Secrets. The way the girl did it without thought told Harry she had made this journey many times, and her guilt seemed more and more evident with each passing moment. I don't care how talented the first year may be. I will capture her and drag the little redhead before the headmaster and clear my name. Harry thought with determination as he moved forward to follow. Despite all the evidence, he could hardly wrap his mind around the young, red-headed Gryffindor commanding Slytherin's monster. Her brothers were some of the biggest prats he had ever met, but none had ever come across as vicious. None of them had come across as bigots. At this point, it seemed irrefutable, however, and perhaps it was just the quiet ones that had the darkest secrets. He could understand that, and had the girl not framed him at every step of the way, Harry may have even admired it. He followed with a rapidly pounding heart. Each step he took down the stairs made him think he was walking into a trap. Bolstering his resolve, he continued delving into the deepest depths of the school. She can't get away with this. The girl was just a first year. A Weasley, she couldn't stand a chance against him. It didn't matter that she was commanding Slytherin's monster. Harry could attempt to reason with the beast. He was a Parselmouth too, and perhaps he could confuse the basilisk on whose side it should be on. If he was really lucky, perhaps the basilisk wouldn't even be in the chamber right now. He knew that was a fool's hope, but it was one of the only thoughts that was keeping one foot in front of the other. His worst fear, and the most likely scenario, was that another player was involved. An adult wizard that would be far beyond the skill of the second-year student. If that were the case, he would be in much deeper trouble than he wanted to think about. It had been Tom Riddle who had told him the chamber had once been opened 50 years ago. He had even been shown the memory in an enchanted diary that Hagrid had been framed for letting loose a monster in the school. The story hadn't made a lick of sense, even as Harry watched it in the memory. Harry knew that acromantulas could not petrify their victims, and he knew the Keeper of Keys had been framed 50 years ago. His stomach turned as he realized there was a chance he was about to uncover the real heir of Slytherin, the one that had murdered Myrtle Warren in cold blood. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, a small light emerged from his wand without a word. One of the things Harry had to accomplish early in his education was the ability to cast basic charms without verbal commands. His bullies would have had a much easier time getting to him if every piece of magic had given away his position, and he had spent hours upon hours practicing his basic charms without speaking. It was with Tom's help that he had learned to cast his few nonverbal charms. The teen had been a very good teacher. He even explained to Harry that he was once head boy at Hogwarts in the 1940s and was happy to help a fellow Slytherin. The enchanted diary had even been a sympathetic ear when Harry had explained why he spent so much time writing in the diary instead of socializing with his yearmates. Thankfully, the teen was more than understanding, and told Harry it was several years into his Hogwarts journey before he began developing alliances and tentative friendships, which gave Harry a small amount of hope. Harry had been devastated when the diary had been stolen during one of his detentions with Snape. He figured it was the prank of one of his housemates who wanted to make him more miserable than he already was, yet he knew he had lucked into finding the diary in the first place. Hiding behind a snakeskin, Harry peered over it, carefully watching as Ginny Weasley hissed at the vault door that swung open after a dramatic display of it being unlocked. The words coming out of her mouth sounded so natural that Harry began to doubt his theory of someone teaching her a few phrases in the snake language. How was she a Parselmouth? The one with the answer to his questions did not realize she had a shadow, and trudged on deeper into a large room that Harry could not quite make out from his position. Stalking closer, his eyes widened in awe as a massive chamber unveiled itself. Ginny did not seem at all impressed by Saltzar's secret room and moved forward unquestioningly. As she moved down into the hall, Harry knew it was time to confront his enemy. Cloaked in determination, he tightened the grip on his wand, his eyes blazing with a mixture of trepidation and anger. The moment of reckoning was upon him, and he would make the girl or any accomplice in the next room pay for what they had done to him. As Harry closed the distance between himself and the wannabe heir of Slytherin, he observed the girl stare up at the massive statue of a man that could only be a representation of Salazar Slytherin. Then she slowly went to her knees as if she were preparing for a prayer. After she went to her knees, she turned and looked right at Harry, who froze at being discovered. He expected surprise or any sort of sinister intent to reflect on her face, but instead it was full of pain, and a lone tear fell from her face. The redhead then turned her back on Harry before laying down on her back to stare up at the ceiling. He watched as she went limp, and a little black book fell that he hadn't been able to see before tumbled from her robes. His jaw dropped as he realized that somehow little Ginny Weasley had stolen the diary he had once found. He couldn't fathom how it was all connected, but slowly, a horrible picture began to paint itself in his mind. Cautiously, Harry approached the girl, his wand pointed at her. He half expected her to jump up and duel him like some great dark witch, but instead, her breathing appeared shallow. Her wand was also nowhere in sight. "What is this?" Harry questioned internally. "She's dying," a deep voice called from behind. Harry turned, and his eyes widened at the sight of a familiar teenager in corporeal form, Tom. When she closed her eyes just a moment ago, that was the last bit of the world's sweet Ginny Weasley would ever see. A handsome young Tom Riddle said to Harry with a fond smile. Harry could hardly believe the teen's words. Though as he looked at Ginny, he could tell Tom was being truthful. The girl seemed to become paler by the moment. The sweet embrace of death fell upon her as the shallow breathing was nearly reduced to nothing. He knew the young man who was watching him was responsible for the loss of life. He was careful to fire an accusation at the former head boy, though. Tom had spoken at length about advanced magic with Harry. He knew the teenager that was becoming more and more human, and less shadowy, was beyond him. What is happening to her? Tom looked appraisingly at Harry before nodding in approval. A good question. One that I am afraid is a little beyond your current understanding of magic, but you prove to be such an attentive student that I would be willing to explain. You see, the diary contains more than just a memory of me, Harry. It contains a piece of my soul. As Ginny, and even you for a short time, poured your hearts into my old diary, I grew stronger. It was Ginny, however, that started us on this journey, and it was my compulsions that drew her back to me. Those compulsions made her sneak into the dungeons and steal back my Horcrux. It was never supposed to be you, Harry. I wanted to meet you, but I never intended for you to be where Ginny is now. Dark magic. Harry knew it had to be. No good magic could drain the soul of another. No light magic would kill a little girl to restore the life of another. Tom had taught him a lot in their month together. Harry had drawn comfort from his only friend in the castle. To think of what he was capable of made him jealous. How had the former head boy come upon such knowledge? He was an orphan like Harry. There was no great family library for Tom to delve into. How had he come by the knowledge to split a piece of his soul? "You're a clever boy, Harry. You must be wondering many things. Ask them," Tom commanded. "How much of my soul did you drain?" Harry asked cautiously. Tom chuckled. "That was not the first question I was expecting. The answer is, Harry, hardly any at all. Once I met you, I determined you were too valuable to become a sacrifice." "Valuable?" Harry asked, running a hand through his black hair nervously. "Why me, Tom?" "That is the thousand-galleon question, Harry. Why you?" Tom said, looking pleased. Without prompting, the man pulled out the wand that belonged to Ginny Weasley, held it in the air, and began drawing letters. He drew out his full name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a wave of the wand, the burning letters rearranged, and a sinking feeling of horror hit Harry like a sledgehammer when his eyes registered. "I am Lord Voldemort." Swallowing hard, Harry nodded his head in acceptance. "You are going to kill me, aren't you?" "Perhaps," Tom answered with a neutral tone. Before Harry could ponder the question, the man turned to the statue and clearly spoke in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." A massive hole where the man's mouth appeared as the statue of man's lips separated. The head of the basilisk began to peek out, and Harry locked his eyes on Tom with acceptance. Harry heard the thud of the basilisk as it escaped its concealment, but it did not move to attack Harry. Instead, Harry and Tom just held each other's eyes. "Are you scared, Harry?" Tom asked in a soft voice, but the power behind it left no question that the man was basking in the power of having Harry defenseless. The man had become increasingly corporeal as they waited, and it was already too late to stop the man. "Yes," Harry said simply, but the words felt like they were a heavy burden on his chest. Will you attempt to fight me one last time, like your parents did? Tom asked. Shaking his head, Harry blinked back tears that were stinging at his face as he tossed his wand forward. I am no match for you, Tom, even without the basilisk. Kneel, Harry Potter, and I will make your death a quick one, the teenager commanded. Harry nodded in understanding. The thought was demeaning, but the agony he would endure if he resisted Tom was not worth it as he went to one knee, and then the other. His eyes went to the floor, and he waited for death to take him. Voldemort began to move, and he walked a slow circle around Harry as his heart rate began to increase. His final moments may not be in agony, but the anxiety of what was to come made his panic swell. There was no beating Voldemort and the basilisk, though. Harry had no choice but to bow to death. Did they ever tell you why I came after you, Harry? Why I went after your family? Voldemort asked. Thinking for a moment, Harry shook his head. No, if anyone knew, they never told me. Harry kept his eyes on the floor, and he continued to listen to Voldemort stalking around him. The teenager said, I've heard your parents were talented, fought me till the end, but not after defying me 3 times on a battlefield. That is most impressive. Harry twitched in surprise at the compliment, but refused to look up. He could, however, hear the pleased tone in the teenager's voice. Oh yes, Harry, I can respect my adversaries. Your parents must have been as good as any to escape me as many times as they did. The young second year didn't know what to say to this, so remained quiet. Tom, however, acknowledged his silence. You carry their talents, Harry. You would do your family proud with your abilities. Your place in Slytherin House is well earned, and your potential is limitless. Was limitless, Harry said before he could stop himself. This made the man finally stop circling him. There was a long silence between the two. The basilisk was unmoving, and Harry feared his comment was going to be his final words, but instead Tom repeated in a soft voice, was limitless. Harry looked up now, prepared to embrace death, but instead Tom was staring at him with curiosity plainly displayed on his countenance. With a reach of his hand, Harry's wand flew to Tom's hand, and he observed it for a long moment before the man smiled softly. Your wand is powerful. I am surprised to learn that it doesn't resist me despite what I might do to its master. Feeling like he was swallowing a gallon of lead, Harry spoke. Ollivander told me that its brother gave me my scar. The phoenix feather in my wand comes from the same phoenix that gave the feather to yours. Tom's eyes widened slightly, but his eyes didn't indicate shock. Instead, they glowed with power and triumph. What a fascinating connection we share, Harry. Continuing to circle Harry, Tom spoke thoughtfully. 2 orphans, 2 Parselmouths, 2 young friendless Slytherins, and now I discover we share wands that are brothers. These things cannot be a coincidence. Magic has bound us together, and my only question is, why? The question was posed as the teen was directly behind Harry, and in near silence, Tom moved to stand directly in front of the young Slytherin boy, and Harry's eyes shifted down in fear, while Tom spoke in a silky voice. I don't know why the older me went after you, Harry. In a rare moment of honesty, I don't really care either. Harry couldn't help it anymore. He looked up to see Tom standing before him. Get up, Harry. Uncertain of whether this was a trick or not, Harry hardly hesitated in complying with the man's wishes. He was back on his feet, and Tom levitated Harry's wand with his palm out lazily. The 2 wizards stared at the wand for a moment before it floated towards Harry, and the young boy slowly reached out to retrieve it as Tom called out, We are going to duel, Harry Potter. The teenager called out in parcel tongue, Do not harm him, my faithful. I shall teach him a lesson first. Harry swallowed hard. So much for quick death, he thought bitterly. Tom called out, First we bow to each other. Tom offered him a slight bow, and he raised his arms up casually as he bent his body. Harry was stunned by the show of respect, even if it may have been mocking. Realizing there was no choice, he returned the bow with his hands at his side. Tom offered him a slight grin. And now we fight. Avada Kedavra. A blast of green light sailed towards Harry, but the young man threw himself to the ground as a blast of green sailed over his head. Tom scoffed. I expected better than that, Harry. You dodged the curse, but I could have killed you a second later had I decided to throw a second. Again, Crucio. Harry attempted to roll out of the way, but the curse caught him by his flailing hand, and it felt like he had been set on fire. As quick as the pain started, however, it ended. Do not flail your body around. Get back to your feet. If a curse can hit you, then we must assume it will kill you. The young Slytherin had managed to get back to his feet this time, and Voldemort threw a nonverbal purple spell at him. But this time, Harry raised a shield and blocked it with perfect timing. Another orange spell came towards him, and he spun around it. Hours of practicing in empty classrooms now came in handy. In return, Harry fired a stunner at the man that Tom reached out and stopped in mid-air with his hand. Harry's eyes widened as the man took his spell and crushed it in his palm. How had the man accomplished such a skill? How had he practiced it? I trust my magic implicitly, Harry. Tom answered the unasked question. You will be amazed at what you can do when you know you are the most powerful man in the room. Without further prompting, Tom was casting again, and Harry was defending for dear life. They went on like this for a time that seemed to last forever. Harry was battered, bruised, and beaten down by the teenager who only seemed to become more powerful by the minute. At some point, Harry was blasted backwards, his ribs felt broken, and his wand was barely in his hand. In final desperation, Harry flung his wand out forward from his knees, creating his most powerful blasting hex. But Tom merely deflected it into the basilisk that shifted in discomfort from the impact. Very good, Harry, Tom complimented as he disarmed the boy in a flash. The teenager caught the wand in his hand, and Harry knew it was over. There would be no second chance. Tom inspected the wand as he slowly approached Harry, who felt like he was longing for rest after the Dark Lord beat him down. Harry heaved painfully as he stared at the teen in fear, but he was surprised when young Tom Riddle bent down to his level and placed a hand on his shoulder. I don't want to kill you, Harry. Are you going to make me? Staring in confusion at the man, he coughed, using his hand to block the blood from hitting the teen who was currently showing him mercy. Harry wheezed. I don't understand. Your parents defied me. They pushed against me, fought me tooth and nail. That much I am certain of. Today I do not know why, but I will find out. What I do know is that I cannot allow you to live knowing you could become a threat in my shadows. The man said in a voice that faked a wistful thought. What do you want from me? Harry asked quietly. I don't want to die. Everything, Tom said simply. You remind me much of myself. Young, powerful, and as we discussed, an orphan, an outcast, a Parselmouth. Tom hissed this last part before standing back to his feet. I could teach you things that no one else in the world can. Contrarily, there is no one else in the world that I can teach these things to. I will not ask you to swear allegiance to me, yet, but I will demand something equally valuable. The man closed his eyes as he rose to his feet and moved his wand in tight figure-8 motions. Suddenly, a gold pendant appeared, and Tom eyed it with immense scrutiny as he continued to wave his wand now in circles as if he was examining his own creation. After a moment, the teenager nodded before saying, A blood pact, Harry. An agreement that we will never raise our wands to kill one another. Harry stared at the magic Tom had created in awe. Why would you spare me? Why would you do this for me? Transparency, the teenager said simply. I have my suspicions why I went after you and your family. If it is true, then I will negate the possibilities of you ever rising up against me. In turn, I have an assembly of faithful followers that if you were even a threat to my cause, I could have you wiped off the face of existence with a simple command. To me, this is simple. I gain an apprentice who is unable to ever harm me, and I do not have to shed valuable magical blood. Perhaps in time you will even begin to see things the way I do. I do not know what happened to the older version of me, but from what I learned through the mind of Ginny Weasley, it appears I lost my direction. I lost sight of my dream. The two sat together in a long silence. Harry pondered what would happen to him. Studying under Tom had an attraction to it. He appeared far more powerful than any of his professors. Even Dumbledore seemed to pale in comparison as he asked, What was your dream, Tom? For magicals to be on top of the world, he answered simply, as we should be. We are the more powerful species, Harry. We deserve the divine right to rule. Harry thought about his relatives at that moment. They were about as far from magical as one could get. They abhorred those that were different from them, and Harry had little doubt that if they were given the opportunity, they would extinguish all magicals. There were likely thousands, if not millions, of muggles that would share that mindset as well. It was true the young man had no love for muggles, but he knew Voldemort would accomplish his vision one way or another. How do we make the blood pact binding? There was only one way to describe the smile that crossed Tom's face: sinister. The teen held out his wand and stepped closer to Harry as a ring of fire appeared around them. Tom sighed in content, saying, "I always wanted to do this. As a boy, I always thought it would be with my son or another descendant that could speak Parseltongue, but this will do just fine." Holding his wand to his palm, Tom slid it across and smiled as blood began to pour. He looked at Harry expectantly, and the boy had no other option but to mimic the cut on his hand. Tom held his palm out to Harry, and the two met in the middle, while Tom spoke clearly. "I hereby take Harry Potter as my apprentice in magic. Neither of us will take up arms against the other, under any circumstance. Only death will follow the breaking of the vow." A gold glow followed Tom's words, and he looked expectantly at Harry, who swallowed hard. "I, Harry Potter, swear to never take up arms against Tom Riddle. I will never betray him, and will accept his teachings willingly for as long as he spares my life. I pledge my life to be the apprentice of Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort." The gold glow flashed, and Tom looked triumphant. When the two lowered their hands, a flash of red crossed the man's eyes as he looked at the cut on his palm, and whispered, "I am invincible now. Nothing can stop me." The words may have been whispered, but the young second-year Slytherin had heard them. Harry's stomach turned as he realized what he had done. He had just sided with his parents' murderer. Not that he had any choice, though. He would get to live and honor their sacrifice. "Return to the surface, Harry," Tom commanded over his shoulder. "Undoubtedly, the professors will have noticed your absence by now. Frame the girl. Tell them you saw little Ginny Weasley write the message on the wall in blood. Tell them that you found my diary on the ground after she fled the scene of the crime. When you searched the diary, you found her confession that the guilt of causing the attacks was eating her alive. The note will then detail that she plans to trap herself in the chamber forever so she can hurt no one else ever again. I can easily enchant my old Horcrux to regurgitate her writing. The old fool will suspect me, but a lot like before, he will never be able to prove I was behind the attacks." Frowning at the instructions, Harry asked carefully, "You want me to give them your diary?" "It is nothing to me now," Tom said easily. "The peace of my soul has restored me to a corporeal form. Lord Voldemort has risen again, and admittedly they will find traces of dark magic, but they will never piece together what this truly was. Without my soul, it is merely an old journal from my youth. Sentimentalism does not hold any place in our path to victory, Harry. Trust me." Harry paused, but eventually nodded, but uncertainty was on his mind. Voldemort placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do not hold eye contact with the headmaster. He is a master legilimens and will be able to read your surface thoughts. It would be all too easy for him to discover the truth of what happened here today." Harry's eyes widened at the revelation, but then his stomach sank. How many times had the headmaster read his mind? How many times had the man discovered his fury at being framed for the attacks? Undoubtedly, the man knew his hatred towards some of his classmates due to their constant harassment. He would be a prime suspect, but Tom was right. There would never be enough proof. "Will you teach me to defend my mind?" "Oh, yes," the teen said, squeezing his shoulder to the point it nearly caused him pain. "Defending your mind, our secrets, will be one of the first of many painful lessons I will have to regale to you. In the meantime, do as I ask, and we will be in touch." Understanding that he was being dismissed, Harry offered a slight bow of his head to the man Hot had spared his life. Voldemort smiled, but it seemed malignant, as if he had accomplished a great evil act. Swallowing hard, Harry turned to begin his walk out of the chamber, but before he could make it out, the cold voice of his new magical mentor stopped him. "Oh, and Harry." Harry turned to face the man who still had the triumphant look glued to his countenance. "I do not know who is still loyal to my cause. Tell no one of my return, until a time when we can sort out the loyal from the disloyal." The word was said in a hiss of Parseltongue, and Harry felt the chill of a threat go down his spine. Despite the threat not being at him, he knew it promised death. In understanding, Harry offered another bow of his head. "Yes, sir." "Yes, master," Tom said back, his grin looking even more insidious now if possible. "Yes, master," Harry returned obediently before attempting his departure. The young boy didn't make it far before he heard a pop behind him, and a glance over his shoulder told him the Dark Lord was gone. Chapter 2. Harry was dodging in between Malfoy's spells with ease. It had been the first session of the dueling club, and Snape had volunteered Harry and Draco to be a demonstration pair. Despite knowing that his head of house was setting him up for failure, Harry was anxious to prove to his house that while he may run from the masses, in a one-on-one fight, he was the superior wizard. Spell after spell, Harry weaved his body expertly in between each piece of magic that Draco attempted to hit him with. A grin had started to appear on his face when he could tell that the murmurs of disbelief had begun to grow. Despite the number of simple spells his housemate cast at him, Harry just continued to dodge, and occasionally even shielded with the Pratigo charm. That had caused a lot of impressed whispers, but Harry was just getting warmed up as he flicked his wand forward and non-verbally hit the boy with an overpowered flipendo. When Draco flipped backwards and landed on his back, the defense professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, called out, "I said disarm only." "Now you call it out," Harry grumbled. Watching Draco jump back to his feet, Harry just offered the boy an unimpressed look. This seemed to anger the blonde, and he shot his wand forward. "Serpent Sorcia." A black serpent came flying from Draco's wand and flopped onto the dueling platform. Scoffing, Harry watched as the snake reared its hood and hissed in the direction of Harry. To the left of the dueling platform, a young boy who was too close to the snake stumbled back in fear, gaining the attention of the serpent. Just when the snake was about to lunge at the unsuspecting student, Harry hissed, "Stop! Obey me and attack my enemy." The serpent seemed surprised and unable to resist the command, and it turned to face Draco and hissed, "Yes, master." Before it could even begin to advance on Draco, however, Snape had stepped forward and incinerated the creature. Harry frowned in disappointment, but only then did he realize what he had done. There were no more whispers in the Great Hall. Snape was looking at Harry with a look of scrutiny the young boy had never seen before, but he had to believe it was disbelief. When Harry turned to look at Lockhart, the man's face was pale with fear. The whispers finally started, and the closest he recognized was from a Gryffindor Harry recognized as Cormac McLaggen. I knew he was the heir of Slytherin. As the weight of what he had done settled, his stomach churned, and a cold sweat seemed to break out across his body. His hands trembled, feeling the ghostly realization of what appeared to be his own confession displayed in front of most of the student body. Taking a step back, his eyes darted around the room, searching for a way to undo his irreversible action. The evidence appeared stark and undeniable, and the accusations that were coming towards him now were far from silent. Realizing there was no turning back, Harry turned from the platform and began making his way out of the hall. No one attempted to follow him, no one attempted to stop him, and he was on the run the moment he made it out of the entrance corridor. He ran up a flight of stairs and made a sudden left turn. He didn't know where he was going, he just had to escape the whispers. Pushing open the next set of doors, he lurched forward toward a nearby sink and knew he had made it to a washroom. Heaving for breath, he nearly lost his breakfast in the basin. Why had he done it? Why had he attempted to command the snake? Was he so desperate to show his housemates that he was worth more than their scrutiny that he would unveil this magical ability that carried such a stigma, particularly now? It had been foolish, stupid even. Now the whole school would think he attacked Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. It had not helped that he had jinxed the boy a few days before for taking photos of him just outside the Great Hall, and now he might as well have painted a sign that he had done it on his chest. Of course, Harry didn't have the faintest clue who the real heir was, but whoever they were, someone had just fallen into a bit of luck. All eyes would be on Harry now, more so than they already were. His hands gripped the sink tightly, and he closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing. He could fix this. He would just keep his head down, and like all the rumors that had happened in the school, they would blow over. This one may take longer than the others. but he could rely on his father's cloak to keep a low profile. Taking another deep breath as he formulated plans to avoid the student body, and further suspicion, he opened his eyes and glanced around, realizing he had made yet another mistake. He was in the girls' bathroom. Taking a step back, he felt the water rush into his shoes, and he frowned, because apparently one of the toilets had flooded the room. Looking to his left, his frown deepened when he noticed a small black book on the ground. Glancing to each corner of the room to see if anyone was around, he walked over to the black book and picked it up, realizing it was bound in nice leather. His stomach churned as he held what appeared to be a diary, and something about it made him feel uneasy. When he turned it over, he saw the name clear as day and frowned at it, having no recognition. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Oh. The walk back to the girls' bathroom was done in a daze. Harry could hardly believe what he had done. He had made an alliance, no, a blood pact with the man who killed his parents. That isn't necessarily true, Harry thought morbidly. Teenage Tom Riddle didn't even know why Voldemort from his future went after Harry's parents. He had said there were suspicions, but nothing for certain. The blood pact is mutual, Harry tried to assure himself. Tom would not be able to kill him any more than Harry would be able to kill Tom. Of course, he could get his followers to do so. But that would be a waste of effort. Tom had spared Harry when it would have been all too easy to take his life. The boy was having a hard time seeing the man as anything, except Tom, his confidant through the dark times the year had brought. He murdered Ginny Weasley. There was no justifying that in Harry's mind. The man had killed a 12-year-old girl, and the only reason he wasn't dead beside her was because of his talent. Harry knew he was gifted. Professor Flitwick and McGonagall told him so often. They had both taken turns telling him over the years that he was as talented as both of his parents, and Tom had admitted they must have been very gifted to defy him 3 times. It was one of the few compliments he had ever received in his life, and he held on to it proudly. It was what truly pushed him to do his best in class. His parents had sacrificed themselves for him to have a chance at life, and he wanted to make them proud. They wouldn't be proud of me for siding with their murderer. The thought boomed in his head, but he quickly shook it off. Their pride was worth nothing if he was dead. That would have just meant their sacrifice was in vain, something he could not allow. Every sense of self-preservation he had told him there was no other choice, and he knew he would have to live with the consequences of the blood pact. When he arrived in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, he felt a cold shudder pass through him. He had never told lies like he was about to. He was going to cover up the death of an innocent girl who was caught in the crossfire of a dark wizard's resurrection. There was no other option. Harry promised himself as he closed his eyes, gripped his wand a little harder, and pushed himself out of the bathroom. He hesitated when he made it into the hallway. Where should he go first? The common room seemed like a bad idea. If the school was on lockdown and he just strolled in, his housemates would be suspicious. Of course, they had to notice he wasn't around by now. Going to his head of house was equally unattractive. If Dumbledore and Tom were both Legilimens, he would bet that it was something Snape could be as well. He wouldn't chance that. Dumbledore wouldn't force himself into Harry's mind, while Snape just might. He had the diary. Perhaps he should just go straight to Dumbledore. Pretend as if he wanted to turn the girl in. Perhaps that would make him look less guilty. Taking a breath and deciding on a path, Harry began making his way towards the 7th floor. The portraits were whispering at the sight of him, and he felt the pain of his injuries flaring. He did everything he could to mask his misery and carried on through the castle until he reached the stairwell on the 5th floor. It was there the headmaster was standing with a worried expression bare on his face. "Harry, my boy, are you all right?" "It was Ginny Weasley, sir," Harry said quickly. "Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's eyes widened as Harry frantically pulled the diary from his robes. He then handed it over to the headmaster, keeping his eyes on the diary. Dumbledore took the diary out of his hands after a moment, opened it up, flipped through a few pages, and froze. Harry swallowed hard, hoping that Tom's trick would hold up. A few moments passed, and Dumbledore closed the book with a snap and began examining it further. His eyes narrowed when he found the gold letters at the bottom of the diary, and Dumbledore asked with a tone in his voice Harry had never heard, "I must ask where you found this." "I saw Ginny Weasley painting the wall on the second floor, sir," Harry said, looking up at the man, but being careful to avoid his gaze. "When she was done, she ran before I could confront her. She dropped this when she fled. I think she knew I was onto her, sir." "Onto her?" Dumbledore asked in a serious tone. "Everyone suspected me, sir. I have been hunting the air myself to clear my name. I was just about to curse the little Weasley when she took off. I grabbed the diary and chased her to the girls' bathroom, but she disappeared. I am not sure where she went, sir." "That was a very dangerous thing to do, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said as he continued to flip through the pages and seemed to freeze at the sight of a page filled with some type of message. "You read the note, I presume?" Dumbledore demanded. "Yes, sir. When I lost her, I searched for clues. I then began hunting for a secret passageway in hopes of finding out how she escaped. I did not think Weasley was capable of opening the chamber, but Harry trailed off as if he were thinking deeply before shaking his head. When I finished reading it, I came looking for you, sir," Harry said softly. "This is most serious, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "Did you not hear Professor McGonagall make an announcement to the whole castle to return to the dormitories?" "I did," Harry lied, "but I couldn't trust the diary to fall into the wrong hands. I couldn't trust that my housemates would not attempt to take it from me. They have taken a lot of my other things, sir." Harry said this last part quietly, and his voice was full of shame. Dumbledore likely thought he was embarrassed, but the shame of being unable to defend himself was much stronger than his embarrassment. Tom said he would teach him, and he could only hope he would learn to defend himself. Or enough to put those bastards in their place, Harry thought darkly. Shaking his head, Harry said, "I don't trust Professor Snape either, sir. He would have just dismissed me. I knew I needed to find you." "While I believe you can trust Professor Snape, in this case, I believe you did the right thing, Harry," Dumbledore promised, before flicking his wand and whispering an incantation Harry only recognized by name, Expecto Patronum. A silver phoenix materialized and Dumbledore muttered, "I have found Mr. Potter, and will return him to his common room. All heads of house are to meet in my office in 10 minutes. With that, the phoenix took off, and the headmaster turned back to Harry. "Let us get you safely back to the dungeons. We cannot be certain of the authenticity of this letter, and we could have a killer on the loose." Nodding his head, Harry followed beside the man who began moving faster than Harry would have expected a man of his age would be capable of. His ribs roared in protest as he breathed deeply in attempt to keep up with the man. The amount of restraint it took from groaning out in pain was immense, but he knew if he gave any signs of injury, the gig may be up. Reaching the dungeons took little time, though Harry was practically ragged by the time they made it, despite not appearing so. Dumbledore waved his wand and the snake-like body reared up, showing a door to the common room. Before Harry could go forward, Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "Harry, I must ask if there is anything else you can tell me about the events that took place today. Anything at all." Harry glanced up at the man's eyes and immediately tried to fixate on his beard, or anything else to prevent the man from peering into his thoughts. "No, sir." Sighing, the headmaster squeezed his shoulder slightly. "I can protect you, Mr. Potter. Anything you might need to tell me would never need to be repeated. You can trust me." "Trusted to leave with me, my aunt and uncle. Trust you to let me be bullied and attacked by my own housemates and the rest of the school. If I think of anything else, sir, you will be the first to know." Harry lied, looking at the ground now, and feeling slightly vindictive, said, "Please make sure the school is made aware of my innocence, sir. I do not wish for the castle to believe I am the heir of Slytherin for the rest of my time at Hogwarts." The headmaster said nothing to that, but instead flicked his wand towards the door that had appeared in the wall, causing it to open. It was obvious there was a lot of chatter on the other side of the door, but at the sound of it opening, the voices quieted till there was silence. Harry felt the pull on his shoulder from the headmaster as the two entered a full Slytherin common room and descended the stairs. Many gasped at the sight of him being led in by the headmaster, while others just took on looks of scrutiny. Mr. Potter here has done a great service to the school this evening. He has helped in identifying the heir of Slytherin. For now I and Mr. Potter will have to keep the name of our suspect to ourselves until a time when the Aurors can complete their investigation. Please do not ask Mr. Potter any questions about the events of this evening for the time being. The school will remain on lockdown for now. 50 points to Slytherin for perseverance in the face of adversity. Dumbledore squeezed Harry's shoulder and then said softly, "Get some rest, my boy, you have earned it." Gratefully, Harry offered the man a nod and avoided his eyes one last time before separating from the man and walking towards his dormitory. He felt the eyes of every member of the house on him, but he kept an impassive face and moved to his dormitory. When he made it, he was thankful no one had followed him. Without hesitation, he thrust himself into his bed and lowered his drapes before raising his protections around the 4 posters. When he was finished, he pulled himself under the covers and for the first time all night let the tears fall at what he had done and what he had endured. Oh. The rumor mill was like wildfire the next day. The fact that Dumbledore had cleared Harry of any involvement with the heir of Slytherin had made the rounds to the other 3 houses by dawn. News that he had been awarded for helping to identify a suspect had also reached the ears of every student. At breakfast, Harry noted that none of the Weasleys were present, and he felt a pang of guilt knowing that they would be grieving the loss of their sister. He may not have been a fan of the red-headed bastards, but he didn't wish that kind of grief on anyone. The absence of the Weasleys wasn't the only oddity. Harry had seen a dozen Aurors since he left the common room. 6 of them were currently in the Great Hall watching the students eat with neutral expressions on their faces. When he took his seat at the Slytherin table, it was away from everyone else as usual. For once, however, he wasn't left alone for long. Soon Draco Malfoy was sitting before him with an excited look on his face. "What happened last night with the heir?" As Draco dragged his plate over, Pansy Parkinson, a girl from his year with short black hair and a skinny face, asked, "Did you see who it was?" Scoffing, a girl to Harry's left further down spoke, "Of course he saw them. Dumbledore told us he helped identify the heir." Daphne Greengrass, the pureblood princess of their house, and one of the most neutral, was gazing at him curiously. Despite being in the same house together, they had hardly shared more than a dozen words with each other. The blonde-haired girl with blue eyes stared at Harry, and her curiosity turned to suspicion. "How did you manage that anyway?" Clenching his teeth, Harry shook his head. "It's an open investigation. I can't talk about it." Harry's eyes drifted to a large black man with a nose ring, wearing Auror robes. He could feel the gaze of the man on him, and he did everything he could to remain impassive under his scrutiny. Theodore Knott, one of Draco's most loyal fanatics, arrived, putting his plate down directly in front of Harry. "There has to be something you can tell us." Swallowing, Harry glanced back at the Auror before sighing. "I am clearly being watched. They will know if I say something. Let's just say it's going to be quite the surprise." The entire group frowned at that, while Draco offered his housemate a grin. "My father would pay good gold to know who the heir was. It has to be someone worth allying with." Snorting, Harry shook his head. "I am afraid you will all be quite disappointed when the truth comes out. You can assure your father that pursuing the suspect in question will not be a cause worth following." Draco's smile fell at this, and he shook his head, while Not asked, "How did you even discover the heir's identity?" "I took it quite personally when all of you thought I was the one attacking our classmates." Harry bit out frostily. "I have done little else the past few weeks but research and attempt to locate a suspect. Now that my name is clear, you can all bugger off back to where you came from." Scoffing, Draco rose to his feet. "Come on, you lot. Potter doesn't seem to want to milk his only chance at being someone worth talking to." Quickly, Knott and Parkinson followed after Draco back to their normal side of the table, while Daphne shrugged and continued eating. Her best friend, Tracy Davis, a quiet half-blood in their house, merely looked disappointed at the lack of drama. For his part, Harry stabbed his food in irritation as he glanced around at the rest of his housemates, who were all taking turns stealing looks at him. Breathing deeply, Harry tried to remain calm and passive. He would teach them all a lesson one day. A lesson to respect him and his privacy, one way or another. Oh. Harry had been pulled into questioning by the Aurors shortly after breakfast. The Auror that questioned him was the same large black man from before, and despite his stature, he was kind to Harry throughout the interview that took place in an empty classroom in the dungeons. He identified himself as Kingsley Shacklebolt and asked questions without an ounce of suspicion or accusations laced into his tone. The young boy gave the same story he gave the headmaster down to the detail. He knew the stories would be cross-checked and didn't allow a single detail to deviate. By the time they were done, the large man sighed and gave Harry a firm nod of his head. "That's all I need, son. Thank you for your cooperation." Harry offered a nod of his head and took his dismissal for what it was. Exiting back into the dungeons, Harry felt a slight bit of exhilaration that he had pulled off the lie. He had fooled the headmaster and the Aurors. Perhaps his story had not been 100% believed, but regardless, he had not been arrested, and he still lived to tell the tale. It was nothing short of a miracle. Tom will be proud, Harry thought and immediately frowned. Doing anything that would make the future Voldemort proud wasn't a good thing. The man had killed scores of witches and wizards, his own parents included. Everyone was afraid of him. No one challenged him. "That's real power," a voice whispered to Harry. A tightening in Harry's throat told the boy everything he needed to know. It was something he desperately wanted, to be left alone, to be left unchallenged. Ever since he had arrived at Hogwarts, there was one obstacle after another in his path. Some he had removed, and others just became more of a hindrance. It wasn't that he necessarily needed to remove all of his obstacles with brute force, but to have the ability to do so was an attractive option. Tom could teach him to clear out the things that stood in his way of peace. Voldemort had certainly done so, and while Harry didn't approve of the way the monster had gone about it, he wouldn't mind teaching a few of his more vocal housemates a lesson or two. Before he could arrive at the Slytherin common room, he felt himself grabbed by two sets of strong hands and yanked into an empty hallway. He fought against the grip immediately, but found himself being hit by a stinging hex in his already damaged ribs. Crying out in pain, he was tossed into what appeared to be an abandoned classroom and quickly went for his wand to try and defend himself. Before his wand could cast a single spell, it went flying out of his hands, and one of his normal tormentors, Marcus Flint, stood in the lead, catching the wand with an outstretched hand. Glancing at the dark-haired teen, Harry felt a fire of fury erupt in his stomach. He dared not to move. However, as his eyes glanced at Flint's usual lackeys, Graham Montague and Lucian Bowl, both members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. "Flint," Harry spat, "what can I do for you?" "Saying my name with a little more reverence, while I have you at wand point, would be a good place to start," the boy said with a malicious smile forming on his face. "The only reason you are still conscious is because of my good mercy." The two teens behind Marcus just smirked at Harry, while the younger boy desperately wished he had not been caught up in his thoughts. He didn't like his chance against the older boy, but to not even be able to trade spells in his defense stung his pride. "What do you want?" Harry growled out like a threatened, cornered animal. "The truth," Flint said simply. "Who was the heir of Slytherin? Who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Looking from Flint to Bowl to Montague, a devious decision gnawed at his conscience. A terrible scenario ran through his mind, and it was risky, but he was a Slytherin. The Hat had chosen him to be in the House of the Cunning for a reason. He needed to prove it. Moments earlier he felt cornered, but as his mind raced through the scenario in his head, desperation clawed its way to the front. He could do this. He had fooled one of the greatest wizards of all time, and the Aurors, he could best these fools in a battle of wits. Attempting to copy the menacing smile that Tom had given him yesterday after triumphing over him, Harry shrugged. "I did, of course. You think it a mere coincidence that a Parselmouth arrives at the school, and then the Chamber of Secrets opens. I am the heir of Slytherin." Flint faltered under the words, and both teens behind him had their eyes widening in surprise, while Harry casually took a step forward closer to Flint. And to the young boy's surprise, Flint stepped back. It was a powerful feeling, but a bluff at best as Harry held the fake smile, Oh yes, Flint. It was I that opened the chamber back on Halloween and unleashed Slytherin's monster. The word felt foul in his mouth, but he knew the alternative was something massively unpleasant. These boys had roughed him up before, but due to the witnesses and the prefects around, they had never pushed too far. In this abandoned classroom, he could imagine the harm they could cause him. He had to prove his cunning if he wanted to make it out of this unharmed. Montague was the next to speak. "You're lying." The words came out in uncertainty, and Harry scoffed, pushing his lie further. "I have to admit it took me some time to learn to control the monster. Mrs. Norris, Granger, and little Finch Fletchley did survive after all." Taking another step forward, he watched as all three teens took a step backward instinctively, and Harry felt a rush of power course through him. "But even after I was caught at the scene of every crime, I managed to lie my way out of it. Dumbledore thought I was innocent, and our head of house knew a second year would be incapable of producing such dark magic. He was right, of course, but only because he was looking in the wrong direction." "Impossible," Bole said, but he looked as unsure as he sounded. "The headmaster said you helped identify the heir." "Oh, I did," Harry said with fake happiness. "I framed a little Gryffindor that shall not yet be revealed yet. The details are unimportant. What is more important is what I do with all of you now." Flint's hand shook now, but seemed to find a semblance of his bravery. "Yeah, tough guy, we have your wand. What are you going to do?" "Suffer at your hand, undoubtedly," Harry said cheerfully. "It wouldn't be the first time now, would it? May I give you a suggestion, though?" Harry took a much larger, dangerous step forward and placed Flint's wand against his own neck as he spat. "You better kill me, because when I get out of the hospital wing, my new familiar will come and visit your dormitory, extracting revenge on behalf of its new master." This last part was hissed out, but the threat was clear despite speaking it in Parseltongue. Flint lowered his wand immediately, looking paler than Harry had ever seen him. Holding out his own hand expectantly, he watched as the sixth year deposited his wand back in his hand, and Harry growled out, "If a word of this gets out to a single person in our house, you will all be left to rot in the Chamber of Secrets forever." Swallowing hard, Flint just nodded his head, while the other two still looked at Harry disbelievingly. Frowning at the pair, Harry addressed them. "You two are not to treat me any differently. If you idiots started being nice all of a sudden, it would raise suspicions. I won't tolerate any outright attacks, but just know I may go to Azkaban for what I did if any one of you runs your mouths, but I will ensure it's the last thing you ever do. Understood?" None of them moved a muscle, and Harry frowned, wondering if he pushed too far. Doubling down, he growled out, "I asked if you understand." Flint was the first to nod, perhaps, because he was the closest. Shortly after, Montague and Bole followed with their own nods, while Harry just accepted this by turning on his heel, his wand in hand, and departing the room with a slam of the door behind him. His eyes widened, and his thundering heart rate increased to the point it began to hurt. Looking around quickly, he searched for somewhere to hide, and he scurried in the direction of another abandoned classroom. As soon as he pushed through the door in front of him, he closed it and slumped to the ground. That was close. Harry thought as he put his hand on his chest, hopping his deep breaths would calm him, but instead it felt like he was hyperventilating. Closing his eyes now, Harry whispered to himself, "It's okay. You did it. They bought it. Just a few more days and I will be out." Thoughts of returning to the Dursleys filled him with dread, but he knew it was better than what awaited him if the Slytherins found out he was lying, and they would find out. One way or the other, the truth would come out. Before that happens, he would need to be ready. Thinking about Tom, Harry hoped the man had been sincere in offering to train Harry. He was unsure what form it would take, or what the man's motivation was, but it became apparent that he needed the help. Snape wouldn't give it to him. Dumbledore wouldn't give it to him, and he didn't have a single ally in the whole of his house. Tom was his only hope. The man who murdered his parents was his only chance. "Oh, you think he was being honest?" Bole asked when the door closed behind Potter, and a few moments passed. "Fuck, I don't know," Flint said shakily. "All the Weasleys were gone for breakfast. No one has seen them since last night," Montague muttered. But Potter, the heir of Slytherin, he is nothing, he has always been nothing. Flint spat. If he does control Slytherin's monster, then it doesn't matter if he is nothing. Bull countered. A monster that has lived for 1,000 years has to be something to behold. Something that can petrify people at a whim can only be a few creatures, and obviously it is some type of snake since Potter can control it. What do we do? Montague asked quietly. The trio sat quietly for a few moments before Flint sighed. What can we do? If we piss off Potter again, we better finish the job, because the look on his face told me we won't be getting any mercy if he survives. He can't keep using the monster, Bull said quickly. If he does, the school will shut down, and he may not even be able to see it again. The headmaster said that there shouldn't be any further attacks now that the heir was gone. Potter wouldn't risk it this close to the end of the year unless we forced his hand. Montague said, let's take the summer to think about this and decide on something when we come back. Maybe we just have to leave the little bastard alone for now. Growling Flint shook his head. He enjoyed trying to scare the shit out of us. We can't let that stand. Are you prepared to kill him? Bull countered. Because you better be if he really does control Slytherin's monster. I will do what I have to do when the time comes. Flint shot back and turned to exit the room immediately. Bull and Montague exchanged solemn looks. Marcus had a real distaste for Potter ever since the boys' first year. They both knew their friend was unlikely to let it lie. They could only hope their Quidditch captain wouldn't do anything stupid that would get himself or them killed. Chapter 3. The first flying lessons had Harry excited. In his downtime, he had done a bit of exploring in the castle and discovered that his dad was quite the Quidditch player. He even held the scoring record at Hogwarts according to the trophy case. From what he had read in the library, Quidditch seemed an exciting sport. Walking to the grounds by himself, he attempted to school the excitement off his features. A few of the Slytherins in his year had already attempted to befriend them, but his mistrust towards people flared up, and he shut them down as politely as possible. Not all of them had taken so kindly to his quiet rejections, but he was determined to stay focused on his studies and keep his head down. He didn't want any attention and just wanted to stay below the eyes of his peers. He couldn't trust any of them after all, and the way the older years whispered his name in the common room each night, he knew that was true. He had felt the stares on his back since the moment his name was called out during the sorting. Some were curious, some were in awe, but others, particularly from his own house, were malignant. He could feel their spite for him, even though he had done none of them any wrong. Perhaps this would have concerned him more if he wasn't used to the bullying attitude of others. Dudley and his friends had prepared him well for the potential bullies of Hogwarts, and he would not let his guard down around any of them. Arriving on the grounds, Harry saw most of the first years gathered around 2 long columns of brooms. Deciding to take a spot as far away as possible, Harry tried to draw as little attention as possible and took up his place at the end. Madame Hooch arrived shortly after and began a short series of instructions that led to Harry summoning the broom to his hand and beginning a basic levitation. Before the young Slytherin could get too excited, however, Neville Longbottom lost control of his broom and took off towards the sky. It was a short series of disasters that led to the boy toppling off his broom, breaking his arm, and being rushed to the hospital wing by Madame Hooch. Harry shook his head as he watched Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley clash heads over something that had fallen out of Neville's pocket. When Draco took off towards the sky, Harry watched in amazement as the boy flew around with ease. An intense jealousy began to well up inside him. Draco looked so free in the sky. When Ron Weasley ended up taking off into the sky after him, Harry's decision was made. Kicking off the ground and floating in the air, Harry felt the first genuine smile across his face since the first night he laid eyes on Hogwarts. With ease, he zoomed forward to level himself with the raising voices of Ron and Draco. Once he approached the duo, Draco took on a cruel smile. "No chance, Weasleby, but what do you say, Potter? Fancy a game of catch." It was almost like Harry couldn't stop the nod of his head, and his eyes were fixated on a tiny glass ball in Draco's hand. Every muscle in his body tensed as Draco reared back to toss the glass ball. When it left the blonde's hand, Harry tracked it with his eyes, and seemingly hundreds of possible scenarios flashed through his mind as he calculated where it might land. The glass ball seemed to hang in the sky for an eternity as he whirled around on his broom to take off after it. As the ball began its descent, he surged forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He extended his hands, and a feeling of immense euphoria coursed through his veins as his fingers snatched the glass ball. When he held the ball in the air, he turned to see the gobsmacked faces of Ron and Draco. Harry shrugged as he hurled the glass ball back towards Draco, and the boy attempted to replicate his housemate's feat, but the glass ball just tumbled to the ground and shattered on the grass. Instantly, the euphoria left Harry. He hadn't meant to break the ball that belonged to Longbottom. He was just caught up in the game. Draco didn't look upset, but Ron Weasley looked furious as the trio moved towards the ground. Ron immediately charged towards Harry, and fight or flight took over Harry's body. He had spent enough years running, now that he had a way to fight back. He swore to do so as little as possible as he yanked his wand from his robes and held it to the redhead's throat. "Back off, Weasley. It was an accident. Don't make me hex you." His housemates quickly pulled him back, and whispers from the other first years began. Some were rather impressed by his catch, while others spoke of his quick draw with a wand, while a few of the Gryffindors muttered about him breaking Longbottom's glass ball. Harry scoffed and prepared to return to the castle, but Professor McGonagall was storming her way over to them as if the castle was on fire. Swallowing hard, he watched as the head of Gryffindor beelined straight towards him. She stood in front of him with a severe expression, and Harry swallowed hard before she said, "Come with me, Potter." The whispers became louder. Some even seemed excited at the prospect of Harry getting into some trouble, while the young, dark-haired boy just nodded his head and followed after his transfiguration professor. Without a word, Harry followed the woman through the castle. His frown increased as he realized they were moving towards the dungeons. Was she going to make him grab his things and make him leave immediately? That seemed a little unfair considering he was the last one to take to the sky. He did break her little lion's ball, but it was an accident, and he could replace it if necessary. In a no-nonsense voice, the stern woman said, "Wait here, Potter." The woman stepped into a classroom that Harry scrunched his eyebrows at. They were at Quirrell's class. What did the stuttering man have to do with any of this? Before Harry could think of any other questions, McGonagall stepped out of the castle room with an older Slytherin boy with short, dark hair. His skin was darker than most of his classmates, but it was more Mediterranean in looks. McGonagall addressed the teen. "Mr. Flint, I understand you are holding Seeker tryouts next week." The boy frowned openly at the woman. "Yes, Professor." "Don't let me tell you how to run your team, Mr. Flint, but I believe I just witnessed Mr. Potter perform a feat on a broom that I doubt anyone since Charlie Weasley could have accomplished. His father was one of the best players to ever walk these halls, and it would behoove you to take this one under your wing. He could be the first Seeker in over a century to play on a house team in their first year." The frown seemed to only deepen as the woman spoke. He crossed his arms, looking suspiciously at the woman. "I thought first years were not allowed on the team." "First years are not allowed to bring their own brooms to Hogwarts," she corrected. "Let him use one of the school brooms and see how he does. I merely wanted to make an introduction. The rest is up to you." The teen sized Harry up for a moment before a cruel smile crossed his features as he seemed to reach a moment of clarity. "All right, Potter. Tryouts are next weekend. Be there." The teen didn't offer a hand, only a respectful nod to McGonagall before returning to his classroom. A feeling of unease settled in Harry's stomach, but he attempted to shrug it off, as McGonagall gave him a satisfied nod and dismissed him to his regular activities. Oh. Harry stared out the window to the English countryside with trepidation. He had hardly left the Dursleys on good terms last year, and he wasn't looking forward to returning to them. His compartment was empty, granting him the last bit of privacy he might receive for some time, and he sighed deeply, pondering what was to come. Tom had promised to be in touch, but throughout the last week of term, there had been no signs of the Dark Lord. Since Harry had returned from the Chamber of Secrets, the rumor mill around the castle was running rampant. The departure of the Weasleys had not helped the matter, and some were speculating on the fate of each of them. When they had not returned, the mood of the Gryffindor table had turned solemn by the last day. Fred and George Weasley were very popular in the house, and Percy had been a prefect with his own set of friends. The student body may not have seen the message left behind in blood, but it was clear they all suspected something had happened to at least one of the Weasley children. Surprisingly, none had yet begun the whispers that one of them could have been the heir, but Harry knew it was unlikely they would ever reach that conclusion thanks to Dumbledore. Oh. Being summoned to Dumbledore's office was a wreck to Harry's nerves. He knew the man must have uncovered some sort of evidence, and would have the young boy arrested the moment he arrived in the headmaster's office. Arriving at the gargoyle, it sprung open before he could even mutter a password. His heart was beating faster than normal, and he felt sweat already beginning to perspire on his forehead as he began to ascend to his awaited fate. Entering the headmaster's office, he was pleasantly surprised to not see Aurors in the room. Not that Dumbledore would need them to subdue him, but perhaps he had been overreacting. At the desk was a tired-looking Albus Dumbledore, and he scratched away at a piece of parchment. He hardly even raised his eyebrows at Harry's arrival, but he did make a gesture for the young Slytherin to approach. "Ah, Harry, thank you for coming all the way up here. I will be with you in a moment. Feel free to help yourself to a lemon drop." Harry had to prevent himself from snorting at the offer. Perhaps it was not as dire as he had imagined. He could hardly believe the headmaster would offer him a Muggle confectionery if the man was planning to arrest him. Reaching out to the sweets to help himself, he took a seat across from the man. As his hand nearly reached the small bowl, his mind screamed danger, and he froze halfway to the destination. The little sweets could be laced with Veritaserum. It would be foolish to accept anything from the man, just in case it held some type of compulsion. It was what Harry would do if he wanted to get information from a young student after all. Instead, he closed his hands together and forced his eyes to survey the office. The portraits of the headmasters and headmistresses over the years filled the office. Along the walls were many books that Harry had no doubt were on rare pieces of magic that Dumbledore had studied in his life. There were also several artifacts around the room that Harry could only begin to guess at what their functions might be. As the minutes passed, Harry began to feel the nerves return. The seconds that passed made Harry feel like the walls were beginning to close in on him. He could only hope that the headmaster could not hear the pounding of his heart in his chest, because in his own ears it seemed deafening. Using his robes. He wiped at the sweat that began to trickle down his temples, but he could tell his hands were trembling, and he attempted to steady them. He saw the diary on the desk, and Harry felt like it was about to be used against him as evidence. Something undeniable and damning. The weight of what he had done felt suffocating in the presence of the man, but a soft voice echoed in his ears. "Calm yourself, Harry. Breathe." The voice sounded like Tom's, and his presence allowed Harry to take a calming breath. At the sound of his breath, Dumbledore set his quill down and looked up to Harry with a slight smile. "No need to be nervous, Harry. I merely wish to speak with you on a few matters." In understanding, Harry nodded and attempted to speak in an even voice. "What can I help you with, sir?" Dumbledore stared at Harry, and the teen felt like he had no choice but to meet the eyes of the man. When they linked eyes, Harry knew he had made a mistake, but as quickly as it happened, Harry's eyes flitted back to the diary on the desk. If the man had gleamed anything, it couldn't have been much. Frowning, the man leaned forward. "I asked you the other night if there was any more you wished to tell me about the heir of Slytherin, and I wish to reiterate the question in the privacy of my own office. I assure you once again that I can keep you safe, my boy." Shaking his head at once, Harry spoke evenly. "I wish I had more information for you, sir." Sitting up straight, Dumbledore sighed before saying, "I am sure you have worked it out for yourself, but Ginny Weasley was not the heir of Slytherin." Frowning at the deduction, Harry glanced at the man, but avoided his eyes when saying, "How have you deduced that, sir?" "Simple," Dumbledore answered. "No Weasley has ever been a Parselmouth. Therefore, they have no hope of controlling the monster in the Slytherin chamber. The basilisk, to be precise." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "You know about the basilisk, sir?" "Oh, yes," Dumbledore said, putting a hand in his beard. I suspected the involvement of a beast from the second attack. Professor Snape said that it would take extremely dark magic to petrify the students, and I believe he is right. Magic leaves traces, Harry. If these attacks had happened through normal magical means, I would have been able to detect it. Now I must ask, how did you learn the identity of Slytherin's monster? There was no point denying it. Harry had known for weeks, and Dumbledore had likely turned every stone Harry had stepped on in the castle. Madame Pince could easily have told Dumbledore what kind of books he had been checking out, or even one of the many portraits could have snitched on him. As I told you, sir, I spent most of my year attempting to prove my innocence. After a lot of research and using the same words Professor Snape used that you did, I was able to deduce a beast was responsible. Why did you not come to your head of house, or myself about this suspicion? Dumbledore asked. I couldn't know for sure, sir. I also suspected that any suspicion I had, a great wizard like yourself, would have figured it out already. Harry lied smoothly. Nodding his head, Dumbledore said, I appreciate your faith in my abilities, Harry, though I still wish you would have gone to one of your professors or myself with your thoughts. I implore you to remember that our first priority in this school is the safety of its students. I would never dismiss your thoughts or words on a matter of student safety, particularly due to your close ties to the situation. Feeling chastised, Harry bowed his head. I understand, Headmaster. A moment of silence passed before Harry asked, I still don't understand, sir. If Ginny Weasley didn't open the chamber and attack Mrs. Norris or the Muggleborns, then who did? At his question, the diary lifted off the desk slowly and levitated in front of Harry. The name Tom Marvolo Riddle was facing him, and Harry frowned as he reached out to take the diary. Holding it in his hands, Harry looked up questioningly, while Dumbledore spoke softly. Remember what I said about magic leaving traces? This diary is filled with dark magic. With someone of your talent, I would be surprised if you cannot sense anything at all. I do feel something, sir, Harry admitted after several moments of hesitation. I cannot quite identify it. I would have been surprised and worried if you could, Dumbledore said calmly, before summoning the book out of Harry's hands. It was this book that led me to the identity of the true heir of Slytherin. How is still a mystery to me. I have little doubt, however, that the true culprit of our attacks this year was none other than Lord Voldemort. Harry froze at the mention of his master's name. Dumbledore seemed to interpret his reaction incorrectly, however, and offered a raised hand. You can relax, dear boy. Whatever Voldemort attempted has failed. The dark magic in this diary has spectacularly failed and collapsed in on itself, I believe. I fear it cost Ms. Weasley her life, but I do believe whatever the Dark Lord's plans were have been thwarted for now. Dumbledore tossed the diary back onto his desk and leaned back in his chair, looking more relaxed now as he peered at Harry. For his part, the young Slytherin just shook his head. I am relieved you have solved the mystery, Headmaster. May I ask what the public and the other students will be told? I have pondered this very question extensively, Dumbledore said, rising to his feet now. Crossing his arms behind his back, he approached a large red bird that Harry recognized as a phoenix. The man stroked the bird's feathers and the creature trilled happily, while Dumbledore spoke. I trust you have not spoken to anyone about Ms. Weasley's fate. Only Auror Shacklebolt, sir, Harry confessed. Nodding his head, Dumbledore turned to face Harry and seemed satisfied. Auror Shacklebolt is a dear friend. He can be trusted with the information. For now, I shall ask you to keep the events to yourself. A story will be told to the public to absolve Ms. Weasley of guilt and warn children of dabbling with dark artifacts they could not hope to comprehend. This will make the rest of the Weasleys have an easier time returning to school next year. You're going to lie to everyone, Harry said accusingly before he could stop himself. I am afraid it is for the greater good, Dumbledore said with a forced smile. Now I wish to discuss one other topic with you. I have spoken with your relatives and ensured you will be treated a little better this year while you are under their care. Rest assured, if you do not return to the castle on September 1st, I will come retrieve you once again. Harry stirred at the promise. Nothing would make the Dursleys treat him better unless their lives were threatened. Something Harry doubted Dumbledore had done. Not wanting to argue with the man, however, he just shook his head. Very well, sir. The young Slytherin did not wish to seem ungrateful. He had spent the last month of summer thinking he would never see Hogwarts again when Dursleys had locked him in his room and nearly starved him to death. He would never forget the moment Dumbledore unlocked his door and escorted him to Hogwarts personally. "Be safe this summer, Harry. I will see you again in September." "Oh." Shaking his head away from the memory of his last meeting with the headmaster, Harry realized they were arriving back in London, and his time to face his relatives had come. Steadying his nerves at the coming confrontation, he quickly changed into his Muggle clothes that were multiple sizes too large and prepared to deboard the train. Arriving on the platform, Harry watched with barely concealed apathy towards his housemates, who were greeting their families enthusiastically. Knowing his uncle would not appreciate any tardiness on his part, he quickly made his way through the throngs of students and parents and made his way back into the Muggle world between platforms 9 and 10. It was a short walk to the parking lot where he spotted his whale of an uncle staring at him with beady eyes. Trying to walk faster in hopes of avoiding Vernon's ire, he arrived at the car and his uncle opened the trunk while Harry gently lifted his luggage without words of greetings and sat it gently inside. Without prompting, he quickly apologized to Hedwig and moved to get in the back seat of the car. Vernon grunted as he squeezed into the driver's seat in front of Harry and cramped the boy's personal space with his seat pushed back all the way. In the car was Petunia. She had pursed lips and was clearly displeased at the sight of her nephew. Next to him was Dudley, who looked like he had put on some unhealthy weight over their year apart, and offered Harry a grin and a hard punch on the arm in greeting. Trying not to yelp in pain, Harry offered his cousin a very forced smile and a greeting. Harry knew Dudley would be excited to have his punching bag back at home, and the young boy tried not to cause a scene that would draw the ire of his aunt or uncle. The only words that had been directed to Harry on the long car ride home were from Vernon, who mumbled something about the work around the house the young boy would be doing to earn his keep. Harry hardly processed any of the words and fought the wistful feeling that being away from Hogwarts caused. If he was lucky, he would find enough food to survive this summer. He only prayed that he would be able to avoid Dudley as much as possible. His aunt's glance back towards him in the rearview mirror promised a long summer, and he let out a sigh as they pulled onto Privet Drive. As they pulled further down the street, Harry, not for the first time, pondered trying to escape. The idea of running away had always been a distant dream, a flicker of hope in the darkest moment. Today, however, it felt tangible. He could make a run for Gringotts, pull out enough galleons to hide in the wizarding world, or even try and transfer it into Muggle money. Perhaps that would be enough to at least get some food. It would be better and safer than staying with the Dursleys. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear and determination as he continued to ponder the thought. It was never going to get better, and perhaps Tom would even come to find him. He had a faint idea of what it had been like with the Dursleys through what Harry had told him via the diary. It seemed too much to hope for. "Who the devil is that?" Vernon said aloud as they pulled into the driveway. Harry's eyes had been downcast, but they whipped up to see who Vernon was looking at, and he gasped in surprise. Tom was standing there in an all-black suit. His hair was styled neatly, and his clothes were immaculately pressed. His face was an emotionless mask, and Harry's heart began to surge. Had Tom come for him? Was it possible that his new master in the magical arts would take him away from his own personal hell? Putting the car in park, Vernon nearly jumped out of the car and began approaching the young man with his finger pointed in accusation. In morbid fascination, Harry moved on autopilot out of the vehicle and prepared to watch the light leave his uncle's eyes. Harry felt the magic before he saw it. A soft buzzing in his ears indicated that something had happened, and the next thing he knew, Vernon was on the ground screaming in pain. Petunia let out her own cry, but this was in horror, instead of the agony that was clearly displayed on Vernon's face. Tom, for his part, looked amused as the large Muggle man writhed on the ground. The wand of Ginny Weasley was in his hands, but he held it lazily. Harry knew the wand meant nothing to the man, and also knew it was quite unlikely the little girl held a wand compatible for a wizard of his master's caliber. Glancing around the neighborhood, Harry saw his neighbors in the yard across the street. Their faces showed exactly how oblivious they were to the situation, because none even glanced in their direction, despite the near-deafening screams of Vernon Dursley. Petunia was screaming for help at this point, but with a flick of his wrist, Tom silenced the woman. Approaching the man carefully, Harry addressed his new mentor, Tom. "There you are, Harry," the man greeted with a grin. "Your relatives are as pleasant as I expected them to be." With a twitch of the wand, Vernon's screams ceased, and the man began twitching on the ground, moaning in pain. Harry thought to warn the man of exactly who they were dealing with, but ultimately decided against it. They had made Harry suffer immensely over the years, and if they decided to greet a perfect stranger with the hostility Vernon had just shown, they deserved the punishment they were given. "I am sorry they didn't welcome you into our home," Harry apologized. "I believe I mentioned their distaste towards all things magical." "No matter," Tom dismissed and approached the down Vernon Dursley with hands casually behind his back. "Listen to me now, Muggle." The way Tom said the word Muggle displayed every bit of taste he held towards their kind, and Harry watched in fascination. He wasn't sure what he hoped for. Perhaps the young boy merely wanted them to get more of their own medicine. After all, if Tom killed them, Dumbledore would know. Who cares? Harry thought bitterly. Perhaps that would just mean Dumbledore would have to move him elsewhere. Anywhere would be better than here. "Your nephew is not going to be around much this summer. During the day, he will be with me, preparing for his future. At night, I will entrust his safety to you. You will not have to feed or take care of him in any way. You must merely give him a roof over his head. If a single hair on his head is harmed in your presence, I will make you pay for it 1,000-fold. Do I make myself clear?" Harry's chest swelled with hope. It was true. Tom was going to take him away, at least for most of the summer. Vernon heaved, attempting to get back to his feet. "You will never get away with this." "Actually, you will find that I can. Crucio." Tom said the curse as casually as he had said any word. Yet the screams of Vernon indicated the success of the curse. Petunia was sobbing on her knees now with her body over Dudley, desperately trying to protect him. When the screams stopped, Tom lifted Vernon wandlessly into the air and held him in place. Harry's eyes widened as he realized Vernon was being choked by the magic holding him up, and Tom spoke dangerously now. "You will find, Mr. Dursley, that if you whisper, write down, or communicate in any way possible that I was here, your final moments on this earth will be spent hearing the screams of your wife and son. Only then will I slowly, methodically, unhinge your mind and torture you to insanity. If I am not making myself crystal clear, you better tell me now." Vernon, grasping at his neck, was now nodding rapidly. Tom grinned and released the man as he slumped to the ground. Before Harry could pose a question, Petunia came zooming towards Tom's outstretched hand, and now he had the woman by the throat, her eyes wide with fear as he spat. "I don't know what means of communication you have with Dumbledore, but you dare not attempt a single one of them for your fat little son's sake. Also, if I find your boy has in any way harmed my young friend here, I will string him up by his intestines and use him as a new paint for your living room. Do you understand?" The woman had the widest eyes Harry had ever seen, and she nodded her head rapidly in understanding. In disgust, Tom pushed the woman roughly as she tumbled over her husband, and she crawled over to her son protectively. Tom looked around, appeared satisfied, and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well, Harry, that was quite fun. What do you say we go to explore the area where you will be spending most of your summer?" Swallowing hard, Harry asked nervously, "May I take my trunk and owl to where we are going?" Frowning for a moment, Tom looked to his fallen relatives for a moment before nodding. "Of course. I suspect your relatives don't have much appreciation for your belongings. There is plenty of space to leave your few items." In relief, Harry sighed and went to the car and quickly retrieved his things before returning to Tom's side. The man glanced at the Muggles one last time distastefully before saying, "Be good, Muggles. You will not get a second warning." With that final threat, Tom placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and whisked him away. Chapter 4. Initially, Harry felt compressed within a test tube, the rapid process causing brief but intense discomfort. Regaining his balance after his feet touched the ground, He experienced a momentary swaying sensation, accompanied by a faint nauseous feeling. "I've just apparated, haven't I?" Harry asked woozily. "Oh, yes," Tom answered. "Lucky for you, I am a very extraordinary wizard, or it would have been much more unpleasant." "Lucky me." Harry heaved a sigh as he pulled himself off his knees and surveyed his new surroundings. The property around him was a far cry from the sleek and modern wizarding world he was accustomed to. The grass was certainly overgrown, reaching his knees in some places, and the shrubbery near the trees appeared wild and untamed. The house itself was not much better off, with peeling paint, broken windows, and a general air of neglect. However, the area was saturated with magic, indicating that some work had already been done to prepare it for his arrival. Harry suspected that the inside of the house had been freshened up a little more than the outside. He could feel the faint traces of cleaning spells and glamour charms as he approached the front door. Glancing around, he noticed a clearing in the vegetation and observed a small village in the distance. It didn't seem like much from here, just a cluster of thatched-roof cottages nestled at the foot of a hill. However, there was a large house on the top of the hill, and what appeared to be a cemetery as well. Harry wondered what secrets and mysteries this place held. He took a deep breath and pushed open the front door of his new home. The inside was dark and dusty, but Harry could sense the potential beneath the layers of grime and neglect. He could already imagine the sitting room and the well-stocked library that would one day fill these empty spaces. "Welcome to the home of my ancestors. Charming place, is it not?" Tom asked, but his voice indicated his disgust. "I am guessing no one has lived here for a while," Harry asked. "Since the late 40s, Tom agreed. "Since I arrived, I have just rebuilt the wards. Something I will teach you eventually. We never did get to discuss it before little Ginny stole my diary back, but did you sign up for the classes I suggested?" "I did," Harry agreed, but twitched internally at the name of the deceased girl. Ancient runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures. "Good. Next year we can build on the basics you are taught. I am afraid I don't have the patience to teach it from scratch," Tom said thoughtfully before adding, "Not like I will have to with occlumency. That is too important to wait on." "Am I really going to stay here all summer with you?" Harry asked, but tried to keep the hope out of his voice. "Oh, yes," Tom confirmed. "We will spend much of our time training. Some of it will also be spent repairing Gaunt Manor. If we are going to spend any amount of time here, we will want a respectable place to rest." "I have quite a bit of gold in my trust vault," Harry offered. "The least I can do is help repair this place I will be staying as well." "It's a fine idea, Harry," Tom offered. "But with no magical relatives left in this world, Dumbledore will be your magical guardian and will have access to your Gringotts account. If large amounts of money began disappearing, I believe he would begin inquiring about things we are not quite ready to answer for." Harry immediately felt stupid at the idea. Of course, Dumbledore would be watching his financial moves. Trying to redeem himself, Harry countered, "This year we will be able to go to Hogsmeade. Before I go back to school, I will pull out a ton of galleons. I can give them to you before I get on the express, but I will keep enough to make a show of blowing galleons on robes or other things in the village." "Now you are thinking like a Slytherin," Tom said, looking thoughtful. "That may work. Even when you get your supplies, you could pull out a little more than necessary. For time being, however, we will rely on our skills with a wand, which I assure you will be enough. I spent many years living in squalor. Only my own wits and abilities were able to get me by then, and until we restore my power, that will have to do for now as well." Following Tom's lead, Harry obediently trailed behind as they approached the house. When the man pushed the door open, Harry's suspicions were confirmed. While the house exuded an antiquated charm, its disrepair was not as severe as its dilapidated exterior suggested. It became evident that Tom had diligently invested his time in tidying the place up. It was nothing to write home about, but while the furniture was dilapidated, it was still functional. Surveying the kitchen as they came to it, Harry recognized that it was spotless, but Spartan. There were no decorations anywhere in the house. No photos of the Gaunt family, no paintings of faraway places, nothing. It was completely devoid of personality. Turning to his apprentice, Tom spoke. "While the house is not much, I know you are used to less. Unlike your filthy muggle relatives, I will ensure you are fed as well. I have bewitched the local butcher and confounded a grocer in the village who will give you food if you venture to the area. I will teach you confundus and various sanitation charms to ensure our food will last. Soon I will expect you to take care of these errands yourself in our downtime. I suspect it will take a few days of practice to become self-sustainable, but since there will be little leisure time, I suspect it will not take long. Harry could hardly complain over the directive. It would be unwise to expect someone like the Dark Lord to allow a moocher to be in his service. Harry had absolutely nothing to offer the man at this time. Given the circumstances, Harry might have slit a stranger's throat if Tom asked him to, as long as it kept him away from the Dursleys. "Thank you," Harry said softly as the man walked past him. Tom turned his head slightly and had a smirk on his face. "Don't thank me yet. The way I plan to teach you occlumency will not endear you to me. It is necessary, however. You must return to Hogwarts with formidable shields. Minimally, you will need to be able to stop anyone from reading your surface thoughts. This is something I believe to be attainable, but not without struggle. I will accept nothing less than your best. I do not wish to punish you, but if I feel you are slacking in any way, you will feel my displeasure." Swallowing hard at the words, Harry reminded himself he was still in the presence of a man who brought a nation to its knees. A man who had just tortured someone he had never met before just minutes before their arrival at Gaunt Manor. Failure was not an option. "I understand, sir." "Master," Tom corrected, but this time with a hiss. "I understand, Master," Harry corrected at once. "I like you, Harry," Tom said with an even voice, "but do not mistake my compassion for your situation and hunting of your skills for a weakness. I did not rise to the position I was in by playing nicely." "I understand, Master," Harry repeated again. "Good, now take a seat," Tom commanded and gestured towards a tan, single-cushioned chair. Following his orders, Harry moved through the room with a sense of urgency and took his seat. Tom, for his part, did not sit across from him, but paced before him. He was suddenly reminded of their moment in the Chamber of Secrets, where Tom contemplated his decision to make Harry his apprentice. He could feel the thoughts of the powerful wizard in front of him as if they were palpable, but just because he could sense the man's emotions, it did not give him any indication of what would come from the man's mouth. "As I told your relatives, you will be with me from sunup to sundown every day. There are powerful blood wards at your Muggle relative's house, and if you do not stay in the home for at least some amount of time, this summer the wards will fail," Tom informed Harry casually. "Blood wards?" Harry asked curiously. "Oh, yes," Tom confirmed. "Dumbledore placed those wards up himself, and he values them for good reason. I suspect they hold power from your mother's sacrifice. I could not breach them in my current state even if I wanted to. There is a reason I met you in the driveway. I doubt I could have approached much closer than I had without notifying Dumbledore that something was amiss." "What would happen if you tried?" Harry asked with morbid curiosity. While he didn't know much about wards, he knew that blood magic was rather taboo in wizarding Britain. The fact that the leader of the Light, Albus Bloody Dumbledore, placed them up on his Muggle relatives had to be newsworthy if it ever made it to the press. Blood magic is violent with its intent, and more so when its intent is to protect or destroy. Tom answered carefully. "At the very least it would injure me, while also notifying the caster of the wards that his creation was in danger. At worst it would incinerate whichever part of my body crossed the ward line." In understanding, Harry just nodded. At least the protection from the outside world was nearly foolproof. Too bad it didn't protect me from the horrors inside the house. Harry cast the thought away, before shaking himself of the bitter feeling that welled up inside him when he thought of who Dumbledore had left him with, especially after finding him in his half-starved state last summer. Trying to show that he was keeping up, Harry let out a breath. "So you observed the wards. Deducting that I need to at least stay a few hours a night in the house to keep the wards active, while in the meantime you and I will be training here during the day." "You will be training here during the day," Tom corrected. "I, of course, will guide your studies, assist you with overcoming obstacles in your path that will keep you from progressing, but aside from your occlumency training, or specific branches of magic I need to impart to you urgently, you will be on your own. I have much I need to accomplish, the least of which is discovering how exactly my rise to power started and ended." Tom twisted a black ring on his finger subconsciously, and Harry realized he had not recognized it from their last encounter. It was a nice, thick, dark gold band, with a black stone that held a symbol that Harry did not recognize in the middle of it. A triangle, with a circle, and a line drawn right down the middle. Something resonated deeply within Harry at the sight of it, and he instantly knew whatever it was. It had to be an immensely powerful magical artifact. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Harry asked carefully. "When we begin your occlumency training, I will be diving deep into your mind and memories while you learn to force me out," Tom explained as he stopped fidgeting with his ring and stared at his apprentice. "During that time, I suspect I will learn everything you have ever known about the magical world and the First Blood War. There will be no secrets you will be able to hide from me." Harry's eyes widened at the prospect of what was to come. He had known primitively that the mind arts were difficult. He had read several books about what they can do in the library, but never about how one actually goes about learning them. Thankfully, for the time being, he had nothing to hide from Tom. Good thing, too, because he wasn't tempted to test the resilience of the Blood Pact if his mentor decided Harry was more trouble than he was worth. Instead of displaying his growing anxiety towards occlumency, he asked a different question. "What do you remember from your time?" Tom's brows furrowed at the question, and he stared at his ring once again, but this time his eyes stayed there as he spoke. "I remember everything from my childhood and my early years at Hogwarts. I remember becoming a prefect and using that power to explore the school at practically all hours of the day and night. It was how I discovered the Chamber of Secrets." A faraway look was in his eyes now as he spoke. "It was the greatest moment of my life. It took me exploring every inch of the castle for 5 years to discover it, but it was my greatest triumph. It was there that I learned the power of my heritage. I discovered books of the darkest arts in the library of Salazar Slytherin. I practically doubled my knowledge in months. Among the hidden treasures was the key to taking my first steps to immortality." Turning to face his apprentice, Tom continued after a long moment. "It wasn't long after that I created my first Horcrux, the diary. 50 years may have passed, but it feels like Hagrid was expelled weeks ago." "That's incredible," Harry whispered in wonder. Nodding, Tom added, "I was just growing into my power during that time. When I discovered that I had to have been related to the Gaunts, I was making plans to visit them. I had hoped they would welcome me. I was talented, a prodigy in almost every class. I thought if I told them who I was, things would be different." A dark look crossed the teen's face now. Turns out nothing changed. It was foolish to dream they would want a little orphan. Besides, I grew to be greater than them all. With the help of Ginny, I was able to discover what became of the last few members of the Gaunt family. I suspected foul play immediately and discovered I was right. When I came to this house, I found another one of my Horcruxes. It took some complex guesswork and theories I had only speculated on, but I managed to absorb another soul piece. In the aftermath, more of my power has returned. I had plans for others, and I need to absorb them before we contact any of my old followers. I don't know who I can trust and who I need to punish." Harry could feel the man's magic flare at this last word, and he swallowed hard. At least he was beginning to understand why Tom might have been so willing to take him on. He needed someone he could trust implicitly. Someone who cannot turn on him. He only hoped that as more of the Dark Lord's memories returned, he would not decide to end their alliance prematurely. Thinking fast, trying to remain engaged and useful, Harry asked, "Do you know what the other items you used were?" Thinking on this for a moment, Tom nodded. "I have ideas. I had spent my 5th and 6th year romanticizing what I might choose to anchor my soul and where I would hide each Horcrux. I am not certain I achieved it, but I had hoped to pick powerful magical artifacts. This ring, for example, has been with the Gaunts for centuries. My diary was a symbol of my own strength, but what I really wanted was an item from Hogwarts. I befriended several ghosts in attempts to discover any items belonging to the founders, but I will need to do some digging if I am to discover if I was successful. Truth be told, Harry, I am not even sure how many Horcruxes I managed to create before you defeated me." Frowning at the words, Harry pondered the thought deeply. It was the first time that Tom had broached the suspect. Harry and his family had stopped Voldemort on the finish line of victory. The whole country had practically bowed down, but something had stopped the Dark Lord from complete domination. Beyond his mother's sacrifice. It had to be more. It had to be. If you think one of your Horcruxes is at Hogwarts, I will search for it when we return to the castle, Harry promised. That is a good idea, but I fear if my search was unsuccessful, there isn't lots of hope for yours. Naturally, I had Ginny search the chamber along with the castle extensively, and also spoke with the basilisk at length to see if I left anything behind when I left Hogwarts, but she promised I did not, Tom said with a hint of frustration. Sensing that Harry should not press the topic anymore, he merely nodded his head and watched as the teen paced around the room. Clearly, there was lots on his mind, and Harry just allowed the teen to think. Eventually, the dark-haired young man shook his head and drew his wand. It will do me no good to dwell on these thoughts for now. We must begin your occlumency training at once. Already I have revealed things to you that could set me back immensely if Dumbledore were to discover it. Knowing the severity of the matter, Harry bowed his head in acceptance and braced himself for what was to come. Tom pointed the wand of Ginny Weasley at him, and he felt his stomach turn over as Tom's words pierced his ears. I will attempt to penetrate your mind. You will attempt to resist. I want you to think of something massive or complex. Your goal is to make me lose myself in your thoughts. The more detailed you conceptualize a distraction, the more successful you will be. Harry frowned at the observation, and his mind spun with thoughts and ideas. Before he could voice a question or thought, a sharp pain lanced into his mind. Instantly, images of recent days passed through his eyes. He could feel his own dread at coming back to Privet Drive to face his Muggle relatives. He could feel the rage he had towards Dumbledore for sending him back after he was nearly starved to death the previous summer. He practically relived each of those moments as Tom swiftly penetrated his mind. Further and further the man went, and this time Harry watched the entirety of his conversation with Dumbledore after he had been summoned back to his office. When the memory was over, he felt a lurch of his body, and suddenly he was back at Gaunt Manor. His breath was ragged, and he felt like he had just run a mile. Harry realized he was sweating and wiped at his brow as he hunched over. Tom scoffed. Well, you certainly won't be a natural at the mind arts. I read you like a book. Not even a chapter book, but a children's picture book. Harry felt embarrassment surge to his cheeks. He had been a natural study in almost all his classes. Even potions, despite having an immense distaste for it due to his relationship with his head of house. Hopping to get more advice on what to do, he asked, Sorry, I was not ready. Do not apologize, Tom spat, be better. Flinching at the tone, he nodded quickly, trying to think of something massive or complex in a hurry before Tom decided to attack his mind again. Complex sounded too difficult at the moment, especially as his head was already starting to hurt. Instead, he began to think of the English countryside, the land that they passed on the Hogwarts Express to and from school. Attempting to focus his brain on every bit of detail he could remember from the countryside, he nearly jumped when he heard the sharp hiss of Legelmans. This time they were on the train. The express was whipping across the countryside. The land was vibrant in color and detail, as was the lonely compartment he sat in. The image only lasted for a moment before the scene changed, and he was in the dungeons with 3 familiar older Slytherin boys. He watched in horror as Tom saw him lie to the teens and desperately tried to force his mind back to Hogwarts Express. The scene flickered for the briefest moments, before the memory cemented, and he relived the fear of what Flint and his friends might do to him, and the exhilaration he felt when they bought his lies. When he felt the pull of his mind and his vision returned him to Gaunt Manor, he fell out of his chair, grasping at his head. Tom said nothing for a few minutes as Harry groaned pitifully. Those are some of the boys who have bullied you in Slytherin, Tom asked, his voice not as sharp as before. Fighting his way through the tears, the pain was causing Harry to nod his head rapidly, not trusting his voice. Tom hummed in a soft tone before saying, It was a very clever lie you concocted. One that I hope will not backfire on you, but it was very cunning. To come up with something like that while you're back against the wall was quite clever. Harry was surprised that the man complimented him. Just a moment ago, Tom was making him sound like the dumbest little boy in creation, and now he was given a sign of approval. Saying nothing, Harry wiped at his face before returning to the chair. Swallowing hard, he took a deep breath to steady himself and returned his mind to the vast English countryside. When Tom spoke again, he flinched, but this time it wasn't a spell. You resisted much better the second time. I am not sure if you noticed, but you nearly forced the image back to the front of your mind. Something that is rather difficult but an important building block for much more important things later. I only forced myself to stay in because I wanted to see how you reacted under pressure. Against a lesser wizard, the image would have held for a little longer, but certainly not for long. Nodding in understanding, Harry spoke with uncertainty. I am ready to go again. Tom took on a sinister smile before agreeing. Very well. This time I will go back a little further into your mind. I need to not be interested in what I am seeing or you will not ever make progress. I will likely pull an unpleasant memory from your childhood. This should make you want to change what I am seeing, and I won't resist. Are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Harry attempted to calm himself. Thankfully, Tom gave him at least an entire minute to gather himself before he whispered the word again. Legelmans. The countryside was back. This time they were even arriving at Hogsmeade Station, and the detail was immense. It looked just like it had when he had first arrived at Hogwarts in his first year. It was a cool summer evening. The wind was blowing softly, and the trees seemed to sing with the nature around him. Suddenly it all changed, though, and Dudley was in front of him. He watched in horror as his cousin pushed a smaller version of himself down with a mighty shove. The younger version of Harry fell backward as the impact of the boy who easily had 100 pounds on him hit his chest. Harry watched as his younger self scrambled backwards in an attempt to escape, but knew it would be unsuccessful. He tried to focus on the countryside, or Hogsmeade Station again, but his mind faltered when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. His vision blurred, and Piers Polkies was standing there with a malicious laugh falling straight from his lips. They weren't at Hogsmeade Station anymore. They were at the park near Privet Drive, and little Harry was outnumbered. The boys approached his younger self, and Harry did everything he could to escape. Trying to calm himself, Harry forced images of the countryside back into his mind. Perhaps Hogsmeade Station wasn't broad enough. Instead, he thought of the rolling hills he had seen. The green grass, the occasional flowing river. The scene in his mind changed to it, and Harry sighed in relief. It was short-lived, however, as he heard a voice roar, "Come here, boy." Vernon's voice was heard, but Harry couldn't see him. Instead, he just continued to focus on the landscape around him. He did not want his uncle to be in the one place he could escape the man. For a long moment, he could only hear the man's voice, but nothing changed. When the voice stopped, Harry began to relax. Instead of it ending, however, this time a bark was heard, and his image shattered, and he was in the backyard of 4 Privet Drive. Ripper, his Aunt Marge's dog, was biting his leg and attempting to knock him over. Harry resisted the dog and kicked it hard when he suddenly felt a blow to the back of his head. The pain dazed him, and Marge was standing there when it steadied. She looked furious and was screaming words so loudly at him it was nearly impossible to understand. Harry attempted to force different images up, but this time it didn't work as the woman surged forward to strike him again. But this time a different voice spoke. Enough. Harry's vision lit up with the room he was in with Tom at Gaunt Manor, but the room was spinning now. His head pounded, and he felt liquid pooling down his face. His nose was bleeding. That was a much better attempt, Tom congratulated. Still paralyzed from the memory he had just experienced, Harry said nothing, but held onto his chest as he felt like his heart was going to rip itself from its rightful place. As he steadied himself, he noticed that Tom had taken a seat across from him. The young man gave him several minutes to pull himself together this time before asking, "The fat woman with the dog, that was another one of your Muggle relatives, I presume." Nodding, Harry just continued to keep his eyes on the floor in shame. He was sitting in practically a puddle of his own sweat and blood in humiliation. Here, he sat in front of one of the greatest wizards of all time, and was now being judged for getting abused by a muggle. "Would you like me to kill her?" Tom asked in a softer voice than Harry imagined. "What?" Harry asked in disbelief. "Your relative," Tom clarified. "Would you like me to kill her, or either of your other muggle relatives? Killing both would likely draw Dumbledore's attention, but one I think we can get away with." The casual tone in Tom's voice told Harry he was serious. Desperately, Harry wanted to say yes and have Tom extract more vengeance on his behalf, but then he thought of the risk. If either of the Durleys died, then chances are the other would take their chances with Dumbledore and tell him everything. Their fear of Tom may not outweigh the rage they would feel if one of them perished. He could not allow Dumbledore to interfere in his training with Tom before it even began. He wanted to be great. He wanted to teach his housemates and peers that he was worthy of his magic. He wanted to make a name for himself, and Tom could help him do it. Nothing could get in the way of that. Forcing his desire for vengeance down, Harry said, "If you ever meet my Aunt Marge, you are welcome to. She's not worth going out of our way for." "Very well," Tom said with a shrug. "I must admit I underestimated their mistreatment of you. It makes my blood boil and my heart resolves over what must be done to their kind to ensure our survival. I doubt I could have found someone who shared that sentiment more than you if I tried." Harry's eyes widened at his words, and Tom offered an insidious grin. "Oh, yes. I can feel your hatred of them. I could even feel your satisfaction earlier when I tortured your fat uncle. I may not have suffered as much physically as you have, but I assure you my distaste for them is immense." Rising to his feet again, Tom walked past Harry and tapped him on the shoulder with his wand, causing his clothes to dry in an instant. "You should get some rest. Occlumency is an immensely exhausting form of magical exercise. I will return you home in a few hours. Tomorrow we will do some more hands-on magical training, and each day we will end with the mind arts. It will likely leave you drained and defeated for the first few weeks, but—" Tom stopped seeming to be searching the words before placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "There is strength to you, Harry Potter. Once again, you remind me much of myself. Your resilience, your cunning. You are going to make a fine apprentice, and if you give me everything you've got, I will make you great." A flare of desire flashed through Harry's exhaustion. He knew Tom had likely seen his ambitions in his mind, so he didn't bother denying it. He wanted it desperately. His resolve turned to steel, and he offered his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 5. Returning to Privet Drive after their first evening of training was laborious. Harry was still exhausted from their efforts and barely made it up the stairs to the spare bedroom. He hardly even noted that the Dursleys were not home and had to admit he didn't care either. His head hit the pillow and he was out for the day. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, Tom Riddle apparated into Privet Drive, his footsteps silent on the concrete pavement. With each visit, he felt a sense of unease at having to navigate the Muggle world, but he knew it was necessary to ensure Harry's safety and secrecy. Tom had made it a point to communicate clearly with Harry about their daily departure time, leaving no room for confusion or delay. Harry, eager to escape the confines of his mundane existence, had been alert and ready in the backyard, his heart pounding with anticipation. Despite the lingering exhaustion from the previous day, Harry was prepared to do it all again. As Tom's tall, imposing figure emerged from the shadows, Harry's eyes lit up with a mixture of excitement and relief. Slowly, a trust was beginning to build in Tom, finding solace in the older teen's strength and unwavering commitment to their cause. Without exchanging words, Tom extended his arm, offering Harry a silent invitation. Harry reached out and grasped Tom's arm. With a gentle pull, Tom apparated them both away from Privet Drive, leaving no trace of their departure. They agreed it would be best for Tom to take Harry out of sight each day. Neither were sure if Dumbledore had left any spies or watchers to look after Harry, but they would not leave it to chance. With their departure from the backyard, it made it easy to come and go undetected, and for now, that would be in both parties' best interest. During the second day of training, Tom took a real assessment of Harry's magical capabilities. It took some time, but the younger boy was almost certain he had cast every spell he was capable of. Harry could not decipher if Tom was excited or disappointed in his performance, but they moved from each branch and piece of magic decisively. By the end of Harry's test, Tom merely nodded and huffed out, "You will spend at least an hour every day studying offensive curses. You have the defensive capabilities of an owl-level student, but your ability to damage your enemies is laughable. The apprentice of Lord Voldemort cannot be so lackluster in their ability to dismantle their opponents." It was following that statement that Tom had taken Harry back inside Gaunt Manor and showed him the only room on the second floor that seemed to be held to the modern standard: the library. Tom boasted that while the Gaunts may have been living in squalor, there were several books written on Parseltongue by various members of the family that had made records of their progress with the magical language and the spells they had learned or created. Tom had also stolen several books from Hogwarts, Flourish, and Blots, and even other students with the help of Ginny. Their collection was enough to keep Harry busy for their summer, and likely the one after that as well. Tom had left Harry with several hours that day to study, and by the time they had delved into the mind arts, Harry was overwhelmed with the amount of knowledge he was attempting to consume. Regardless, Tom beat Harry into submission for the second day in a row without mercy. Only when Harry began to bleed from his nose again did Tom cease his efforts and allow Harry to rest. It seemed Tom had become disturbed by Harry's experience with the Muggles. After one particular memory of the young boy being struck by a frying pan, it seemed Tom had decided that their lives were forfeit. He had hissed in Parseltongue that if either were to lay another finger on Harry for the rest of his life, he would torture them till their minds fractured. Tom openly admitted that his love for children was very little, but the fact that a Muggle would abuse a child of magical blood infuriated the young man. In the ensuing weeks, Harry's life continued on a similar trajectory. Each day, he found himself in awe of his mentor's magical proficiency and vast knowledge. Harry dedicated himself to becoming a worthy student of Tom Riddle, eager to absorb all that he could from this enigmatic figure. Yet, within the depths of his admiration, a chilling realization lingered. He was studying under the tutelage of the man destined to become the most notorious dark wizard of all time. At times, Harry was reminded of this dark truth when he made a mistake. A momentary flash of irritation would flicker across Tom's face, briefly transforming him into a being consumed by a psychotic rage. In those fleeting moments, Harry would catch a glimpse of the sinister potential that lay dormant within his mentor. However, as quickly as the rage appeared, it would dissipate, and Tom would resume his usual demeanor, lavishing Harry with praise and encouragement. This duality within Tom left Harry feeling conflicted. He found himself torn between his fascination with Tom's brilliance and the growing unease that gnawed at his conscience. Each day, Harry grappled with the knowledge that he was walking a dangerous path, learning from a man who possessed the capacity for both greatness and unspeakable evil. Harry's determination to work harder was motivated by a delicate balance. While he had avoided punishment from his mentor, Tom, the threat of pain lingered with each mistake. Despite the temptation to retaliate, Tom appeared to exercise restraint, preventing himself from inflicting harm. Harry, however, recognized that this restraint might not last indefinitely, prompting him to give his best effort and ensure that he exceeded his mentor's expectations. In the labyrinthine depths of Harry's mind, uncertainty gnawed at his resolve. The alliance he had forged with a man capable of such ruthless actions, a man who would sacrifice thousands in his relentless pursuit of power, left him grappling with his own sanity. The moral quandary tormented him, casting shadows upon his conscience. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there existed a persistent voice within Harry's head, whispering insidious reminders. It recounted the 2 years he had spent immersed in the magical world, and the 13 years of his life that came before, during which Tom was the first individual who had shown genuine interest in him. Tom had taken Harry under his wing, enveloped him in his protection, imparted invaluable knowledge, and guided him through the intricacies of the magical realm. With each passing day, Harry struggled to reconcile the Tom who cared for him with the man who had ruthlessly murdered his parents. The teen remained ignorant of the true motive behind Voldemort's actions, and a profound sense of dread filled him as he anticipated the day when the truth would be revealed. However, A glimmer of hope flickered within him, harboring a desire that the truth would remain concealed forever. The conflicting emotions surged within Harry's heart, creating an inner tempest that threatened to overwhelm him. He longed for solace, for guidance that would illuminate his path forward. But the complexities of his situation left him adrift in a sea of moral ambiguity, questioning his own sanity and the choices he had made. Within a month, Harry's spellcasting had noticeably improved, a testament to his dedication and hard work. However, his progress in the mind art studies remained stagnant. Tom, the young Dark Lord, had spent another long night rummaging through Harry's mind, and when he finally exited, Harry could sense the man's frustration radiating off of him. For his part, Harry was barely keeping the lights on in his head, while Tom was packing in front of him. The frown on his face indicated his displeasure, while Harry buried his hands in his face for a few minutes, attempting to do anything that would relieve his pounding headache. Your progress in all forms of magic we've studied is commendable, except for this one, the most crucial one. The irritation in Tom's voice was palpable, causing Harry to fidget uncomfortably. At this rate, you won't be able to resist even a mediocre Legilimens, let alone Albus Dumbledore. The sudden leap in your abilities after the summer will be inexplicable, arousing the headmaster's curiosity to a dangerous degree. We must devise a solution and prepare a way to safeguard your mind. With a heavy heart, Harry realized the formidable task that lay ahead of him. He understood that his decision would come with daunting consequences, but he was unwavering in his resolve. He solemnly declared, "I will continue like this as long as necessary. I will get this, even if I have to do it like this for the rest of summer." Harry practically spat the last part, but not in defiance, instead in determination. Tom stopped his packing and glanced at Harry, his expression not wavering. "Your grit is admirable. I admit I did not imagine you suffering this much to learn the mind arts, not with the ease you demonstrated in learning everything else I have attempted to impart to you. There are some magics that just do not come naturally to some, and I fear this is one for you. There may be a way to ease your learning curve." After being subjected to relentless legilimency for nearly a month, Harry was at his wits' end. He knew that he had to do something to break free from Tom's attacks, but he was unsure what. He knew that there were many unnatural ways to gain strength. He had read stories about dark wizards who had made pacts with demons, or who had performed forbidden rituals to enhance their powers. He knew that Voldemort must have delved into many of these dark arts, due to how powerful he had become. Harry hesitated, torn between his desire for freedom of thought and his moral compass. As if sensing his hesitation, Tom posed the quandary. "How far are you willing to go to be great, Harry?" The question sent a chill down Harry's spine. He knew that Tom was testing him, trying to see if he could be tempted by the promise of power. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath, struggling to control his emotions. He knew that he had to make a choice. He could either continue to fight Tom with the same old unsuccessful methods, or he could embrace the dark arts and become as powerful as his mentor. He had to find a way to keep up with Tom, even if it meant sacrificing some of his own principles. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes and looked at the man he was slowly beginning to see as Voldemort. "I'll do whatever it takes," he said. Tom smiled. "Good," he said. "Then you are ready to begin your journey." Swallowing hard at the quandary, Harry's mind froze. His eyes followed Tom as he swept to his side and placed a hand on his shoulder, allowing the teen to think. When Harry said nothing, the young man asked, "How far are you willing to go to protect our secrets?" It felt like his tongue was tied in knots. He knew where Tom's mind was going. Harry had promised his best effort. He wanted to be great. Now the young boy just couldn't think what was stopping him from taking the next step in magical evolution. Tom asked in a soft voice leering with temptation, "Are you going to let him take you from me, Harry? Are you going to go back to those filthy muggles who not only don't love you but loathe you? Is that what you want? To allow Dumbledore to rule your life?" "No," Harry said, but it came out in a whisper instead of in defiance like he wanted it to. Tom clapped him on the shoulder. "Atta boy, Harry. Now I believe you turn 13 next week, yes?" "On Saturday," Harry answered cautiously. "There is a ritual." Tom confessed as if it were a great reveal, something frowned upon by the ministry, and something you would definitely not find in Dumbledore's library, but it could assist you. It could help ease your troubles with occlumency and even give you a slight edge in dueling on a battlefield and learning in a classroom. It could be quite the boon. The weight of his choice bore down on him. Even if only in passing, Harry had read about the side effects of those who dabbled in ritualistic magic. It was a gateway to the dark arts, a gateway to unsequestered power. It was a road that was dangerous and near impossible to go back on once decided. Harry truly believed it was this road that led to the creation of Lord Voldemort, the man who lost sight in the vision of leading the magical world over the Muggles. Just a month ago, Harry had felt all his hopes and dreams shatter when Tom held him on his knees with a promise of death to follow. Now things have changed. He had a chance to be strong, like Tom, and he could be great if only he were brave enough. What would I have to do? Harry asked resolutely. Embrace pain, Tom confessed. Sacrifice blood. The rest would be merely parlor tricks and ingredients. Pausing at the answer, Harry grasped at his own humanity when he asked quietly, I won't have to hurt anyone. The hand on his shoulder tightened. Not this time, Harry. There are many powerful rituals that could help you along the way that require all types of sacrifice, but I can assure you this is not one of them. Only your own blood, pain, and effort in retrieving the ingredients will be sacrificed. All things that are worth sacrificing for greatness, for success, for power. Nodding in agreement and understanding, Harry asked, What will happen to me if it works? I discovered the ritual just before I turned 15, Tom explained. It is recommended that young wizards do it on their 13th birthday for optimum effects, but I was behind the curve. You will be fortunate, however, to have a more practiced hand that has dabbled in this branch of magic. However, even as I did not get the full benefits of the ritua, it felt like my mind was expanded. I found it much easier to stay focused on my tasks. My body felt healthier, cleaner, and I never once fell ill afterwards. I was growing much that year. I was unable to really determine if my magic was stronger because of the ritual or if that was just due to my own studies, but there are many possibilities in ritualistic magic, even more so as you delve deeper into ancient runes and arithmancy. Becoming more firm in his resolve, Harry said, If it will help my occlumency and the rest of my training, then I will do it. Excellent, Tom said, clapping his hands together. I will gather the ingredients. Until then, I will give your mind the remainder of the week to rest. I do not wish to cause any unnecessary distress. I warn you that we will resume with vigor the day after the ritual after all goes according to plan. It was interesting to watch Tom become so excited about anything magical. Rarely did Harry ever see the teen become passionate about anything. Even when talking about torturing Harry's relatives, it was with passing interest. It was clear the teen was fascinated by this branch of magic, and the wonder of what was to come played on Harry's mind. The rest of the week passed in a blur, but Tom's high spirits remained. The young man had become so discouraged by Harry's lack of progress in occlumency, but seemed renewed with hope and vigor now that Harry had embraced the idea of a ritual. Over the week, Harry had studied the piece of magic that he would be attempting. It seemed innocuous enough, and by reading the Gaunt family journals, he knew many of them had attempted the ritual. It was nothing horrific as far as the young boy could tell, but powdered unicorn horn was a fairly rare magical substance. Most of the other ingredients he could not recognize, but saw Ashwinder eggs were also a part of the potion he would drink before carving the runes and tracing them with his own blood. The ritual promised immense pain that caused Harry's stomach to turn each time he thought about it. But each time he prompted Tom about the experience, the young man merely promised he had experienced worse. His 13th birthday approached faster than he cared for. Never before had Harry really celebrated his birthday. The Dursleys never cared to do anything for the occasion, nor did he ever have friends growing up that would have been willing to celebrate with him. It almost felt odd when Tom had picked up that morning and wished him a productive birthday. The situation was a far cry from what he had experienced 2 years before. The week he learned he was a wizard was unlikely one he would ever forget. Oh. Harry had awoken to the sounds of heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. As usual, The cupboard rattled under the weight of the walrus-sized boy stamping his way towards the kitchen, causing dust and debris to land on the young boy. Stirring awake, Harry had no cognizance of what day it was. The roar of his name from his uncle told him, however, that his time for rest was over. Stirring out of his small cot and opening the door to his cupboard, he found himself forcefully shoved back in. While hitting his head on the small door frame, groaning in pain, he heard his uncle roar his name again, Potter. Mumbling curses under his breath, Harry managed to make it out of his cupboard a little more cautiously this time. But with no Dudley in his way, he slinked his way into the kitchen, blinking black spots out of his eyes from the blinding light and the pain in his head. "Having a lion, are we? Get to it, boy," Vernon demanded. "Coffee, bacon, eggs, now." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry muttered as he set to work in the kitchen. A basic breakfast would be simple enough. Harry was grateful they had not asked for more. More than likely, his relatives would have plans for the weekend and would be out of his hair for most of the day with some luck. Just as he was finishing preparing his uncle's pot of coffee and taking the bacon off the pan, a sharp knock on the door was heard. "The post is here, boy," Vernon exclaimed as he continued to read his newspaper, no sign of getting up. Sighing in disbelief, Harry moved towards the door and saw a fair amount of envelopes on the floor. Bending over to pick it up, his eyes caught his own name on top, and he blinked several times, thinking he had finally suffered brain damage from Dudley's machinations. But after his staring prolonged, he realized the letter was indeed addressed to him. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Harry had never received mail before and immediately frowned in suspicion. Not wanting to chance his family taking his first parcel away, he slid the letter under the door to the cupboard and continued with taking the post to his uncle. If the man suspected anything, there was no indication, and Harry returned to putting the finishing touches on breakfast with his heart thudding in his chest. Who could possibly be writing to him? Who could possibly know that he lived under the cupboard? Was it a joke perhaps played by Dudley or one of his friends? The thoughts plagued his mind until he was dismissed back to his quarters, where he all but dove into the cupboard, shutting the door and turning on the only light. As quietly as possible, he opened the letter and stared at its content, his frown deepening as he read it. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Harry reread the contents of the letter perhaps a few dozen times before finally scoffing and tossing it aside. Attached to the letter were several texts and necessities the school would require, but the young boy was no fool. He knew someone was pulling an elaborate prank on him. He had to give it to Dudley and his friends. This was far more creative than he would have believed them capable of, but regardless, he stored the letter away, wondering if he could catch his bullies in a lie, or if they would taunt him with information about the letter. To his surprise, the days leading up to his 11th birthday passed, but there was no mention of the letter from any direction. Not the slightest hint. The only odd observation he made through the entire week was the presence of a large brown owl that never seemed to take its eyes off Privet Drive. It was almost as if the creature was suspecting something, but to Harry's surprise, it had disappeared on the morning of his birthday. 11 was no milestone in Harry's mind. Another year under the Dursleys' rule, and several more to go before he would be free of his relatives. Another normal day of making breakfast in the kitchen for his family led to the first break of normality when a sharp knock on the door occurred. Knock was a generous term, however, as it sounded more like multiple thunderclaps echoing through the house. Vernon had nearly jumped out of his chair in fright when he shouted at Harry, "See who is at the bloody door, and tell them to learn to knock easier." Nodding in fright, Harry scrambled towards the door and threw it open, prepared to warn the offender of his uncle's ire, before he lost his voice at the sight of the man. Man was almost not an adequate term for the person that found themselves at the front entrance of Privet Drive. This person had to be nearly twice the size of his uncle, which was something Harry didn't believe to be possible. The beard of the man was massive in itself, and Harry took a small step back in wonder at the large man who offered him a beaming smile. "Harry, I haven't seen you since you were a baby, but you are a little further behind than I thought you would be, especially right here." Hagrid held a hand towards his hip about to the height that Harry stood at, but the young boy just stared at him with an open jaw. "I'm sorry, sir. Do I know you?" Waving off Harry's question, the man reached behind him and pulled out a small box. "Got something here for you. Afraid I might have sat on it at some point. Reckon it'll taste the same. Made it myself, words and all." When the man offered Harry the box, he took it gently from the man who stepped into the house as if he had been invited. His head nearly touched the ceiling, but what held Harry's focus was the box that held a cake wishing him a happy birthday. It was the first time anyone ever made him a cake, much less wished him a happy birthday. "Thank you." The words came out in a whisper, but Hagrid just nodded, looking quite pleased. Not every day a young man turns 11. The man seemed to glimpse around the house before frowning, but said nothing, until Harry asked, "I'm sorry, who are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," Hagrid said proudly. Harry's eyes widened at the familiar name of the school, and he realized that perhaps he had not been pranked with the letter. He had always known he was special. He had made very odd things happen over the years, particularly his ability to escape difficult situations or speak with the snakes in the garden. He knew they were unnatural abilities, and the arrival of this man and his knowledge of Harry seemed to confirm all his craziest theories. Before he could launch into a million questions, Vernon came thundering into the hallway. "Who the devil are you letting into our house, boy?" "Dry up, Dursley, you great prune," Hagrid thundered back, stepping between Harry and Vernon. The following conversation would change Harry's life. When Vernon threatened to prevent Harry from attending, Hagrid assured the man he would not be allowed to do so, and that his name had been down at Hogwarts since before he was even born. When Hagrid had left Harry behind, it was with dreams of a new world, and his only fear was that his relatives might attempt to prevent him from joining it. Oh. As Tom and Harry arrived at Gaunt Manor, Tom conveyed to Harry that, while there might not be any presents for him, all the essential ingredients for potion making had been meticulously gathered or obtained through Tom's diligent efforts. On a brighter note, Harry had excitedly received his Hogwarts letter the night before, and reassured Tom that he would return with an ample amount of galleons to procure any additional supplies they desired. Of course, there wasn't much Tom could not get through force. The young Dark Lord used the Confundus charm liberally, and Harry had even learned about the Imperious Curse for those who might attempt to resist Tom's abilities. Harry had yet to witness Tom use the curse, but it was there as a backup in case they ran into someone well-versed in the mind arts or capable of resisting the young Dark Lord's charms. The spell of complete control fascinated Harry. Tom had promised Harry that he would teach him how to break it once he had a better understanding of occlumency. It was something Harry was already looking forward to. The spell seemed extremely useful, and he was disappointed to learn of the lifetime sentence in Azkaban that would follow if he were caught using it. In that fateful lesson, Harry delved into the dark depths of magic, discovering the existence of a select few spells that carried the dire consequence of an automatic life sentence. Although the vast repertoire of spells held countless heinous options, only 3 stood out as indisputable arbiters of one's fate. Foremost among these unforgivable curses was the Imperious Curse, a spell that granted complete control over another's will, rendering them a mere puppet in the hands of the caster. It was the ultimate violation of free will, transforming the victim into nothing more than an extension of the perpetrator's desires. Next in this unholy trinity was the Cruciatus Curse, a spell that inflicted excruciating pain upon its target. The sheer agony it caused was beyond imagination, pushing the victim to the brink of madness and despair. It was a curse that Tom had once used to torture Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, reveling in his screams of anguish. Finally, there was the Killing Curse, the most lethal spell of all. It was the curse that had left Harry with his iconic scar, a constant reminder of the night his parents were murdered by Voldemort. With a single, emerald-green bolt of light, the killing curse snuffed out life instantly, leaving no trace of mercy in its wake. Harry struggled to comprehend the concept of spells that held such irrevocable power. The idea that a single incantation could strip away a person's freedom, inflict unimaginable pain, or extinguish life itself was deeply unsettling. However, Tom, his enigmatic mentor, promised a more practical demonstration later in Harry's magical career, leaving him with a sense of foreboding and anticipation. Harry had assumed the two were going to train like normal today, but Tom had just grinned in response to his prompting of what they would be working on. "Today, we are going to go on a little field trip. I can't have you exhausting yourself before our delicate work tonight. I will allow you to study in peace until the early evening. Do not expect to return to Privet Drive tonight." "That in itself is a gift," Harry muttered in gratitude and asked, "May I ask where we are going?" "You may. I won't tell you, but you could ask and risk annoying me." "Right, I will just go study my ritual and other works," Harry said sheepishly, and moved to the stairs that would lead him to the library. In the tranquility of the moment, Harry couldn't help but feel blessed. A stark contrast to his life just 2 years ago, when, on his birthday, he had been burdened with the task of making breakfast for his cousin, Dudley, only to accidentally burn it. That day had been filled with misery, but the arrival of his Hogwarts letter had been a saving grace. Fortunately, he had managed to conceal the contents from his Uncle Vernon. But even then, Harry had struggled to believe that he would ever escape the clutches of the Dursleys. As Hagrid approached the door of number 4 Privet Drive, he solidified Harry's profound conviction that he was exceptional. This revelation marked a pivotal moment in Harry's life, as he had long suspected he was not a freak. Since his early years, he had been causing strange accidents, hinting at a unique aspect of his being. Despite reassurances to the contrary, Harry's intuition told him he was special, although the reason remained shrouded in mystery until that fateful day. In response to Tom's inquiry about his readiness for the evening outing, Harry nervously assented. He trailed behind the man as they made their way from the front of the house onto the grounds. Harry noticed that the man sported a basic white button-up shirt tucked into his trousers, partially covered by a black vest. The dark-colored trousers completed the ensemble of an ordinary-looking wizard, a facade that Harry knew was deceptive. Before Harry could pose the question of where they were going, Tom stepped in front of him, his wand loosely held in his hand. "I will need to change our appearances," Tom said. "The place we are going is not a place the boy who lived can be seen. While I doubt anyone would recognize me, I will not chance that either. Now relax." Harry stared at the wand in trepidation, feeling a tingling sensation across his face and down to his toes. In the span of a few seconds, he had grown, and even felt a soft stubble across his face. Tom took a moment to look him over but shook his head. "It will do. No one will recognize you now." With a wave of his own wand, Tom began to transfigure his features into someone older. His cheekbones sharpened, and he had a regal look about him, as his hair shortened and slickened back. The changes were subtle, and his eyes now matched Harry's shade of green, but his skin turned slightly darker, giving him a Mediterranean look. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. He looked nothing like himself anymore. He felt taller and more mature, and his face was completely different. Tom had given him a new identity, and he was grateful for it. With his work complete, Tom nodded in satisfaction. "Come now. Keep your wand close and don't do anything that will draw attention to yourself. Flip the hood on your cloak up as well. Best not take any chances." Harry did as he was told, and then felt Tom grab him by the arm and apparate him away. Chapter 6. Thankfully, after apparating twice a day with the older teen, Harry had become accustomed to the sensation. It was still not an enjoyable experience, and it always felt like he couldn't breathe for a moment, but he was surprised to see that this time when they arrived at their destination, the area was swarming with people. "Follow me, Harry," Tom commanded as they followed the crowd. Looking around, Harry observed several buildings that would not have looked out of place in Diagon Alley. The area they were in was older and appeared to be some sort of shopping district. Ahead of Harry, he observed a large stadium and looked at Tom questioningly. A Quidditch match. Not quite, the older teen answered with a grin. Carrying on, Tom guided Harry through the crowd, and just by reading the shirts, jerseys, and apparel of the crowd, he realized they must be in Falmouth. The dark gray and white apparel was something that Harry had seen on a few older students, and he knew that a Falcons Quidditch game must be getting ready to start. Never once had Tom expressed interest in Quidditch before, so Harry was confused about what their objective was, until he was pulled into a nearby alleyway where Tom took long, purposeful strides towards a large man with his hands folded together. The man must have been part giant with his size, and would not have looked out of place next to Hagrid, the groundskeeper at Hogwarts. The man's large hands appeared to be capable of immense strength, and his knuckles seemed to tell stories of battles fought and won. It was almost easy to overlook the largest wand Harry had ever seen in the man's hands, just due to their sheer size. A nervous feeling swept through Harry as he realized the man was just standing in front of a random brick wall and looked up to no good. Tom greeted the man with a nod of his head before saying, "Pride of Portree." Grunting, the large man stepped aside and touched the brick wall with his wand, causing a large sliding door to appear. When the door opened, loud music began playing, surprising Harry. His brows furrowed in thought, but he never had time to voice a question as Tom moved forward to enter the hidden establishment. The music became louder and louder as they entered, while what Harry observed made his jaw drop. Wizards were not wearing their usual cloaks and high society attire. Instead, some were wearing robes that appeared to be blended with the skin of magical beasts, while others were wearing plain Muggle clothes. Many of the men were tattooed heavily and wearing tank tops to show off muscles or ink. The women were mostly wearing clothes and attire that would have made his Aunt Petunia blush or faint, depending on which witch her eyes fell upon first. Some were wearing skimpy tank tops and shorts that would have given Professor McGonagall a heart attack. Others were wearing robes that were cut up in some type of fashion design. These strangely dressed people only held Harry's attention for a split second, however, as the main entertainment had enraptured him. Two wizards were fiercely locked in a duel inside of what appeared to be a large metal cage. Back and forth, the two exchanged rapid-fire spells, both perspiring greatly. A hand on Harry's shoulder brought him back to reality, as Tom jerked his hand in the direction of the stands. Pulling his attention back to his guide, Harry followed his mentor closer and closer to the front rows of the dueling. Harry nearly jumped back when one of the duelists in the middle was thrown towards the wall viciously and slumped to the ground unconscious. The cheers and jeers for the duelist were immense, and Harry just watched in awe as Tom took a seat at a booth that was on the ground level. Their booth could easily have sat 6 to 8 people, but when Harry sat opposite of his magical mentor, he observed that the other booths were filled with occupants. The booths on both sides of them held some sleazy-looking wizards who were each talking excitedly to fierce-looking men. Each table seemed to have one in their group that looked hardened or criminal, making Harry wonder what their purpose was here. The sleazy-looking wizards were talking with some type of privacy walled up between them, and they continuously glanced at Harry and Tom as they took their seats. When the two took their places and sat comfortably, Tom gently flourished his wand, causing the familiar buzzing sound that the teen created when he tortured Vernon in the driveway. "What do you think?" Tom asked with amusement, clearly reading into Harry's bewildered expression. "This place is amazing," Harry said in fascination as he observed the rest of the front row around the arena. If he had to guess, there were half-breeds among them. Some were paler than the moon, and Harry had read a book on vampires in his study time over the summer, so he was confident he had ID'd them successfully. He also saw some large, hairy men that were eyeing Harry like a victim, and when one flashed a toothy grin towards him, he knew he was looking at a werewolf. Lastly were these unnaturally beautiful women walking around serving drinks. Harry felt flutters in his stomach looking at each of them, and his eyes followed a more scantily clad one. Tom clapped Harry on the shoulder hard, snapping him back to reality. "Careful to not accept anything from these women, Harry. They are Vila, and they can use their charms to make you more susceptible to their suggestions. In a place like this, They are likely to swindle you for everything you own." "Where exactly are we?" Harry asked in wonder, now eyeing the women more cautiously. "The underground dueling circuit in Falmouth. I trained here in my youth, before anyone knew me as Lord Voldemort, not just here, but many places like it," Tom confessed. "I suspect I even ventured onto the continent to find better competition when I graduated. In time, I expect you to compete at a level like this." Harry watched as the man who had won the previous duel remained in the caged area while another wizard stepped forward to meet him. Soon the two were in a deadly dance trying to take down the other. Harry gaped when one of the men had his arm sliced off with a lethal-looking cutting curse, much to the delight of the crowd. "That can't be legal." With a shake of his head, snorting Tom remarked, "Virtually everything here is against the law. The duelists are instructed to refrain from casting any spells that could be considered lethal, but aside from that, they are free to use any magic or abilities at their disposal. Have you noticed the other half-breeds wandering around here?" "Vampires and werewolves," Harry answered in agreement. "Yes, and an occasional half-giant as well. You saw the one at the door. I suspect he is a normal competitor who is offered a more stable position with whoever sets this circuit up," Tom advised. "How do the Aurors allow this?" Harry asked. "They don't," Tom answered simply. "The dueling nights are always held when Falmouth has a home game, so it's easy to slip away from the crowds trying to get into the stadium. Every Auror stationed in the area will be working closer to the game and will pay less attention to a place like this. The password, as you may have guessed, is always Falmouth's opponent for the evening. Clever, is it not?" "Very," Harry answered in an impressed tone. "The underground wizarding world is a fascinating, if not dangerous place. In our time together, I will certainly teach you how to operate it. There may come a time when we need dangerous allies or dangerous magical ingredients. This is where we will come to find them," Tom explained. In understanding and a tinge of excitement, Harry merely nodded his head and continued his look around. There had to have been at least a few hundred people around the arena. The front row of booths seemed to occupy a certain type of witch, wizard, or beast, though. All had the same rugged criminal-looking type, and Harry realized that Tom and himself stood out. Swallowing nervously, Harry asked, "How exactly did we get these seats? I expect they would require a lot of galleons." "Oh, you misunderstand, Harry," Tom responded with a grin that promised something sinister. "This front row is not for customers, but competitors." His stomach sank at the proclamation, and Tom chuckled openly at his discomfort. "Oh no, you are certainly not ready for that, and we do have a ritual to perform later. No, this is for my own practice and your entertainment. I plan to win us some galleons today and show you where I expect your studies to lead you. I do, after all, need to lead my apprentice by example." The discomfort fell away in an instant, and Harry became excited at the prospect. Watching Tom work his magic was always something to behold. Now he was going to get to see it in a real display of someone that might actually make him work for a victory. The prospect of seeing a young Lord Voldemort fight in his prime was strangely thrilling. Ollivander had even told Harry the day he received his wand that the Dark Lord had done great, but terrible things. Something Harry was most interested to see in real time. When one of the villa waitresses came up, Harry remained silent after a look from Tom as he removed their privacy ward and addressed the woman with a forced smile. The woman asked, "Any bets for the evening?" Tom offered a fake chuckle, pulling out a large pouch and placing it on the table. "I have tried to talk my friend here out of it, but he would like to place 50 galleons on me to win the gauntlet for the evening. He has had a bit too much to drink, but I can't talk him out of it." The woman's eyes fell upon Harry, and he just swallowed and offered her a grin, trying not to allow any words to spill from his mouth. He knew anything he would say to the beautiful woman would just embarrass him, and possibly Tom, who Harry knew would not tolerate such a slight. Flipping her platinum hair over her shoulder, she offered Harry a dazzling smile. "Okay there, high roller. Can I get you anything else for you or your friend here? 50 galleons can surely go far in a place like this." When the villa offered him a wink at her final words, Harry nearly swallowed his tongue. But he felt the eyes of his mentor on him, and he managed to choke out, "Nothing for me, thanks." Forgive him, he is the shy type, Tom said with a laugh. I like the shy types, the Vila said, looking him up and down one last time before accepting the pouch and moving on. A soft, stinging hex hit him on the thigh, causing Harry to flinch at the pain, but Tom just shook his head. Next time I expect their influence will be shaken off a little easier. If we are to make progress on your occlumency shields, I doubt they will be able to fluster you so easily. You are awfully young to be falling for pleasures of the flesh, Harry. It took him a few moments of bewilderment to realize that Tom had in fact just pulled a trick on him. You did that on purpose. Oh yes, and it was quite amusing. I thought you might get up and profess your love for the woman. I am moderately impressed you did not, Tom said amusedly. 50 galleons on the gauntlet, Harry asked. How do you win? Easily, Tom said with a shrug. A gauntlet consists of 5 wins. The first 2 wizards to reach 4 will fight for the gauntlet. When we win tonight, I suspect we will be quite a few galleons richer. One of the wizards on the ground level waved to get their attention, and Tom nodded, rising to his feet, saying, Now I believe my turn is approaching. Watch and learn, young one. Harry nodded, leaning forward onto the table, as Tom approached one of the wizards on the side of the caged area, and received a nod of confirmation after exchanging just a few words. Harry's eyes hardly left his magical mentor as he realized he was alone in a rather dangerous place, but the disguised teen offered him a nod of reassurance, which put Harry at ease temporarily. His eyes observed the others on the first row, and many others who were looking at Tom as if he were a dead man walking. They had no idea who was about to step into the ring for the first time in probably 40 years at least. Harry wished he had more galleons to put on the man, because it seemed there would be no shortage of those who would bet against him, as some openly jeered him. Scoffing, Harry knew they would all tremble before Tom if they knew his true identity. Instead of feeling displeasure, however, Harry just continued to feel anticipation. He watched as the duelist he had observed before finally triumphed in his 3rd duel while still looking relatively healthy. The man was certainly larger than the average wizard, but was nothing in comparison to the half-giant Harry had seen earlier. From what he had seen so far, the wizard was moderately powerful, however, and seemed to be a crowd favorite. The cage opened up, and the wizard was allowed a short break, while the commentator announced that the Harbinger of Falmouth was already 4-0 for the evening, and was looking to complete the gauntlet after a short break. This would allow a contender to attempt to rise up from the bottom, while also giving the crowd favorite a break. When the newcomer, the ominous Riddle, was announced, it was met with a steady chorus of boos and jeers. Harry had to prevent himself from snorting at the play on his mentor's name. It was rather clever, and the newly minted teen wondered if it was the same name he had used in his younger years. When Tom had been called, he apparated onto the stage with ease, and put his hands behind his back, looking quite bored with the occasion. In turn, the announcer called the name of a werewolf that launched himself onto the stage and landed with a thud. A showy flourish of the man's wrist displayed his wand, but Tom merely left his hands behind his back, watching the beasts with a smirk. A long, bearded referee came into the cage and inspected both competitors before offering a nod towards the announcer booth, who called out, "We have received the go-ahead from our favorite referee, and the countdown is on now." As the bell rang, Harry witnessed a whip materialize from Tom's wand. However, what intrigued him was the whip's distinctive feature. It was barbed with silvery wire that resembled sharp spikes. Oblivious to this detail, the werewolf surged forward, firing a red hex toward Tom. Unmoved, Tom lazily turned his head, effortlessly dodging the spell. With a flick of his wrist, he lashed out, striking the half-breed in the chest with the barbed whip. The speed at which Tom struck left little time for the beast to block his strike, and the creature howled in pain as it was struck. Blood fell from the wound inflicted, and the crowd went silent as the whip had separated from the wand and turned into some type of rope that had now wrapped itself around the creature that struggled against its binds. Lazily, the young Dark Lord pushed his wand in a downward direction, making the creature fall to his knees, as the silver whip seemed to tighten around the man, making him turn an interesting shade of purple and blue. The referee immediately charged back into the middle and demanded Tom to release his spell. With a shrug, the man did so, and the werewolf fell to the ground, grabbing at the wound, certainly leaving a scar across his face. Tom sneered at his opponent before offering a smile and waving at the crowd, who applauded softly. Some seemed impressed, while most seemed to think Tom had been lucky. Shaking his head, Harry knew these witches and wizards had no idea what they were up against. Even at a fraction of his true power, Tom was likely one of the most powerful wizards in Britain. A call for the next opponent was made, and a dark-skinned wizard took to the caged arena. The man had a serious expression on his face, and Tom offered him a dangerous smirk that Harry knew promised pain. This wizard attempted to fight Tom with speed, but it was laughable. Tom didn't even raise his wand for the first 5 curses as he maneuvered around each spell with ease. When Tom took his turn to fight back, it was blindingly fast. A dozen curses flew from his wand in seconds, and his opponent appeared mangled and began coughing up blood. Harry's eyes widened at the state of the man. At the least, the dark-skinned man had broken ribs and an arm. The way his teeth were falling out made Harry think it was likely something more insidious. The duel was quickly called in Tom's favor. The crowd was booing again and clearly wanting more of a show. The commentator even announced, "Well, that won't make him a crowd favorite. Ominous is clearly a powerful contender, but he does not have the flashy showmanship necessary to gain the love of the people." Red eyes flashed in annoyance, and Harry gulped, feeling the fury of Tom. He hoped his mentor was not about to start striking people down in the stands, when suddenly the man just nodded as if he had made up his mind about something. Cautiously, Harry watched as the vampire he had seen earlier made his way to the stage. Tom looked disgusted by his opponent, but said nothing as the match began. The vampire was the fastest thing he had ever seen. He was near a blur, but before he could reach the young Dark Lord, he was frozen in place. Wandlessly, Tom had reached out and stopped the man in mid-motion, as if freezing him time. With one hand, Tom held the creature in place, and with his wand, he began conjuring snakes that launched themselves the vampire in attack mode. Harry was not surprised the man had chosen snakes, but then when he didn't use Parseltongue to command them, the teen wondered what his plans were. A blasting hex sent the vampire backward into the steel cage, and the snakes ferociously latched themselves onto the dark creature. With a roar of rage, the vampire ripped 2 in half at once, showering himself in gore, but Tom had swirled his wand, making the blood flow through the air. With a show of immense control, Tom then forced the blood towards the charging vampire and began shoving it down its throat. After a moment, it was clear Tom was trying to suffocate the vampire with the blood of his conjured snakes, making Harry's eyes widen, and the crowd began chattering nervously. Before the referee could call the match, the vampire fell to his knees, and Tom lashed out with his wand, knocking the creature against the cage with impossible force. When the vampire hit the ground, the blood from before began leaking out of its mouth, and the creature was either unconscious or dead. Shaking his head, Tom shoved his wand into a sleeve, looking quite bored and completely unfazed by his duels so far. The older teen turned to his apprentice and offered him a smirk. Clearly, the Dark Lord felt like he was in his element, and Harry just clapped, slowly showing his appreciation of the feats of magic. Thus far, the man had not shown any incredible display of magic. His speed was unreal, but his spell choice was nothing that anyone could not do. Most of the spells Tom had used so far, other than the transfiguration of the whip and the control of the blood, Harry could do himself. It was the point of the exercise, Harry realized, and when a monster of a man stepped onto the platform, the younger teen knew it was about to get interesting. The behemoth was clearly half-giant, and by the looks of him, likely a relative of the bouncer they had met at the door. Apprehensively, Harry watched as Tom sized the creature up, before nodding resolutely. When this duel started, people were screaming their cheers for the half-giant. It was clear that the crowd found Tom arrogant and wanted him put in his place, but there wasn't even a chance for the half-giant. Tonto was the name of the half-giant, and it started the fight by charging towards Tom. Shaking his head, Harry knew they would never learn. A blasting curse the like Harry had never seen left his mentor's wand and rocked Tonto all the way back to the other side of the cage, bouncing off the wall. The spell may have shaken the large man, but that didn't stop him from coming back for more. This time Tom didn't move an inch, before apparating at the very last second, causing the giant to slam into the cage. When Tom arrived on the other side of the platform, he immediately released a barrage of high-impact spells. Each spell that struck the man was clearly doing its damage despite half-giants being spell-resistant. Each curse spoke of Tom's power, and it became apparent that the giant was becoming more and more enraged. Regardless, Tom apparated around the arena, toying with the large man, his grin just widening as the fight went on. Harry understood immediately that Tom had found an opponent he was enjoying. As this round went on, the crowd was beginning to cheer for both contenders now as the fight prolonged and became more interesting. Tom took a massive advantage, however, when he sent 2 piercing hexes through the giant's legs, knocking him to the floor. Blood sprayed the arena floor, and the giant roared with pain. Finally attempting to use his massive wand, he flicked it at Tom, but the younger man just slapped the curse right back at him, and whatever it was, it couldn't have been pleasant as the wails of pain increased. With ease, Tom disarmed the half-giant and began flicking his wand in different directions. Metal cords came flying towards the giant, wrapping around each of his appendages, and in a matter of seconds, a web of metal rods tied the giant to the ground, holding him in place despite his flailing limbs. The referee came back on the stage with wide eyes and declared Tom the victor, allowing the man to disarm his own creations and releasing the half-giant from captivity. When the giant stood up, Tom called out to the creature and exchanged words with the beast. Harry wished he knew what the man said, but in the end, Tonto just nodded and was helped off the stage by the bouncer that had come out to help. As the half-giant was escorted, out people had begun chanting ominous and harbinger, begging for the end to the gauntlet. Harry was grinning at the change in the crowd, as they now seemed charmed by the flippant magical talent. Harry observed Tom's final opponent and noticed the man did not look as confident as before. Whatever the man had hoped to accomplish here, tonight was about to be foiled by a once-in-a-generation wizard. The crowd was only starting to realize that, and Harry was amazed by the work that had been done in the arena, despite the violence and blood that was shed. Tom could have easily killed any of his opponents, but Harry saw that the man was more than capable of defeating them without taking their lives. It was awe-inspiring. When the final matchup took place, Harry knew what the outcome would be. Regardless, the wizard Tom faced was not without talent. He was fast and skilled at escaping trick situations. Tom, however, was on the man from the get-go. For the first time that evening, his mentor took the offensive, and he was a blur of offensive magic. Unlike Tom's other opponents, this one was capable of apparating and applied it well in combat. The harbinger appeared to be in his 30s, and Harry heard the man speak a few taunting words before the match started, and the accent led the young teen to believe he was not English. The man was arrogant, though, of that there was no doubt. Perhaps against a lesser wizard, he may have had a better chance. Despite facing an onslaught of spells, Tom, a wizard of considerable prowess, displayed remarkable agility and precision in deflecting them. His spells were swift and incisive, showcasing his impressive magical prowess. While Harry anticipated that the older teen would soon conclude the duel victoriously, the crowd erupted in cheers as an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The harbinger materialized right before Tom and delivered a resounding punch, reminiscent of a muggle fight, knocking Tom backwards. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Harbinger seemed to think he was about to have Tom on the ropes, but the young Dark Lord had hardly even recoiled under the force of the strike. Instead, Tom's eyes turned red, and he lifted his hand towards Harbinger, who immediately shot both of his towards his throat. It was quickly realized that Tom was choking the life out of his opponent as he began to slump under the force of the magical choking, and dropped his wand in defeat. The referee was jumping onto the stage trying to call the match, but Tom held him a little longer, before rearing back with his free hand and punching the air. A whoosh was heard in the arena, and the barely conscious man seemed to be struck by an invisible force with the weight of a train behind it as his body hit the floor hard. When Harbinger's head thudded against the floor in a crack, the gasp of the crowd told Harry all he needed to know. The man was dead. Oh. Harry and Tom had returned to Gaunt Manor hundreds of galleons richer. Despite the solemn end to the night, the owner of the dueling circuit had approached the two wizards at their table before they departed. The man had delivered Tom's winnings personally and assured him that it was the price of business in the wizarding underworld. They had been warned that his friends might take it personally and come after Tom, but the Dark Lord assured the owner that they could handle themselves if anyone was foolish enough to pursue them. As they approached the front door to the house, a question had remained on Harry's mind that he hoped his mentor would answer. "Tom, can I ask you something?" "I would be a pretty poor mentor if I did not grant you the ability to ask questions, Harry." The man joked softly. "What did you say to the half-giant when you beat him?" Harry asked. "I congratulated him on a hard-fought match. I also told him that I might have use for a man of his talents and that I would be in touch. It is good to make allies in all shapes and sizes, especially powerful ones," Tom advised carefully. In understanding, Harry nodded. He knew many in their world discriminated against half-breeds, but Tom was clearly not one of them and said so. "I know most would think me a bigot due to the flag I championed under, Harry, but it is not the truth. Muggle-borns, half-bloods, half-breeds, they all have their value. Anything with magical blood is of use. They all have their own power, and at the end of the day, that is all that matters. Look at us. Truly, we are both half-bloods descending from old wizarding families, and by the time you reach your majority, I would bet there will be few capable of standing up to you. As you can see, none can stand up to me, and I am only at a fraction of my power." Harry knew the man was right. Other than Dumbledore, there were likely less than half a dozen wizards that could even stand up to Tom in his current form. The Dark Lord continued, "I wanted you to see those duels tonight because I wanted you to see what you could be capable of. I wanted you to see just what my magic and my teachings could give you. Trust in me, and all the magical power in the world can be held in your hands." The young wizard thought over his mentor's words carefully. He could only imagine the rush he could feel if he had conquered the dueling circuit like Tom had tonight. The power he could one day hold in his fingertips. He would never have to fear anyone else ever again. Not the Dursleys, not any of the older Slytherins, not even Dumbledore. "We made an oath together, my master, I trust you," Harry said softly. "Then I trust you are ready for your ritual. There is not much time left in your birthday. We should begin now," Tom commanded as he strode towards the front door to Gaunt Manor. Harry followed closely behind, feeling nervous, but ready for his first experience with ritualistic magic. He had done the research and was more than prepared to execute his tasks. When the two entered the living room, Tom flicked his wrist, casually moving all the furniture to the corners of the room, and summoned a large pedestal that a crystal basin sat upon. The man eyed the basin carefully, then glanced at the nearby counter that held the potion, and all the necessary ingredients before offering Harry a sweeping gesture with his hand. "The floor is yours." Nodding, Harry apprehensively took his steps forward. Glancing at the bowl, the teen swallowed hard before reaching for the potion and uncorking the vial. With a trembling hand, Harry clutched the vial and glanced at Tom one last time. The man offered him a reassuring nod, and Harry leaned his head back and threw the consequences to the wind as the potion touched the back of his throat. He felt like he was drinking straight ash as the potion burned his throat. Scent of decay passed through his nostrils, and he seemed to hear whispers around the room. His blood also seemed to pulsate heavily in his veins as his senses dialed to 11. As his heart pounded in his chest, each beat felt like a reminder of the life he was about to forsake. Taking the scrying tool on the counter, Harry began to carve the magical symbols into the crystal basin. Runes that were long forgotten to the modern magical world followed Harry's carvings. Strength, power, youth, resolve, clarity. When Harry finished, he put his wand to his palm and sliced it open. Just like he had when Tom had convinced him to create the blood pact. With his own blood, he outlined the symbols he carved, and when he finished, he was panting. It had taken more blood than he imagined, and the pain seemed sharper as each drop left his hand. The finishing touches of the symbols were complete, and a soft golden glow began to emanate from the runes. Harry knew the next part must be done quickly as he grabbed the remaining ingredients and tossed them into the basin, before pointing his wand at the basin and giving a final glance towards his mentor. "You can do this, Harry. One last step. Tom said, excitement clear in his voice. This is my fate, Harry thought, my destiny. Incendio, Harry whispered. As the fire leapt from his wand to the basin, an agonized scream left his lungs. It felt like his body was being set on fire as a piece of his humanity slipped away like sand through his fingers. The power that coursed through him was deeply unnatural and saturated with darkness that felt like it was consuming him, filling a void that was once left by shattered hopes and dreams. Despite the pain, there was a sense that he was no longer incomplete. While at first there had been an overwhelming sense of doom, there was now a strange feeling of acceptance. There was no escaping the path that he had started on now. With one final agonized scream, Harry surrendered to the darkness and allowed the pain to consume what was left of his mind. Then the world went black. Chapter 7. As the lights flickered back to life in Harry's world, a brand new day dawned upon him. The warm glow of the morning sun flooded into the living room of Gaunt Manor, gently rousing the young teenager from his slumber on his improvised bed. A dull ache coursed through his body, and a vivid recollection of the fire that had once raged through his veins caused him to involuntarily grasp his arm, experiencing a phantom pain. Harry briefly contemplated whether the ritual had gone awry, but he promptly dismissed the thought. He had meticulously studied the ritual, and Tom had meticulously verified his work. There was no room for error. With a vigilant gaze, Harry scanned his surroundings, searching for any indication that the ritual had gone awry. However, nothing in the room appeared out of place. The furniture had been restored to its usual arrangement, the mysterious crystal basin had vanished, and the only addition was his conjured bed, standing in the center of the room. Sitting up made him groan in exertion, and a coppery taste filled his mouth. Putting a hand to his mouth, he wondered if he was bleeding, but there was no sign of blood. Frowning at the sensation, he attempted to rise to his feet and swayed for a moment, but found the strength to keep his balance. With a deep sense of hunger gnawing at him like insistent nausea, Harry stumbled towards the front door, his thoughts occupied by the whereabouts of his mentor, Tom. However, a thorough search of the vicinity yielded no sign of him. The decision to venture down to the village weighed heavily on Harry's mind. The fear of collapsing in the town square outweighed his desire for sustenance. Reluctantly, he opted to rummage through the cabinets, hoping to find something to tide him over. When he re-entered the house, a cold feeling passed through his body. Where is my wand? Running back to the living room, Harry began turning things over in search of his magical partner, but no success was found. A soft pop in the front of the house told Harry that Tom had returned, and he let out a sigh. The wand was a good match for Tom. Perhaps he had taken it with him for an errand. When Tom came into his view, he looked disturbed. I am glad to see you are up and moving. The world is a different place than when you went under the effects of the ritual. Forcing a weak chuckle, how much could have changed in the few hours I have been out? Do you have my wand, by the way? Reaching into his robes, Tom pulled Harry's wand out, much to his relief, saying grimly, I am afraid it has been more than a few hours, Harry. You did the ritual 3 nights ago. You have slept for a long time, and in that time some things have happened. I am not one to apologize, but you will have to forgive me for borrowing your wand. I needed it in case something serious happened. Tom offered the wand to his apprentice, and the young man took it gratefully, before allowing the shock of how long he had been out set in. 3 days, he whispered in disbelief. Yes, Tom confirmed. I feared someone might investigate your departure, but if it has happened, it has gone unnoticed. No one ever checks on me that I know of, Harry snorted. Normally, Tom would scoff at how neglected Harry was by the magical world, but this time he looked uneasy. With the wand of Ginny Weasley now in his hand, he flicked it towards the counter where the paper zoomed to his hands. One of the things I did with my winnings from the other night was get a subscription to the Daily Prophet. I figured it might pay to have an eye on what is going on in the wizarding world, and well, this was the first issue I received. Harry was puzzled by Tom's reaction and took the paper and read the headline. Escape from Azkaban. A deranged-looking wizard with long black locks of hair was seemingly screaming at the wizarding camera, and Harry frowned at the name, Sirius Black. Okay, I'll give. Who is he? Harry asked suspiciously. Supposedly one of my Death Eaters, Tom said thoughtfully. Supposedly, Harry asked curiously. Well, therein lies our situation, Tom said with a sigh. Harry's frown deepened. Okay, well, I have read a few books mentioning Azkaban, but I didn't know it was a place people escaped. According to the article, he is the first to ever do so, Tom said evenly. So he's powerful, Harry questioned. Wouldn't that be a good thing? I will save you the time reading the article since apparently you don't wish to do so, Tom said with a roll of his eyes, making Harry color a little. Supposedly this was my right-hand man leading up to my downfall. Apparently, he murdered 13 muggles and was sent to Azkaban for killing a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. He has been imprisoned for 12 years. If he has been in Azkaban all this time, why wait till now to escape? Harry asked. My working theory is that he senses my return. My followers were all supposed to be marked by deeply entrenched parcel magic and the protean charm. At least that's how I was designing it. It is possible their marks are informing them of my return, and this drove Mr. Black to the point of attempting to escape and find me, Tom said thoughtfully. Forgive me, Master, but I am still not seeing how this is a problem, Harry said with a bow of his head. The young Dark Lord stared at his apprentice carefully. When Harry met his eyes, the teen looked away. I do not wish to keep things from you, Harry, so I would like to be honest. Sirius Black is not only a notorious mass murderer, but he also holds a different title. One that I learned about after delving into the mind of one of Dumbledore's stooges at the Ministry. Harry simply stared at the young man who, for the first time since Harry had met him, looked uncomfortable. Harry, the man is your godfather. Blinking as confusion set in, Harry tried to rationalize the words he heard, but nothing came to mind. My godfather is a Death Eater. Now you understand our predicament and why I keep taking all this information with a grain of salt, Tom said, folding his arms and leaning against the wall. The information is not adding up. Running a hand through his hair, Harry attempted to puzzle some logic together, but the truth was he did not know a lot about his parents or his family. The Dursleys were tight-lipped, and he hardly knew anyone who knew his parents outside of passing. I want to see the whole picture. What else are you thinking? The question seemed to surprise Tom, but he nodded. When I delved into Dumbledore's little stooge's mind, I learned that the Ministry believes this man is coming after you. They believe he sold your family out to me, that he was the reason I was able to find and kill your parents. Harry's heart sank at the information. He swallowed thickly, saying, he must have been their friend to have that kind of information. He must have been if they made him my godfather. Tom seemed to agree with his thoughts, but looked more and more uncomfortable. That is my thoughts as well. What else? Harry asked a little sharper than he should have. He felt infuriated that a man so close to his family had betrayed them, but he tried to stay focused to learn more. Instead of looking offended or angry at his outbursts, Tom merely continued pragmatically. Anyone who escapes Azkaban must be either immensely powerful or resourceful. It's not that I don't trust my own skills, but I do wonder if my followers would even believe it's me. Many of them would not have known me as a young man, so I would be unrecognizable. Even my parcel-tongue ability may not convince all of them. If this Sirius Black was my right-hand man and decided to recruit some of my own followers against me, it could be a problem. I would find this man sooner rather than later and determine his intentions. I will also make it very clear to him that you are off limits. I do not tolerate my orders being disobeyed. If he will not listen, I will kill him or allow you to take vengeance for your family. Harry's eyes widened at the proclamation, and his rage quelled if only a little. You would allow me to kill your Death Eater, a man who may have been your second in command. I have little use for those who cannot follow orders, Tom said dismissively. If he will not listen to me, and I can give my apprentice vengeance it sounds like he deserves, then I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If he proves his loyalty, then I will demand he keep away from you. I will not allow him to be the reason that will drive you back into the arms of the old fool. Harry had to gulp down the feeling of gratitude he felt towards Tom. Sirius Black may have betrayed his family and may have been Voldemort's most faithful, but to Tom right now, he was no one. Less than no one, he may have been an obstacle in his future path. The thought of Tom torturing the man who led his parents to their deaths brought a feeling of warm triumph into Harry's stomach. A fire lit in his gut now, and he only hoped he would find a way to make Sirius Black an enemy of Tom Riddle. "What do we do?" Harry asked carefully. "We will spend the rest of the summer preparing you for Hogwarts. When you return to school, I will hunt the man down and find out his intentions. I will also learn the truth of my downfall and how the man came into my service. I will get the answers you deserve, Harry. If he does choose to go after you before I find him, then you are to defend yourself with everything I have taught you so far and everything I will teach you going forward," Tom said with certainty. Harry was thankful Tom did not ask him to not go looking for Black. The teen knew with certainty if the man came even close to the ground of Hogwarts, Harry would go extract revenge himself. Tom may not have been the one to kill his parents, but if this Sirius Black character led them to their downfall, then someone could still pay for the loss of his family. "Yes, Master," Harry responded dutifully. "Good," Tom said resolutely, ending that line of conversation. "It is my intention while you are in school to also track down my old wand if it is still in one piece. If it is not, I will need to go to the continent and have a new wand crafted to my liking. Yours is a much better fit for me than this pathetic creation, but I cannot rob my apprentice of his magical partner." The way Tom disgustedly looked at the wand of Ginny Weasley spoke milestones to how stunted the man must be with the wand. The fact that the young Dark Lord was hindered at all spoke monuments to his true power. Already the man had wreaked devastation in magical combat with a wand that did not suit him. Harry could only imagine the specimen he would become when he was reunited with a partner that suited him. "How are you feeling? The aftermath of sleeping the ritual off for 3 days must be discombobulating," Tom asked after observing Harry for a long moment. "It was at first," Harry agreed. "I am feeling better with every minute that goes by, though. I am anxious to see if the pain was worth it. I certainly did not pass out, so perhaps the effects are magnified if done at the right stage in life," Tom said with apparent interest. "Perhaps a duel is needed to test our thoughts." "That'll boost my confidence," Harry snorted. "But you're right, we should test the fruits of our labors." Tom grinned at his apprentice. "That's the spirit." At the front of the grounds, Tom and Harry spaced out, facing each other. Tom motioned for Harry to begin casting spells with a lazy gesture. With a deep breath, Harry tightened his grip on his wand and started with a casual stunning charm. However, when the spell left his wand, there was no visible effect, causing Harry to frown. Undeterred, Harry cast several more spells, testing Tom's defenses. Before he could voice his disappointment, a spell came hurling towards him at an incredible speed, leaving him with barely enough time to react. Surprisingly, with a flick of his wrist, a shield sprang up just in time, blocking the spell and stopping it in its tracks. Harry's eyes widened as Tom smirked, propelling his wand towards him in a barrage of spells. Every spell Harry managed to shield or dodge, but required immense effort. Despite the difficulty, he remained standing. When Tom ceased his casting, he nodded in approval. "Your defense, once formidable, has blossomed into something exceptional. While your offense was never remarkable, your defensive skills have reached unmatched heights. It's doubtful that many of your peers will be able to curse you effectively, relying solely on reflexes and shields." Grinning at the proclamation, Harry nodded in acceptance. Tom approached him and lazily held little Ginny's wand in his hand. "This ritual was not designed to make you stronger. It was supposed to help focus your mind and sharpen your senses. Hence why your defense and reflexes seem better. In time, when you are pairing good curses with your defenses, you may notice a difference. But your offensive abilities are so abysmal it may escape your notice when you make leaps of improvements." Harry couldn't help but laugh at the man's statement, while Tom offered him a smirk. "Come now, let us test your occlumency. I would say skills, but you frankly don't have any yet." Flushing with embarrassment from the insult, Harry sheepishly trailed his mentor back inside the house and into the library. A sweeping glance around the room revealed that Tom had been spending considerable time there. A book entitled The Secrets of the Darkest Arts rested on the table, and upon closer inspection, Harry discovered that Tom was engrossed in reading about Horcruxes. Knowing it wasn't his place to question what the Dark Lord was looking into, he glanced at the young man who was looking at him with an expression that usually meant he knew something Harry didn't. "What is it?" "It seems the ritual bore an unexpected fruit. You did not have any difficulty reading my book, did you?" Tom asked, attempting to conceal his glee. "No, why would?" Harry trailed off as his hands touched his face, and he realized for the first time he was not wearing glasses. The world had been so clear he had not even thought about the fact that he had not put his spectacles back on. "No more glasses," the young teen whispered. "That in itself may have made the ritual worth it," Tom said, with satisfaction laced into his tone. "Other than the fact they looked dreadful, they were bound to become an issue when our dueling becomes more involved. It is also one less advantage your enemies will have over you." Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Harry knew that Tom was right. This was quite the boon. When his mentor gestured for him to take a seat, Harry did so, and felt anxious about what was to come. The whole reason they had started down this road was to improve his occlumency. He only hoped that they were successful in their endeavors. "Are you ready?" Tom asked, sounding excited for the first time about working with Harry on the mind arts. Nodding his head, Harry tried to get a head start while envisioning the vast hills of England's countryside, and he hardly even heard Tom's whispered curse, "Legelmans." The intrusion into his mind felt more subtle than it ever had. It felt like less of a battering ram and more of a gentle push. The countryside was all his vision could see for a long moment, before it began to shift to their first encounter together in the chamber. Instead of the panic that usually filled him, Harry just suffocated the memory with the long, sprawling, grassy hills that he usually observed from the Hogwarts Express. The image changed again this time, their time at the dueling circuit, and Harry watched himself joyously cheer for Tom as he fought the half-giant. But the memory was short-lived, as a Christmas view of the Hogwarts' vast grounds filled his mind. Each time a memory began to play, Harry became faster and faster at changing the scenery. When Tom pulled out of Harry's mind, he didn't feel pain or exhaustion. He was certainly fatigued, but not nearly to the extent that he usually was after even one attempt of legilimency. "Now that is an improvement," Tom said with a touch of pride in his voice. "A very massive one, if I do say so. You are not even nearly as worn down as you usually are." "I can go again. I am." This time Tom struck with a hiss. "Legelmans." This time when Tom struck Harry and found himself back at his first Quidditch tryouts, witnessing the resurgence of the battering ram symptom. Marcus Flint and his goons ruthlessly targeted him, pelting him with bludger after bludger, while the other players remained unscathed. Harry felt tears welling up in his eyes at the blatant unfairness. However, he recalled his surroundings and was transported to the forbidden forest in his mind, leaving the Quidditch pitch far behind. As Terence Higgs caught the snitch right before his eyes, an image flashed through his mind. He had just been hit with another bludger, but before the pain clouded his thoughts, the scene had shifted to the serene Black Lake. The tranquil, expansive water stretched as far as the eye could see, offering a peaceful contrast to the embarrassment and pain he had endured at the hands of the older Slytherins. When Tom pulled out of his mind, he appeared deeply satisfied. "Now that's what I am talking about." Clapping his hand together, he then slapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. "It's not perfect, but this was a larger improvement than I even hoped for. By the end of summer, it would take Dumbledore a direct assault of legilimency to read your mind. I must warn you, your skill has increased, so I will be pushing you harder." Harry was sweating now from the last exertion, but it was still nowhere near as painful as what he had become used to. "I will be ready." With newfound determination in his voice, the teen's spirits soared at the unexpected progress he had made. Tom instructed him to spend the rest of the day studying before returning to Privet Drive that evening. However, he made the teen promise to be prepared for the following day, as that marked the start of their new rigorous training. Oh. As the summer days dwindled, Harry's progress accelerated like never before. Spells flowed more naturally to the young wizard, his occlumency skills soared, and even his studies became effortless. The daunting task of completing his summer homework was conquered in a single day, a feat that would have taken him a week or more previously. A sense of calm and readiness washed over Harry, leaving him feeling prepared for whatever the future held. Amidst the grounds of Gaunt Manor, Tom and Harry stood engaged in a magical duel. The Dark Lord had bestowed upon Harry the Aegis spell, crafted to thwart solid projectiles and physical conjurations. Harry utilized this spell with remarkable prowess. Yet, each defensive maneuver only seemed to intensify Tom's attacks. Despite this, a gong resounded, and Harry was protected from the Dark Lord's conjuration. The spell would have inflicted significant pain, but shielded by his new spell, Harry felt shielded. Spinning around and dropping to a knee, Harry attempted a fancy maneuver in an attempt to catch his opponent off guard. But Tom lazily dodged again, offering his apprentice a taunting smile. "Oh, Harry, you must do better than that." Growling, Harry whipped his wand in 3 circles, sending a trio of spells at the Dark Lord. But Tom batted one away, lazily dodged another, and slapped the other to the sky with a flick of his wrist. As the older teen allowed the duel to continue for a while, it became evident that he was losing interest. He resorted to flicking blasting curses at an accelerated pace toward his younger opponents. Harry, shielding himself desperately, quickly raised another shield when he noticed an arrow flying towards him. With a wave of his wand, the Aegis shield protected him, prompting him to roar out, "Are you intentionally trying to kill me?" An immobulous charm, followed by a strong knockback jinx, hit him in the chest, taking him to the ground hard and knocking the air out of him. Staring up at the sky, Harry wheezed softly and glared at his mentor when he came to stand over him. Tom grinned at his fallen protege. "It was a blunt-tip arrow, you insufferable child." Sheepishly, Harry choked out an apology. "Right, sorry." Chuckling, Tom reached out and helped the boy to his feet. "Your impertinence grows by the day, I think." "It's a part of my charming personality," Harry promised, rubbing his sore back from the pain he had suffered on impact on the ground. "Something I will beat out of you next summer," Tom said with a roll of his eyes, before glancing towards the rising sun. "You should go get changed and ready for your departure to the platform." "Yes, master," Harry said with a bow of his head and a cold feeling in his stomach. Amidst Tom's flaws and his relentless drive to subdue Harry, the young wizard found himself yearning for his mentor's presence. This summer had been more benevolent than any other, filling him with an inexpressible gratitude for not missing a single meal. The abundance of food, a result of Tom's incessant hexing of the village muggles, left Harry eternally grateful for the wisdom imparted upon him. In his mind, Harry harbored a morbid curiosity that compelled him to ponder how he would measure up against his housemates. Despite consistently ranking near the top of his own class, many of his more outspoken adversaries were older students. After receiving training from Tom, Harry wondered if he had become a more formidable opponent. While he might not be ready to challenge 7th-year students, perhaps he could hold his own against the 5th and 6th years. Tom's words from earlier that summer still echoed in Harry's mind. Tom had confidently proclaimed that the young Slytherin's defensive skills were at par with most ordinary wizarding-level owl students. This revelation had left Harry with a sense of pride, considering Tom would not compliment him if it had not been earned. With unwavering dedication, the man devoted a substantial part of his summer break to refining Harry's offensive magic as well. This commitment served as a testament to his unwavering determination to transform his apprentice into a formidable wizard. Beyond the deliberate practice of offensive spells, Harry's instincts had also undergone a profound transformation. His natural ability to anticipate and respond to magical threats had sharpened to an astonishing degree. This improvement in his instinctual defensive abilities was arguably even more remarkable than his progress in offensive magic. It suggested that Harry was beginning to possess a deep-rooted understanding of defensive principles, allowing him to react almost instinctively in the face of danger. Tom's relentless pursuit of magical excellence left Harry both inspired and slightly intimidated. He knew that his student could be a force to be reckoned with in the upcoming school year, and he couldn't help but wonder where he would be in a year's time. Harry was determined to push himself even further, to unlock his full potential and prove that he, too, was capable of greatness. With hopeful eyes, Harry stared at his reflection in the mirror, anticipating a new year filled with change. Though the exact nature of these changes remained uncertain, for the first time, hope blossomed within him. Harry resolved not to initiate conflict, yet he would not shrink back in fear if challenged. As the apprentice of the century's most formidable wizard, he possessed the strength to command respect from even the most seasoned students, should they dare to test him. I would prefer to make them regret it, though, Harry thought with a certain savagery. Adjusting to life after the ritual had been something Harry enjoyed. Not needing his glasses every day, and having an easier time studying for long periods of time, seemed to just be the tip of the iceberg of his self-improvements. He only hoped he could continue on the path Tom started him on while he was at school. The cold feeling of being alone began to spread through Harry as he thought about what was to come this year. He knew he would dive into his studies and push the bounds of his abilities further and further, but he would miss having Tom around to guide him. Releasing a sigh, Harry returned to the common area, and Tom was looking over the Daily Prophet with a frown. At his arrival, Tom spoke. Still no signs of Black. He is hiding well within the wizarding or muggle world. You will find him, Harry said confidently. That I will, Tom promised as he dropped the newspaper onto the counter and gave his apprentice his attention. Now I trust you informed your relatives that they will need to take you to the station. I did, Harry said with a huff. Vernon wasn't pleased, but when I told him you would be by to express your displeasure, he changed his mind. Even signed my Hogsmeade slip without any issue. Chuckling, the young man said, I can always give him some more pain compliance if you think it's necessary. Don't let me stop you, master, Harry said, grinning at the thought of his uncle's suffering. As Tom straightened up and closed his eyes, shaking his head, Harry observed the man curiously. Harry could sense the power of his mentor's magic flowing through the house as Tom's palm rose slowly, and his demeanor relaxed. A book floated into the room, making its way to Harry before settling gently in his lap. With a questioning glance directed at Tom, who now wore a satisfied expression, Harry opened the book only to find blank pages. In his hands, Harry held a silver book adorned with a dark green leather-bound cover, reminiscent of the colors associated with Slytherin house. As he flipped through its pages, his brow furrowed with concentration. He could sense the presence of enchantments within the book, yet their purpose eluded him. Instead of seeking immediate clarification, Harry opted for patience, choosing to wait for his master to shed light on the empty page's true nature. Much like my diary, Tom began to explain. When you write in this book, I will be able to see the words and write back in my own copy. Now, in order for this to work, we need to protect the privacy of our conversations. Anytime you write to me, you will simply write, master. It is through this code word that I know you are the one writing to me. In turn, if I have a message for you, I will leave the word apprentice. I feel this is discreet enough. The word has many meanings, and only together would they make sense. When you are done writing a message, all you will have to do is press your wand to the book and the word will appear. If any word other than apprentice were to appear in the book, a trauma curse will strike the thief, and then it will catch fire, destroying itself. For obvious reasons, the book cannot fall into the wrong hands. In awe, Harry held the book now and stared at it with 100 questions coming to mind in how he accomplished the feat of magic. This is more than I hoped for in terms of communication. I feared I would constantly have to worry about our owls being intercepted. Well, this will eliminate that problem, Tom assured. Oftentimes, I don't suspect we will have long conversations, unless there is information to pass, which I suggest you either do in the Chamber of Secrets or somewhere else you trust your privacy implicitly. Mostly, I will just write titles of books that I would like you to read. Hogwarts has a world-class library, and there is no shortage of text that will assist you in your magical education. I expect you to continue being diligent in your studies, and perhaps at some point over the year in Hogsmeade, I will visit you and make an assessment on your progress. Do you think I have progressed far enough with my occlumency? Harry asked with a tinge of trepidation in his voice. I would not allow you to leave my side if I did not believe you had. Too much would be at risk. You are capable of a formidable defense in the mind arts, Tom said confidently. In acceptance, Harry just nodded his head. In that case, I suppose I am ready now. In a seamless motion, Tom nodded in agreement as Harry deftly flicked his wand into his hand. With a flourish, Harry gathered the remaining belongings, shrinking them with a spell before tucking them securely within the folds of his robes. Without hesitation, Tom placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and in an instant they apparated, disappearing into thin air. As Harry took in Privet Drive, he, with a lingering feeling of sadness, realized that he had just left Gaunt Manor behind him for some time. The place never did quite have the comfort that Hogwarts left him with, but still, it had been the second-best home he ever had, and was almost reluctant to leave the peace behind. His stomach turned as he pondered the possibilities of the school year. He wished there was a way Tom could come with him. He had found solace in the older teen like he had never found with any other. It was that thought that prompted a question that left his mouth. Could I return to Gaunt Manor over the holidays? Harry was surprised the words escaped him, but it pales in comparison to Tom's surprise. The young teen doubted that he had ever surprised his mentor, but clearly Tom had not expected the request. His mentor seemed to think over the words before shrugging. If I am countryside, then I suppose it is a possibility. It would be good to have at least a few weeks of training together, but I make no promises. We will discuss it closer to the date. Surprised that the man had not rejected him, Harry merely nodded his head in acceptance. Thank you, master. Accepting his companion's thanks, Tom merely said, Have a productive year, my young apprentice. I leave you with some final advice. You have been trained by the best. Do not let anyone push you around. Those days were left behind you forever in the Chamber of Secrets. With a proper bow of his head, Harry said, Yes, master. Tom gave a final nod of approval before disappearing on the spot, leaving a thoughtful Harry in his wake. Chapter 8. This year, Platform 9 and 3/4 appeared as it had in previous years, except for one significant change. Upon crossing the brick barrier, Harry's eyes immediately landed on the wanted posters of Sirius Black. With a menacing glare, the man seethed in rage and struggled fiercely against the guards restraining him. Harry's fists clenched tightly at the sight of Black, his mind racing with thoughts of retribution should they ever encounter each other. Harry earnestly hoped that the man would betray Tom. He vividly imagined the man screaming under the influence of his mentor's curses, an event that would allow Harry to exact his revenge on behalf of his parents. Lost in his thoughts, Harry had stopped in his tracks, unaware of his surroundings. A gentle bump from behind startled him, and he turned to offer a murmured apology. However, the young woman who had bumped into him was already fuming with impatience. What on earth are you doing? She scolded. Get out of the way. With a cold expression, Harry composed himself as he observed the familiar blonde figure. I apologize, Miss Greengrass. I momentarily forgot myself. The girl had matured in her appearance over the summer. Once marked by an air of aloofness, her appearance began to reveal a depth hidden beneath her cold blue eyes and frosty exterior. While her regal bearing remained, a subtle shift had occurred within her. It was as if a new chapter had unfolded in her life, etching itself onto her countenance. Harry, who had previously only observed the girl from afar, couldn't help but notice the change in her demeanor. Her eyes, once guarded and unyielding, now held a flicker of something he had never seen before, a haunting quality that seemed to hint at a story yet untold. He had never had the opportunity to truly engage with her, and the distance between them had prevented him from perceiving the subtle nuances of her emotions. But now, as he studied her from a closer vantage point, he realized that there was something different about her. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a vulnerability that had long been concealed. As he watched her navigate a whirlwind of feelings, Harry felt a sense of intrigue wash over him. What had happened during the summer months to evoke such a transformation? He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but he knew that there was more to this girl than he had initially perceived. With a momentary softening of her steely expression, her mouth slightly agape, she quickly recomposed herself and uttered, Potter, are you intentionally obstructing our timely arrival at the train? That was not my intention, Harry said with a huff. I was just admiring the wanted posters. Big dreams of being on one, Daphne inquired coldly. For murdering those that annoy me, yes, Harry returned back with a near hiss. Daphne took a slight step back in surprise, before shaking her head. Charming. The girl appeared to eye him up and down for a moment as if she were looking for a weakness, but eventually said, "Looks like you've been busy. Must have been a good summer." Frowning at the girl, not understanding her meaning, he shrugged. "As good as it could be considering I spent it with muggles." Despite her expressionless face, a flicker of surprise crossed in the girl's eyes, leading Harry to suspect she was taken aback. He had never discussed his home life with anyone in Slytherin, and if he hadn't been preparing to defend his changed appearance, he wouldn't have even brought it up. Daphne shook her head. "Ah, yes, well, if you will excuse me, my sister ran ahead and jumped on the train in her excitement. I am going to try and rein her in." "First year?" Harry asked politely. "Indeed. See you around, Potter." Daphne's eyes remained on his for a moment, before she broke off from their conversation and boarded the train without a second glance behind her. Shaking off the encounter, Harry sighed as he boarded the train, found an empty compartment, and placed a simple privacy ward on the door. The teen hoped the basic ward would be enough to keep the other students away until they arrived at Hogwarts, but a part of him figured that would not be the case. With his trunk amplified to normal size, Harry reached in and retrieved a book he had been engrossed in. His dedication to comprehending the fundamentals of ancient runes and arithmancy was evident in his efforts to stay ahead in his studies. Tom's extensive explanation had enlightened him about the potential applications of these subjects as he progressed further in his education. In essence, he realized that both disciplines held immense practical value. In the realm of ancient magic, runes held immense significance as the foundation for future rituals aimed at elevating a wizard's power to its peak. Each symbol and language inscribed in various corners of the magical world carried distinct meanings. Their precise drawing or design was paramount to maximize their effectiveness. Furthermore, runes played a pivotal role in wards, both in their creation and their destruction. This led to the emergence of arithmancy, a discipline that intertwined mathematics and magic in the magical world. While a witch or wizard might be skilled at identifying which runes powered a particular area of wards, deciphering the exact method to destroy them required a deeper understanding of magical mathematics. Arithmancy provided the tools to quantify the power of runes and devise strategies for their destruction. It enabled practitioners to determine the precise amount of energy needed to dismantle a ward without depleting their own reserves excessively. This understanding was crucial, as certain wards could only be overcome through brute force. However, exerting such force often came at the cost of exhausting the wizard's energy, leaving them vulnerable in subsequent encounters. Arithmancy thus became an essential discipline for witches and wizards seeking to master the art of wards and gain an edge in magical battles. By combining the ancient wisdom of runes with the precision of mathematics, arithmancy offered a potent tool for shaping the magical landscape and influencing the outcome of conflicts. Tom was naturally an exception to this rule, and promised Harry could be too if we went forward with the rituals his mentor had planned for him. Even if one could break every combination of wards and runes with brute force, sometimes it would be better to finesse your way through. This could allow you to breach places undetected, or even lay down traps for those who might step into your path. With a keen interest in a rare and challenging form of magic, Harry was drawn to parcel magic. According to the young Dark Lord, this magic found its greatest applications in wards and curses, making it a sought-after skill among those few capable of wielding it. As Harry delved into the subject of runes, however, he understood that this type of magic was far from black and white. Unlike most branches of magic, power was not everything when it came to ancient runes and its branches of study. In fact, ancient runes was a culmination of astronomy, arithmancy, and even advanced charms. Not only did the power of the caster matter, but the location, the alignment of the planets, and even the day that the magic is created on could play a factor in the final product. Runes were profound, and the things you could do with them were practically endless and capable of producing whatever one could imagine. In a conversation that sparked Harry's interest, Tom enthusiastically discussed the subject of runes. Tom's animated descriptions of the subject's capabilities captivated Harry's attention. Remarkably, Harry and Tom were the only wizards in Britain capable of comprehending an entire branch of runes in connection with Parseltongue. This revelation thrilled the young teen, who promptly promised his mentor diligent study to unlock unprecedented possibilities. It was during the monologues of his mentor that Harry realized that Tom was meant to be a revolutionist. Not just in the way he wants to bring muggles to their knees or become leader of the magical world, it was the way he spoke of magic, the reverence in which he held it. To Tom, magic was the ultimate power in the universe and was capable of things that the human mind couldn't even fathom. Harry could only imagine what Tom had been like at the height of his power and understood how he drew so many to his side. The man had the mind, but the fact that he had the power to back up his craziest thoughts and theories is what made him special. As the train jolted and lurched, Harry let out a curse, almost tumbling out of his seat. Peering out the window, his brows furrowed in confusion. The train was on top of a bridge, and there was no sign of Hogsmeade in sight. Judging by the sun's position, Harry realized he had been engrossed in his studies and had not noticed how much time had passed. Despite his distraction, the fact remained that they were nowhere close to their intended destination. The train never stopped once it began, and an uneasy feeling passed through Harry. A thick fog engulfed the compartment, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold that settled in. The glass windows frosted over, and his eyes widened in apprehension, recognizing the ominous presence of what he believed to be was dark magic. With a surge of wildness coursing through his veins, Harry pondered, "Has Black come for me?" His wand drawn, he swiftly dismantled his protective ward, causing the door to burst open. As he stepped into the corridor, his heart pounded violently in his chest. His eyes frantically scanned the surroundings, searching for any indication of danger. It didn't take long for him to locate a potential threat. In the dim hallway, a towering figure loomed, its presence ominous and imposing. Dressed in robes as dark as the moonless sky, they billowed and swirled like wisps of smoke. With every passing moment, as Harry gazed upon the creature, an icy chill spread through the air, seeping into his bones. A profound sense of despair overwhelmed him as the beast slowly turned its skeletal face in his direction. It was a hopeless feeling, as if even the faintest glimmer of joy had been extinguished from his soul, leaving him in an abyss of desolation. If it wasn't obvious he was dealing with a Dementor before, it was now. The dark creature's gradual approach toward Harry became undeniable, casting a shroud of fear that briefly immobilized him. However, despite the numbing cold in his frostbitten hand, he mustered the strength to raise his wand, crackling with a threatening aura. With a determined voice, he declared, "Sirius Black is not aboard this train. Leave." Unmoved by his words, the Dementor remained unaffected. A distant feminine voice whispered in his ear, a chilling scream that sent shivers down his spine. It echoed through his mind as if it were calling out his name. When the Dementor came within 10 feet of Harry, took a few steps back in fear, before planting himself with determination. "Get back, Incendio." Hot fire roared from his wand and filled the corridor, striking the beast, making it hiss in rage. No longer was the beast floating idly as it surged forward towards Harry. In desperation, Harry raised his wand, lashing out with a spell Tom had taught him, Morty's Umbra. From Harry's wand, a shadowy aura shot out, striking the Dementor's center. Initially, nothing happened, and the creature stood frozen. Shadows danced around the hallway, leaping towards the Dementor, causing it to emit a freight-like shriek. At the first shadow's contact, the creature recoiled, and Harry experienced a fleeting sense of triumph. He swiftly twirled his wand above his head like a lasso, creating a protective barrier between himself and the Dementor. With a deep breath, Harry expressed gratitude for Tom's lecture on the advantages of offensive curses. The spell's purpose was to induce a bone-chilling cold sensation and instill paralyzing fear. Used strategically, it could deplete the victim's life force, potentially leading to death if left unattended. In Harry's current predicament, it was the most effective weapon at his disposal and had proven successful in temporarily slowing down the Azkaban guard. Before Harry could celebrate, the wall of magic Harry had created ruptured, and the Dementor hissed in rage, swatting Harry's raised wand away, and picking him up by the throat. The icy hand that held his throat burned him in an instant, and he cried out in pain. As he was raised up to the top of the train, Harry desperately reached for his wand, but it was far out of reach. "Take Harry upstairs as fast as you can. Go, Lily," a voice roared in his ear. As Harry heard the distantly familiar voice, his body became rigid with fear. His eyes shot upward, meeting the horrifying sight of the Dementor's skeletal mouth. The creature's face, devoid of any flesh, resembled a skull, its empty eye sockets seeming to peer into Harry's very soul. A chilling sensation enveloped Harry as he stared into the Dementor's chilling eyes, feeling as though his very essence was being drained. The creature's breath, a cold, clammy mist, swirled around its mouth, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing as he desperately searched for a way to break free from the Dementor's grip. He knew that if he succumbed to its power, he would lose himself forever, trapped in a state of perpetual darkness and despair. Whose voice was that? Harry questioned internally. "Avada Kedavra," a cold, high voice screeched in his ears. A feeling of despair and loss went through Harry as he attempted to fight away the dancing spots of pain in his eyes. When his eyes closed, he wished he had never even blinked. A young, red-headed woman in her early 20s was running up the stairs, holding onto him tightly. Harry watched as she slammed the door behind her and whispered, "It's going to be okay, Harry. You are going to be okay. Mama loves you. Dada loves you." An explosion of sound erupted from behind them, and suddenly he was sitting in a crib. Unable to move more than a few inches, he heard a cold voice say, "Stand aside." "You silly girls, stand aside now." "No, take me instead. Please, I beg of you," the red-headed woman cried. "Avada Kedavra," the man roared, and the woman slumped to the ground in an instant. Suddenly, the wand was pointed in his face now, and a flash of green light tunneled his vision. "Expecto Patronum," a voice cried out, and Harry slumped to the ground. Over and over the green light filled his vision. The death of the red-headed woman played again and again. Harry stared forward at the wall, his eyes seeing nothing, but the vision the Dementor had shown him. The final moment of his parents' lives. The moment Voldemort had killed his family. "Mr. Potter, are you okay? Mr. Potter, can you hear me?" A scruffy man shook Harry back to reality, but the eyes of the teen boy were glassy, and life slowly returned to them as the man cast a warming charm on his body. It took nearly a full minute of being prodded, but Harry slowly returned to reality as he whispered, "My parents." Harry couldn't truly see the expression on the man's face, but it was of absolute horror. When his focus did return, he noted that the middle-aged man had a thin face with a pallor that suggested he didn't get much rest. His eyes were lined with worry, and he looked tired, like he had not slept in days. "Mr. Potter, I need you to eat this. It will make you feel better, I promise," the man said, forcing a piece of food into his hand and assisting Harry to guide it towards his mouth. The food brought some warmth back to Harry's body, and it took a moment to realize he was being fed chocolate. In a whisper, Harry said, "I thought Sirius Black was coming for me. I was going to confront him." "That was a very foolish thing to attempt, Mr. Potter. Mr. Black is a very gifted wizard," the older man said fiercely. A moment passed before he then whispered, "Then again, attacking a Dementor was equally foolish." The black spots began to leave Harry's vision, and when they were completely focused, the only remaining pain was on his throat. When his hand reached up to touch the sensitive area, he winced away at the feeling of shredded skin. The man shook his head. "I fear that is going to scar." Swallowing heavily, Harry attempted to rise to his own feet before appraising the man carefully. "Who are you?" "Remus Lupin," the man introduced. "I will be your new defense against the dark arts professor this year. Are you all right? You really should go see Madame Pomfrey when we return to the castle." "I will be fine," Harry dismissed before taking a look at the hallway down the train, observing that a battle appeared to have taken place. As he did so, he saw many curious faces peering out from their compartments, and he inwardly groaned at the rumors that would follow his fight with the Dementor. "If you insist on avoiding the hospital wing, then I insist you take the rest of this chocolate at the very least." the man demanded, shoving a large packet into Harry's hands. Harry just nodded gratefully, and the man looked at him appraisingly. That was some spell you used on the Dementor. It was what caught my attention that a fight was breaking out. The guards were supposed to just be a routine inspection, but when you put yourself in its path, it took you as a threat. What was that spell? Thinking quickly, Harry shook his head and lied. I don't know. It was intent-based magic. I tried to replicate the feelings that the Dementor made me feel and hoped I could fight fire with fire. Lupin looked thoughtful at his answer before frowning. Well, it was nearly successful, but I fear you made it much angrier than I have ever seen a Dementor. I have never seen one physically attack even the most violent criminals. They usually rely on their kiss to dispel their opponents. What was the spell you used to stop it? Harry asked, hopping to change the topic. The Patronus charm. It is a tricky piece of magic, but it works, the defense professor explained. Nodding in understanding, Harry knew exactly what spell he would begin studying when he returned to Hogwarts. Instead of questioning the man further, Harry shook his head. Thank you for the assistance, Professor, but I think I better return to my compartment. Yes, I am sure your friends are quite worried about you, Remus said consolingly. Harry's body tensed up as the words reverberated through his mind, but he remained silent as he began to make his way back down the express train, heading towards the compartment where he had boarded. As he reached out to slide open the door, a faint, high-pitched female scream echoed in his ears, causing him to freeze in his tracks. It was a sound that he had never been able to forget, the final scream of his mother, Lily Potter, echoing in his memory. His heart sank as he pushed himself into the compartment, a single tear streaming down his cheek. The pain was still fresh, the wound still raw, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing for the love and protection that he had lost. Oh. Taking the turn on the boats that led to his first glance at the Hogwarts castle was a moment Harry would never forget. It had been every bit as mystical and magical as he dreamed of, and following behind Hagrid, the half-giant, up the stairs to the Great Hall was an experience that had him bursting with excitement. Despite his cool exterior, Harry could not wait to begin studying magic. For years, he had been making odd things happen by accident, and now was his chance to truly hone his skills. The other first years had been mumbling about him since they had departed London, and some had even attempted to introduce themselves to the young boy, but each he had given short, cold responses, which led to the growing whispers. Harry had even ignored the Malfoy boy preaching about teaching him who the better families in the wizarding world were, which had not made him popular with the blonde boy or his friends. When they all made their way into the hall, Harry, once again, became enthralled by the magic of the castle when he took in the enchanted ceiling. Name after name was called in the sorting, and when his own was finally called, the hall had gone eerily silent. For each of the other students, mumbles or murmurs followed, but for Harry it had been still. It was as if the hall had been holding their breaths as he approached the magical hat and took a seat. Now aren't you a surprise, young one? I can sense your swirling thoughts and feelings, and what ambition you have. The desire to be great, the desire to make your relatives pay for their mistake in overlooking you. Oh, you would do well in Slytherin, of that there is no doubt. The hat whispered into Harry's ear. Put me where I will be the best, Harry pleaded. If you want to thrive, then there is truly only one place for you, Slytherin. The last word had been announced to the hall, and it was apparent to Harry that the students were surprised. A smattering of applause followed his sorting, and he made his way to the table without a glance behind him. He found a seat that had a few empty spots around it, and sat down in a hurry as the next name was called. He could tell the whispers of his housemates were increasing as he refused to meet their eyes, and he could only hope that he would find a place where he belonged. Oh. Sitting at the Slytherin table after the sorting that evening felt a lot like his first year at Hogwarts. The whispers were as loud as they had ever been as rumors circulated that he had attempted to combat the Dementor with dark magic. Someone from the other compartments must have seen the magic he had attempted to use, but he knew he didn't have a choice. Had his spell not halted the Dementor, there was no telling what may have happened to him. Harry had only delayed the beast long enough for his new professor to come to his rescue. Something had left a bitter taste in his mouth. His neck was still throbbing with pain, but he knew Tom would have a remedy for him when he wrote to him later. Harry knew it would be unwise to not tell his mentor about what had occurred on the train. Besides, he may need someone to teach him the Patronus charm if he was unable to manage it on his own. First day back and already being an attention hound, Potter? A drawling voice asked from nearby, causing Harry to twitch in annoyance. His eyes shifted up to see Draco Malfoy grinning viciously at him, and he just rolled his eyes. I don't know if you can see my neck, Malfoy, but I assure you I did not want to tangle with the beast. Why step out of your compartment, then? A quiet boy in his year, Blaise Zabini, asked. In many ways, the dark-skinned boy resembled Harry's nature. The teen generally remained solitary, and whispers concerning his mother's past had spread since his initial year. On multiple occasions, the pair had worked together solely out of mutual appreciation for each other's taciturn nature. Harry's eyes glanced at the teen in surprise as he looked at Blaise Zabini. He couldn't help but notice that he had filled out over the summer break. While he hadn't grown as much as Harry had, it was clear that the teen had been engaged in some form of athletic activity or had simply experienced a significant growth spurt. Zabini's once slender frame now had a more muscular build, with broader shoulders and a more defined jawline. The change in his appearance was striking, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if something unnatural had prompted it. Perhaps Blaise also dabbled in some ritualistic magic. Harry thought with interest. The Zabini family was old after all, and according to what he had overheard from Pansy Parkinson, a lot of his family was from the continent where magic was less restrictive and more liberal. Making a decision to show a bit of honesty to limit the rumors about him losing his mind and attacking the ministry's guard dog, Harry answered, I thought Sirius Black may have been attacking the train. This silenced everyone around him, and the teen shrugged. I am sure you all have heard by now what he did to my family. I thought he might have been coming to finish the job. The ministry does think that's why he escaped. How would you know what the ministry thinks? Malfoy asked in an obnoxiously loud voice. Because like any good Slytherin, I read between the lines, Malfoy. Harry answered with a roll of his eyes, hopping his lies were convincing. Besides, why do you think the Dementors were there in the first place? They were looking for Black, and I am sure Minister Fudge ordered them there to protect me. Believe me, had I known they were patrolling the train, I would have stayed in my compartment like the rest of you. So your brilliant plan was to confront Sirius Black, a known dark wizard? Pansy Parkinson asked, from Draco's left. Shrugging, Harry said, if he was there for me, hiding was not going to do me any favors. I studied some less-than-friendly curses all summer in case he caught up with me. Hence the magic you keep hearing everyone whispering about. Looks of understanding seemed to pass through a lot of eavesdroppers' faces. Harry, for his part, just shrugged. I may not stand a chance against the man, but he is the reason my parents are dead. If he comes for me, I will make him, and anyone else that stands in my way regret it. These last words were said in an icy cold tone that indicated he wanted the conversation to be over. Draco had scoffed at the end of his declaration, and Harry could only hope that his words made it back to the professors, particularly Dumbledore. Harry believed it would be far more beneficial for Dumbledore to assume he was researching curses as a means of self-defense against Sirius Black, rather than the truth. No one could reasonably expect him to cower in fear of the man, and this explanation would also account for his personal growth over the summer. If Dumbledore or Snape were to inquire, he would inform them that he had dedicated most of his time during the summer to studying in preparation for a potential confrontation. While they might disapprove and advise against it, Harry's reasoning was understandable. It was a rationale that he would hold on to for the foreseeable future. As Harry pushed his food around his plate, feeling a mix of frustration and boredom, he noticed the suspicious eye of Daphne Greengrass. She sat next to a younger girl, who initially appeared to be her twin if not for the subtle age difference. Their shared blue eyes were strikingly similar, yet even with a brief glance, Harry could discern that the younger girl radiated a kinder and gentler disposition in contrast to her ill-tempered sister. While Daphne's face often bore a neutral and aloof expression, this younger girl's features seemed to possess a natural softness. Curiosity piqued. Harry glanced up and met the girl's gaze, offering her a slight nod before returning to his meal. As he looked back at her, he noticed that she was patiently listening to her little sister and Tracy Davis exchange playful barbs, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Harry couldn't help but shake his head, reflecting on the Slytherin house's tendency to attract a diverse range of first-years this year. He hoped against hope that he wouldn't encounter another overly enthusiastic and inquisitive individual like Colin Creevey within his own house. Oh. Once Harry had returned to the Slytherin common room, he drew the curtains down with a few flicks of his wand, sat up in his bed, and began his studies for the evening. None of his other professors had confronted him about his encounter with the Dementors, but the other students had begun their whispers about his willingness to confront Sirius Black and the dark magic he had used on the Express. In the dormitory, Harry intently watched his housemates retire to bed and drift off to sleep. Once they were all settled, he retrieved the new notebook gifted to him by Tom. The book's pages were filled with fine, blank parchment. Harry reached for a quill from his nightstand and started inscribing. Master Harry wrote carefully, and then pressed his wand to the nice linen paper and watched his ink vanish. Time elapsed as Harry let out a sigh, pushing the book away from his legs and resuming his studies by placing a different book onto his lap. Unsure of the duration that passed, he soon felt warmth radiating from his legs and his gaze drifted upwards, catching sight of another word replacing his own on the paper. Apprentice. Harry read the word, and his heart seemed to speed up with exhilaration. He had no idea why he doubted the invention of his master, but the thrill of what he was doing and what would happen if he were caught made him nearly shake with excitement. Thinking on what he should write next, he decided to keep it short and sweet. I was attacked by a Dementor tonight. This time a response came much faster, nearly instant. Tell me everything. Harry quickly delved into the story, sending him a few phrases at a time to give his mentor something to read. When he was finished, he glanced at the lock and realized it was getting much later than he intended. By the time a new message appeared, Harry had nearly dozed off. You were wise to use the spell you did. It was created along my path to enslave them to my will. I will teach you my spell. Harry waited for more messages, but none came. For reasons unknown to him, he felt compelled to tell Tom what he saw. When they attacked me, I saw the memory of Voldemort killing my parents. Harry was careful not to accuse the man of killing his mum and dad. It may have been true in a sense, but he did his best to avoid those thoughts, especially in his current state. He didn't have to wait long for his next answer. Avoid them until then at all cost. They are formidable foes, and will sense the dark magic lingering from your scar, as well as the dark memories you have experienced. They will be drawn to you like a moth to the flame. The Dementors will learn to fear my apprentice, as they feared me. No further messages had graced the pages of his new book, and with each passing moment, a surge of euphoria washed over him. The thought of making the Dementors, those ghastly creatures that fed on happiness, pay for the torment they had inflicted upon him filled him with a fierce determination. Clutching the diary tightly in his hands, Harry carefully slid it beneath his pillow. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind, telling him that there would be no more communication from Tom. Memories of his mother's desperate pleas echoed in the back of his mind as he drifted into an uneasy slumber. The cold, hollow voices of the Dementors seemed to whisper to him throughout the night, reminding him of their cruel power. They had forced him to relive some of his most painful experiences, dragging him back to moments of unspeakable horror. The echoes of his mother's voice, filled with anguish and pleading, haunted his dreams. As dawn approached, Harry awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. The cold echoes of his mother's pleas still lingered in his mind, but they now served as a source of resolve rather than a reminder of his vulnerability. Harry knew that he had to be brave, not just for himself, but for all those who had been affected by the Dementors' cruelty. With newfound determination, Harry opened his eyes and focused on the memory of his mother's sacrifice. He drew upon her strength and courage, knowing that she would want him to fight back against those who would attempt to harm him. As the first rays of sunlight peeked through the curtains, Harry's resolve solidified. He would not let the Dementors win. Instead, he would make them pay. Chapter 9. Harry Potter sat in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, a frustrated grimace etched across his youthful features. The new term had commenced over a week ago, yet the persistent whispers surrounding him had only intensified. His once unruly black hair, now sleek and obsidian, glistened under the candlelight, contrasting sharply with his pale complexion. His green eyes, usually filled with mischief and determination, held a hint of exasperation. The rumors had started soon after the summer break, when Harry returned to Hogwarts looking remarkably different. Gone was the scrawny, bespectacled boy of previous years. In his place stood a lean, young man with a chiseled jawline and a commanding presence. The change had been so drastic that some students had initially struggled to recognize him. At first, the murmurs had been hushed speculations, shared in hushed tones between friends. However, as the days passed, the whispers grew louder and more audacious. Some students had even gone so far as to accuse Harry of practicing ritualistic magic, their imaginations running wild with tales of dark rituals and forbidden secrets. They would all likely have a heart attack if they knew the truth. Harry understood the curiosity that surrounded him. After all, the transformation he had undergone was undeniable. Yet, he found the constant speculation and scrutiny deeply unsettling. He had never been one to seek attention, preferring instead to keep his head down and focus on his studies. Now, it seemed, he had become the subject of Hogwarts's latest gossip once again. That morning, it had begun as soon as he sat down in the hall for breakfast. He could hear a group of fourth-year Ravenclaw girls, led by Cho Chang, whispering about his new appearance, and he tried not to flush when one giggled, saying that they liked the mysterious new appearance. Clenching his knife and fork harder than necessary, Harry stabbed at his breakfast aggressively and thought of what Tom had written him the night before. Initially, Harry had been instructed to check out a book on Dementors, but after a visit to the library, he had determined that there was already quite a long list of Ravenclaws that had beaten him to the request. He had been tempted to confound the current owner of the book and convince them they lost it, but the risk didn't quite outweigh the reward. Instead, he had written to Flourish and Blots using Hedwig and had received the book by the end of the week. In the quiet solitude of his room, a teenage boy with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge embarked on a weekend-long odyssey, immersing himself in the limited information he could find on Dementors. It seemed the jailers of Azkaban were particularly elusive and shrouded in mystery. Fact and fiction intertwined when it came to Dementors. While their chilling effects on those who succumbed to their ghastly kiss were undeniable, the origins and nature of these creatures remained a subject of intense speculation. Some whispered tales of their emergence from the depths of forgotten nightmares, while others believed they were remnants of ancient, malevolent entities. The teen's fascination with Dementors grew as he delved deeper into the labyrinthine depths of their history. With each passing hour, his understanding of Dementors plateaued, and it seemed that there were not many facts left to uncover. Despite reading the book thoroughly, Harry's knowledge of the facts remained limited. When he revealed this to Tom, the man responded, "Now you can comprehend the scarcity of information I had when I embarked on my quest to vanquish and enslave their kind." Initially, the teen had been puzzled by this, but the next message made Harry quite nervous. "Meet me in the Chamber of Secrets on Monday night. Wear your father's cloak, and do not let anyone get in your way." The prospect of encountering Tom in the Chamber of Secrets once more filled Harry with a profound sense of trepidation. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would befall him if he were to be caught venturing into the concealed chamber. While Professor Dumbledore had seemingly accepted Harry's explanation and believed his innocence, Harry couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that a shred of doubt lingered in the wise headmaster's mind. This doubt, like a dormant seed, could potentially transform into incriminating evidence should Harry's covert activities be discovered. The stakes were simply too high for Harry to risk being apprehended. However, amidst this turmoil of emotions, Harry found solace in the unwavering reliability of his invisibility cloak. It was his most trusted ally, capable of rendering him completely invisible, even to the keen magical perception of Tom. The young Dark Lord, with his burgeoning power, might well have developed his own means of achieving invisibility. Otherwise, Harry suspected he would have coveted it immensely, seeking to possess it for his nefarious purposes. In spite of his attempts to blend in, the weight of his guilt became increasingly burdensome. The whispers of lies from students had once been effortless to dismiss, even scoffed at. However, the truth had now spread, yet the individuals who mattered most remained unconvinced. Even if they held suspicions, they refrained from confronting him, leaving him in a state of uneasy anticipation. In his first week of classes, the young Slytherin, Harry, demonstrated remarkable progress, particularly in areas involving practical application of magic. His talent was evident, drawing attention from even the less perceptive students. This budding proficiency would inevitably catch the eye of Dumbledore, and it was already apparent that Snape had taken notice, his beady eyes constantly fixated on Harry. Harry had done his best to avoid the gaze of his head of house, but he knew the first time they locked eyes, which seemed inevitable, Snape would know that he had been practicing the mind arts. This would be their first sign that something had truly changed about the third-year student over the holidays, and Harry only hoped they didn't dig too deeply. At the breakfast table, his gaze swept across the room, noticing that Malfoy's loyal followers kept stealing glances in his direction. However, they were not the only ones. Daphne Greengrass had been eyeing him suspiciously since the first day, but he chose to ignore them all. Another who seemed to have developed a sudden interest in him was Blaise Zabini. During a few classes where they were paired together, he could almost hear the question the young teen longed to ask. However, each time, Harry simply shook his head and continued with their work, refusing to address the unspoken query. Emerging from lunch, Harry knew it was time to get a move on with his day. His stomach felt satisfied, but his mind was already racing ahead, anticipating the boring afternoon that lay before him. As Harry rose from his seat, he engaged autopilot mode, allowing his well-honed Hogwarts routine to guide him through the corridors. He had a double potions period looming over him, a subject that had always been the driest form of magic in his opinion. After that, he would have to endure an hour of history of magic, a class that seemed to consist mostly of endless dates and names to memorize. Finally, he would wrap up the day with herbology, a class that was usually enjoyable but could be quite taxing on his patience, especially when dealing with stubborn, venomous tentacula plants. A heavy sigh escaped Harry's lips as he considered the challenges that awaited him. He knew that he should not slack off or daydream during any of these classes, as each one was essential for his education and his future as a wizard. With a determined nod, he quickened his pace, eager to get to potions and start chipping away at the mountain of busy work that lay ahead. Despite practicing occlumency, Harry's impatience grew as the day seemed to crawl by. Boredom filled his lessons, but the prospect of learning something unique and obscure, possibly unknown to anyone else at Hogwarts or beyond, quickened his heart as he anticipated the after-hours meeting with his mentor. As midnight passed, Harry stealthily donned his father's cloak and ventured towards the castle's second floor. At this late hour, only the ghosts seemed to roam the corridors, as even the portraits appeared to be slumbering peacefully. Harry felt fortunate to have been accustomed to the dark since his early days. From his earliest memories confined to a cupboard, darkness had been his unwavering ally. For most, navigating the castle in this obscurity would have been daunting, but Harry navigated it with effortless grace. Upon reaching the girls' bathroom, he kept his cloak on and softly hissed in Parseltongue, triggering the entrance to reveal itself. Harry had half expected an appearance from Moaning Myrtle, but luck appeared to be on his side as there were no signs of the deranged ghost. When the sink split, Harry's heart was practically in his throat. The last time he had entered the Chamber of Secrets, there was a moment that he was almost certain he would never see the light of day again. When he was at the mercy of Tom Riddle, it seemed like he would be taking his last breaths, but instead, he rose from the chambers, terrified but renewed. He just had not known it at the time. Going down the stairs, descending in the darkness, felt like a bad case of déjà vu. He could hardly say that he went forth confidently knowing that Slytherin's heir was there to greet him peacefully, but nonetheless, he made the journey. Stepping over massive snake skins, he attempted to reaffirm his resolve. He also knew with certainty that Tom would not tolerate cowardice in this situation, which gave him the necessary strength to continue on into the chamber. With apprehension, he glared at the barrier that denied him entry to the chamber he observed. He couldn't help but wonder what fate awaited him. When the door slid open, an intense heat engulfed him. Stepping into the chamber, he encountered a massive, fiery serpent. Its size rivaled that of the formidable basilisk. In the center of the room, where Harry had once fought his mentor for his life, stood Tom, his countenance etched with unwavering focus. With relentless determination, Tom unleashed torrents of fire from his wand. When he ceased, he raised his wand like a conductor, summoning the flames to surge toward him. In horror, Harry watched as the white-hot fire came searing toward Tom. The flames danced and flickered, casting an eerie glow upon the surroundings. Tom, however, stood tall and unyielding, his eyes fixed upon the approaching inferno. There was no fear in his gaze, only a steely determination. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he witnessed Tom's unwavering resolve. He had never seen such courage in the face of such danger. As the fire drew closer, Harry's mind raced, trying to comprehend how Tom could remain so calm and collected. But Tom was no ordinary man. His mentor had faced countless trials and tribulations throughout his life. This was just another obstacle in his path, and he was determined to overcome it. As the fire enveloped Tom, Harry braced himself for something extraordinary, and to his astonishment, Tom remained unharmed. The flames danced around him, but they could not touch him. Harry realized that Tom possessed an extraordinary power, something that mere mortals dreamed of. Suddenly, Tom raised his hand, and the fire obeyed his command. The flames parted, revealing Tom standing unscathed in their midst. He was like a dark phoenix rising from the ashes, stronger and more resilient than ever before. Harry stared in wonder as Tom emerged from the fire. He had witnessed something truly remarkable, something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. This was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. A sense of awe washed over Harry. He had always been fascinated by magic, but this was something else entirely. He could feel the raw, untamed energy radiating from the fire, and he knew that if he could control it, he would possess a weapon of unimaginable power. I want that, Harry thought in awe, the power to control something so ferocious. Harry could feel the dark magic leaking from the fire. Whatever it was not simply spouts of flames. It was raw and untamed. The air seemed to crackle with magic around it. The ground seemed to tremble under Harry's feet, and this told him the flames were cursed in some way. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the fire before him. He had never seen flames like these before. The fire was a deep, dark red, and it seemed to dance and writhe as if it were alive. The air around it was thick with magic, and the ground beneath Harry's feet trembled slightly. He knew instinctively that these flames were different, that they held a power he had never encountered before. Harry could only imagine the damage this type of fire could cause. Even from a distance, the heat seems unbearable. It felt like it was beginning to sear his skin and fill his lungs with acrid smoke. Yet amidst the chaos, there was a perverse sense of exhilaration, a thrill that came from wielding such destructive power. Each wave of Tom's wand seemed to direct the fiery beast, guiding it with a mixture of awe and domination. Harry could only imagine that the slightest misstep could spell your doom. The flames danced and roared, and Tom seemed to be in a deadly sway with the fire. His eyes, however, flicked towards Harry, and with a roar of exertion, Tom ripped it aside, lowering his wand objectively, and Harry watched as the flames began to dissipate. When the flames were clear, Tom smiled in triumph, before turning to his apprentice. "Good evening, Harry. Or is it a good morning at this hour?" Harry didn't answer the inquiry. Instead, he walked towards the man slack-jawed and asked the first question that came to his mind. "What was that?" "The cursed flames," Tom said with a hint of reverence in his tone. "It is a spell of ultimate control and power, a spell that was designed to reduce any enemy population to zero. Fiendfire." Swallowing hard, Harry could only imagine how powerful Tom must feel in that moment, because Harry could only feel tiny in comparison. It was amazing to watch, Master. One day I will teach it to you, Tom promised. When you are older and in ultimate control over your magic. It is a battle of wills when you summon these flames. The loss of control would cost you, and any allies around you, their lives. There are few in the world that could hope to stop it once the caster is in control. Harry had heard the stories of Lord Voldemort's power. He had heard how he was one of the most feared dark wizards of the last century. Now, however, his mouth was dry at the sight of the man's might. He could understand the fear of his enemies. Seeing a demonstration of the man's power was an example of why so many had bent their knee to the heir of Slytherin. He was in awe of what the man had conjured, and even after the flames had been dispelled, he could feel the magical saturation of his creation. This was what real power looked like. Now tonight we aren't here to learn and study the cursed flames. Instead, I am going to teach you a spell that is entrenched in the dark arts, Tom said with a small, sinister smile on his face. Striding to stand in front of Harry, he turned to face the boy with his hands casually behind his back. This spell may not rival Fiendfire in power, but it is very powerful nonetheless. One that cannot only harm Dementors, but horrifically kill your enemies. It is my magnum opus of spell creation from my youth, one that cemented very powerful allies to my cause. Harry could feel his magic hum in anticipation, and subconsciously his wand had gone to his hand. He was overzealous to learn the spell, and the way he hung on to his mentor's every word made the man smirk. I have already taught you the incantation, Tom said in a soft voice, stepping closer to Harry, but now I will teach you the spell's true power. With a turn of his back, Tom held out the wand that once belonged to Ginny Weasley, and he flicked his arm in an outward motion. Morty's Umbra. As the lights in the Chamber of Secrets dimmed, darkness enveloped the room like a thick, suffocating fog. A chilling sensation crept into Harry's bones, contrasting starkly with the inspirational power he had felt from the cursed flames, symbols of Fiendfire. Now, with every movement of his eyes, Harry sensed the presence of death. In a sudden turn of events, a shadowy tendril lashed out, ensnaring Harry's wrist that lacked his wand. It jerked downward, as if he was being chained. Panic-stricken, Harry cried out and attempted to retaliate with his wand, but another tendril swiftly seized his wand wrist, yanking it down. Tom, what is this? Harry asked with fear in his voice. The spell's power, the man said simply. Do not worry, Harry, you will not be harmed. Just relax. In a desperate attempt to survey his surroundings and observe the activities of the gathered shadows, Harry found himself hindered. Suddenly, a cold hand gripped the back of his neck, compelling him to face Tom. Simultaneously, a forceful blow struck the back of his knee, causing him to stumble forward. As he tried to regain his balance, another force exerted pressure on his shoulders, pushing him down to a single knee. Overwhelmed by a sense of panic, tears streamed down Harry's face. Confusion clouded his mind as fear and desperation surged through him. The struggle to breathe became unbearable, and a sob threatened to escape. However, before he could give in to his emotions, the overwhelming feelings dissipated, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As the horrid feeling gradually subsided, Harry took deep breaths. Lying on his back, he stared at the chamber's ceiling, gasping for air. It was worse than being held under the Cruciatus curse. Granted, Harry had only experienced the curse for a moment, but the indescribable pain was somehow surpassed by the feeling that all hope was lost and that death was encroaching upon him. Are you all right, Harry? Tom asked with a tone that Harry didn't recognize. The world was still spinning, but Harry swallowed hard, as if he had not had water in days, and found the strength to sit up. Looking at Tom in disbelief, Harry asked in a soft voice, "Why did you do that?" "To teach a lesson," Tom said firmly. "A hard one, but it will help you. I would not have done so out of pleasure. You needed to feel what the spell could do to a human. Death's shadow burns the creatures of the night, the darkest creatures known to wizard kind. This spell is essentially what a Dementor's kiss would feel like. If I hadn't released it, the pain would have only increased exponentially." Still trying to rein in his breathing, Harry asked quietly, "How did you create this spell? How did you know what the kiss would feel like? Raising back to his feet, Tom sighed. Hundreds, if not thousands of hours of studying. I found a lot of my research in Slytherin's personal library. There were many books left behind, and as one of the old potions professor's favorites, I was given unlimited access to the restricted section. I once told you that Hogwarts' collection of books was world-class, and I delved into the deepest corners of it. I read first-hand accounts of unspeakables, and even those who had survived close encounters with the Dementors. I had hopes of using their power from the time I learned of them at your age. When I created this spell, it was a powerful weapon to use against my enemies and created new allies. From the depths of his robes, Tom extracted 2 diminutive vials, extending them towards Harry. "Don't say I never did anything for you," he remarked. "These vials hold the power to reverse the spell's effects and restore your strength. You will require it for the upcoming endeavor." Carefully, Harry took the vial with shaking hands. One of the vials looked like a pepper-up potion that Harry had seen in his classes since his first year, while the other was a dark, sinister red. Taking the red potion first, he felt a fire in his lungs that spread to his whole body in seconds. The cold chill dissipated with the help of the potion, and when his mentor encouraged him to take the second potion, his strength began to return instantly. Taking a deep breath, Harry shuddered one last time, and then watched in shock as Tom offered a hand to help him back to his feet. Gratefully, the younger teen accepted the help, and Tom put a strong hand on his shoulder and clenched it in a way that nearly hurt. "I will push you harder than anyone else ever has. In our time together, I may even hurt you, but you are my apprentice. I assure you that no lasting harm will befall you during my teachings. Trust in me. I promise to make you great. I promise to give you the strength to make those who wronged you bow before you. I will continue to uphold my promises. You will give me everything you have, and then I will take more, because that is how I will keep my promise." Harry felt his stomach clench, but he nodded gratefully. "I understand, Master." Tom clapped his shoulder strongly and moved away. "Good. Now let's work through this, because this lesson does not just apply to this spell we are working on, but to many different branches of magic. When I taught you this spell as a gateway to the dark arts, you quite successfully managed to replicate what the feeling is when in the presence of a Dementor. Now, what do you think the difference between the version of the spell you did is versus the version of the spell I did?" Harry didn't even have to think about it, as he answered what he thought was a simple question. "The power of the caster." "No," Tom said simply, then sharply replied with, "When I ask a question, I expect you to give it more thought. Now try again." Harry's eyebrows furrowed as he considered his words. If the incantation was the same, then why else could the spells be so impossibly different? The power of the caster had to play some kind of factor. Trying to gauge some sort of reaction from his mentor, he asked, "You taught me that most magic is about intent. I, however, have learned that the Patronus charm is based on emotion. When I cast the spell against the Dementor the first time, I was just trying to replicate the feeling they were making me feel. But as I became angrier, I wanted them to suffer, but that wasn't enough to harm them. Is it the same concept? Is it about the emotion I feel when I cast the spell?" Grinning now, Tom nodded his head. "Precisely. I too studied the Patronus charm in an attempt to find my answers, and it was through my studies that I evolved this curse. The Patronus charm requires joy, and not just your ability to feel it. You need to truly feel the power of the light and happiness. You need to experience your most positive emotions in live time, and then push them into your spell. For Morty's Umbra, you need to do the opposite." Tom walked a half-circle around Harry till he was behind the teen and whispered, "You will need to reach into the darkest depths of your heart to create what I have, Harry. Find the most horrible moments of your childhood and use them to guide your strength. Not only will you need to reach down in there, but you will need to pull it back up with you. You will need to experience the horror, the pain, the fear, and then release it on your enemies. That is partly why I made you experience the spell personally. To teach you what it would take. Reliving and recreating memories like those come at a price. If you are strong enough to pay it, you will wreak devastation to those that would harm you." Harry considered his mentor's words and began to search through his mind. There were dark moments, but he wasn't so certain he could create what Tom had. He was not sure he was ready to go to such horrible places. "You've been rejected all your life, Harry." Tom said fiercely. "The other children hated you and punished you because you were unworthy, a freak. If you had them at wand point now, what would you do to them? Would you forgive them like the old fool wants, or would you make them suffer?" Harry gripped his wand a little harder now, and fetched onto the anger he felt at Tom's words. Morty's Umbra. It was nothing like what Tom had cast. The spell may have been more powerful than what he had used on the Dementor, but it was nothing in comparison to the Dark Lords. He had said the spell wasn't about power. Why could he not do this? Your own classmates detest you. You have not got a single friend in the entire school. They mutter about you behind your back, attacked you when you were weak and defenseless. You are not defenseless now, are you? I am not wasting my time on a little boy, am I? Morty's Umbra, Harry shouted, and the effect was instantaneous. Darkness descended upon the room, and the shadows grew thicker. While it still fell short of Tom's abilities, the spell successfully conjured shadows. Humanoid creatures started to materialize around the room, and a sinister cackling echoed from somewhere behind him. "Control it, Harry," Tom commanded. "You are better than all of them. You are my apprentice. Just make them feel what you did." In a burst of fury, Harry's mind flashed back to various instances of mistreatment. He vividly recalled Dudley's relentless kicks as he lay on the ground, surrounded by laughter. The memory of his Uncle Vernon's harsh blow on his birthday still stung. He remembered the ganging up by Marcus Flint and the older Slytherins during his first year at Hogwarts. The pain from those experiences was still palpable. With a flick of his wand, the spell was unleashed, fueled by the intensity of his emotions. As the cold and destructive force of his spell tore the chamber apart before him, a triumphant roar filled Harry's ears. Despair and power surged through his veins. "Pull it back now, Harry! End the spell!" Tom yelled urgently. As Harry delved deeper into his memories, he found himself engulfed by the tumultuous emotions of the past. The accusations and suspicions that had once plagued him at Hogwarts resurfaced, stirring up feelings of anger and resentment. He could vividly recall the frustration of being labeled the heir of Slytherin, a title that carried with it the weight of suspicion and mistrust. The injustice he felt gnawed at his core, and he could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal. The memories enveloped him like a suffocating fog, transporting him back to the dark days when his every move was scrutinized and his character questioned. He relived the whispers and stares, the isolation and loneliness that had become his constant companions. The pain of being misunderstood and wrongfully accused was palpable, and the rage that had once burned brightly within him flared up once more. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, and his fists clenched as he struggled to reconcile the past with the present. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, as if he was reliving those harrowing moments all over again. The memories were too vivid, too real, and they threatened to consume him entirely. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, Harry yearned for solace and understanding. He longed to confide in someone, to share the burden of his memories and seek guidance. But the weight of his past seemed insurmountable, and he feared that no one could truly grasp the depth of his pain. As the memories continued to flood his mind, Harry knew he had to confront them head-on. He couldn't allow them to control him or define his present. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to embrace his past, to learn from it, and to move forward with newfound resilience and determination. The spell continued to grow as if it was spiraling out of control, and Harry suddenly began to feel the pressure as if the Dementor was once again upon him. He could hardly even register the world around him, but Tom's voice spoke into his mind. "Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. That's the only way you are meant to become, who you are meant to be." Snapping his wand in a downward spiral, Harry broke the connection from the spell, gasping for breath, and Tom clapped his hands together one time immediately. "Well done, Harry. Well done." Hunching over his knees, Harry blinked back the tears of all the horrible memories that had flashed through his mind. He refused, however, to let them fall in the face of his triumph. "I almost lost control." "You did lose control," Tom said pointedly, "but you stole it back. That's what matters." "Would it have destroyed a Dementor? Hurt one?" Harry asked through his lost breath. "I'm not sure if it would have killed them, but in my prime, I theorized the spell had that capability, Tom stated solemnly. Controlling the shadows long enough to consume the beasts was key. Initially, the spell had limitations, but through practice, I surpassed them. When I enslaved the Dementors, I may have killed a few as an example. However, I cannot recall for certain. These words seemed to trouble and frustrate Tom. Harry knew it would not be wise to push the topic. Instead, he took a seat right there on the chamber floor in exhaustion. Tom, for his part, merely conjured a chair and took a seat across from him. Do not attempt the spell again without me. This will need some delicate practice. If you lose control, I will wrestle it back under my command. Yes, Master, Harry promised, not really looking forward to casting it again, but knowing he was successful did cause a little optimism. Looking to change the topic as he rested, Harry asked, "How did you get in the castle anyways?" "I delved into the secrets of the castle more than any before me," Tom boasted, "mostly in search of the chamber, but I discovered many secret passageways in and out of the school. I picked one that dropped me off just outside the second-floor bathrooms and disguised myself perfectly as I entered the chamber." "I can imagine that was quite risky," Harry said with a sigh. "This troubles you?" Tom asked with furrowed brows. "I was just hoping that perhaps the chamber was here before Hogwarts had the anti-apparition wards put in place. I thought it would be easier for us to continue our training if that was the case," Harry explained. "I am thrilled you are tackling your studies with such enthusiasm, but I fear we will have to work with the limited time we have when we have it. I will not enter Hogwarts too often because it is not time for me to be discovered. The more my power grows, the easier Dumbledore will detect me, invisible or not," Tom said, expounding on his reasoning. "I understand, Master," Harry said dutifully. "It would be wise to find some training partners, some that are closer to your skill level and even lesser for your own growth and confidence," Tom advised. A storm of emotions brewed inside Harry at the suggestion. Tom knew he had no allies inside the castle and was not sure why the young Dark Lord had even suggested the idea. As if reading his mind, Tom sighed. "You must begin to gather some allies, Harry. The world is going to stand against you, and while there are those of us, like you and I, who can stand above the rest, it is best not to do it alone. We cannot be all-knowing or be everywhere at once. There is a reason I commanded so many followers in my prime. I began that journey at Hogwarts. You need to begin doing the same." Harry's eyebrows knitted together. Why didn't we speak of this over the holidays? Shrugging, Tom shook his head. "I didn't think you were ready. I still don't. However, I want you to have a year head start on me. You will after all have me guiding you, so I fully expect your skills to rival mine in comparison when you are in your final year at Hogwarts, to when I was head boy. Start building connections now, and you will thank me later for it." Harry was obviously not sold on the idea, so Tom shook his head and tried a different approach. "You know of my goals. I wish for the wizarding kind to come out of hiding, to take their rightful place in society at the top of the food chain. There are billions of muggles out there that would rather die than allow that to happen. No matter how superior our power is, we cannot fight this many alone." "Sounds like a bloodbath," Harry whispered. "Some will fight to the last man, woman, or child." Tom placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, speaking directly to the teen now. "To build a really better world sometimes means having to tear the old one down, and that makes enemies. Those people that call you dirty because you got the guts to stick your hands in the mud. Those are the ones that will stand in our way, the ones we will have to extinguish first." "I understand, Master. You have given me a lot to think about," Harry said with a released breath. Tom nodded in satisfaction. "As my apprentice, I will set many challenges for you. Not all of them will be magical in nature. Consider this one of those challenges. Imagine how we can accomplish my goals and make you the greatest wizard possible at the same time. That is how we will keep each other happy and on the same side. Forever." The way the man said forever sent a chill down Harry's spine. He had no intention of following Tom's path to immortality, but their blood pact was binding. For as long as Harry lived, he would be subservient to the man in a way. If it made him great, however, he would continue on the path. "You should get some rest, Harry," Tom consoled. "I know how draining this type of spell work can be. There are some books I brought you from Gaunt Manor. They are enchanted to look like some of your textbooks and will help you with truly understanding Dementors on a deeper level. If you are discovered, say you purchased them from Borgin and Burke's, but do your best to guard them carefully." Nodding gratefully, Harry offered the man a slight bow of his head. Turning his back on the man, he wished him a good night, and Tom merely dipped his head in return. As he began to exit the chamber, Tom called out to him one last time, "Harry." As Harry faced the young Dark Lord, whose short, dark, wavy hair caught his attention, he cast an inquiring gaze back at Tom, who asserted his position with an air of finality. "We are strong enough to have it all. We cannot be too weak to take it." Chapter 10. The next day, Harry was exhausted. Tom had worked him hard with the new and improved version of his spell, and when they said farewells, there was hardly any time to get a wink of sleep. He dragged himself through his morning classes, and when Harry finished his lunch, he rose from the hall and departed, leaving the whispers behind him. While he was in his exhausted state, he could hardly stand the looks and was quick to depart after a small bite to eat. In early September, Hogwarts grounds were always blessed with pleasant weather. Harry felt the gentle breeze and warm sunlight wash over him, invigorating his spirits. He decided that spending time outdoors would be the perfect antidote to his morning exhaustion. With a spring in his step, Harry made his way across the sprawling lawns, his robes billowing behind him. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sound of birdsong echoed through the trees. Harry breathed deeply, savoring the tranquility of the moment. It was a far cry from the sinister magic he had been working on just a few hours before. It was a relief to the soul to be in the presence of such peace, and he embraced it, grateful to see another beautiful day. His destination was Hagrid's hut, located on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry couldn't help but wonder what surprises awaited them in their second lesson. The first lesson had been so exciting, he knew his professor would have difficulty following it up. As Harry neared Hagrid's hut, an unusual commotion caught his attention. A sizable cluster of students had gathered around the entrance, their animated chatter creating a buzz in the air. Intrigued, Harry hastened his steps and took a position at the back of the crowd, eager to unravel the mystery. It seemed that the excitement had merely carried over from their first lesson, and Harry had a small grin on his face as recounted the day from earlier in the week. "Oh." With compassion, Harry watched the half-giant stumble through the introduction to his class. Among all the teachers and individuals the teenager detested, Hagrid was near the bottom of his list of people he wished to hex. In a way, Hagrid was the first to reveal to Harry that he was destined for greatness. "This boy has had his name down since he was born. He's going to the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, and he will study under the finest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen, Albus Dumbledore." The confirmation Harry craved, assuring him of his exceptional nature, had been confirmed that day. He now stood among the elite students of his time, apprenticing under a legendary wizard who had been revered and feared as one of the most powerful in the past century. The catalyst for this extraordinary journey began with Hagrid, something he would never forget. Upon learning the circumstances surrounding Hagrid's birth from his fellow Slytherins, Harry's immediate reaction was one of revulsion. The concept of a creature and a wizard mating and producing offspring struck him as unnatural. It was during this encounter that Harry first encountered the term half-breed. While the other Slytherins downplayed the severity of the term, Harry sensed its profound implications. Despite acknowledging the kindness possessed by creatures like Hagrid and Flitwick, he couldn't deny the truth embedded in the statement. The union between a creature and a wizard was seen as an abomination. During the summer, Harry and Tom had an in-depth discussion about half-breeds, but the Dark Lord primarily focused on their utility. Tom emphasized that some Hogwarts students might look down upon Hagrid and Professor Flitwick due to their ancestry, but their magical abilities were undeniable. In a magical combat, they could easily defeat not only all of the students, but also the majority of their parents. Tom believed that power was the true measure of a person's character, regardless of their heritage. With nervous whispers filling the air, the half-giant led the group of third-year students to the forest's edge. However, Harry followed closely behind, eager to see what magical creatures Hagrid had tamed. He couldn't help but recall his first year when Draco had complained in the common room about being stuck in detention with Filch due to spying on Longbottom, Granger, and Weasley. According to the arrogant blonde, the trio was helping Hagrid smuggle a baby dragon out of the castle, and knowing Hagrid's nature, Harry couldn't completely dismiss the story. Now Harry watched in anticipation, wondering if they were about to come face to face with something spectacular. While it wasn't a dragon, Harry was no less awed by the creatures that stood before the gathered group of students. A pack of around half a dozen hippogriffs stood in the clearing, each grazing around slowly for food, but now watching the arriving students with trepidation. That trepidation, however, was put aside as Hagrid tossed several ferrets in the direction of the animals as he began his instruction. They had learned all about the winged horse-like creatures, and when Hagrid asked for a volunteer on who would like to approach them, the class had frozen. When the half-giant looked disheartened by the lack of willing participants, Harry began walking towards the professor. "I'll give it a try, Professor." Hagrid lit up like a Christmas tree when Harry volunteered and motioned for the third-year Slytherin to join him at his side. When the two stood shoulder to stomach, Hagrid leaned over and whispered instructions. "All right, Buckbeak there is one of the more docile of the pack. Try giving him a soft approach. Offer him a bow and see if he bows back." "And if he doesn't?" Harry asked nearly breathlessly as the creature locked eyes with him challengingly. Shrugging, the professor smiled. "We will get to that later." Frowning at the instructions, Harry nodded and began to move forward to address the creature. When he heard Hagrid's instruction to bow, he did so, and the hippogriff looked at him thoughtfully before returning it. What followed was magical. Harry was given the chance to pet the creature, but did put his foot down when Hagrid attempted to get him to mount the beast. Hagrid hardly let his good spirits sway, however, and promised to push Harry further the next time he encountered Buckbeak. At the end of the lesson, he would never forget Hagrid's large smile when he said, "I never believed a word they say about you, Harry. Not one." Oh. It wasn't uncommon for the teachers to comment on Harry's skill with a wand. Most of them did. To hear the person who introduced him to the magical world say something kind about his character, however, had warmed him to the half-giant and reminded himself of Tom's words about power. In his research, Harry delved into the intriguing world of half-giants, discovering that they possessed remarkable spell resistance. Their magical abilities often matched, and sometimes even surpassed, those of their normal-sized counterparts. One such half-giant caught Harry's attention, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, the prestigious French magical school. According to the article, she was a gifted magical marvel. Combining her spell resistance with her enchanting charms abilities, she undoubtedly posed a formidable foe to any that might cross her. Despite being aware of Hagrid's limited magical abilities, Harry acknowledged that the half-giant possessed immense physical strength, capable of easily overpowering and injuring anyone who dared to provoke or harm him. This realization, coupled with the faith that Hagrid placed in him, motivated Harry to uphold his commitment to excel in care of magical creatures class, determined to continue giving his best efforts in the subject. Luckily, Hagrid led the class back to the same clearing they had last encountered the hippogriffs last time, and found the pack waiting on them. This time, however, Hagrid was passing out ferrets to a few brave volunteers, Harry chief among them, to feed the beasts. Shrugging, Harry approached Buckbeak with a slight grin on his face and immediately tossed the large creature, a dead ferret. After Buckbeak had finished with his ferret, the large creature approached the third-year Slytherin and greeted Harry with a push of his head into the teen's shoulder, nearly knocking him over. This caused Harry to chuckle softly and patted the beasts on the face. "You're not so bad, Buckbeak." "May I feed him?" a soft, nervous voice asked behind him. Harry turned to see Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise Zabini standing nervously behind him, while the other Slytherins appeared to be doing their best to avoid the creatures like the plague. Meanwhile, several Gryffindors were catching on and were leading the other houses to do the same. The teen was surprised by her question and merely stared at her for a moment before Blaise grunted, "The others are doing it." "I don't fancy failing an easy elective because I was too scared to touch the beast." Buckbeak seemed to sense that he had just been insulted and snapped at the dark-skinned boy with a snap of his beak, causing all three Slytherin to take a step back. Harry wanted to chastise the boy, but then Tom's words echoed in his head. You need allies, Harry. They don't have to be your friends, you don't have to trust them, but you need to bring people over to your side. Show them that you are superior, and they will fall in line or get out of your way. Deciding on a different approach, Harry soothed the creature by tapping the side of its head gently. Easy there, Buckbeak. Let's have another ferret, yeah. He didn't mean that. In anticipation of another ferret, Buckbeak displayed excitement. Harry utilized his wand to summon yet another lifeless ferret, propelling it into the air for the creature to capture. This act appeared to pacify the beast. Harry, unimpressed, addressed Blaise, reminding him of Professor Hagrid's advice. He emphasized the importance of showing respect to avoid offending the creature. Even though Buckbeak might not comprehend Blaise's words, the insult was clear and understood. I didn't take you for a beast whisperer, Potter. Draco snarled in the background. Harry ignored the boy and continued to pat Buckbeak, thankful that he seemed to be distracted with his dead ferret instead of listening to the idiotic one in his class. Stepping back towards his classmates, Harry moved beside Blaise while keeping his eyes on the hippogriff and instructing them at the same time, do as I do. Blaise followed Harry's eyes as he stared into the yellow eyes of the large feathered creature and mimicked the bow that Harry performed. Buckbeak seemed to take the teen in before returning the bow, but Harry noted it wasn't nearly as deep as the one he had received in their previous lesson. Nervously, Blaise approached the hippogriff, and Buckbeak allowed Blaise to pat him on the side, while glancing at him sharply when getting closer to his head like Harry was. Blaise seemed to correctly interpret the message of staying close to the wings, and Harry just forced a grin at his classmate, who seemed surprised by the gesture, before returning it. Here, Harry said, summoning a dead ferret and handing it to Blaise. Toss him this, and I think all will be forgiven. Blaise nodded and tossed the carcass into the air, allowing Buckbeak to snap it up, and Harry stepped away from the creature while turning to the two Slytherin girls who remained frozen to the spot. Harry moved to stand beside them as Blaise suddenly looked a lot more nervous as he was left alone with the large feathered horse. He's nice as long as you are polite, Harry promised in what he hoped was a sincere voice. Playing nicely was not something he was good at, especially with people his age that he thought were below him. Putting on a fake gentle expression, however, strained his abilities to keep his personal feelings to himself. Tracy scoffed at his words and tossed her brown hair over her shoulder. I think I'd rather live a little longer. Just don't insult him, Harry said with a shrug. It's your grade, however, and you can always push me in front of you. I think I can reason with him. Tracy seemed to bite her lip in consideration, while Daphne just stared at the magical creature with a look Harry couldn't quite decipher. Finally, the blonde seemed to make up her mind. Come on, Trace, if they can do it, we can too. Daphne sounded confident, but her expression didn't quite convey the emotion. Instead, she stepped forward addressing Buckbeak and mimicked Harry and Blaise's attempts from earlier. Buckbeak seemed to watch the girl intently and allowed Tracy time to join her classmate and bow her own head to wait for judgment. Buckbeak squawked, making Blaise step away suddenly, and Tracy along with Daphne began to retreat, but Hagrid was with them now saying, "Don't move." Both girls froze in place at their instructor's command. Both still had their heads bowed, and neither had their eyes on the beast. Harry's heart thudded in anticipation and wondered if he would have to defend himself or his classmates from a rogue hippogriff. But the feeling subsided when Buckbeak took 2 slow steps forward before returning the bow. Harry grinned at the creature and told his classmates, "Go on. Buckbeak wouldn't have bowed if he didn't want you to approach." "Best to toss him a ferret if you are nervous," Hagrid suggested. The 2 girls took the suggestion, which seemed to be the key to warming up their large new friend to their advances. Hagrid clapped his hands together. "Well done, Slytherins. 10 points to your house." Looking down at Harry, the half-giant grinned. 10 more points to yourself, Harry. Good job teaching the others and warming them up to old Buckbeak." With a mighty pat on the shoulder that nearly knocked Harry over, he watched as his classmates patted the creature and talked excitedly among themselves. Harry had rarely seen any of the three of them smile, and was surprised to see it seemed genuine as they discussed the feeling of the creature's feathers. His eyes surveyed the remainder of his classmates and saw that few were having the luck that they had, but varying degrees of success were on display. The Hufflepuffs seemed to stare at the creature in reverence, while many attempted to sketch the creature, while tossing their hippogriff dead ferrets from a distance. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom seemed to be attempting to befriend their beast, but it seemed that the proud hippogriff they were paired up with didn't want them to get too close. He stopped the laugh that nearly passed his lips when Longbottom tripped backwards over a branch and shook his head as Granger lost her nerve. To Harry's left, a creature suddenly caught his attention. Unlike the others, this creature did not approach the group. Instead, it seated itself on a nearby hill, its gaze fixed upon the class. Perplexed, Harry observed the enormous black dog sitting on its hind legs, its unwavering stare directed at him. It was undoubtedly the largest dog he had ever encountered. Harry estimated that this dog could easily devour his Aunt Marge's dog, Ripper, and still have room for an afternoon snack. As Harry's gaze met the creature's, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him. Despite the distance between them, he could feel the danger radiating from the beast. It stood tall, its menacing presence filling the air. Harry's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly reached into his robes, retrieving his wand. The creature, a large black beast with glowing red eyes, seemed to sense Harry's movement. It bared its sharp teeth, revealing a snarl that Harry couldn't hear but could feel deep within his bones. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation, as Harry braced himself for what he believed would be a fight. Preparing to defend himself from the beast, he almost called out to Hagrid when out of the corner of his eye he saw Malfoy on his feet approaching the other Slytherins, looking smug. "You aren't dangerous at all, are you? You great ugly brute." Turning his back on the dog on the hill, Harry's eyes widened as Buckbeak cawed with rage and reared up. Unfortunately, Malfoy was out of striking range for the beast, but the Slytherins that had been petting Buckbeak were not. In slow motion, Harry seemed to watch the beast raise its sharp hooves in preparation to strike Daphne, while Blaise had already tumbled over backward after getting shoved by one of the hippogriff's flaring wings. Tracy, for her part, was horror-struck, and Harry growled out and ripped his wand across his body, causing all three Slytherin to come sliding backward out of the beast's reach. Thankfully, Hagrid, who had been surging forward, managed to get in front of them before Buckbeak went striding forward, and tossed a ferret to the side in an attempt to calm the creature down. Luckily for Draco, the beast was more interested in another snack than its pride. Unluckily for Draco, Hagrid whirled on the boy. "Have you lost your mind?" Draco was pale as a ghost, while Hagrid boomed out, "A week detention with Mr. Filch? I will have you kicked from me class for this foolishness. Had another Slytherin not just saved 3 other students from your mistake, I'd dock 100 points. The blonde Slytherin turned red with embarrassment as Hagrid grabbed the boy roughly by the arm and began dragging him back to the castle. Class dismissed. Mumbles followed the dismissal of the class, while Harry spun around to see if the large black dog was still standing watch. It seemed the excitement had sent the dog away, and Harry huffed as he realized he had become worked up over nothing. Hagrid would have easily handled the dog if he could handle hippogriffs. It was lucky Harry had drawn his wand at the sight of the creature, because he was unsure if he had been fast enough to help his classmates had the wand not already been in his hand. "Potter," the deep voice of Blaise Zabini said, drawing him back to the attention of the other 3 Slytherins that had been successful in coaxing the hippogriff. All 3 were looking at him with varying degrees of disbelief, but it was Blaise who spoke first. "You just saved our Arcees." Shrugging, Harry glanced at Tracy, whose jaw seemed to have become slightly unhinged, while Daphne just stared at him with a look of disbelief. "It was lucky my wand was already out," Harry said modestly, but Tracy shook her head, finally closing her mouth. "I didn't even hear you use a spell." "The summoning charm is one of the few I can do non-verbally," Harry admitted flippantly. Daphne's eyes widened at this. "You used the summoning charm on all 3 of us non-verbally, at the same time." Shuffling a little at her scrutiny, Harry just shook his head. "It isn't a big deal, all right." Inwardly, Harry yearned to stand tall and show them that this was merely a glimpse of his extraordinary abilities. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit reserved on the inside. He wasn't accustomed to having children of his age regard him with such appreciation. Rarely, if ever, had he experienced pleasant interactions with anyone remotely close to his age. Now that he was having one, he felt uncertain and unsure of how to respond. Growing up, Harry had always been the odd one out. His exceptional intelligence and advanced skills set him apart from his peers, making it difficult for him to connect with those his age. He had often faced indifference, if not outright hostility, from other children. The realization that someone his age could genuinely appreciate his talents was both surprising and unsettling. Harry's mind raced as he tried to process this unexpected development. He had spent so long believing that he would never truly belong, that he had resigned himself to a life of solitude. The possibility of having a genuine connection with someone close to his age filled him with a mixture of hope and trepidation. He longed to embrace this opportunity, but his past experiences had left him guarded and wary. As he stood there, grappling with his emotions, Harry knew he had a choice to make. He could either retreat into his shell, as he had always done, or he could take a chance and open himself up to the possibility of friendship. The decision was not easy, but deep down, Harry knew it was what Tom wanted him to do. Scoffing Blaise said, "I won't forget this, Potter. That hippogriff could have trampled me. Or hit me with one of its talons." Tracy muttered and turned to Daphne. Daphne, for her part, just nodded in confirmation at their words, and Harry sighed. "Just don't let anyone curse me in the back in the common room, yeah." This time it was Tracy who snorted. That could be a full-time job. Her eyes widened when she realized what she said, and Daphne looked at her sharply, while Blaise cracked another grin. "She's right, but I will at least try to give you a heads up. Thanks for looking out, Potter." With that, Blaise shrugged before turning his back on the group and walking back towards the castle. The trio were the last standing in the clearing, and the hippogriffs had departed, seeming to sense that snack time was over. Tracy glanced between Harry and Daphne, the latter of which could not stop staring at their male classmates. Clearing her throat, Tracy said, "We should return to the castle. With some luck, Malfoy will be too embarrassed to show his face at dinner." This seemed to snap Daphne out of her trance, and she shook her head. "Hopefully Zabini will curse Malfoy, and we can have dinner with a show." Gathering her bag and turning to see that Harry was doing the same, but purposefully avoiding her eyes, she called out softly, "Zabini is right, Potter. We owe you one. I don't like being in debt to people, so expect a favor to fall into your lap sometime soon." With a confident flick of her wrist, the young girl's long, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulder, mimicking the graceful gesture she had observed earlier from her friend Tracy. Determination etched upon her youthful face, she set forth on a purposeful march towards the looming castle that stood in the distance. Her half-blood best friend trailed closely behind, their footsteps echoing in unison as they traversed the winding path. Oh. As dinner time approached, news had spread like wildfire throughout the castle that Harry had astoundingly rescued 3 of his classmates from a perilous situation using nonverbal magic. Those who had previously regarded Harry with indifference or skepticism now regarded him with a newfound respect and admiration. However, Harry, overwhelmed by his sudden notoriety, yearned to express his frustration. Nonetheless, he refrained from doing so and instead chose to sit alone at his usual spot at the end of the table, immersing himself in his book on the Patronus charm, seeking solace and distraction from the annoying attention. When Tom had confessed to Harry that he could not cast the spell, the teen had practically given up on his hope of learning it. The spell that Tom had taught Harry seemed much more useful against the beasts anyway, and Harry wanted to harm them more than he wanted to subdue them. Still, there was something interesting about this piece of emotion-based magic that Harry couldn't quite put his finger on. Something was whispering into his mind, saying that he shouldn't pass the spell up, but he also knew with all the extra studying Tom was assigning him, he wouldn't have much time to dwell on it. When a plate hit the table directly in front of him, his eyes shot up, and he noticed Blaise Zabini take a seat in front of him. It wasn't completely unusual for the dark-skinned boy to sit across from him, but when the teen immediately addressed him, Harry knew this was out of the norm. Advanced charms, huh? I suppose you can cast a fair few of those since you can do the summoning charm non-verbally so well. What? Harry asked in surprise, blinking several times. Your book, Blaise pointed out neutrally as he picked up a piece of potato with his fork. Good read. Very, Harry said in confusion and stared at the boy in bewilderment. Something on my face? Blaise asked after a few moments. Initially, his fellow Slytherin had seemed content to ignore Harry's stare, but after Harry didn't look away, it seemed he had tried his classmates' patience. No, sorry, Harry said dumbly, and Blaise just shrugged. Harry didn't say anything else, and continued to read his book, attempting to ignore the new arrival of Zabini. Luckily, the teen didn't attempt to engage Harry any further, and the last Potter was left in peace to study the Patronus charm. It didn't seem there was a lot of instruction on learning the charm, which made Harry frown deeply. Positive emotions and a study of the mind arts apparently would help, and Harry no longer had to wonder why Tom had struggled to cast the spell. It seemed fruitless, though. The best a Patronus could do is repel a Dementor, and he wasn't interested in playing nice with these creatures. Closing his book with a sigh, Blaise raised an eyebrow at him. Which charm has you stumped? Glancing at the dark-skinned boy questioningly, Blaise clarified. You looked frustrated and clearly unsatisfied by whatever you were looking into. What is it? The Patronus charm, Harry muttered. I didn't care for the effect the Dementors had on me. As much as I'd rather avoid another encounter altogether, I would rather have something up my sleeve if I am unfortunate enough to have a second run-in. In understanding, Blaise nodded, but said nothing further. Harry, for his part, was rather confused. He may have exchanged more words with Blaise today than he had in the entirety of his last year. He didn't quite understand it, but when shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and decided to turn into the common room. In the vast expanse of the hall, where most were lingering over dinner, Harry embarked on a solitary journey through the corridors leading back to the dungeons. Occasionally, a ghost would float past him, but not a single student seemed to be stirring. Upon reaching the common room, Harry found it eerily deserted. Recognizing an opportune moment to write to Tom earlier than usual, he proceeded to the room and with a smooth wave of his wand, quietly chanted, Homnum Revelio. After ensuring his privacy, he pulled out the leather-bound book and wrote his greeting to Tom, while pulling out his copy of Advanced Charms to wait for a response. As he waited, his thoughts drifted back to their afternoon class. He had been fortunate to save his 3 classmates from harm by the hippogriff, Buckbeak. He couldn't help but wonder about the trouble Hagrid would have faced, and the near certainty that Buckbeak would have been executed if he hadn't intervened. While contemplating the incident, Harry's mind wandered back to the colossal canine he had encountered. Its piercing gaze hinted at intelligence, possibly even a touch of magical consciousness. Given its immense size, it could potentially be a magical beast of some kind. However, it might also merely be an unusual breed of dog. Harry had never seen a dog so large before. If he hadn't known better, he would have mistaken it for a wolf. Consulting fantastic beasts and where to find them might shed some light on its identity. Nevertheless, an inexplicable unease lingered within him. Some inner instinct screamed that this encounter was significant, potentially even familiar, yet the exact connection eluded his grasp. Seeing a familiar scrawl appear on the pages in front of him, he sat up and read his master's greeting, before responding. Do you know anything about the Zabini family? Harry patiently waited for a response before a question appeared. Is this a potential ally? Lost in thought, Harry pondered over the question for a moment. What was it about Zabini and his family that intrigued him? Blaise had been relatively quiet and surprisingly less antagonistic toward Harry ever since he arrived at Hogwarts. If Hagrid was the person he was least inclined to curse, Blaise was arguably a close second. Following his mentor's advice to start gathering allies, it seemed like the dark-skinned teen would be a good choice. Additionally, rumors from classmates suggested that the Zabini family held liberal views in regard to magical practices. Yes, Harry penned back. I do not believe I ever had any Zabinis in my service. I knew none in school, and do not believe there were many in Britain through my rise to power. But as you know, that could have changed. I know that a member of their family fought adamantly for Grindelwald, however. I recall seeing the name in the papers, often while I was in school. Harry studied the information before tapping his wand to the journal, allowing it all to disappear. The teen was a little disappointed to not learn more and watched as more words began to appear. Is he powerful, an ally worth having? Frowning at the question, Harry thought of the proposition. Blaise had always seemed to perform pretty well in class, but nowhere near as good as him. He couldn't recall ever seeing him trade spells with anyone, but Zabini did like to fly under the radar. He is quiet and mostly keeps to himself, like me. I am unsure how talented he is, but there was an incident in care of magical creatures. I saved him from getting trampled by a hippogriff. A member of the Greengrass family as well. They made promises to watch my back and that they owe me. It may be nothing, but it could be a start. Harry knew he wouldn't have to explain further to Tom. He knew his mentor would understand. Debts are very serious in pureblood families. While it would be wise not to lord it over them, don't be afraid to ask for a favor. If they try to become more friendly with you, do not spurn them. Allies are hard to come by, and with their debt, they are less likely to turn on you. As you say, it could be a start. The thought made him feel anxious. The more he opened himself up to outsiders, the more likely one could turn on him. Harry swore to keep them at an arm's length with both eyes on his potential allies when he could. I will do as you have asked. You would be wise to do so. You should also know that the Greengrass family is quite prominent. They are historically wealthy and always neutral. The lord of the house in my time was a powerful figure in the Wisengamot. I am sure he has long since passed, but his political clout should still be intact. I don't know about Zabini, but Greengrass could be a powerful ally to you. Tread cautiously. As Tom ended the conversation, Harry contemplated revealing the peculiar dog he encountered. He wondered if his mentor had knowledge of mystical creatures that resembled the dog. However, the approaching footsteps of his housemates interrupted his thoughts. With a swift movement of his wand, the words in the journal vanished, and Harry concealed it, immersing himself in his charms book. His housemates entered the room without acknowledging him, continuing their enthusiastic discussion about the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. Last year, Draco had made the team by buying the entire Team Nimbus 2001s. It was a pitiful move in Harry's opinion, but the blonde had proven to be capable on a broom. They had beaten Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but fell short to Hufflepuff. Diggory was undoubtedly the best seeker in the school at the time, and Harry suspected it would be more of the same if things didn't change. I could beat Diggory, Harry thought to himself. Harry blinked a few times and shook his head, uncertain of where the thought had originated. However, intuition told him it was valid. While Tom was away, he had engaged in some flying practice at Gaunt Manor during his spare time. Although it wasn't a regular activity, it still felt natural to him. After his previous experience, the idea of trying out for the Quidditch team seemed unwise. Nonetheless, Tom had urged him to gather allies. If his personality couldn't attract people, perhaps his broomstick skills could. The thought seemed ridiculous, and if he felt anxious about trying to make allies the normal way, it nearly caused him an internal panic attack thinking about doing it through Quidditch. He had spent 2 weeks in the hospital wing after the last time, yet still the thought prevailed. Scowling, Harry closed his book, aggressively drawing glances from his roommates, but he said nothing as he pushed his way into the bed. It had been an incredibly long day, and as he flicked his wand, causing the drapes to fall over his bed and his privacy charms to enable, he was asleep practically before his head hit the pillow. His last thought before he fell asleep was what it would be like to catch a snitch in front of the whole school, proving himself after his failures 2 years ago. Chapter 11. Amidst the chaos of the Quidditch pitch, students from all years of House Slytherin eagerly lined up to try out for various positions on the team. Among them stood a young first-year boy, clad in his customary house robes. He appeared out of place amidst those adorned in official-looking Quidditch attire, yet his expression remained unmoved, a mask of indifference concealing his true emotions. The face was deceiving, however. Inwardly, he was thrilled to be on the pitch, particularly after Professor McGonagall had told him that his dad was one of the best players to ever walk the halls of Hogwarts. This had inspired young Harry Potter to give the tryouts his best, and even try again the next year if things didn't go his way today. His broom, an old, worn-out model with a chipped handle and frayed bristles, was propped into the ground, allowing him to lean nervously against it. His broom was a stark contrast to most of the other Slytherin students trying out, who apparently came from wealthy families. He spotted many Nimbus 2000s, as well as newer models of Clean Sweep and Shooting Star. He would have to be the superior flyer if he wanted to stand a chance against any of them. If the broom is the real difference, then next year Harry knew he would be able to purchase and bring his own broom. He didn't need much for belongings, and his family had left him quite the sum of galleons behind. If James Potter's love for the game was to be believed by Professor McGonagall, then the man may have been proud to have had his son using them on Quidditch frivolities. Marcus Flint called the would-be players together, and Harry could feel the weight of his nerves being almost unbearable. The taller teen Quidditch captain looked imposing. He was holding a brand new Nimbus 2000 over his shoulders and looked bored by the number of people who had shown up. "All right, you lot. I know we have a few younger candidates to try out this year, and I expect all of you to be as hard on them as you are each other. I intend to field the best team, so don't go trying to make the firsties and second-year students look good. They will be playing against 5th, 6th, and 7th years, and we have to simulate that here. Understood?" Most of the eyes on the pitch glanced towards Harry, and as everyone called out, "Yes, sir," Flint offered a grin that did not show a hint of kindness before saying, "Good. Let's start with Seekers and get that mess out of the way. Beaters, over here to me. Seekers, take to the sky." Harry nodded at the dismissal as he and at least 7 others moved away and began mounting their brooms before taking off into the sky. Before he did, however, he noticed 2 large, older Slytherin boys standing next to Flint, and both glanced at him as the captain spoke to them. Harry's stomach turned as both boys nodded, and Flint turned to give him a soft wink. The young boy did not believe for one second that Flint was asking them to take it easy on him, and if their reactions were any indications, he had a feeling he was going to have to prove himself more so than the others if he wanted a spot on the team. Or if he even wanted to be respected. As Harry took off to the sky, he felt the broom respond to his movements. It was about the same as the broom he had used in his first flying lesson, and knew he was nimble enough to make it work. Nervously, the young boy glanced at the beaters that had risen into the sky beside him, and he knew they would be trying to knock him off his broom. When the first whistle blew, he heard Flint shout to the group that the first snitch had been released. Without hesitation, Harry darted across the sky in search of the snitch. Most of the group appeared to be searching around the middle of the pitch, but Harry flew above the rest, scanning the field, like a hawk would search for a mouse. From the bird's eye view, he noticed one of the Slytherins he recognized, Terence Higgs, dive towards the ground, but the young boy frowned, having not seen anything in the area. Deciding to remain higher up, he continued to survey. He heard the jeers of the crowd, and knew that at least one of the would-be seekers had crashed out falling for the lure of Terence Higgs. Harry knew that Higgs was the starting seeker last year for Slytherin, and was likely the most talented on the field. The older 7th year had only managed to make the team last year, but after suffering 2 losses, he knew Flint was looking for new talent. A flash of gold drew his attention, and Harry didn't hesitate to make a dive in the direction of the blur. Immediately, he felt a whizzing past his head, and his eyes widened as he jerked to the left and saw a bludger swirling to the other beater. On his right was Bowl, an ugly, large 4th year that was on last year's roster. The teen was shrugging innocently at him as his counterpart Montague, a 5th year, attempted to smash the bludger right back at Harry. This time, the young man was more prepared and rolled under the attack, much to the applause of the crowd. In his time dancing around the bludgers, he had locked in on the snitch, near the goal post, and continued in his pursuit after it. A whooshing sound told him that someone was pulling up beside him, and the barest glance over his shoulder told him that Terence Higgs was right on his tail. In an attempt to push the broom to go faster, Harry leaned forward and felt the broom tremble in exertion, clearly stretching beyond its normal, safe limits. Nevertheless, the snitch was getting closer to his reach. When his hands reached out, his senses screamed at him internally, and he rolled underneath the broom going full speed and completely upside down as Terence Higgs went barreling over him, missing the attempt to unbalance Harry. Unfortunately, at the same time, a bludger slammed into Harry just as he righted himself. The ache of the impact was immense, but Harry hardly slowed, despite the dazed feeling the pain was causing him. Luckily, the bludger had only his non-dominant shoulder, but still he gritted his teeth and continued his pursuit of the snitch. The young boy had suffered much worse injuries at the hands of his relatives and knew he could prevail through the aches and pains. With a final swoop, he swept the snitch into his grasps and held it into the air in triumph. Applause was smattering across the pitch from the spectators, and when Harry turned to see what the Quidditch captain thought of his catch, he saw Flint berating his two beaters, while Terence Higgs was red from embarrassment. When Harry flew over towards the captain, Flint stopped mid-sentence and gritted his teeth, saying, "Nice catch, Potter. Beginner's luck, eh? Best 2 of 3, of course. Let's see if you can do it again." Nodding without a word, Harry just took off back towards the sky after tossing Flint the snitch. He knew at the very least he had already earned the begrudging respect of the others that had been trying out, as 2 had already landed their brooms and departed, clearly seeing they were outclassed. This only left Terence Higgs and another boy that Harry didn't recognize, but appeared to be a 5th or 6th year. Another whistle blew, and Harry once again shot across the sky in search of the golden snitch. Time seemed to slow as he analyzed his competition's flight patterns, as well as admired his view from the sky. It was a freeing sensation being up this high with no fear in the world. His reflexes could certainly keep him alive in a match, and Harry was beginning to feel confidence rise in his chest. As he saw the nameless boy swoop into the sky, higher than Harry had yet to see him go, he knew something was up. Seeing a golden blur, Harry practically stopped breathing as he leaned forward, pushing his broom to accelerate, desperate to catch up. His desperation led to being short-sighted, however, as he whirled in a downward spiral. Another iron bludger caught him in his dominant arm and nearly unseated him from the broom. Before he could right himself or attempt to shake off the pain, another blow from the back of the head happened, and stars were all he could see as the form of Terence Higgs swooped over him. The light of day flickered in his mind, and he knew he would be unlikely to catch either of his 2 competitors. In defeat, he began moving towards the ground in hopes of staying conscious until then. But before his feet could touch the grass, another bludger impacted him in the upper shoulder, grazing his face, whipping his head back, and making him fall the remaining way to the ground with stars completely covering his vision. Oh. Harry stood in the Slytherin common room, his heart pounding in his chest. He had no idea what had possessed him to try out for the team again, especially after what had happened the last time. He had nearly been killed, and the memory of it still sent shivers down his spine. From the look Zabini was giving him, the dark-skinned teen was likely thinking along the same lines. Blaze's eyes were narrowed, and his lips were pursed in disapproval. He knew all too well the dangers that came with playing Quidditch for Slytherin. But things were different now. Harry had grown and matured since his first year at Hogwarts. He was bigger, stronger, and more experienced. And most importantly, he had undergone a ritual that had enhanced his reflexes and senses. He felt like a different person, and he had a newfound confidence in his abilities. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to do this, but he knew he had to. It was as if something inside him was driving him forward, urging him to prove himself. He wanted to show everyone, especially himself, that he wasn't afraid. As he reached out to the parcel that Hedwig had just delivered, there was no mistake what it was. He had ordered the Nimbus 2000 just over a week ago, and had berated himself nearly every day since doing it. The Nimbus 2000 may not have been the top-of-the-line broomstick, but he knew besides the 2001 and the Firebolt, this was still a high-quality broom, far beyond what he had used in his first year. Unwrapping it delicately, he could feel the eyes of most of the house table on him. All those third year, and above undoubtedly remembered, he had spent 2 weeks in the hospital wing after he had been viciously attacked by a combination of Higgs, Montague, and Bowl. Harry could remember McGonagall had exploded on Professor Snape when his head of house refused to punish any of the three boys, reminding the stern woman that Quidditch was a rough game, and that there was a reason first years were not allowed to play on the house team. The woman had been furious, but it had been out of her control. She had apologized to Harry after visiting him in the hospital wing, but the younger boy had been embarrassed about the situation and waved her off, asking her to please forget about it. She had not been pleased, but seemed to understand his reluctance to stay on the topic. Due to his talent in her subject, she had excused him from the work he had missed and left him to his own devices. Now Harry was preparing a second attempt. In a way, it was unfinished business, an opportunity that had been left open. He was not the same frightened little boy anymore. Tom's words had stuck with him since their last training session in the chamber, and he knew this was a demon he needed to confront. They mutter about you behind your back, attacked you when you were weak and defenseless. You are not defenseless now, are you? Tom had been right. He was far from defenseless now. His studies were progressing exponentially as he pushed himself on his own and delved into the books Tom recommended him every few days. He was looking forward to his first Hogsmeade weekend. During the day, he would be left to explore, but as it wound down, he would slip away to the Shrieking Shack to work with his mentor. He was itching to try his mentor's spell once again. He had dreamt about conquering the spell, and his desire to accomplish it only increased with each passing day. All his dreams were within reach. He just had to be strong enough to reach out and take them. Being the Quidditch player his father would have wanted him to be was just one of those things he really wanted to have. Harry may not follow the path of the light that his parents had, but if this would bring him closer to them, he would take it. Sentimentalism does not hold any place in our path to victory, Harry. Tom had said that to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets the first they had met. The quote seemed to rattle around in his mind, but he shook it off for the time being. He ignored the whispers as he held the broom in his hands, and for the first time in a while, a genuine grin crossed his face. Taking the broom in hand, he left his breakfast behind and began walking towards the entrance hall that would lead to the courtyard. Before he realized it, Blaise was beside him, whispering softly, but keeping his eyes forward. "Are you mad?" "Probably," Harry agreed. "You're going to try out again, aren't you? I have noticed you looking at the flyer in the common room like a wounded puppy every day," Blaise said disapprovingly. Stopping as they crossed the door to the courtyard and reveling in the fresh air, Harry shrugged. "Been watching every step I make." "Yes," Blaise admitted openly, surprising Harry. "You're different this year, Potter. I have my suspicions, but I know you wouldn't be honest if I asked. Regardless, you are becoming a possible source of interest and entertainment for me. I'd rather you not get killed before I pay back my favor at the least." Scoffing, Harry shook his head as he mounted his broom, before turning to Blaise with a slight grin. "You are right about one thing." Questioningly, Blaise frowned at him, while Harry looked up to the skis. "I am different this year." With that, Harry took off towards the sky and acquainted himself with his new broom, feeling lighter than he had in a long time. Oh. Harry had spent almost all of his free time the day before flying his new Nimbus. It had been a relief after studying so hard the last few weeks, and when he found himself standing off to the side with Zabini in defense against the dark arts, he felt refreshed. All the tables and desks had been cleared out of the classroom, and only a wardrobe stood at the front of the room. Professor Lupin had proved to be a pleasant surprise to Harry. After dealing with the incompetence of Lockhart and Quirrell his first 2 years, it was a nice change of pace, which led to Harry enjoying the class. Professor Lupin was an interesting character. His scarred face indicated to Harry that the man had seen battle, possibly with a magical creature. The claw marks were deep, and it seemed his defense professor had a close encounter with something vicious. Regardless of that, the man was always chipper and seemed to genuinely enjoy teaching his subject. The more Harry delved into the studies of the Patronus charm also gave him a deeper indication of the talent of his professor. When Professor Lupin entered the room from his office, he had a soft smile on his face as he greeted the class. "Good afternoon, class. There will be no need for your books today as we tackle a practical lesson." With a tap of his wand on the dresser, it began vibrating aggressively, and a growl emanated from it, causing everyone close to it to scurry backwards, making the man chuckle. Who knows what might be in here? One of the Gryffindors close to the front, Dean Thomas, looked nervous when he stated, "That's a boggart, isn't it, Professor?" "Yes, 5 points to Gryffindor. Does anyone know what the boggart looks like?" Lupin asked. "No one knows," Hermione Granger stated without being prompted. "Boggarts are shapeshifters. They only take the form of what we fear the most. That's what makes them so terrifying, yes," Professor Lupin said happily. "It is what I will ask each of you to face here today." The professor went on to explain the incantation, while Harry stirred nervously. What did he fear the most now? Before Tom had taught him his spell, he would have thought it was Dementors. Before he had met Tom, he would have thought it was Voldemort or maybe his relatives, but now, he wasn't so certain. Harry was surprised to hear the usually calm voice of Daphne Greengrass appear to be slightly shaken when she said, "Isn't our deepest fears a private matter?" Remus frowned at the girl's question before shaking his head. "Facing our fears is part of growing up, Ms. Greengrass. I understand your trepidation, but I assure you no harm will come to you in my class." A subtle tension hung in the air as Daphne Greengrass, her usually stoic demeanor, faltered. Tracy, her close companion, gently tugged on her robes, urging her to remain silent. Daphne's eyes flickered with a hint of unease, a stark contrast to her ordinarily emotionless expression. Harry, standing nearby, noticed the change and couldn't help but wonder what could possibly provoke such a reaction from a pureblood princess like Daphne. Daphne, known for her poised and composed nature, suddenly appeared troubled. The usually serene mask she wore was replaced by an unsettling look of anxiety. Her gaze shifted nervously, and her hands fidgeted beneath the folds of her robes. Tracy, sensing Daphne's discomfort, reached out and discreetly tugged on her sleeve. A silent message passed between them, a plea for caution and restraint. Harry, his curiosity piqued, observed the exchange with a furrowed brow. He had always known Daphne to be a composed individual, a true embodiment of the pureblood aristocracy. Yet, here she was, displaying a rare vulnerability that intrigued him. What could possibly instill such apprehension in a girl of Daphne's status? What did she not want her classmates to see? Was it the weight of expectations placed upon her by her lineage, the fear of disappointing her family, or something else entirely? Harry couldn't help but speculate, his mind racing with possibilities. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Daphne rarely shared her thoughts and emotions openly, making it difficult for others to understand her true feelings. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Daphne's anxiety than met the eye. As the tension in the air persisted, Harry's determination to unravel the mystery behind Daphne's unease grew. He was determined to uncover the source of her fear, to understand what could cause a pureblood princess to tremble in such a way. Blaise shook his head next to him, muttering, "Well, this could get interesting." In agreement, Harry merely nodded and watched as his professor asked for volunteers. Naturally, the Gryffindors all went first. Their blind courage was something that made Harry roll his eyes, but as each of them went up, he became slightly irritated with how basic most of their fears were. Clowns, spiders, failing a class, it all seemed like a joke to Harry. When the Slytherins were asked for volunteers, none were quite so tempted to put themselves forward. Even Harry felt cautious of airing his deepest fear out to his classmates. Professor Lupin offered the group a wry smile. "No volunteers. Mr. Malfoy, how about you lead by example? Come forward, please." Draco paled briefly before sneering. "What will that prove?" "Prove?" Professor Lupin inquired amusedly. "Nothing at all, Mr. Malfoy. It will just simply serve as a way to inspire some courage into your fellow housemates. Once they see you accomplish it, perhaps they will not be so apprehensive." With a deep swallow, Draco's gaze swept the room, acknowledging the lack of support coming his way. Straightening his posture, the blonde-haired teen moved to the front, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. Harry observed as Draco trembled slightly, a detail that seemed to go unnoticed by the others. Lucius Malfoy appeared, berating Draco for his failure. To the ferret's credit, he cast the ridiculous charm at his father, transforming him into a monkey on a unicycle. The class erupted in laughter, and Draco, looking relieved, adopted an even more pompous demeanor. This annoyed Harry and, judging by his huff, Blaise as well. "Pompous git," Blaise whispered. Harry could only nod, as Professor Lupin turned his attention towards them. "Mr. Zabini, you're up." Blaise stilled, but after a moment of hesitation nodded, before approaching the monkey on the unicycle. The monkey turned to face Blaise suddenly, and Harry watched carefully. He supposed he might learn something here about his new acquaintance. In interest, Harry watched as the boggart shape shifted into a beautiful dark-haired woman that could only be Blaise's mother. The woman scoffed at her son, saying, "If you think your story has a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention." The woman's frosty tone made Harry stand up straighter. She looked furious, but Blaise's cool expression held as he stared defiantly at the woman. "You're too weak to do what is necessary. You are just like your father." Before the woman could continue, Blaise hissed out, "Ridiculous." With a flick of his wand, Blaise transformed the shapeshifter into a preppy doll replica of his mother. The doll immediately began bouncing on its plastic heels, adorned with colorful pom-poms. Blaise swiftly returned his wand to his pocket, subtly nodding to his professor. He then resumed his position beside Harry, maintaining a composed demeanor as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. The class was profoundly shocked by the spectacle they had witnessed, yet the aloof boy remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. It was as if he knew beforehand what he would encounter. Even when the woman appeared, there wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on his face. Blaise's deepest fear, Harry surmised, was being perceived as weak, particularly by his mother. Although he didn't fully grasp the reasoning behind this, he could empathize with the sentiment. As he observed Crabbe and Goyle's clumsy attempts, a sudden unease crept into Harry's mind. What if Voldemort made an appearance? What if the class witnessed something inexplicable? He couldn't help but imagine the reaction of his professor, who would undoubtedly report the incident to the headmaster. The thought of a young Voldemort materializing in the classroom sent shivers down his spine, causing his stomach to churn with anxiety. There was no possible way he could explain what might happen next. His eyes surveyed the room, trying to think of a way out of the lesson, but before he could, his focus was snapped back to the front of the room when Daphne Greengrass was called to the front. With interest, Harry surveyed the girl. In Slytherin House, mastering one's emotions was a testament to one's cunning. Many achieved this by maintaining a composed demeanor, never revealing their true feelings. Daphne Greengrass had always been the epitome of this type of Slytherin. However, to Harry Potter, it was clear that she was rattled and apprehensive about what was to come. Today had already brought a few unexpected surprises, and Harry watched with growing anticipation, eager to see how Greengrass would handle the upcoming challenges. Daphne's wand emerged from her pocket, its polished wood glinting under the soft glow of the classroom lights. The students watched with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, their breaths held in suspense. As the boggart shifted, a collective gasp filled the air. Harry's heart skipped a beat as he saw what appeared before him. On the floor lay a small girl, her skin as pale as a ghost. Her features were almost identical to Daphne's, but this was not Daphne. It was Astoria Greengrass, her younger sister. Astoria's eyes were wide open, staring unseeing at the ceiling. Her chest did not rise or fall. A look of pain was etched upon her face, a pain that seemed to mirror the anguish in Daphne's own heart. Daphne's jaw clenched tightly, her hand shaking. Instead of casting a spell, she simply shook her head, bit her lip, and stormed out of the room. The students exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of how to react. Professor Lupin, the defense against the dark arts teacher, watched Daphne go with a baffled look. Professor Lupin looked lost for words, as his wide eyes drifted from the door that just slammed to the dead little first-year girl on the floor of his classroom. Oh dear. I think that will be all for today. No homework. Class dismissed. Without haste, the professor flicked his wand at the boggart, causing it to balloon and turn back to the cabinet drawer before locking itself, and then quickly departing the roof after his student. Mumbles followed his professor's departure, and Blaise scoffed as he followed after the man, swiping at his book bag and departing. Harry, however, remained rooted to the spot as the mumbling students began making their way out of the class. Greengrass' worst fear was seeing her sister die. That was a bit of a peculiar fear, Harry thought curiously. The young teen supposed if that was the closest family member you had, then perhaps it was reasonable, but why had the girl looked so pained and pale? That seemed more specific than necessary. Realizing he was the last in the room, his eyes drifted back to the wardrobe. No one was left in the room. He could have his chance to find out what his worst fear was without the judgment of his classmates. It was a unique opportunity, and as his wand fell into his hands, he knew it was not one he could pass on. Approaching the cabinet cautiously, he flicked his wand, non-verbally unlocking the boggart's hiding spot, and waited to see what the shapeshifter would become. Out of the shadows of wardrobe, an older, red-eyed, deformed Tom Riddle stepped out of the cabinet. Swallowing hard, Harry shook himself. This was not Tom Riddle. This was Lord Voldemort, the man that killed his parents. Morbid curiosity filled Harry as the Dark Lord looked him over before scoffing. I would not have targeted your family for nothing. Foolish boy. You stand directly in my path to domination, and this time I will not fail in eliminating you, blood pact or not. The man began to raise his wand, and Harry struck as quick as lightning. Expulso. A hole penetrated the chest of the Dark Lord, and it looked at Harry in surprise as it began to shrink down. The teen had wide eyes as the creature began to dissolve and crumble with a soft, simpering whine. Harry's eyes widened as the creature disintegrated into dust. He swiftly scanned the classroom, hoping not to have been observed. To his relief, the room remained empty. Gathering his belongings, he hastily fled, fearing discovery. The boggart's death was unintentional, triggered by the sight of his wand emitting an ominous green light. While he wasn't certain of the consequences, Harry rationally believed the boggart lacked the ability to cast the killing curse. Nevertheless, his mind briefly entertained that grim possibility. When he cleared the room and made it down the hallway, he shot up a set of stairs and began to let his heart slowly settle to normal as he tried to appear natural in the sea of students he had found. Amidst the chaos of his thoughts, a profound realization dawned upon Harry. He understood that his deepest fear was not simply Lord Voldemort's perception of him as an obstacle. Rather, it was the fear that upon absorbing the remaining Horcruxes, Voldemort would uncover the truth behind his pursuit of Harry's family. An intuition deep within him suggested that the reason for this pursuit held great significance. It was not merely a matter of eliminating a resistant family. The Potters had been specifically targeted by Lord Voldemort, and there was a specific motive behind this decision, something that would not be able to be overlooked. Swallowing hard, he knew this was one thing he would rather keep from Tom. His mentor may discover it one way or another through their occlumency training, but he would rather not share the memory with the man. Taking a breath, Harry did everything he could to assure himself. Tom would not have wasted this much time on him if he was willing to let anything get in his way of apprenticing Harry. The teen had agreed to the blood pact, and he would be faithful to the man that was turning him into the wizard he always dreamed of being, a wizard that feared nothing. Harry, with his head held high and a determined gaze, dismissed the boggart's attempts to frighten him. He had come to realize that his fears had no real power over him, thanks to Tom's unwavering support and guidance. The upcoming weekend presented a unique opportunity for Harry to conquer yet another fear that had haunted him for the past 2 years. As he made his way to the dungeons to retrieve his broom, his resolve solidified. The task ahead required focus and dedication, and Harry was more than ready to face it. After successfully completing his chore, he would immerse himself in his studies with the same diligence that had always characterized his academic pursuits. Harry was determined to prove not only to Tom, but to the entire wizarding world that he possessed greatness within him. He yearned for recognition and acknowledgement of his abilities, and he was confident that through hard work and unwavering determination, he would achieve his goals. With each step closer to the dungeons, Harry's determination grew stronger. He knew the path would not be easy, but he was prepared to embrace any challenges that came his way. His journey was not merely about conquering a single fear, but about embarking on a transformative journey of self-discovery and growth. Harry's unwavering resolve and unwavering belief in himself propelled him forward. eager to confront and overcome his fears, leaving an indelible mark on his magical journey. Chapter 12. Throughout the week, Harry experienced a refreshing change as the house refrained from chattering about him during breakfast. Instead, Daphne Greengrass had captivated their attention. The whispers intensified as Daphne repeatedly missed meals and eluded her housemates. Though Harry empathized with her predicament, he refused to allow it to hinder his preparations for the approaching tryouts. The teen had not told his mentor what he was up to, and truth be told, he was a little embarrassed to bring something as trivial as house Quidditch up to the Dark Lord. A small doubt in his mind also admitted that there was a chance he would not make the team even if he was the best player for the position. On Saturday morning, Harry rose from a fitful rest with determination. He should have felt exhausted after tossing and turning all night, but instead, he felt a sense of adrenaline in his veins. Since his broom had arrived, he heard whispers from not only his housemates, but others who had witnessed his first tryout. Most in the other houses spoke of his death wish, but his own house merely mumbled about Flint never allowing him to be on the team, no matter how good he was. One of the traditions for Slytherin House was that every position was open to tryouts every year. At least for as long as Flint had been captain, he had hosted tryouts for each position, and this year would be no different. Harry knew that Draco was a favorite in the house and had purchased brooms for the whole team, while also winning 2 of the 3 matches last year for Slytherin. He would be the best competition Harry imagined, but if he was as talented as he thought he was, then perhaps Flint would allow Draco a spot at Chaser. It was indisputable, after all, that the blonde Ponce was a talented flyer, just not as talented as Harry. At breakfast, Harry did not allow his nerves to deprive him of his strength. Scooping a healthy amount of eggs and sausage on his plate, he hardly noticed that Blaise had sat down across from him, looking less aloof than usual. Concerned would be an overstatement, but something was definitely off with Harry's classmate. "Potter." "Zabini," Harry greeted cheerily. "Sausage." The dark-skinned teen frowned at him. "I can't believe you are hungry." Shrugging, Harry said, "I will need my strength. I am sure more than a few unfriendly bludgers will come my way today at tryouts." Grumbling about that being an understatement, the teen leaned forward, whispering, "I overheard Flint telling Bowl and Montague to leave you with something a little more permanent today, since you didn't seem to learn your lesson the first time." Harry frowned at the information, but shook his head. "I can't say I am surprised, but if they do anything too malicious, I will make them regret it." Blaise blinked at the threat as Harry stuffed some scrambled eggs into his mouth, and his fellow Slytherin hissed back, "Have you officially lost it? Flint is a 7th year, the Quidditch captain. He is practically untouchable. He is practically King Snake." Scoffing, Harry asked, "King Snake? You've never heard the term?" Blaise asked in surprise. Shaking his head, the darker teen sighed. "It's the leader of the house usually, sometimes due to power or popularity. From what I have heard, his is mostly popularity, but he is in Newt defense and charms, so he can't be a dunderhead." Shrugging, Harry muttered back, "King Snake or not, I will not allow a repeat performance from last time. I may not be strong enough to beat Flint and his little friends, but I am crafty enough to make them regret it." "You're crazy," Zabini declared, leaning back in his seat. "Not that I am shocked by this revelation. Just try not to get killed out there." Rolling his eyes, Harry said, "If I die today, I promise your favor to me is forgiven." Blaise looked more pleased by the prospect than Harry would have preferred. But after cleaning his hands, Harry rose to his feet and summoned his broom that sat at his feet to his hands. Before he walked away, however, he turned to Blaise, saying, "Thanks for the heads up, by the way. It may not have been completely unexpected, but I still appreciate you sharing it with me." The ebony-toned teen just nodded in return and went back to his breakfast. For his part, Harry didn't spare another glance as he carried himself to the grounds and towards the pitch. His heart was in his stomach internally, but externally he held a fake smile on his lips. It was a similar look that Tom walked around with, and he hoped that by emulating the air of Slytherin, it would bring him good fortune. The pitch already had several members of his house warming up around the area, and in a large group of older Slytherins, Harry immediately spotted the tall and imposing form of Marcus Flint. Deciding to confront the problem head-on, Harry walked over to the teen with his head held high and greeted him easily. "Captain Flint, where would you like the Seekers to warm up for tryouts?" Flint had not been facing him before and was oblivious to Harry's arrival. When he turned to see Harry standing there with a brand new broom, he had a look of genuine surprise. "You know, I had heard you had a new broom, but I had told the others there was no way you would be back here again. I don't know if you are suicidal or crazy." "Let's call it crazy," Harry said easily. "I know last time didn't go my way, but I was much smaller then and didn't have a halfway decent broom. Things are different this time." Frowning Flint seemed surprised by the civility in Harry's tone. The captain glanced back at his friends, who were all grins, which seemed to cement the acceptance for Marcus, who now had an insidious smile on his face. "Of course, Potter. Seekers can line up over there for now. Good luck out there, and I hope you don't get as hurt as last time." "Don't worry about me, sir," Harry said with a grin of his own, making the boy look uneasy now. "I will be just fine." As Harry lined up with the other Seeker hopefuls, a nervous energy buzzed around him. He noticed Draco standing a few feet away, a smirk playing on his lips. A competitive edge burned inside Harry, and he committed himself to making the pompous blonde swallow his pride today. The easy way or the hard way. The Slytherin captain, Flint, approached the group, his eyes lingering on Harry with a barely concealed malice. "All right," Flint's voice boomed across the pitch. "Today, we'll be testing your speed, agility, and most importantly, your ability to catch the snitch. Remember, only the best will make the team." He paused, his gaze fixated on Harry. "And some of you are more likely to end up in the hospital wing than on the team." A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the group, but Harry's expression remained unchanged. He met Flint's gaze head-on, his determination unwavering while also holding a touch of defiance. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the tryouts, and Harry kicked off into the air, his eyes scanning the sky for the elusive golden snitch. The air whipped past Harry's face as he soared through the sky, his broom a smooth extension of his will. The Nimbus 2000 was a work of art in comparison to the old brooms he had learned to fly on, with the gap being smaller between the quality of the broom that was in his hands versus the rest of his house. He was confident he could make his opposition's head spin. Harry wasn't sure where the newfound confidence was coming from, but he felt unstoppable as he cut through the sky. This feeling only heightened when he spotted the golden blur across the pitch. In his peripheral vision, Harry spotted Draco, the blonde boy, a blur of silver and green as he too bounded after the snitch. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Harry's veins, fueling his determination. He wouldn't let Draco or anyone else outshine him today. Suddenly, a bludger whizzed past his head, missing him by inches. Harry's heart pounded in his chest. He knew it was no accident. Flint and his cronies were making good on their threats. Gritting his teeth, Harry weaved through the air, his eyes darting around for the next attack. He wouldn't be a sitting duck. He was a Slytherin, and he would fight back with cunning and skill. His brain quickly augmented a scenario that would have made Tom proud as he slowed his descent after the snitch. Draco seemed to gain on the golden ball as it whizzed down. But Harry planned to use the other Slytherins' dirty tactics against them. At the clang of the beater's bat against the iron bludger, Harry whirled his broom with all his strength and smacked the ball off his flight pattern directly at Draco, nailing the boy in the back of his shoulder and unseating him from his broom. From that point, Harry didn't hesitate to dominate the lesser competition in the chase for the snitch. He could hear Flint roaring at his beaters as Harry swooped in unchallenged to grab the golden ball. When he held it in the air in triumph, there was a smattering of applause from the stands. The young Slytherin knew he was an unpopular face among the students, so accepted any amount of praise he could take with gratitude. Flying towards Flint, he tossed his captain the snitch and shrugged, "Best 2 of 3, Captain, just like last time." Growling Flint was red in the face. Harry wasn't sure if that was because he hurt Harry, or if it was because the captain's plan seemed to have blown up in his face in front of the rest of the house. Flint had his broom in an iron-type grip as he said, "Yes, of course. Best 2 of 3. In acceptance, Harry offered what could have been construed as a sarcastic bow, and with a quick whirl, he was back to climbing the skis to survey the pitch. The excited chattering from the stands seemed to be growing, which only seemed to make Harry's heart pump a little faster. A feeling of euphoria passed through Harry as he realized this was something he was born to be good at. Sure, he was good at magic, and as the apprentice of Lord Voldemort, he was going to do amazing things through the blood, sweat, and tears, but this was in his blood. Flying was a natural ability, and it may not have been his future, but there was something about this feeling that was beautiful. The second round began with a palpable tension in the air. Flint, his pride wounded, glared at Harry with unconcealed animosity. The beaters, Bowl and Montague, exchanged grim looks, their intentions clear. Harry knew this round would be even more challenging than the first, yet something inside him begged for the challenge. Draco was back in the air, but he looked dazed as he flew around trying to appear normal. The other competitors were hardly worth mentioning, because Harry knew they were irrelevant in this contest. Draco had likely received Quidditch lessons from the time he was old enough to sit on a broom, while these others were here for the ideal of glory. It was a foolish hope that they couldn't compete against two talents in the sport, and Harry released a breath of ease as he searched for the snitch. As the snitch was spotted, Harry shot off like a bullet, his eyes locked on the golden prize. However, he was keenly aware of the bludgers hurtling towards him, their menacing shadows growing larger. With lightning-fast reflexes, Harry dodged and weaved, his broom in a blur of motion. He could hear the beaters cursing as their attacks missed their mark. The older Slytherin boys would be scrambling to get back to their bludgers, but Harry had every intention of swiping the snitch before that would come to fruition. To the credit of Draco, the blonde was on his tail, and gaining distance on his superior broom. This didn't unsettle Harry as much as it excited him. Adding to the boy's skill, Harry noted the teen did not try to bump him. Clearly, Draco remembered that Harry had sloth rolled under Terrence Higgs and nearly injured the older, experienced flyer in his first-year tryouts. Instead, Draco remained focused and attempted to dial into the snitch. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Marcus Flint with a beater bat. In his pursuit of the snitch, he had lost track of the bludgers, but he wouldn't be stopped now. He heard the pounding of the iron bludger, but as he reached out for the snitch, he felt his fingers close in around the tiny golden ball, before the impact of the iron ball struck him in the lower back. Grunting in pain, Harry dove towards the ground to ensure he was not struck again, and if he was, he knew he would have less of a fall if he was closer to the ground. Much to his surprise, no other bludgers came his way. When his feet touched the ground, he raised the snitch once again, despite the soreness in his lower back. Nothing felt broken, but he was certain he would have a nice black and purple bruise the next day. Flint soared down to where he was hovering a few feet off the ground above Harry. His face had a cold look of indifference on display. The results for tryouts will be posted on Monday in the Slytherin common room. With a nod of understanding, Harry dismounted his broom and said nothing to antagonize his future Quidditch captain. Instead, he turned towards the locker room and with his head held high walked off the pitch to another smattering of applause. As Harry walked off the field, a feeling of triumph passed over him. It hardly even mattered if Flint selected him or not. The entire house had seen his skill. They all knew now with certainty that he was the most skilled seeker and the most deserving of the position. If the captain chose not to give him the spot, it would be the wrath of Slytherin that he would have to deal with. Oh. After Harry had showered and made his way back to the castle, he spotted Blaise with his arms crossed leaning against a wall in the courtyard just outside the entrance hall. The teen grinned at his appearance, saying, "That was a hell of a performance out there, Potter. We will see if it was enough to get me cursed in the common room tonight," Harry jabbed jokingly. This actually made the olive-skinned teen laugh. "I know where I would put my money. I think Malfoy wanted to curse you in the back as you walked off the pitch. It looked like he went ahead and tried out for chaser, as if he was resigned to his fate. I wouldn't put it past Flint to deny me a spot out of pure spite," Harry admitted. "Malfoy may still be our starting seeker against Gryffindor." Scoffing Blaise shook his head. "Too many witnesses to what happened today. Flint would look like a fool if he benched you, or didn't even offer you a spot on the team. At worst, he offers you a spot in a different position, to cater to Malfoy. From the way you smacked that bludger with your broom, you probably would have done all right as a chaser. It's what my dad played. Harry muttered, mostly to himself, but Blaise caught it. Instead of responding wittily as he usually did, Blaise paused, seeming to think his words over, before saying quietly, "Is that why you tried out? Despite knowing the target on your back was only going to grow from this." Harry glanced over his shoulder at the teen, who seemed to be the only potential ally in his house so far, before deciding to be honest. Partly. I also needed to prove to them that I wasn't the same weak little boy they put in the hospital wing 2 years ago. I needed to prove it to myself as well. Blaise nodded, and Harry couldn't read the look on his face, but it seemed approving when he smacked Harry on the shoulder. "Well, you will avoid the hospital wing via Quidditch, but let's see if you can avoid it when they attempt to duel you in the common room." Snorting, Harry shrugged. "If they duel me in the common room, they can't hurt me too much. I would be much more worried about them catching me in between classes or deep in the dungeons where no one is around." This caused Blaise to frown at the thought, and said nothing as he followed Harry back to the dungeons in silence. Oh. The evening of his Quidditch tryouts, Harry had wandered off to an abandoned classroom under the guise of his invisibility cloak. Once he had arrived undetected, he had planned to write to Tom informing him of what he had been up to, and what his motivations were for doing so. He was uncertain how his mentor would feel about him trying out for the Slytherin house team, but he also knew the Dark Lord was aware of his shortcomings. If he was going to make allies and be a more friendly, approachable face, he needed to go about a different way than Tom had. Harry was not nearly as charming as Tom was. From just watching the young Dark Lord interact with even muggles, who Harry knew Tom was disgusted by, he was still endearing. This was not a skill Harry had developed so far. Zabini was likely the person he tolerated the most in the entirety of the school, and he could still tell by the look on his begrudging ally's face that Harry was not being very approachable. Harry was uncertain of how long it would take Tom to write back, but while he waited, the young Slytherin delved into his study of curses. His repertoire was growing, but he was still in need of dueling partners. Part of him was still firmly against the idea. He preferred to work alone. Harry knew his own capabilities and could rely on himself to get tasks done no matter the difficulty. If he invited others into his training circle, then not only would he end up teaching more than he would be studying, but he would also constantly worry about his allies using his own teachings against him. The teen could only imagine what Dudley or his friends would have done with a wand, and the thoughts caused a shiver to run down his spine. It was a sickening feeling knowing there was still a part of him that feared not only his cousin, but his other Muggle relatives as well. Tom had taught him to defend himself. No Muggle was a match for him at this point, yet still, the fear lingered. It was something he knew he would one day have to conquer, but he was unsure how he would do so. The Quidditch issue with his housemates seemed to finally be behind him, and he had only solved that through confrontation. Not the most Slytherin approach, perhaps, but to leave his adolescent fears behind, he would do what had to be done. Perhaps Tom can offer me some insight over the summer, Harry thought to himself. The book in his lap began to heat up, and Harry glanced down at the pages, where a single dark word was written: Apprentice. Harry wasted no time in bringing his mentor up to speed. He did not wish to mince words or beat around the bush. Tom had expressed how valuable his time was, and did not wish to drag it on any longer than necessary. "You have done well. Do not allow this to affect your studies. I have seen your memories of Marcus Flint as well. Do not expect him to take your appointment to the team without discrepancy. Tread cautiously." Harry knew Tom was right. He would not allow his victory to overshadow his intelligence and survival skills. He would be prepared if the older Slytherins came for him, and he may not be able to beat them, but with Tom's teachings, he would make them respect him. Oh. Harry had likely never been so welcome in Slytherin House as he had been the day after his tryouts. Lots of the students below 5th year seemed to think he was the best seeker in the school, and had a good chance of leading Slytherin to the House Cup this year. He was grateful that his newfound popularity hadn't led to an abundance of company, but still, he was greeted in a much friendlier capacity as he walked around the school and even the common room. His studying in the library had run late that Sunday night, and he yawned as Madame Pince warned him that curfew was minutes away. Putting away his books with haste, Harry flicked his wand towards his notes, summoning them to a neat pile and placing them in his book bag. The halls were deserted by the time Harry had crossed through the library annex and began his descent into the dungeons. A sense of unease passed through Harry suddenly as he realized exactly how quiet it was around him. His eyes shifted, and he felt a tension cross his body as he attempted to carry himself faster toward his common room, towards safety. The grand stone archways loomed, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and twisted in the flickering torchlight. Each step echoed through the empty corridors, a lonely rhythm in the silent night. A chill clung to the air, whispering ghosts and portraits in the nearby corridors seemed to speak conspiratorially of him. A prickling sensation crawled across Harry's skin, the feeling of unseen eyes watching his every move, lurking in the darkness just beyond sight. He knew it was coming before he even heard the murmur of a spell behind him. In a swift motion, Harry rolled to the floor like a gymnast and shot back up to his feet ready to fight. His wand was in his hand, and it sparked in warning to his stalkers in the night. With a flick of his wrist, Harry sent the Bombarda charm searing down the hallway. The spell ripped apart the ground in front of him, and the only thing that protected his attackers was the raising of 2 shields that barely put a stop to his spell. Unfortunately for his attackers, the shield was luminescent and highlighted the faces of 3 familiar older students. Lucian Bowl, Graham Montague, and of course, the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, stood before him. Instead of giving the 3 a chance to fight back, Harry whipped his wand backwards, pulling the 3 off balance with the summoning charm. With a quick flex of his wrist, his wand swirled, and a stunner tagged Montague in the face, viciously crumbling the boy. Before Harry could jump on the other 2, Flint proved he was not completely incompetent by sending a large blasting hex back at Harry, forcing the teen to shield. A brief lull occurred in the spell casting, and Harry growled, feeling like a cornered animal as he snarled out, "Evening, Captain. Or is it presumptuous of me to call you that?" Flint glared at the teen as he glanced at his downed friend, before speaking in a chilling tone. "You know that the heir of Slytherin threat last year was pretty good. Enough to keep us away until we investigated the matter further. You should have known our families would have contacts in the ministry that would discover the truth, though." Remaining poised and ready, Harry taunted, "You should have seen the looks on your faces." Flashes of anger crossed the older Slytherins' faces, while Bowl chided, "If you weren't such an arrogant little sod, you would make a hell of a Slytherin." "What can I say? I am all sorts of stubborn," Harry taunted, before flashing his wand in the direction of Lucian Bowl with a silent stunner. The spell bounced off the older boy's shield, while Harry shot his wand across his body with a blistering bone breaker that pierced through Flint's shield. The boy roared in pain, dropping his wand, while Harry slid his head under a purple hex that shot from Bowl's wand. Tom had cast spells at Harry with ridiculous levels of speed, and Harry had managed to defend himself. Harry attempted to capitalize by attacking Bowl, but Flint reached his wand faster than the younger Slytherin gave him credit for. The piercing charm that went through his shoulder caused him to grit his teeth when he felt the warm feel of blood begin to trickle down, but he didn't let that distract him. Despite his wound, 2 attackers at once were hardly even slowing Harry down as he casually switched between shields and dodges. While Harry was defending himself, he struck Bowl with a blasting hex to the chest, making the boy slam into the wall, knocking down a portrait that was screaming silently for help. Harry had to give the older Slytherins a small fraction of credit. At least they thought to silence the portraits. This subtracted the possibility of help coming, but with all the noise the third-year Slytherin was making, help was inevitable. Harry may have landed a clean hit on Flint, but despite his injury and his 2 downed friends, the Slytherin captain showed no signs of giving up or retreating. With decisiveness, Harry was deflecting his spells with ease, and he grew into a comfortable defensive pattern as he considered how he would beat the older student. When it was 3-on-1, his task was to escape. Now he felt invincible. He had already beaten 2 of them, and despite the blood pouring from his shoulder, the pain only spurred him on. Harry wanted to give Flint a little gift for all the pain he had caused him over the years. Deciding to delve deeper into his book of tricks, Harry took off into a run as he ducked under 2 curses that were aimed high. Barreling around the corner, Harry quickly used the disillusionment charm. It had always felt like an egg had been cracked directly over his head, with the cold egg yolk dripping down his back, but Harry waited patiently, hoping that Flint would pursue him. Tom had told Harry that his disillusionment charm wasn't very good, but in this dark corridor, he knew it stood a chance. Heaving for breath as they entered the corridor, Flint roared out, "Where did you go, Potter?" His wand swept the area, but Harry didn't wait long. "He's right behind you, you fool," Bull groaned as he staggered around the corner. Flint turned just in time to see Harry's fist connect with his face. The blow sent Flint sprawling to the ground, dazed, and Harry moved his head out of the way just in time to avoid Bull's stunner. In return, Harry disarmed the older Slytherin with a quick flick of his wand, catching him by surprise. Summoning Flint's wand to his hand, Harry pointed his wand back and forth between the 2 older students threateningly. "Where did a jumped-up little mudblood like you learn to duel like that?" Flint said through gritted teeth. Savagely, Harry snapped the wand in his hand, drawing outraged cries, before saying, "You would be shocked to learn the truth, Flint. I told you last year that if you wanted to hurt me, you better kill me. Basilisk or not, I hold the wand now." "This isn't over," Flint said, fury alight in his eyes. Vindication surged through Harry. He had believed himself years away from defeating the group that bullied him. But in a few short months under Tom's tutelage, he had thrived. Of course, he had caught Montague unprepared, and obviously Flint underestimated him, which caused Bull to get pinned down in surprise, but still, he had been the one to end up on top. "You're right," Harry said, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "It's not." Harry sent the bludgeoning curse directly at Bull's stomach area, knocking the teen down, while flipping his wand towards Flint, forcing him against the wall painfully. Stomping towards the 7th-year Slytherin, Harry growled out, "You put me in the hospital wing for 2 weeks last time. Should I return the favor? Maybe I should leave something a little more permanent to remind you not to mess with me." The threat obviously sounded convincing, because where Flint had been looking at him with rage, a flash of fear now crossed his eyes. The elation made Harry's fingers tingle with adrenaline spiked into his bloodstream. He felt on fire, invincible. The shadows seemed to thicken in anticipation as Harry pondered if he could use the spell Tom had taught him to use against the Dementors. His magic must have been reacting to his train of thought, because he could feel the temptation of the spell beginning him to be released. Revenge could be sweet. "Please, I'm sorry," Flint whispered softly. "We were just having a laugh." "Right, because I was laughing so hard during my time in the hospital. All I wanted was to play Quidditch and be left alone." Harry spat furiously. "This is your final warning. Cross me again and I will bury you." Flint's eyes narrowed, and Harry sensed the defiance. At this, Harry stepped back several steps before unleashing a blast of ice from the ground, and Shard pressed mere inches from Flint. "Say it's over. You don't want me as your enemy, Flint. End this or pay the price." "Potter." A voice roared from down the hall. Before Harry's brain could place the voice, his wand was whipped from his hand. Harry's head turned and his stomach dropped as he saw a furious Professor Snape storming towards him. Chapter 13. Harry Potter had been in trouble countless times throughout his life. From a tender age, he had been living with the Dursleys, who treated him like a mere house elf rather than family. Their blatant disregard for his well-being and his magical abilities often led to unexplainable and bizarre occurrences. Growing up with the Dursleys, Harry had endured a childhood filled with neglect and ostracism. His aunt, Petunia, held a deep-seated resentment towards him as she believed he was a constant reminder of his parents' magical world, which she had been excluded from. Uncle Vernon, a boisterous and arrogant man, despised anything that deviated from his mundane and orderly existence, making Harry's magical abilities a constant source of irritation and embarrassment for him. As a result of his magical nature, unusual and inexplicable phenomena would manifest around Harry, leaving him bewildered and often frightened. Objects would move on their own, electrical appliances would malfunction, and strange noises would echo through the house at odd hours. These occurrences not only terrified the Dursleys, but also made Harry feel like he was at fault for the chaos that ensued. Despite his confusion and fear, Harry could not understand how he was responsible for these strange occurrences. He had no prior knowledge of magic or its workings, and he had never consciously tried to cause any of the unusual events that unfolded around him. The Dursleys, however, saw Harry's magical abilities as a deliberate attempt to rebel and disrupt their lives, further fueling their resentment and mistreatment of him. In this instance, Harry was fully aware of his actions. Despite Snape's verbal tirade and the withholding of his wand, Harry felt no remorse. He had triumphed over his tormentors, and their lack of need for medical attention was, in his opinion, a merciful outcome. The teen could only imagine Tom's fury when he found out that he had 3 older enemies beaten, and none of them would need serious medical attention. Particularly when his opponents bit off more than they could chew by attacking him, and not capitalizing on their superior numbers and experience. Harry had humiliated them, but not harmed them. At worst, Bull might have a bruised rib, and Montague might have a headache, but Flint, his worst abuser, had gotten away with a broken hand that would be healed by morning. This was something that irked Harry, but he figured it would not be wise to mention this to the headmaster. Sitting at the bottom of the gargoyle, Harry waited for his summons. Snape had promised expulsion and a painful life in Azkaban if he moved from his current spot, so patiently the teen waited to be called for. Strangely, he was not all that concerned. The worst they could do was expel him, snap his wand, and send him to Tom. Tom would take care of Harry, and with a new wand they would continue their training. There were worse fates. In fact, perhaps it was even preferable. He was mostly unchallenged in his classes, and the annoyance of his classmates was a situation he would rather avoid. Despite the lingering notion of anticipation swirling within him, Harry couldn't shake the bittersweet pang of sadness that tugged at his heartstrings as he contemplated getting expelled from Hogwarts. The looming end of his career at the magical school filled him with a mix of longing and apprehension. Hogwarts had become more than just a place of learning for Harry. It was the first place where he had truly felt a sense of belonging. The towering castle with its winding staircases, hidden passages, and enchanted classrooms had become a home to him, and the thought of leaving it behind filled him with a sense of emptiness. Most of all, Harry would miss the constant sense of wonder and discovery that Hogwarts provided. Every day brought new challenges and opportunities, most of which didn't come from the classroom, but regardless, Harry couldn't imagine a more stimulating and enchanting environment in which to grow and learn. His conflicting emotions on what would occur next distracted him to the fact that Snape had gone blowing past him in a billow of his cloak. The man did not even turn to address him, but Harry could feel the man's anger as he stormed down the hall. Taking that as his summoning, and hoping Dumbledore might have his wand, Harry began making his way up the stairs that would lead to the headmaster's office. In the aftermath of his failed attempt to expel Harry, Snape's fury was palpable. While this provided a glimmer of satisfaction, Harry could not shake the trepidation that gnawed at him. An impending one-on-one confrontation with the headmaster loomed, an encounter that had been inevitable, but nonetheless caused his stomach to knot with apprehension. Before Harry could even raise his hand to knock, the door to Dumbledore's office swung open. Inside, Dumbledore sat at his desk, his hands clasped together, his ever-patient demeanor on display. The aged wizard greeted his student. "Mr. Potter, it appears you've had quite an eventful evening." Approaching the old man's desk, swallowing Harry felt a sense of relief as he noticed his wand prominently displayed in the center. Somewhat relaxed, Harry spoke in a soft voice. "It was not my intention to do so, sir." With a nod, the man immediately agreed. "I tried to communicate that idea to your head of house. It seemed highly unlikely that a third-year student would launch an attack on 3 significantly older students. May I assume this was not the case?" In agreement, Harry said, "You are correct, sir. I was on my way back from the library after Madame Pince informed me that the curfew was approaching. She can verify that I was present there for most of the night and not lurking around in the corridors." Dumbledore held up a hand peacefully. innocent until proven guilty. Of course, the portrait's story does line up with this fact. However, I would like to hear your version of events. Quickly, Harry delved into his story and defended himself. By the time he came to the end of the story, he was staring at the ground, pretending to be remorseful. I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't stop, sir. I am sorry, but I had been on the other end of Flint's wand too many times. I was just angry and wanted to send a message that they couldn't hurt me anymore, not without getting hurt themselves. Dumbledore said nothing for a minute, and Harry felt his penetrating gaze on him as he kept his eyes downcast. Finally, the older man sighed. It has been many years since a third year has bested this many older students. I was lucky with Montague, Harry admitted. I caught him off guard. Bull and Flint were beaten mostly by tricks. Yet you still defended the onslaught of two older students. Your defensive magic must be superb. Dumbledore complimented, but for some reason, the underlying tone was accusing. It always has been, Harry confirmed. All your teachers have noted a marked improvement in your spell work. Dumbledore probed. I also can't help but notice how much healthier you look upon your return to Hogwarts. I must say I am relieved your relatives finally decided to treat you with some decency. It took all of Harry's power not to snort at the man's audacity, but instead he just shrugged. They left me to my own devices, sir. Acting like I don't exist is better than the contrary. I ate my meals and studied my books all summer. It paid off by the time we came back to school. Dumbledore's brow furrowed into a deep crease as he regarded the young wizard standing before him. Forgive me, it seems like you did a lot more than study books this summer, he said, his voice tinged with both curiosity and a hint of concern. The young wizard looked up at Dumbledore with a mixture of apprehension and defiance in his emerald green eyes. He had spent the past few months training under one of the most powerful wizards of all time. Of course, he had grown more than a good summer study session could explain. His mind worked quickly, however, to concoct a lie. I studied day and night, Professor, Harry replied, his voice barely above a whisper. I had to learn how to defend myself. I had to be ready for anything. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I don't want to be the one getting hurt either. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his eyes twinkling with a mix of wisdom and understanding. I understand, Harry, he said. The world is a dangerous place, and you have been thrust into the heart of its darkness. But I must caution you against straying too far from the path of righteousness. Power can corrupt, and knowledge can be a double-edged sword. Harry took a deep breath, his mind racing as he tried to process Dumbledore's words. He knew that the old wizard was right, but he also couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. With everything that has happened, the headmaster should not be surprised that Harry had taken steps to defend himself. I know, Professor, Harry said, his voice steadier now that his lie was being bought. I won't let the darkness consume me, I promise. With a faint smile, Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon the young wizard standing before him. Harry, I believe you, he uttered. However, I cannot deny my astonishment that a student who is not yet in his owl year managed to defend himself against 3 Newt students. A hint of accusation tinged Dumbledore's tone. I made it my mission to be exceptional at this branch of magic, due to the number of attacks on my person. I am also well aware that Sirius Black could be after me, Harry said, hopping to bait the man away from his current line of thinking. At Harry's revelation, Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, indicating surprise. Harry sensed it. Dumbledore leaned back, and Harry took the opportunity for a longer look. The man's face betrayed no emotion, but Harry suspected he would soon start probing for more information. What do you know about Sirius Black? Dumbledore inquired cautiously. That he escaped Azkaban. I know that he killed 12 muggles and a wizard by the name of Peter Pettigrew. I also know that he sold my parents out to Voldemort. Draco Malfoy was kind enough to tell me on our first day back, Harry said, trying to sound bitter. Of course, Dumbledore acknowledged with comprehension. I suppose it should come as no surprise that Lucius would entrust such sensitive information to his son, with the expectation that he would pass it along to his classmate. Harry tried his best to maintain a neutral expression. It was clear to both of them that Draco had not revealed this information out of any genuine kindness. Harry remained silent, allowing Dumbledore to continue. Professor Lupin has expressed concerns that you may be delving into the study of dark curses in preparation for a potential confrontation with Mr. Black. Is there any truth to this? Feeling a tinge of anger, Harry said, I admit I have been studying a lot of less than friendly curses in case Black comes after me. No one is going to take me without a fight. With a stubborn yet confident tone, Harry uttered those final words. He fervently wished his statement would be convincing enough to deter the headmaster from delving deeper into the origins of his knowledge about the dark arts. The teen was acutely aware that the last thing he needed was undue scrutiny from the headmaster, which could potentially unravel the carefully constructed facade he had maintained all this time. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he awaited the headmaster's response. He knew that his words alone might not be enough to sway the wise and experienced wizard who had a keen eye for detecting deception. However, Harry was desperate to avoid revealing his secret source of knowledge, which he had stumbled upon quite by chance. As the seconds ticked by, Harry's mind raced, trying to anticipate the headmaster's next move. He knew that he had to tread carefully, choosing his words and actions wisely to maintain the illusion of innocence. The teen's fate hung in the balance, and he could only hope that his carefully crafted story would hold up under the headmaster's scrutiny. Eventually, Dumbledore seemed to decide on a frown. Hogwarts is a safe place, Mr. Potter. I assure you Mr. Black will not get you before he crosses every teacher in this school. With a stifled snort, the young Slytherin's expression inadvertently betrayed his amusement. Dumbledore's face mirrored the sourness of a particularly tart lemon drop. Your lack of confidence in our staff's ability to defend you is apparent. Sir, Harry addressed, his voice laced with skepticism, if Professor Snape had his way, I would have faced expulsion for simply defending myself. In my first year at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell harbored sinister intentions, attempting to take my life. The following year, Professor Lockhart revealed himself to be a fraudulent wizard. Forgive me if I find it difficult to share your unwavering confidence. This last part was said with a bite. Dumbledore seemed saddened by the outburst, but nodded. I know things have been rocky in your first few years at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. However, I do believe this remains to be the safest place for you. We have taken proper precautions to keep you safe. Ah, you refer to the Dementors, Harry replied caustically. I hold them in high regard, sir. I had always wanted to hear the sound of my mother's voice. The Dementors were kind enough to give me her final screams for my life as a memory to hold onto. With a pallid face, Dumbledore listened to Harry's words as he stood up. Sir, if there is nothing else, I would like to return to my common room. It has been a long weekend, and I have a significant amount of studying that requires my attention. When Dumbledore said nothing, Harry offered his professor a sharp nod before rising to his feet, swiping his wand off the man's desk, and moving towards the exit. Before he could make it, Dumbledore said, I regret to inform you that Professor Snape insists as your punishment for excessive force against your classmates, you are banned from playing Quidditch this year. As your head of house, this is his right. With rage coursing through his veins, Harry clenched his fist and whipped his head towards the headmaster. I never wanted to play for Slytherin anyway. I've proven my point, he said defiantly. And what point was that, my boy? Dumbledore asked cautiously. That I am better than the others, Harry spat. The whole school saw that. I don't need to play another game to know I am the best seeker in the school. Harry, feeling a surge of unexpected rage and certainty, spoke his mind and felt a sense of pride wash over him. However, his pride was not shared by Dumbledore, who stared at him with disbelief and shock. In response, the last Potter, without uttering a word, abruptly stormed out of the room. Oh. It was long after curfew when Harry made it back to the common room. Not a soul was still in the common room, and he stormed his way toward the third-year boys' dormitory. Upon arrival, everyone seemed asleep, except Blaise, who sat in the corner with a book clutched to his chest. When the two made eye contact, Zabini seemed to look visibly relieved. It was long after curfew when Harry made it back to the dungeons. The room was deserted. the fire in the hearth having reduced to a handful of glowing embers, and the large window that led to the black lake was dark as night. He could hear the gentle snoring of a few students in the dormitories and knew he had to be quiet. As Harry drew near to the dormitory, he caught sight of a solitary figure. Zabini, a fellow Slytherin, sat huddled in the corner adjacent to the window, gripping a book tightly in his hand. An air of nervousness emanated from him, prompting Harry to ponder over the rumors that might have already spread like wildfire throughout the house. As Harry stepped into the dormitory, Blaze's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up from his book. The surprise on his face quickly transformed into a look of relief. "Potter," Blaze said, his voice barely above a whisper, "you're alive." With a solemn nod, Harry's throat constricted with emotion over everything that had occurred. He approached Blaze and found a seat beside him on the window seat. "It was a close call, but I am all right. What have you heard?" Harry asked cautiously. "Nothing yet," Blaze said with a shrug. "Montague, Flint, and Bowl haven't returned to the common room yet. Everyone knew they were going to try something tonight. When none of you returned, I think the general consensus was that they went too far and were getting expelled." With a nod of satisfaction, Harry replied, "I'll share the truth with you at a later time. Right now, I am in dire need of some rest." Zabini looked like he wanted to press his fellow Slytherin, but Harry took away that option by returning to his bed. He desperately wanted to write to Tom, but he knew he needed to wait for his roommate to go to bed himself. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long, and Zabini disappeared behind the curtains of his own bed shortly after his arrival. Harry moved slowly and quietly as he reached for the journal that would communicate with his mentor, and penned quickly. "Master." It was almost as if Tom had sensed his apprentice's distress and wrote back faster than he had ever had before. "Apprentice. I was attacked tonight. Marcus Flint and the other Slytherins. They attempted to gang up on me." A long pause before the ink appeared on his end. "Did they survive?" In the wide world of responses Tom could have had, this one made Harry relax the most. His mentor did not doubt for one second that he had emerged victorious. Instead, he asked if the teen had been merciful enough to spare his attackers. The faith the Dark Lord had in Harry made him feel a sense of pride at what occurred. First, he had conquered on the dueling pitch, and then again behind the scenes in the hallways, where he once knew no bounds of safety. With less than half a year's training Tom had changed Harry's life. "Yes, all three are in the hospital wing." The headmaster questioned me, but I guilted him into letting it go. Snape wanted me expelled. He didn't get that, but I am banned from playing Quidditch. Harry didn't have the guts to tell his mentor that all three of his attackers would be released by morning. He hoped to score a few sympathy points by telling the man he had been banned from the house team. Instead, Tom surprised him. "Good. You did much more for your reputation tonight. Then you would have by playing a simple game. You defeated students 3 years your senior. This is an irregularity and speaks of your talent. You have done well." Under the praise of his mentor, Harry experienced a surge of pride. Tom rarely bestowed compliments without adding a biting backhanded remark. "Your defense is fantastic," he would often say. "If only you didn't have the offensive repertoire of a first-year student." Or even sometimes he would say, "Your speed is admirable. Your power, on the other hand, is sloppy." His compliments towards joining the Quidditch team and now defeating 3 older students, however, had not come with any scathing remarks. Harry thought these were big steps of progress that he wanted to capitalize on. "What should I do next, Master?" Harry asked, searching for some form of guidance. Tom did not disappoint when he responded with, "Allow your reputation to grow. If anyone tests it, squash them. In the meantime, study hard. Find yourself a dueling partner. And prepare yourself. I shall be testing you on the first Hogsmeade weekend." Harry swallowed hard, knowing that Tom would mean business when he came into town. The man would want to check his progress on the Morty's Umbra spell and see what he had learned from the other books that had been assigned to him. Harry felt confident in what he had learned, but still, His training with Tom were painful lessons that brought minor degrees of trepidation. Still, the young teen was looking forward to the challenge and closed his journal knowing no other messages would be coming in tonight. Oh. The fact that Bowl, Montague, and Flint were still in the hospital wing when the sun rose meant the rumor mill was swirling by the time Harry made it to breakfast. As the young third year sat in his usual place alone, a familiar companion sat across from him with a serious look on his face when he asked, "What happened last night?" A small frown crossed Harry's countenance and he shrugged, saying, "I had a late night at the library, and then a delay coming back." Blaise looked incredulously at Harry and asked, "Was this delay a seventh-year Quidditch captain and 2 sixth years?" "Maybe," Harry said inconspicuously as he forked at his breakfast gingerly. "Merlin Potter," Blaise whispered, leaning across the table to talk quietly. "You have no idea what you have done, do you?" "Avoided the trip to the hospital wing we joked about?" Harry asked sarcastically. Blaise rolled his eyes. "Be serious." Shrugging, Harry shook his head. "Zabini, I really don't know what to tell you. It was nothing. I did get a Quidditch ban, which is a little disappointing, but what can you do?" The dark-skinned teen's mouth fell open at his words, while Harry just piled his eggs between 2 pieces of toast, making a small sandwich nonchalantly. Finally, Blaise hissed, "How did you not get expelled? It doesn't look like we even lost a house point." "I think they were so worried about expelling me that when it didn't happen, they forgot to punish me in other ways." Harry shrugged. Shaking his head, Blaise just muttered something under his breath and went back to his breakfast. By the time Harry had departed to his morning classes, the whispers had reignited from the beginning of the year. No one knew for certainty what had happened last night, but it did seem most had known of the older Slytherin's intentions. The fact that Harry Potter was sitting at breakfast, while the others were unaccounted for, was enough to ignite any flames that might have been low on the fire. By the end of the day, the whole school seemed to know what had happened. Harry wasn't sure how or why, but it seemed a legend had been born in the dungeons last night. Everyone who knew the full story wasn't talking yet, but Harry knew the truth would get around, or at least a version of it. Oh. The next month had passed quickly for the Slytherin third year. Halloween weekend would bring the first Hogsmeade visit, and of course the first Quidditch match as well. A small part of Harry hoped that Slytherin was crushed by Gryffindor, but without a promising prospect at Seeker, the emerald-eyed teen suspected that Draco would snatch the snitch once again, raising his popularity higher than ever. While Draco may gain popularity for winning the upcoming Quidditch match, Harry had gained a certain level of infamy from the rumor mills. Not a student in the castle was daring to cross him. Not when the likes of Colin Creevey and other starry-eyed students were spreading rumors about him standing up to the pureblood agenda. Others had proclaimed him to be the next rising Dark Lord. For his part, Harry was just glad that the house finally seemed to respect him enough to stay out of the way. When Montague, Flint, and Bowl had returned to their normally scheduled classes, they had seemed cowed. Harry wasn't sure if Snape, the headmaster, or their humiliation had done it, but the trio had laid low the last month. In that month, Harry had not been idle. Instead, he had been rejuvenated by his victory and set about training harder than ever before. Pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion in nearly every training session was paying its dividends. He was learning at an exponential rate, and more often than not, Harry found himself asking Tom for even more material. Occasionally, his mentor would quiz him on what he had already asked Harry to read, but with his occlumency exercises, the young Slytherin's memory was improving rapidly. He was quite looking forward to his weekend in the village. It would be a new area to explore, plus he would be making his way to the Shrieking Shack for a much-awaited lesson with Tom. The anticipation of his next lesson had lessened the blow of missing the Quidditch match, even though he almost certainly would have been playing that weekend. Harry figured that Flint would be gone next year, and if he wanted to try out under a new captain, his luck would likely be a lot better. In the meantime, he would focus on his growth and maybe even catching Sirius Black. The escaped Azkaban prisoner had been spotted in Dufftown just a few days before leading up to the weekend. This made Harry think the man was making his way to Hogwarts, and he seemed to feel a certain level of anxiety at the thought of crossing the man. not because he feared Sirius Black, but because he had already promised himself what he would do to the man if they did cross paths. He would be testing the Morty's Umbra curse this weekend, and if it was successful, it would be the perfect swan song for Black. On the Saturday of the Hogsmeade weekend, which coincided with Halloween, the atmosphere at the castle was jubilant. The festivities were in honor of either the Samhain Festival or the Fall of the Dark Lord, both significant occasions. Harry, however, felt a pang of irritation, a familiar emotion he experienced whenever he witnessed Halloween celebrations. Amidst the joyous celebration marking the Dark Lord's downfall, a somber realization weighed upon Harry Potter. The day of festivities simultaneously commemorated the tragic loss of his parents. The freedom enjoyed by the wizarding world had come at the price of his family's lives. This unsettling irony left a bitter taste in Harry's mouth. Grateful for the opportunity to escape the castle, he departed before the majority of students had even emerged from their common rooms. As Harry cautiously stepped into the grand entrance hall of Hogwarts, a palpable sense of excitement washed over him. He had a nagging suspicion that he might make it all the way to the carriages without encountering a single student, which would make his escape to the Shrieking Shack all the easier. The usually bustling hall, adorned with its imposing marble staircase and intricately carved statues, stood eerily silent. The only sound that disturbed the quiet was the gentle echo of his own footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. Nevertheless, just as Harry began to hope he would escape undisturbed, a familiar voice shattered the silence, calling out his name. He turned his gaze towards the nearby staircase that led to the library and spotted Daphne Greengrass, one of his fellow Slytherin students. With her blonde hair flowing over her shoulders like a cascade of golden silk and her sea-blue eyes glinting with intelligence, she cut an enchanting figure even in the dim light of the hall. Daphne did not appear particularly delighted to see him, her eyes holding their usual cool detachment. However, since she had caught his attention, Harry decided to take a chance and waited for her to join him. As Daphne approached, a faint hint of perfume wafted through the air, leaving a delicate trail in her wake. Harry couldn't help but admire her poise and grace as she descended the stairs with the effortless elegance of a dancer. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, Daphne paused for a moment, her sea-blue eyes meeting Harry's. In her hands was a fair bit of parchment that she began to fold as she approached him, trying to get to Hogsmeade before everyone else. "You didn't seem like the type to be anxious about something so frivolous." The haughty tone of the girl made Harry want to roll his eyes, but he kept his gaze on her hands, which seemed to tremble slightly. It was a cool day outside, but the braziers around Hogwarts burned with fire, keeping most of the hallways warm. This shaking was not from the cold, and despite her evenless expression, Harry could tell Greengrass was nervous. "I thought it would be best to have a look around before the crowds arrived. You know I don't like people," Harry said evenly. In the midst of an awkward silence that lingered between them, Harry decided to end it. With a determined voice, he declared, "If there's nothing further, I believe it's time for me to venture into the village." Turning away from the girl, Harry started moving towards the exit that would lead him to the grounds, but a hand clamped onto his arm, and his head whipped towards Daphne, who held his eyes without a hint of fear. "Did you really beat Flint and his cronies? I hear they want your head on a platter, and something about the whispers around the house make me think they aren't just posturing." "I put them in their place," Harry said frostily. "They attempted to attack me when I was leaving the library, and I took all of 3 of them down. The only reason I wasn't in trouble was because it was self-defense." Daphne released his arm like it burned her. Her eyes were wider now, surprise clear on her countenance. "How did you beat 3 older students? Newt students." "I practice my defensive magic a lot." Harry spat at her disbelief. "I also have been studying curses and offensive magic, practicing them even in the empty classrooms at all hours of the day and night. I had to be able to protect myself." Swallowing hard, Daphne glanced at the parchment still in her free hand, before biting her lip, then offering it to him. "I owe you for saving me from the hippogriff in care of magical creatures. This will help keep you safe. We are even." Questioningly, Harry glanced from her eyes to the parchment a couple of times, before taking it carefully. The parchment seemed to glow faintly in his hands, while intricate lines and swirling ink formed a detailed layout of Hogwarts. Harry's jaw dropped as his brain slowly processed what was in his hands. The more his mind registered, the more amazed he became. Tiny dots moved across the map, each labeled with a name, revealing the whereabouts of students and staff alike. Every secret passageway, corridor, and hallway seemed to be alive, the ink shifting and changing as if responding to some hidden rhythm. In the corner, the word, Meesers. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders' map. "This can't be real," Harry whispered. "I spent a week confirming that it was. I hexed Fred Weasley the second week of term for pranking my sister, and he dropped this. When he attempted to come back for it, Davis and I jinxed him bald. He didn't try to reclaim it after that," Daphne said with a smug grin. "This is an amazing magical artifact," Harry said. "The amount of work it must have taken to design this. I think I will owe you one for this." "I don't have half the house pinning for my blood," Daphne said with a shrug. "I have learned and noted all the secret passageways. The only thing I get out of this now is being nosy. This way, we are even. As you said, perhaps you owe me a little something now." Cautiously, Harry folded the map, asking, "What is it I can do for you, Ms. Greengrass?" His eyes were certainly narrowed, but Daphne seemed to enjoy turning the tables on him. "I would like to see this dueling prowess for myself. I might find myself in need of some pointers from someone capable of knocking down 3 Newt students." Knowing this is what Tom wanted, Harry didn't reject the idea out of hand, which seemed to be what Daphne was suspecting. The silence continued before Harry finally sighed. "Okay." His answer clearly surprised the Slytherin girl. She appraised him from head to toe, and if Harry didn't know any better, he would have blushed under her scrutiny. He wasn't sure too many witches had looked at him the way Daphne was looking at him now. It wasn't a particularly leering look, but Harry was certain he was being surveyed. "There is something about you this year, Potter." The girl trailed off before shaking her head. "I look forward to our duel. Tomorrow is Halloween, and I care little for the feast. I think we could have a few hours of privacy to find an old classroom in the dungeons for us to have our little match. What do you say?" Frowning at the girl, Harry asked, "Won't your friends worry? If we are both missing from the feast, don't you think the house will talk?" "Let them talk," Daphne shrugged. "There will be no proof, and we can deny it if necessary. As for my friends, well, let's just keep it our little secret, eh, Potter?" She had an angle. She had to. Daphne Greengrass was a penultimate Slytherin. He had watched her act as Slytherin's perfect little pureblood princess for the last 3 years. Ever since the defense lesson, however, there had been something different about her. Harry couldn't figure out what it was, but he could hardly refuse a simple duel when she was handing him such a powerful artifact that would keep him safe from the other Slytherins, and Sirius Black if he managed to penetrate the castle's defense. "Very well," Harry said, feeling slightly anxious over the matter. "Tomorrow during the feast, then." Daphne offered him a sarcastic curtsy and made her way up the stairs with his eyes on her. Before she could clear the corner, she turned and caught his eyes. "Be careful with that map, Potter. It would be a dangerous thing to fall into the hands of your enemies." With a final nod of his head, Harry turned and pushed open the exit that would take him to the grounds. His head was full of wonder at what Daphne Greengrass had just gifted him, and what he was getting himself into. Chapter 14. In a carriage alone, Harry had pulled his robes tight to his body, fighting off the short sting of the cold weather. There were likely less than a dozen students in the whole castle on the move at this point, and Harry knew this would be the best time to sneak off and meet the Dark Lord. The plan was to arrive in Hogsmeade, and then sneak off into an alleyway, where he would don his invisibility cloak and make his way to the Shrieking Shack. Tom would be waiting for him, and then with some luck, he would be able to enjoy the remainder of the evening exploring the village. If not, then Harry figured there were worse ways than spending his afternoon with a teacher that was considered one of the most powerful wizards of the century. His plan went without a hitch all the way to the most haunted building in Britain. Harry had scoffed at the legends his classmates had whispered. He wasn't certain that the stories were false initially. After all, ghosts at Hogwarts were a common sight, but upon arrival to the supposedly ancient house, Harry could tell that it was all fabricated. There was hardly a drop of magic in the place. The only residual magic he was even pulling was that of what they used to build the house in the first place. Harry wasn't quite sure where it had received its reputation, but he could safely guess there wasn't a single ghost in the entire building. The cellar doors had been easy enough to breach, just as Tom had said, and when he entered the doors that would take him into the basement, he felt a slight chill run down his spine. He could freely admit that the shack had an ominous feel to it. The walls around him seemed alive, and despite the lack of magic, there was a certain ominous feeling to the area. As Harry made his way to the inner stairwell, he climbed up one floor and entered the main living area. It was here that he felt the first magical anomaly, and knew that his mentor was close. One more level he rose, and sitting cross-legged on what appeared to be a conjured chair was Tom Riddle. The teen did not look much different than he had a month ago, but there was something slightly off about him. Harry knew that when Tom was agitated, his magic would often surge around him, and the teen briefly wondered if he was about to get a taste of his mentor's ire. Patiently, Harry entered the room and took a seat across from the man matching his position. For the Dark Lord's part, he did not even open his eyes at Harry's arrival. Instead, he merely spoke softly in greeting. "How goes your studies, my apprentice?" Knowing it was best not to ask just what the Dark Lord was focusing on, Harry began to explain his most recent progress in the study of the dark arts, as well as curses he had been practicing in the empty classroom around the castle. "Have you found yourself a dueling partner?" Tom asked, his eyes opening at last. Harry felt himself gnawing on the inside of his cheeks as he considered the question. The parchment in his pocket felt heavy, and the young teen said, "Myself and Ms. Greengrass are going to have a duel tomorrow. Not sure if that makes us partners, but it could be a start." The value of the map felt heavy in his pockets. Considering he had just received the item and not had any chance to study it, he was hesitant to share the discovery with his mentor. Harry's guilt must have been written on his features, however, because Tom raised an eyebrow. "Is there more to it than that?" With a sly smirk, the older teen asked, "Is it perhaps that you are once again falling to pleasures of the flesh, Harry? I said it once before, and I will say it again. You are awfully young for such things." Quickly shaking his head, Harry pulled out the parchment, unfolded it, and handed it to Tom. "It's not that," Harry said, trailing off. Tom took the map and studied it curiously before his expression turned to fascination. Harry explained, "Remember I told you that I saved the heiress in my Care of Magical Creatures class? Well, she had promised a favor, and this, well, it's not quite like anything I have ever come across." "This is magnificent," Tom said as he pulled out his wand and began waving it in tight circles just above the map's surface. Harry watched in curiosity as Tom went through several passive emotions. Tom then pointed his wand directly onto the map and hissed in Parseltongue, "Reveal your secrets." After a moment, Tom's eyes widened in surprise as his eyes scanned the top of the page. "There appears to be hundreds of charms inlay into this map. I can also now see that there are 2 passwords with different functions. The map is also quite deceptive. If the wrong person were to attempt to open it, the map would insult the offending party's intelligence. The state of the parchment would also indicate that it is hundreds of years old, but there is nothing ambient about this piece of magic to indicate this. It could be as little as 50 years old. In fact, I suspect it is closer to 10, but..." Frowning, the older teen mumbled something incoherent, and Harry peered at the map, where 2 phrases were penned in a neat sprawl across the top. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Mischief managed. I am now uncertain as to whether the map was written by geniuses or idiots," Tom muttered, before turning his eyes to his apprentice. "Press your wand to the paper and try each of those phrases." With interest, Harry did as he was told, and watched in surprise as the map appeared and disappeared with the interchanging phrases. "Wicked." Tom shook his head. "This could be a very valuable artifact. You have a growing number of enemies within the school, and that does not even begin to mention Sirius Black. This will help keep you safe and allow you to traverse the school undetected. Between your cloak and the map, I suspect even I would have a difficult time tracking you through the school. Use it wisely." Realizing that Tom's interest had run out, Harry quickly scooped up the parchment and gently stuffed it into his robes. Now that his mentor was on his feet, Tom offered his arm. "Come, Harry. It is time for us to train behind the wards of Gaunt Manor." In acceptance, Harry reached out for the man's arm and felt the familiar pulling sensation. In the blink of an eye, the young Slytherin found himself back at a place that he had practically called home over the summer. Gaunt Manor had transformed dramatically since Harry's initial arrival in late June. The once dilapidated house, shrouded in disrepair, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The grounds, once Aunt Petunia's worst nightmare, now bore the semblance of a well-manicured estate. The wild, untamed appearance that had characterized Gaunt Manor upon Harry's introduction had been replaced by an air of order and refinement. Harry had dedicated a significant portion of his free time to restoring the grounds to their former glory. This labor of love provided a respite from his studies, and Tom always expressed his appreciation for Harry's efforts. While the grass had grown slightly long during Harry's absence, the house itself exuded an aura of meticulous care. The antiquated shutters, though aged, retained their charm, and with the shrubbery around the area neatly trimmed, the property emanated a newfound sense of warmth and livability. The windows, once obscured by dirt and grime, now sparkled with clarity, allowing natural light to flood the interior of the manor. The overgrown ivy that had previously clung tenaciously to the exterior walls had been carefully removed, revealing the intricate stonework beneath. The front door, once weathered and worn, had been lovingly restored, its rich mahogany finish gleaming under the afternoon sun. The gardens, once a tangled mess of weeds and wildflowers, had been transformed into a vibrant oasis. Harry had spent countless hours tending to the flower beds, nurturing the delicate petals with the utmost care. Roses of every hue bloomed in profusion, their intoxicating fragrance carried on the gentle breeze. Hydrangeas danced gracefully in the wind, their soft, velvety blooms adding a touch of elegance to the landscape. The transformation of Gaunt Manor was a testament to Harry's unwavering determination and unwavering commitment. The once desolate property had been imbued with a new vitality, a reflection of Harry's own growth and resilience. As he stood in the heart of the gardens, surrounded by the beauty he had helped to create, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over him. Gaunt Manor had ceased to be merely a house. It had become a home, a place where he felt a profound sense of belonging. "I have procured some new texts for you to take back to Hogwarts with you, after today's training. For now, take a moment and prepare yourself. I would like to see these curses you have been studying. Incorporate them into the pace of the duel," Tom said, breaking Harry from his thoughts. "Yes, Master," Harry answered. Taking a deep breath, the young teen attempted to center himself as he watched Tom stride across the grass. Drawing his wand, Harry felt his partner hum in anticipation. Harry had been cautious to use some of his more dangerous bits of magic against the older Slytherins. He couldn't quite say he was holding back in skill, but certainly in spell repertoire. It was obvious that Tom was teaching him how to kill, and Harry knew that Dumbledore would not have taken kindly to the slaughter of his students, self-defense or not. In this training, Harry knew he could use any spell that came to mind, and Tom would handle it accordingly. His mind went through the dozen of curses he learned, and quickly shifted to the ball of his feet and entered his dueling stance. His stance modeled his mentor's, and after studying the art in school, he learned it was a very aggressive style. Harry had considered adapting something more defensive to rely on his skill set, but in the long run, he wished to fight like Tom. Usually, the young man dueled lazily, but Harry remembered when Tonto, the half-giant, had fought with Tom in Falmouth. The Dark Lord had taken the half-breed seriously, and his stance showed the truth. His knees were hardly bent, and one arm was outstretched, as his other remained closer to his chest, but completely relaxed. Tom looked at him with a slight flicker of amusement and offered a sarcastic sweeping bow. Harry himself had learned his lesson about bowing too low. Tom had once cursed him over the summer with a searing hex for taking his eyes off his opponent. "A blind opponent is a dead opponent. Keep your eyes up." With a slight bend of his back, Harry offered a bow to his mentor before rising back up quickly. Tom did nothing for a moment, and merely observed his apprentice before offering a simple command: begin. Harry's wand whipped in a tight circle, sending the searing charms straight at the man's face. Tom slapped the curse lazily, but shouted back at him, "Smaller circle, and follow it up with something nasty. Do not just stare as the curse leaves your wand to see if it will work." Immediately, Harry attempted the curse again, but this time rotated his wand in the opposite direction and chained an eye-rupturing curse into the mix. Harry didn't stop there either, as he added a gouging charm and a blasting hex. Tom shielded each spell lazily and disregarded Harry's efforts to display speed. When Tom didn't return spells, Harry attempted another chain spell, but this time caught a bludgeoning spell to the chest. Do not let your guard down in between casting spells, particularly chain spells. It is easy for your enemies to slip counter curses into your defense, Tom chided. Harry stood there, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of the sky above him. The curse that had just been cast upon him had left him momentarily stunned, his body still reeling from its impact. Yet, despite the pain swirling within him, Harry managed to utter a single, defiant word: noted. In that one utterance, Harry conveyed a myriad of emotions and intentions. There was a hint of disbelief, a touch of anger, and a resolute determination. He had faced countless challenges and obstacles throughout his life, and this curse was just another hurdle in his path. He refused to be deterred, and he would not allow himself to be defined by his misfortunes. It took him a second to find his feet, but as he raised his wand to Tom, the man did not remain idle as he jumped on Harry with a flurry of 3 spells at a time. Each combination of 3 involved spells that would need different shields, but Harry rose to the challenge with ease. At this, Tom looked pleased. When he stopped casting at Harry in combinations, Tom threw a much larger blasting hex at the teen that made his eyes widen, and with haste conjured a head-to-toe shield. The shield shattered and pushed Harry back, but he remained on his feet. Nodding in satisfaction, Tom spoke, "Your defense is still excellent. Let us raise the stakes." Tom raised the chain to 5 spells, and at the end Harry felt triumph, but it was short-lived as the man hissed out, "Legalmen's." Quickly, Tom had bulldozed into Harry's mind and was watching his duel with Flint and the older Slytherins. Harry attempted to block the man with images of the Black Lake and its vast surroundings, but Tom overpowered him and observed the memory. When Snape came charging into the scene, Tom withdrew. "Despite not keeping me out, that was well done. A lesser Legilimens would have become lost. That gave you a more adept understanding of what it feels like to have a master inside your mind. Do not be discouraged." Harry was breathing hard, but nodded in understanding. Tom continued, "Your duel with the older Slytherins was well fought. You used your surroundings and their own foolishness against them. I suspect you will not have such an easy time in your next match. They will not underestimate you again. By the end of term, I suspect you will be beyond all of them, but that is only if you continue to be diligent in your studies." Tom offered Harry a hand to bring him back to his feet, which the teen accepted gratefully. Tom grinned and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Back to curses. I want to see more, including the spell we were working on. You are tired, so this will be a new experience for your training. I will let you know when to unleash it." Harry offered a slight bow in understanding, before going through his extensive repertoire of curses he had been studying. His tempo increased as Harry found rhythm and attempted chain after chain. When Harry began to tire, Tom roared out, "Unleash Death's Shadow." Without hesitation, Harry took a cold breath, gathered his energy, and unleashed his wand backwards, Morty's Umbra. As the shadows deepened and enveloped the surroundings, a sinister cackle echoed behind Harry, sending chills down his spine. The spell he had invoked spread throughout the area, but a frown creased his brow as he grappled with its sluggish manifestation. It was evident that this spell would pose a significant challenge in the heat of combat, and he could feel the strain on his magical reserves. Determined to master the spell, Harry delved deeper into the recesses of his mind, tapping into the negative emotions that had plagued his childhood. The destructive potential of the spell was palpable as he wrestled control of the shadows, which contorted and twisted into grotesque humanoid forms. Tom observed the shadows and the spell's effects with a keen eye. Once Harry gained control of the spell, he watched in awe as Tom effortlessly blanketed the grounds with a slash of his wand, his magic flowing with unrivaled precision. In an instant, the shadows and all traces of the spell dissipated, leaving Harry breathless and on the verge of collapse. The exertion had drained him beyond measure. When Tom approached him, Harry huffed out, "The spell is too slow to activate. How do I make it faster?" Tom seemed to consider his question before saying, "The spell would be most effective at night. The shadows would materialize easier. During the day, a good precursor to the spell would be to summon a fog, to block out the sunlight. This will allow the magic to seep its way into your enemies faster. The spell is built on fear and the emotions of hopelessness. If you could casually slip a few spells that could raise the tensions of your surroundings, then it would take form faster." In understanding, Harry nodded. "I will study the necessary spells. I want it to work." "Against Dementors, it would," Tom promised. "The very feeling of the spell would cause them to hesitate." "The Dementor did not seem anxious to attack me when I first used the spell on the train," Harry admitted. "Only when I pushed all my power into it did the Dementor go into a frenzy." "I caution the use of this spell against other students," Tom advised. "Even if your back is against the wall, I would only use it as a last resort. Dumbledore would surely be more than interested if you resorted to a spell of this nature. He would certainly inquire where you learned it, and as it is a spell I developed personally, it would be difficult to talk your way out of it." Harry nodded in understanding, but shook his head and admitted, "This is a spell I will use on Black if he attempts to harm me." Understanding dawned on Tom's face before he sighed. "I see. I thought I had him the other day. I have not yet figured out how he is avoiding me and the Dementors. I am sure you saw that he was spotted in Dufftown earlier this week. I was there hours before the Ministry, tracking down a lead, but there was no sign of the man." "I saw," Harry grunted. "He is coming for Hogwarts. The Ministry is right. He wants to finish what he started 13 years ago." This last part was said frostily, and Tom frowned. "I will continue my efforts to find the man. My instructions stand if he were to find you. However, between myself and the Dementors, I do not think he will be able to waltz into Hogwarts." "He has made it this far," Harry mumbled. "Use the map to your advantage. Continue studying your spells, and look into what I told you about making Death Shadow take effect faster. As you continue to become acquainted with the spell, it will take its form with increasing speed, but these other shortcuts should assist you along the way," Tom instructed. Harry, for his part, just accepted these instructions with a slight nod. Tom sighed before waving his wand. Harry didn't immediately see the effects, but after a moment 3 books came floating from the house and levitated a few feet from Harry. "I am satisfied with your progress and do not wish to exhaust you. I will create a portkey out of one of these books to return you to Hogwarts. I think you should have some time to walk around Hogsmeade and enjoy the village." "I do not wish to deprive you of your Hogwarts experiences." "We can keep going," Harry offered, but more pleaded. He knew he needed the practice if he were to encounter Black. "You have done well today, Harry," Tom complimented. "It is not the day to drive yourself into the ground. You will also want to be in proper form for your duel with Ms. Greengrass tomorrow. Make a good showing and impress the heiress. Word will get around about your prowess, and allies will flock to you." With a look of disappointment, Harry took the books, acknowledging Tom's understanding with a final nod. Sensing his apprentice's displeasure, Tom placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I believe I will be here for the holidays, so you may return to Gaunt Manor if you wish." This brightened Harry's mood considerably. "Really? I don't promise to be nice to you, just because it's the holidays. If you come here, we will be working," Tom threatened, but the grin on his mentor's face told Harry the man was pleased that he wanted to keep up with his studies. "I look forward to it then, Master," Harry said with a bow. "Have a productive rest of your term, Harry Portis." Oh. It was early afternoon by the time Harry left the Shrieking Shack and made his way back to Hogsmeade. From the time he left the abandoned house, Harry felt as if he was being watched. His eyes continuously shifted around trying to find what was making him so uneasy, but the only thing he managed to see was a large black blur on the edge of the forest. It was far away enough that Harry wasn't quite sure what to make of the creature, but shaking it off, Harry continued without haste to the village. Hogsmeade was a charming place, but Harry quickly found it distasteful due to the large number of students and people mulling about. A quick lap around the village told him that it wasn't his scene, but after stumbling around the side streets in search of something interesting, he came across a worn-down sign labeled The Hog's Head. Glancing around, he noticed there weren't as many students lingering in the area, so decided to try his luck for some lunch. His training with Tom had worked up an appetite, and he hoped for a more quiet afternoon. Cautiously, Harry entered the front door and realized he may have found his wish when in search of a quiet place. There were very few patrons in the establishment, and if Harry were to describe it as run down, it would have been a generous description. A lone cloaked man sat at the end of the bar, while two shady-looking men were sitting in the back area, talking in hushed whispers. There were no students in the dingy little pub, and Harry relaxed as he pushed into the room. Taking a booth near the window, Harry slid in and glanced around to see if anyone was looking his way. When he realized he had some privacy, he pulled the shrunk-down books Tom had lent him from his robes and enlarged them. It seemed like a good way to spend his afternoon, lunch, butterbeer, and a book on, defending the mind. Opening the book, Harry found a note scrawled inside. Unfolding the small piece of parchment with a frown, Harry instantly recognized the scrawl of his mentor and read carefully. Harry, your improvements in the mind arts are coming along nicely. This will be a good assistant to make you formidable. T. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Harry carefully unfolded the mysterious note, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he read the intricate words, a surge of gratitude washed over him for his enigmatic mentor who had guided him through countless challenges. He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of excitement for the adventure that lay ahead. With a gentle sigh, Harry closed the note and turned the page of his ancient textbook, eager to immerse himself in the world of magic that awaited him. However, before he could even delve deeply into his studies, a low grunt resonated from his left, drawing his attention away from the parchment. His eyes shifted upwards, and his breath caught in his throat as he beheld a figure unlike any he had ever encountered before. Standing tall and imposing, the mysterious man possessed a long, flowing beard that cascaded down his chest. Its dark gray hue, coupled with the piercing gaze of his deep-set eyes, sent shivers down Harry's spine. An uncanny resemblance struck him, and his mind raced with the possibility that this could be the mysterious dark twin of Albus Dumbledore. While there were subtle differences in their appearances, the man's unkempt hair and the absence of Dumbledore's characteristically twinkling eyes only served to heighten the eerie similarities between the two. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was in the presence of something significant. "What do you want, boy?" the large barkeep barked. Swallowing hard and shaking off the eerie familiarity, Harry spoke firmly. "Butterbeer with fish and chips, please." "Only thing on the menu is roast today. Take it or leave it," the man demanded. Slightly bewildered by the man's hostile demeanor, Harry nodded and replied, "Very well." It's no wonder the place was deserted, he mused. The large man grunted and returned back to the counter where he aggressively banged things around and set about preparing Harry's order. Taking a breath, Harry shook his head and opened his book to page 1. Occlumency requires absolute control over your thoughts and emotions. Imagine your mind as a fortress, impenetrable and secure. With a deep breath, you could visualize a towering castle, its walls high and unyielding. Slowly, you begin to fortify each section, brick by brick, until the distractions of your mind fade into the background. Remember, the truest of occlumency is not just building barriers, but maintaining them in case of attack. The pressure of such attacks can feel intense, but if your castle is fortified enough, it will protect your mind. The mastery of occlumency is a lifelong pursuit, requiring constant vigilance and practice. The plate hitting the table made Harry flinch, and the thud of his butterbeer made the teen think his server could really use a lesson in table-side service. The man did not say anything to Harry after that, and the teen mumbled his thanks. The roast was surprisingly good, and despite the dust around the butterbeer bottle, it tasted normal enough. Harry imagined he would frequent this place more in the future to find a quiet place to work in Hogsmeade. Glancing out the window to see the occasional pedestrian made things seem less lonely than working in the solitude of the castle. Harry thought this would be quite the spot in the winter, with soft, glowing snow on the ground. Pulled out of his reverie by the sound of the door creaking open, Harry's eyes lifted from the parchment before him, his emerald orbs widening slightly in surprise. Striding confidently into Dingy Pup was Blaise Zabini, his head held high and his posture radiating an air of nonchalance. Dressed impeccably in his custom-pressed robes, Blaise hardly spared a glance at his surroundings as he made a beeline towards Harry's table. The Slytherin teen's presence was undeniable. With an air of entitlement, Blaise halted in front of Harry's table, his dark eyes meeting Harry's curious ones. "Mind if I join you?" Blaise inquired, his voice smooth and silky, yet carrying a hint of mockery. Harry blinked, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. He had never shared a meal with Blaise outside the Great Hall before and could hardly fathom why the Slytherin would want to do so now. "Sure," Harry replied slowly, his wariness evident in his tone. Blaise smirked, his lips curving into a knowing smile. Without waiting for an invitation, he slid onto the bench opposite Harry, his piercing gaze never leaving his roommate's face. An awkward silence settled between the two boys as they regarded each other, each trying to decipher the other's intentions. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Blaise had an ulterior motive for seeking his company, but he couldn't pinpoint what it could be. With each passing moment, the tension in the air grew palpable, and Harry found himself wishing he had declined Blaise's request to join him. Despite his anticipation, Harry refrained from making any gestures, allowing his budding ally, Blaise, the opportunity to speak. Blaise, however, displayed his first sign of nervousness, shifting uncomfortably. Recognizing that Blaise's confidence was merely a facade, Harry almost made the decision to return to his book. As Harry's gaze lingered on the book covers, Blaise appeared to perceive his thoughts and turned to glance at them. Harry realized that it was futile to conceal the covers any longer. However, instead of expressing judgment or asking questions, the dark-skinned teenager merely nodded. "I had a hunch you were familiar with occlumency. Ever since last year, you have been pretty difficult to get a read on. When did you learn?" Swallowing hard, Harry shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant. "I picked it up over this past summer." Blaise raised his eyebrows. "You learned occlumency over the course of a single summer." "Well, I can hardly call myself a master, but I have the basics down. No one can read my surface thoughts without penetrating my mind. Are you familiar with the mind arts?" Harry challenged. Grinning, the teen leaned back in the booth before shouting over his shoulder, "Butterbeer, please." A lone bottle floated across the bar and landed on their table, causing Blaise to scoff. "Why choose here instead of the 3 broomsticks? If nothing else, Madame Rosmerta is pleasant to look at." "Too many people," Harry shrugged. "I prefer my privacy." Snorting, Blaise said, "I'll say, it's been damn near impossible to learn a thing about you." Frowning at the teen's tactics, Harry considered Blaise for a moment. It was obvious his fellow Slytherin had been surveying him, but now he was openly admitting it. Deciding to stay quiet and see what he could learn, Harry just observed. Blaise seemed to realize this and said, "I started studying occlumency the summer of our first year. My family back in Italy is the secretive bunch." "Are you any good?" Harry asked curiously. "I'll let you have a shot if I can," Blaise said with a grin. Wincing, Harry took a long swig of his butterbeer before admitting his shortcomings. "I haven't studied legilimency at all. I have had the spell used on me dozens, if not hundreds of times, but I've never had the opportunity to practice it." Blaise seemed surprised by the admission, but Harry incorrectly assumed it was about not knowing anything about legilimency when the dark-skinned teen said, "You've had someone penetrating your mind over and over again." Nodding, Harry answered, "It's how I learned. Is that not normal?" "Not for kids," Blaise answered softly. "Some Auror programs do it that way in other countries, but certainly not here in Britain. They also only usually teach it that way if the Auror has zero experience in the mind arts. It's a way to teach a crash course, and prepare someone quickly for a legilimency attack. "And you think you can teach me legilimency?" Harry asked curiously. "I know I could. We could call it even after that, or you could teach me something in return," Blaise offered. "What would you like to know?" Harry asked cautiously. "Word around the house is that you used some pretty fancy curses to hand the older Slytherins their asses. I would be interested in learning a few of those," Blaise admitted. "Done," Harry said without much thought. He had been considering Blaise as an ally for a while now, and working with the teen would give him a measure of his worth. Perhaps they would learn to trust one another to a point. "That was much easier than I thought it would be," Blaise said with a grin. "I thought you would be difficult." "Well, it would be pretty low of you to turn on me, while you owe me a favor," Harry countered. "I don't know if I can call it trust, but let's just say I would expect you to be the last person in our house to curse me in the back." Blaise raised his butterbeer. "To not cursing each other in the back, then." Harry grinned at this and raised his glass to the teen and tapped them together, while both took a long swig. When they sipped their butterbeers down, Blaise looked repulsed. "This place really is a shithole." This made a genuine laugh escape Harry's lips. "It's dingy enough to keep some of our more annoying classmates out. I like it. Might even be a regular here and see if I can get this barkeep to grow on me." "You do like to make things difficult, don't you, Potter?" Blaise chided, but there was nothing truly malicious in the jab. Harry didn't answer that before asking, "What made you come here today? I am assuming you saw me in the window, but why approach?" Blaise considered the question, took another swig of his butterbeer, and then answered, "I told you a while back that you were interesting. Now I know not only are you interesting, but you have some serious potential. Potential to make some big changes in Slytherin House, and I'd rather be on the right side of history than against it. I could hardly believe you took down Flint and his goons, but after spending the last 2 months observing you, and now knowing that you are well rehearsed in the mind arts, I think I still underestimated you." Trying to downplay his skills, Harry shrugged. "I worked hard over the summer, like I told the others." "Black is after you," Blaise finished for him, and then glanced around, seeing they were alone, and then whispered, "But I know ritualistic magic when I see it. Your progress is not natural." Harry felt his stomach drop. If Blaise had recognized the type of magic he had used, then surely others had as well. Dumbledore had obviously been suspicious, but perhaps it was more than that. Blaise seemed to sense his rising anxiety and raised his hands placatingly. "Don't worry. No one could prove what you did. It's much too late for that. Deny, deny, deny. I admit my family has historically dabbled in similar types of magic, but my mum was against me trying anything too young. I think I am another year or 2 from convincing her to let me dabble into my family's magic. You will get no judgment from me. In fact, I am more impressed than anything. Whatever you did caused a pretty massive change. What did the ritual require?" "Just pain and some magical ingredients," Harry finally admitted. Blaise whistled in appreciation. "I bet that hurt." "You have no idea," Harry said, wincing at the memory. "But like you said, the changes were instant. I didn't even need my glasses anymore." "Dead useful that was then," Blaise said with a tip of his head. "Maybe you can teach it to me sometime." Harry felt more at ease with Blaise in the dingy little pub than he ever had. It felt nice to talk to someone about less common magic with someone closer to his age and skill set. Talking with Tom always made him feel slow and stupid at times. Blaise seemed impressed with his knowledge, and Harry had to admit it was a nice feeling. He could only hope that it would be the start of an alliance. "Well, I won't hold up your studies anymore. I need to pick up a couple more things around the village before heading back to the castle," Blaise said as he rose to his feet and reached for his pockets to pay the bartender. "Drinks on me," Harry offered. This was a nice change of pace to the normal conversations I have with our housemates. "Cheers, then," Blaise said with a slight nod of his head. "Catch you later, Potter." Zabini was out the door in a matter of seconds, and Harry leaned back into the booth in deep thought. Tom would need to be made aware of his updates with Zabini. He also needed to be sure Blaise would not discover his secrets in their studying of legilimency. Regardless, Harry felt that he may have just made his first ally. Chapter 15. Harry had spent the rest of his day in Hogsmeade sitting at the Hog's Head. His studying had gone uninterrupted for hours after that, and when it was dark, the barkeep, who was apparently named Abe, told him to pay up and get out. Happily, Harry did so and promised to return at a later date, much to Abe's distaste. The next day was Halloween, and Harry sat in the library glancing at the clock as he anticipated meeting with Greengrass in the common room. The library was empty of even Madame Pince by this point in the evening. The entire faculty would be on their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, and other than the occasional ghost floating around there was no supervision to be seen. Harry didn't care about that, however, as he turned the pages of an interesting book on elemental curses. The teen had been curious about the type of spells Daphne might use on him in their duel. He knew it was common for witches and wizards to have an affinity towards one particular element, and considering the girl had the nickname of the Ice Queen, he figured she could have an affinity towards water ice. Truth be told, he wasn't certain where the nickname had originated from, but a title like that doesn't come from nowhere. Harry knew a few ice-centered spells and had even used one on Flint in combat. His comfort, however, was usually in fire, but was hesitant to use it in any fight that wasn't for his life due to its destructive nature. The young Slytherin briefly pondered if he had an affinity for fire. He didn't often rely on the incendio charm in duels, but even his parcel magic fire spells had come easy to him. A wistful sigh escaped his chest as he thought about Tom conjuring the cursed flames. It was the greatest display of power he had ever witnessed, and could hardly wait for a day when he could accomplish such a feat. Undoubtedly, his spell casting was coming along nicely. In the nearly 5 months that preceded the day he met Tom, his knowledge of curses had likely doubled. With the amount of time he was spending in the library, Harry hoped to continue on that path. Perhaps if Blaise and Daphne opened up to him, he would get a chance to increase his dueling prowess as well. He would love an opportunity to duel both of them at the same time to really give himself a different sort of challenge. Dueling multiple opponents would also best prepare him for his next encounter with the older Slytherins, something he knew would happen any day now. Closing his books and putting away the last few that he wasn't taking back to the Slytherin common room with him, Harry departed the library annex and descended down into the dungeons. The feast must be getting started any minute now. Because Harry observed several students going the opposite direction of him as he approached the common room. Harry was unsure of what to expect in the coming duel with Greengrass. He had observed the girl a few times in class over the years, but had never seen anything beyond the norm as far as talent went. Just because she didn't display talent in classes, though, didn't mean she didn't have any. Harry had heard some pureblood girls, particularly heiresses, downplayed their abilities to not make their future partners feel inferior. It was a stupid tradition in Harry's opinion, but he knew it was a possibility. Descending the stairs into the common room, Harry realized the room was getting close to deserted. Across the room, he had spotted Daphne sitting in a chair by the fireplace. The girl had seemed to be dodging her small group of friends, and Harry even overheard a lie from Daphne, saying that she wasn't feeling well and planned to have an early lie-in. Her friend Davis didn't seem to buy that, and even offered to stay behind, but Daphne had shooed her away. As time went on, they eventually became the last 2 Slytherins in the common room. It was clear the rest of the house had absconded to the Great Hall, and before Harry approached the Greengrass heiress, he consulted with the map. It was easy to confirm they were the last 2 Slytherins left in the dungeons. None of the professors were even seen in the area, as Harry noted that the Great Hall became clustered with names to the point it was impossible to decipher. Rising from his chair, he approached the Slytherin girl who seemed deeply entrenched in her book. Clearing his throat, he addressed the heiress, Ms. Greengrass. "The dungeons are empty if you are ready." "We are alone," Daphne asked without looking up. "If the map is right, then yes," Harry answered. Snapping her book shut, she rose to her feet. "Very well then, shall we?" Daphne moved to his side and looked at him expectantly. Frowning, Harry wasn't sure what the girl was implying, and she rolled her eyes. "You should offer me your arm. If we are found roaming the dungeons, it will look like we are taking a romantic stroll, instead of looking for a place to duel. One is much easier to explain than the other." Harry didn't know what to think of that logic, but offered his elbow to his housemate, and she slipped her dainty hand into the crook of his arm before saying, "Lead on, Potter." Doing as he was told, Harry began to lead them to the stairway that would lead them out of the common room and into the dungeons. When they walked out of the rising snake statue, Daphne said, "You sure have made things interesting earlier in the year than normal, Potter." Deciding that the girl was trying to keep him off balance, Harry schooled his expressions. "I don't know what you mean, Greengrass." Scoffing, the girl shook her head. "You show up on the first day looking like a completely new person, making rumors swirl around the house as you attempt dark magic on the Dementors. Of course, there is also the case of Sirius Black and his escape from Azkaban, and your complicated relationship with the man makes it even more interesting. Then you supposedly put a beating on some of the most popular older Slytherins in the house. It has been an interesting 2 months, if the rumor mill is to be believed." "You should know not to trust everything you hear, Miss Greengrass." Harry countered through gritted teeth, but did his best to keep his voice even. "Certainly, but it's been challenging to find anyone disputing the events I've mentioned," Daphne replied with a mock cheerful tone. "Typically, rumors come in various versions, but yours appear too consistent to be false." As they ventured deeper into the dungeons, Harry maintained his silence. When he pushed open the door of an old, abandoned classroom, he broke free from Daphne's hold and strode across the room, drawing his wand with determination. When he turned to face Daphne, she looked at him like a cat that ate the canary. "I find it even more interesting that you didn't attempt to deny any of the rumors." In an effort to downplay the situation, Harry ultimately chose to adopt a nonchalant attitude. He declared, "Honestly, I've always cared very little about what our house thinks of me. As for the rest of the school, I care even less. If they want to amuse themselves with tales about me, well, that's their choice." As Daphne paced near the entrance, a mischievous smile lingered on her face. She hummed in acknowledgement. Her silence started to test Harry's patience. Finally, the Parselmouth broke the silence. "Shall we duel or not?" As Harry opened his mouth to speak, the girl swiftly raised her wand, unleashing a trio of hexes towards him. With nimble reflexes, Harry swiftly ducked under one hex and deflected the other two with a protective shield. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand in her direction and cast the disarming spell, causing her wand to fly out of her grasp. With practiced ease, the teen snatched the wand from midair, and then scoffed at the wide-eyed girl. "You hear I took down 3 Newt students, and your plan was to ignore the protocols that dictate a proper duel, rules that keep you safe. Have you gone around the bend?" Daphne's cheeks colored at this, but held her head high in defiance. "I wanted to know if the rumors of your skills were unfounded or not. Your reflexes alone tell me they are not." Across the room, growling, Harry levitated the wand back toward Daphne, who reached out with an outstretched hand to claim it, a look of astonishment etched across her features. "Now that I've impressed you," Harry said in a mocking tone, "let's give it another go. You've been taught how to duel, I presume? First, we bow to each other." With a sarcastic bow, Harry mimicked Tom's approach he had once used on Harry. However, Daphne's subversive stare ignited Harry's irritation. "Come now, Greengrass, the niceties must be observed. Professor Snape wouldn't want you to forget your manners, would he?" I said, bow. In an instant, Daphne's back abruptly bent forward against her will, and a grunt of pain escaped her lips. The widened eyes that once held surprise now reflected fear, fueling Harry's power as he absorbed her panic. Daphne's wand slashed through the air once more, but the panic hindering her magic resulted in a poorly executed spell. Harry swiftly intervened, slapping the curse aside, leaving scorch marks etched into the wall. Frowning at the potential damage the curse could have caused if he had missed, Harry shielded the next spell and skillfully batted the subsequent one back at her. A hiss of pain echoed through the air as the bludgeoning hex struck Daphne's shoulder, nearly causing her to drop her wand in shock from the rebounded spell. With narrowed eyes, Harry scrutinized the girl instead of launching more spells at her. He had hoped for a civil dueling session, but her blatant disrespect since their meeting that afternoon had extinguished his mood for gallantry. Daphne seemed to calculate her next move carefully now, as she observed the area around him before flaring her wand out and shouting, "Glacius!" There it is, Harry thought with a twinge of excitement. The girl was getting desperate, and now Harry might get a glance at her real skills. The young witch then unleashed a frigid spell, hurling it forth from her wand. Its frosty tendrils writhed through the air, promising to ensnare Harry in its icy grasp. But Harry, ever the master of evasion, merely flicked his wand across his body, dispelling the spell with a nonchalant swipe. Furious at her thwarted attempt, the girl gritted her teeth and unleashed a barrage of curses. With whip-like motions of her wand, she conjured a towering wall of ice, its surface shimmering with a treacherous glaze. Sharp, crystalline icicles dangled precariously from the wall, ready to impale their target at the slightest provocation. Undeterred, Harry hissed an incantation in Parseltongue, sending a torrent of emerald fire spewing from his wand. The flames danced and swirled, engulfing the wall of ice and its menacing icicles. In an instant, the icy trap melted away, leaving nothing but a puddle of water at Harry's feet. But Harry's display of power was far from over. With a strategic maneuver, he directed the fire in an expansive circle around the two duelists, causing the flames to encircle them like a fiery ring. Daphne couldn't help but look panicked as the flames danced dangerously close, their heat radiating outward. Harry's message was clear. The flames were under his absolute control. He could scorch her at any moment, should he choose to do so. The flames were a testament to his skill over the element of fire, a warning to Daphne to tread carefully. With a cry, Daphne launched a spell towards Harry, but he effortlessly deflected it back at her. The spell approached so swiftly that she could not shield herself in time. In a desperate attempt to evade the spell, Daphne dove to the ground, but before she could make any further move, Harry froze her mid-dive with the Immobulus charm. A fake look of disappointment now spread across Harry's countenance. Shaking his head, a sharp tusking sound escaped his lips, a clear sign of disdain for the ease of his victory. Snarkily, he said, "I expected a lot better of you, Greengrass. You walk around acting like you are better than everyone else, but you can't even go beyond a few spells with me." Bending to her level, Harry grabbed her chin and forced her to look up at him. A swirl of fear bounced across her eyes, and a chill went down Harry's spine. "For years you and the others mistook my silence for disdain, or that I thought I was better than all of you, but in truth I just wanted to be left alone. You laughed when they taunted and bullied me in our first year. Now look at us." Bending to her level, Harry reached down to grip her chin, forcing the girl to meet his gaze. Fear resonated in her eyes, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. "For years, you and our classmates misinterpreted my silence as disdain or arrogance. But the truth is, I simply longed to be left alone, to work in solitude. You laughed when they tormented me during our first year, but look at us now. I shall not bow down any longer. I could wipe the floor with you and your little friends, but I am choosing to be better." Standing to his feet, he released the girl with a wave of his wand, and she gasped for breath as if he had been choking her. Walking towards the other side of the room, Harry kept his eyes on the girl, prepared to give her some time and space to decide what her next move should be. "You dabbled in dark magic over the summer, you must have," Daphne accused. "You are different from last year." Shaking his head in disagreement, Harry scoffed. "I didn't dabble in dark magic. I finally grew into my own power. A power I have been nurturing in the shadows for years, but finally over the summer I came out of that shadow. I am going to impose vengeance upon all those who wronged me and all those who might stand in my way." With a voice laced with both curiosity and trepidation, Daphne posed the question, "In your way of what?" Harry's icy response was laden with a warning. "For your own good, Miss Greengrass, I pray you never find out." He glanced back at Daphne, who was struggling to her feet. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that if he left things as they were, he would lose an opportunity to gain a valuable ally. Tom would be disappointed, and Harry would have failed in his task. Trying to find words to change the fate of their tentative alliance, Harry said, "We came here for a civil duel. You antagonized and insulted me by not adhering to your culture's traditions. I think I may have lost my temper as a result, and for that you have my apologies." Facing the girl, Harry noticed her guarded expression. Determined to make progress, he spoke. "Halloween brings up a lot of mixed feelings for me. It's tough to watch people having fun and celebrating on the day my family was murdered. I hope you will forgive my outburst, and in turn, I will forgive your transgressions against me." With a determined bite to the inside of her cheeks, Daphne appeared ready to unleash a venomous remark, but quickly restrained herself. Drawing in a deep breath, she released a weary sigh before speaking. "I think there is plenty of blame to go around here. I foolishly disregarded the rumors surrounding you and allowed poor judgment to guide my actions. I have no desire to make an enemy of you, Potter." Harry nodded, struggling to suppress a sarcastic remark like, "No, you really don't." Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Perhaps we could try this again another time on friendlier terms. Your speed is impressive and you made smart decisions when things got chaotic. You have a lot of potential. Would you be interested in working together?" The lie seemed to burn his tongue as it left his lips. He felt compelled to reprimand and humiliate her for years of whispered remarks she and Davis had shared. However, he restrained himself, recognizing that such an attack would only serve to boost his own ego and bring no positive outcome. If he wanted allies, sacrifices would be necessary. A surprise expression flitted across her face, but it disappeared quickly as she schooled her features. "That is quite an offer, and one I will consider carefully." Snorting, Harry countered, spoken like a true politician. Thinking for a moment, Harry held his arm out in a peace offering. "I think we are done for today. May I escort you back to our common room?" Releasing a breath, Daphne forced a smile back to her lips, and despite its strain, Harry knew she was grateful he had not decided to be vindictive. "It is nice to see you can learn some manners, Potter." The tone of her voice seemed to indicate she was trying to be teasing or playful, but her countenance betrayed her true emotions. Forcing a chuckle, Harry said nothing as the girl wrapped her small hand through his arm and followed him out of the classroom. They didn't make it far before she asked, "You really didn't dabble in dark magic? You became this good naturally?" "More or less," Harry said with a shrug. "I have been practicing some ugly spells in case I run into black. For the most part, however, I just practice every day and study until my eyes can't stay open. I do everything I can to be the best." It wasn't an outright lie, but rather an aversion to confronting the truth. He understood that sidestepping the question was often more prudent than outright denial, especially when the truth could threaten to unravel later. Harry harbored doubts about Blaise Zabini's trustworthiness, fearing that he might divulge sensitive information to a select group of confidants. Moreover, Harry had witnessed interactions between Zabini and Greengrass, suggesting a potential silent alliance between the two. Intrigued by the possibility of unraveling their connection and gaining valuable insights, Harry contemplated the idea of bringing Zabini and Greengrass into his small circle of allies. He believed that fostering closer ties with them could shed light on their motives and uncover any undisclosed agendas. However, Harry proceeded with caution, aware that trust was a fragile commodity in this treacherous world. He knew that any misstep or miscalculation could have dire consequences, potentially jeopardizing his plans and safety. As Harry pondered his options, he realized that navigating the labyrinth of deceit required a delicate balance between honesty and secrecy. He had to carefully consider the risks and potential rewards of revealing his true intentions, always mindful of the ever-present threat of betrayal. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, and Harry knew that every decision he made would shape the course of events to come. It was in these thoughts that he realized his place in Slytherin would truly be tested in the coming days. As Harry and Daphne approached the common room's entrance, they noticed Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore standing there, looking deeply concerned. Daphne tensed up beside Harry, but he maintained his composure. He was puzzled by their presence in the dungeons at this hour, especially since the feast had ended but curfew hadn't yet begun. "Good evening, professors. Is everything all right?" Daphne asked in greeting. Snape and Dumbledore both whipped their heads in their direction, while Snape growled out, "Potter, Greengrass, explain yourselves. Why were you not at the feast with the rest of the students?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise and spoke before Daphne could attempt to lie their way out of the situation. Miss Greengrass offered me her company when I returned from the library this evening. She asked me if I was going to the feast, but I told her I didn't feel like celebrating the night my parents were killed. Daphne, playing off his words, said, I wasn't hungry for the feast anyways. I offered to take a walk with Harry through the dungeons to get his mind off things. Dumbledore glanced between the two, and Harry held his gaze, no longer fearing the consequences of making eye contact with the man. His thoughts were well protected, and even if Dumbledore did get some of Daphne's surface thoughts, he knew it would be nothing too incriminating. Snape was openly frowning at the two, while Dumbledore just had a twinkle in his eye that Harry had not seen in some time. Good company is often the best solution to the heart's woes. I am glad you had a good friend with you tonight, Mr. Potter, and most importantly, I am glad the two of you are safe. Please go with Professor Snape to the Great Hall. It seems we could have an intruder in the castle. And your head of house will see to your safety. Harry's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he processed the startling revelation. An intruder? He asked sharply, his voice laced with a mix of anger and disbelief. Black is here in the castle. The news sent a cold shiver down his spine, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. Sirius Black, the infamous wizard who had betrayed his parents, was lurking within the walls of Hogwarts. Harry's mind raced as he grappled with the implications of this shocking development. He couldn't fathom how Black had managed to infiltrate the castle's defenses, especially considering the stringent security measures put in place by the Ministry of Magic. It had also meant that Tom and the Dementors had failed to contain the man. Anger surged through his mind, mingling with a sense of determination. He knew that he couldn't allow Black to remain at large. Images of his parents' smiling faces flashed before his eyes, serving as a stark reminder of the pain and betrayal he had endured. The thought of Black being so close, potentially plotting against him, intensified his resolve to confront the man. We have no confirmation yet, but that is exactly what I intend to find out, Dumbledore said and trailed off before adding, It appears someone attempted to break into the Gryffindor common room this evening. When you were not at the feast, we feared the worst. His mind immediately drifted to the Marauder's map in his cloak pocket. If Black was in the castle, the map could find him. Thinking quickly, Harry thought about how he might escape the two professors. Surely, if Black is in the castle, I am safest in the Slytherin common room. Black likely doesn't even know its location. Dumbledore seemed to consider this, but shook his head. Several professors are stationed in the Great Hall as well as the rest of the students. If Black were foolish enough to attack there, he would fall to dozens of wands. The Great Hall is the safest place for you. I must ask you to trust me, Mr. Potter. Snape growled out, There will be no more trouble from you, Potter. Let's go. Knowing there was no way around his head of house, for the time being Harry sighed, and followed the sullen man with Greengrass at his side in silence. His mind swirled with possibilities as he thought about how he could catch up with the man tonight. Escaping the Great Hall with all of the professor's eyes on him would be difficult and nearly impossible without his father's cloak. If he could manage it, then he could track down the bastard. From there, Harry could confront the man and take his vengeance on behalf of his family, or he could take the man to his master. The thought had its appeal. Tom would likely reward him if he could apprehend Black and take him to the Chamber of Secrets. Surviving death's shadow would be an excruciating ordeal, which could result in a mutually beneficial situation for the master and apprentice. Tom could get his information, while Harry gets his vengeance. It could be a win for them both. As Harry stepped back into the Great Hall, he was met with a sight that differed starkly from the lively feasts and bustling camaraderie he had come to associate with the space. The majestic tables that usually graced the hall had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a vast expanse of the cold stone floor. In their place, dozens, if not hundreds, of deep green sleeping bags were being unfurled and arranged in neat rows by the vigilant professors on duty. The air was thick with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Students whispered amongst themselves, their eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. The professors, their faces etched with both determination and a hint of fatigue, moved swiftly and efficiently, transforming the Great Hall into an impromptu dormitory. Professor McGonagall appeared to be the witch in charge of the hall in Dumbledore's absence, and Harry noted that Flitwick, Hagrid, and Lupin were unaccounted for, likely hunting Black in the castle. If Black was caught by Dumbledore, Harry would never get to the man. The thought sent a fire through his stomach, but he knew there were no other options currently available to him. Greengrass whispered next to him, "Maybe you were right about one thing, Potter." Harry's eyes glanced towards her, and she had a soft smirk on her face as the students in the hall whispered about her being at his side. "There is going to be quite a lot of talk about us. I fear I miscalculated this one." Snorting, Harry could see her point. Some of the other houses were openly pointing at them. It was obvious the two had been together prior to the intrusion into the castle, especially since they were likely the only two students who didn't attend the feast. "In your defense, it could hardly have been predicted what would have happened here tonight," Harry said carefully. "I guess Black wanted to end this on the 12-year anniversary of his first betrayal." Then, in a voice near a whisper, he said, "He will be lucky if Dumbledore gets to him first." If Daphne heard his whispered words, she gave no indication. When Professor McGonagall noticed them, she seemed to visibly sigh in relief, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Harry chose not to question that and followed Daphne to the section where the other Slytherins were currently sitting. With a small grin on his face, Blaise met them midway. "Potter, how do you always find yourself at the heart of every strange occurrence that takes place here? I assumed Black finished you off." "You're sure it was Black?" Harry asked, ignoring the other part of the question. "No doubt," Blaise said in confirmation. "We didn't even make it back to the dungeons before we were being rounded up and returned to the hall. Supposedly, Black slashed up the portrait guarding the Gryffindor common room." Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. Daphne mirrored his expression, her face clouded with skepticism. "Gryffindor, though?" she asked. "I distinctly recall reading in the Daily Prophet that Potter was sorted into Slytherin. If Black had been out of Azkaban for 3 months and was intent on getting revenge on Potter, wouldn't he have done his research and known where to find him?" "Maybe Azkaban has driven him mad," Blaise offered placatingly. Neither Harry nor Daphne were particularly sold on the thought, but before either could comment, a fourth person entered the conversation. "Daphne, I thought Black might have gotten you." A diminutive figure caught Harry's attention as she approached the group. It was a little girl, her blue eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and concern. As she drew closer, Harry realized that she was gazing intently at her older sister. Daphne turned her head and met Astoria's worried gaze. A gentle smile spread across her lips as she reached out to wrap an arm around the younger girl's shoulders. "I was in the Slytherin common room, Astoria," Daphne explained softly. "I am perfectly fine. Now come on, let's get you settled in." As Daphne spoke to her sister, Harry couldn't help but be struck by the warmth and affection in her voice. It was a far cry from how the girl treated anyone else in their house. Harry had hardly ever seen the girl be anything but rude and ruthless to anyone, so was surprised at the soft tone she had for her sister. Suddenly, the image of Daphne's boggart flashed through his mind. He swallowed hard, trying to push away the haunting vision of the little girl lying lifeless on the floor of their defense classroom. Turning his attention back to his housemates, Harry realized that sisters were preparing to walk off. Daphne offered both Harry and Blaise a nod before departing without another word. Blaise, for his part, hit Harry gently on the shoulder with his hand. "I thought you might have been off trying to confront the bastard." "If I had known he was here, I would have tried to get the drop on him," Harry grumbled. "Next time," Blaise said through a forced smile. "Come on. There is an extra sleeping bag by mine. We can set up over there until they send us back to the dungeons." Harry was glad Blaise didn't suggest sleeping, because it seemed impossible as his heart continuously thundered inside his chest. Black was within his reach, but he couldn't get to him. The map felt impossibly heavy in his cloak pockets, and he wanted desperately to get out of the hall and find the man. It seemed all the professor's eyes continuously glanced his way, however, and he knew there was no chance of that happening tonight. If Black got away tonight, Then Harry would just have to wait and catch him next time. Only then could he make the man pay. Chapter 16. It was after midnight before Dumbledore returned to the hall and informed the students that they could return to their common rooms. Despite the fact that the castle had been cleared, the students were still escorted back by their professors, much to Harry's annoyance. By the time they had made it back to the boys' dormitories, Harry had little doubt that Black would have escaped. Regardless of the thought, the teen pulled his map out and searched it thoroughly the second he lowered the drapes around his bed. His eyes scanned each hallway meticulously in hopes of finding the escaped prisoner of Azkaban, but his suspicions were quickly proved correct as he was unable to locate the man. Sleep had been an elusive companion for Harry throughout the morning. The young Parselmouth found himself tossing and turning in his bed, unable to shake off the heavy feeling of rage that had boiled up inside him. As dawn broke, Harry threw himself out of bed and made his way to the library. He knew that at this early hour, the library would be deserted, offering him the solace and privacy he desperately needed. Harry couldn't have cared less about the impending Quidditch match against Gryffindor, and couldn't stomach the anticipation that would surely follow in the Slytherin common room. He had no interest in hearing his housemates boast about their anticipated effortless victory that was almost guaranteed over Gryffindor. Harry was acutely aware of his dwindling patience and didn't want to risk attacking one of his offending housemates if they upset him any further. As Harry entered the library, he was greeted by the familiar musty smell of old books and parchment. The warm glow of the lamps cast long shadows on the shelves, creating an atmosphere of quiet contemplation. Harry made his way to his favorite corner, a small alcove tucked away behind a towering stack of books. He settled into a comfortable chair and pulled out his book on offensive magic, but he couldn't focus on the words in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He knew that he couldn't afford to let his emotions get the better of him. A gentle voice pulled him from his thoughts, and his eyes shot open. Dumbledore was standing there in slim gray robes. These were about the least offensive robes Harry had ever seen the man wear, and the teen noted the tired look on the man's countenance. Despite that, the man had a smile on his face, and Harry desperately tried to recollect what the man had just said. Before Harry could grasp the words, he realized that Dumbledore had not come alone. Instead, Professor Lupin was standing behind the man, trying to look inconspicuous as he observed some books nearby. Harry observed the man was in his usual shabby brown robes and looked like he had not slept in a week. He couldn't even begin to imagine what the man may be doing with Dumbledore in the library at this hour, but had a feeling their meeting was not coincidental. The two arrivals caused Harry's brain to short-circuit. "Forgive me, Professor, I didn't see you there. What brings you to the library this early in the morning?" "The same as you, I expect," Dumbledore said jovially, before leaning over and offering Harry a conspicuous smile, too much on the mind to sleep properly. Trying to avoid a prolonged conversation with the man, Harry offered a nod. "Perhaps a good game of Quidditch will put you at ease, sir." "Ah, yes. In my youth, it certainly would have, but now in my later years, I merely worry about my students' safety as they play a game that is oftentimes dangerous. I suppose you are boycotting the game?" Dumbledore asked carefully. In confirmation, Harry nodded. "That's right, sir. I have little desire to watch my house beat down on Gryffindor. After I was robbed of my opportunity to play by my head of house, I have found the game distasteful." "Instead, you find yourself delving into a book on..." Dumbledore paused as he pointedly looked at the textbook on the table he sat at. Harry didn't believe for one second this was the first time his headmaster had seen the book, and crossed his arms before saying, "Offensive magic. Black was awfully close to getting me last night. It was only dumb luck that the man had foolishly assumed I was sorted into the same house as my parents that avoided our confrontation. That would have put not only myself, but Miss Greengrass in danger as well." In a bid to gain some empathy from Dumbledore, Harry had purposefully included another student in the scenario. However, his intentions were met with an unexpected response. Instead of dwelling on the matter at hand, Dumbledore seized upon a different aspect of the situation. "I was quite pleasantly surprised to find you with Miss Greengrass last night." Dumbledore remarked, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. It was certainly a bright spot on a rather dim evening. Harry felt a mix of surprise and unease wash over him. He hadn't anticipated Dumbledore's focus to shift in this direction. "She is a lovely young witch, and one I did not know you were well acquainted with," Dumbledore continued, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Harry's mind raced as he tried to make sense of Dumbledore's words. Had he been privy to their conversation, or was he merely making assumptions based on their presence together? Either way, Harry sensed that there was more to Dumbledore's statement than met the eye. "Well, sir, we are still cautiously exploring the possibility of a provisional alliance. Slytherin politics can be treacherous, so having a few allies is wise. Miss Greengrass possesses remarkable potential and talent. I am hopeful that our alliance will bear fruitful results," Harry responded, his voice deliberately devoid of any strong emotion. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment longer, as if weighing the truth of his words. Then, with a nod, he turned his attention back to the matter at hand. "Ah, yes, I was blessed to avoid such things back in my time here at Hogwarts. Things in Gryffindor's house are much more relaxed and tame in comparison to the experiences I have heard taking place in Slytherin." Remus coughed at this, making Dumbledore glance over his shoulder. The headmaster offered a slight nod of his head, before saying, "While I am sure you would like to have a fruitful day of studying, my boy, I think I have a proposition for you that may pique your interest." Gesturing for the defense professor to approach, Dumbledore beckoned the man to join the conversation, before saying to Harry, "Due to Sirius Black being at large and so close to the castle, I feel it would be best to give you some competent company while the castle is empty. You would provide a tempting target for Black, while the castle is mostly unoccupied." Harry wanted to protest, and began to do so, but Dumbledore held up a hand silencing him. "I do believe I can make your supervised time a valuable one." As Remus hesitated, the man fidgeted nervously, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape route. His voice carried a hint of forced cheerfulness as he uttered, "Hello, Harry." It was clear that this greeting caused him immense discomfort. Harry, ever observant, noticed the man's unease. He responded with a polite and formal "Professor," his tone indicating a desire for an explanation. Harry had no intention of letting the man off the hook without providing a satisfactory explanation for his unexpected presence and strange demeanor. The man shifted uncomfortably, his gaze finally meeting Harry's. He seemed to struggle to find the right words, his lips parting and closing several times before he finally spoke. I have been thinking about how I should go about this conversation, but in truth, there is simply no easy way to explain it." "It is often best to start at the beginning, Professor," the headmaster suggested cheerily. Remus seemed to have lost his ability to speak for a moment before he mumbled, "The beginning? Well then, I suppose I should tell you, Harry, that I went to school with your parents." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Dumbledore smiled knowingly and patted his former student on the shoulder. "I suspect your professor probably knew your parents as well as anyone currently alive. He will keep you company and regale you with stories of their friendship. I trust this will keep you occupied until the game is over." Harry wasn't sure who that comment was directed at, but Harry and Remus both nodded in acceptance. Gone were all thoughts of Sirius Black. Now all Harry could think of was the man standing in front of him, and the knowledge he might have of his parents. Exiting the library with a pleased expression, Dumbledore left the defense professor under the watchful eye of one of his most gifted third-year students. Surprisingly, the defense professor felt a hint of intimidation from the boy in front of him. Despite being the son of two of his closest friends, he struggled to see any resemblance between them and the boy before him. "What were they like?" Harry whispered, after the man had refused to break the silence. Harry watched as the man looked around desperately for words, as if he would find them written in one of the books around him, before he deflated. "Let's take a walk, Harry. I will tell you all that I know." Without hesitation, Harry rose to his feet and followed the man out of the library. The two walked in silence to the entrance courtyard, and when the fresh air hit their lungs, the professor began to speak softly. "The very first time I saw you, Harry, I recognized you immediately." The man paused and Harry frowned. He knew most would recognize his scar. This was a common fact among the wizarding public, but his professor put that notion to bed. "Not by your scar, but by your eyes. They are your mother's." This put Harry on his back foot, and he did everything he could to keep his mouth from falling open, as the professor continued. "Lily was there for me in a time no one else was. Not only was she an incredibly gifted witch, but had a kindness not often found in our world. She also had this wonderful gift of seeing the best in people, even when they, in fact, could not see it themselves." Now the teen knew he couldn't speak either. He didn't want to stop the man. He wanted to know everything he could about the people who had sacrificed their lives for him, the only people who had ever truly loved him. Professor Lupin did not disappoint. "Your father, James, I came to know even better. We shared a dormitory, after all, for 7 years. He was a gifted wizard, Harry, much like yourself. They would be so proud of your talent." "But not what I do with it," Harry thought darkly. The thought echoed in his mind, tinged with darkness and self-doubt. Harry knew he possessed exceptional abilities, inherited from his parents. Yet he questioned the path he had chosen, the choices he had made. The weight of his past mistakes and the burden of his family's legacy pressed upon him. He knew deep down his parents would not truly be proud of the decisions he had made nor the actions he had committed to. They had been so brave in the face of death, but Harry had bowed to it. The words of Professor Lupin, meant to bring comfort and reassurance, instead stirred a maelstrom of emotions within Harry. He yearned for their approval, their unconditional love, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow fallen short of their expectations. The complexity of his feelings mirrored the duality of his existence, the constant struggle between his inherited gifts and his personal choices that led him into the arms of Tom. The arms that would give him the strength his parents did not have. Harry listened in silence as Remus told him about his parents. He regaled him with the story of how his father had pursued his mother's affections since their first year, only to be spurned for nearly the entirety of their years at Hogwarts. His professor even expressed his disbelief when his father had finally managed to convince his mother to date him in their 7th year. The more the man talked, the heavier the weight in Harry's stomach began to fill. This man claimed to be their friend, one of their best friends, but he had pretended to be a stranger to their orphan child for 2 months. Then the only reason he came forward was because it seemed like Dumbledore made him. A new feeling of distaste for the man began to fill up to his chest as Harry considered this. They had met on the train, and he had said nothing. They were given multiple opportunities to speak in private, and still, the coward said nothing. He called himself their friend, yet he didn't even once check up on Harry as he was growing up. The distaste quickly gave way to rage the longer the man talked, and despite Harry's eagerness to learn more about his parents, it was beginning to drown in his frustration towards his professor. The anger brought a new line of thought to Harry's mind. If this man knew his parents so well, then he must have known Black as well. The professor must have noticed that Harry's mood had changed because he stopped speaking and stared at the boy for a long moment. Harry, for his part, cleared his throat and asked clearly, "You knew them so well, Professor. You must have known Black as well then." Lupin sighed and seemed to take a heavy weight upon his shoulder as he leaned over an archway as they arrived on the bridge overlooking the grounds. "Yes, Harry, I did know Sirius Black, as well as Peter Pettigrew, the wizard he killed. We were all the best, we were all close in school." "Did you know he was my godfather?" Harry demanded. The man looked distinctly uncomfortable now as he nodded. "Yes, while your parents had no shortage of friends, Sirius Black was one of their closest." Harry's chest tightened as if an invisible fist had struck him. He had always known, deep down, that the blow to his chest must have been the fatal wound, but hearing it confirmed from someone who had witnessed it firsthand was a different experience altogether. It was as if the weight of the revelation had suddenly become tangible, pressing down on him like a physical burden. Turning away from the man who had delivered the news, Harry sought solace in the opposite archway. He leaned against the cool stone, his gaze drifting in a completely different direction than his professor's. His voice was barely above a whisper as he spoke. He was their friend, and he betrayed them. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of betrayal and loss. How could Black have done this to them? After all they had shared, after all the trust they had placed in him? Harry's mind raced, trying to make sense of the senseless. But there were no easy answers, only the harsh reality of betrayal staring him in the face. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to lash out to seek revenge. Instead, he took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm within him. He was their friend, Harry repeated, his voice trembling slightly. And he betrayed them. The words were a reminder of the fragility of trust, the pain of betrayal, and the enduring power of friendship. They echoed through the archway, carrying with them a weight that Harry knew he would carry for the rest of his life. Staring out into the distance of the Hogwarts grounds and Black Lake, Harry whispered, "Do you have inkling as to why? Why he would do what he did? Were there signs?" Remus sighed heavily. "I don't know. I was on the continent during the last year of the war. If there were signs, I was not around to see them. When you were born and he was named your godfather, I had never seen him happier. I have asked myself for years if there was anything I could have done, or if there were signs I should have seen, but in the end, I always come up with nothing. Sirius family was entrenched in the dark arts and pureblood politics. One of them must have finally got to him, but truth be told, I have no idea." Tears burned in the back of Harry's eyes, but he refused to let any fall. Harry felt a new weight on his shoulder, the comforting hand of his professor. It was a monstrous betrayal, Harry, one that rocked the wizarding world. I admit Black was my friend as well. When we were in school, he practically worshipped the ground your father walked upon, him and Peter both. I don't know what changed after we graduated or after you were born, but something must have. I wish I had those answers for you, Harry. I would give anything to relieve you of that pain, to give you the peace you deserve." Swallowing his emotions, Harry wiped at his eyes quickly. Tears would not fall over this betrayal. Harry wasn't sure how long the two stood in solace together, but when he saw a few students in the distance, he knew the game must have been over. He had no idea how long his professor had regaled him with stories for, but now the only thing he felt was a cold rage and a desire to find Black and put him in the ground. "The game is over, and so are your responsibilities of supervising me," Harry said evenly as he shoved his hands in his pocket and moved away from the archway. Wanting to put some distance between himself and his defense professor, he said nothing else as he attempted to walk away, but his professor stopped him with a call of his name. Glancing back at the man, Harry waited to see what he would say, and Lupin did not leave him waiting. "Black has always been a talented wizard, Harry. Even when we were children. I know you are gifted, but please do not go looking for confrontation. You are no match for him." Fury shot through his veins, and Harry couldn't stop the words that fell from his lips. "I hope he finds me, Professor. I will kill him myself." In the depths of Harry's soul, a potent venom swirled, a toxic concoction of fury and desperation. His voice dripped with acid as he spoke, each word laced with the weight of his tumultuous emotions. The teenage boy's eyes burned with an unwavering intensity as he forged ahead, refusing to spare even a fleeting glance at the man's expression behind him. At that pivotal moment, Harry's heart throbbed with an all-consuming urgency that dwarfed any semblance of concern for the man's reaction. Driven by an unrelenting desire, he yearned to reach Tom, the sole confidant who could comprehend the tempestuous storm raging within him. Harry's steps echoed with a fierce determination as he pressed forward, his mind consumed by the overwhelming need to unburden himself, to share the secrets that weighed heavily upon his soul. Storming through the dungeons and into the empty Slytherin common room, Harry beelined towards his dormitory, the need to tell Tom everything burning inside him. Entering the dormitory, he tossed open his trunk, retrieved the book that Tom gifted him a few short months ago, and pressed his quill into the pages so heavily he nearly tore the page. "Master." Harry Potter sat in his bed staring at the book, his heart pounding in his chest. He was desperately hoping for a timely response. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving this message pending, uncertain of when his mentor would receive it. More than anything, Harry longed to see Tom in person. He yearned for the guidance and support that only his mentor could provide. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he knew that he needed Tom's help to navigate the challenges ahead. Harry's mind raced as he imagined the conversation he would have with Tom. He would vent about his frustrations, and he would seek Tom's wisdom and advice. He would also ask Tom to help him prepare for the battle that he knew was coming. Sparing the man couldn't be an option, not after what he had done. Harry's thoughts turned to the wand in his hand. He had been practicing his wand work diligently, but he knew that he still had much to learn. He longed to destroy things with his wand, to release the pent-up anger and frustration that he had been carrying around for so long. Suddenly, Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash. He turned to see that a mirror in the corner of the room had shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Harry twitched in surprise, realizing that he had unknowingly unleashed his magic in a moment of anger and anxiety. Harry stood there for a moment, staring at the broken mirror. He knew that he needed to control his emotions, or he would only make things worse. Tom would not tolerate the throwing of a tantrum, and he took a deep breath and focused on calming his mind. Just then, the book heated up, and he saw the bold writing, causing relief to flood his system. Apprentice. Harry immediately delved into the events of the last 24 hours, sending several lines at a time. He started with his meeting and duel with Greengrass, and then the information about Black attempting to break into the Gryffindor common room. He then led into his conversation with Remus Lupin and the information he had learned about Black. By the time he was done, he was practically heaving for breath, his frustrations spilling over. He waited for several moments upon the completion of his recap and waited for a response from Tom. He didn't have to wait long. "We should consider removing you from the school. Your safety is in jeopardy. If the man is talented enough to avoid the Dementors, Dumbledore, and myself, he is more than a threat to you." With his throat constricted, Harry desperately racked his brain for a solution to sway his mentor's decision. Fleeing Hogwarts at this juncture would not only jeopardize his education and future, but also arouse Dumbledore's suspicions. Tom, being aware of this, must have deemed the situation dire to contemplate such a drastic measure. Harry's mind raced, weighing the potential consequences and the gravity of the circumstances that prompted Tom to suggest such a course of action. The thought of joining Tom full-time certainly had its appeal, but the cost would be high. The potential repercussions of a hasty departure could be disastrous, jeopardizing not only his personal safety, but also the future of his apprenticeship. "I am the apprentice of Lord Voldemort. I cannot flee in fear. It is not what you would have done. I will kill this man if he confronts me. I will use everything you taught me, and make him pay." Harry realized that his words had likely prompted Tom to ponder his decision. He understood that appealing to the man's pride would increase his chances of staying in the castle and maintaining proximity to Sirius Black. A significant amount of time passed before any further words followed. "Your hate will give you power when using the dark arts. Wield your hate and your magic in tandem. Only then will you stand a chance against Black. I will position myself closer to Hogwarts. If the man is lingering around the grounds, I will find him. Use the map to protect yourself. Go nowhere without it and your father's cloak. If you can curse the man in the back, do so. Take no unnecessary risks, or I will remove you from the castle personally. Survive till Christmas, and I will give you the tools to end this man." Harry's heart pounded with anticipation as his mentor, Tom, wrote those tantalizing words. The sheer thought of acquiring a power capable of extinguishing the life of a formidable dark wizard like Sirius Black ignited a surge of hope within him. It was as if a beacon of light had pierced through the darkness that had enveloped him, promising a glimmer of hope, a chance to confront his greatest demons. Harry's mind raced as he contemplated the possibilities. He had witnessed the devastating consequences of Dark Lords firsthand. The thought of possessing a power that could snuff out such malevolence filled him with a sense of purpose and determination. He had come a long way since the day he had stumbled upon the wizarding world, an unsuspecting boy thrust into a reality beyond his wildest imagination. Along the way, he had faced countless challenges, battled against formidable foes, and experienced both triumph and heartbreak. But throughout it all, one thing had remained constant: his unwavering desire to be great. Now, as he stood on the precipice of discovering a power that could potentially change the course of his destiny, Harry couldn't help but feel a mixture of trepidation and excitement. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but he was determined to embrace whatever challenges lay before him. I will not fail you, Master. Chapter 17. Harry wasn't sure whether to be excited or furious that Christmas time was upon him. On one hand, Christmas meant that he would soon be back at Gaunt Manor training with Tom. On the other hand, since Halloween night, there had not been a sighting of Sirius Black anywhere around the grounds or in the castle. Regardless, it held little significance. The inconspicuous entourage of professors tailing him would never permit a direct confrontation with the man. Anytime Harry had attempted to give his professors the slip, they found reasons to confront him. They would ask inane questions about homework or an assignment that he had turned in, but Harry could see right through the fallacy. The teen had little doubt that Professor Lupin had relayed his parting words from their last conversation to Dumbledore. The haggard man had been walking on eggshells around him since their last encounter, and Harry was looking forward to getting on the express. Upon learning of Harry's decision to return home for the holidays, Snape's typically stoic demeanor faltered. The teen could sense Snape's mind working rapidly, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in Harry's plans. Unable to find a logical explanation, Snape swiftly snatched the request form from Harry's hand, informing him that Dumbledore would be notified. With that, Snape left Harry to continue his day, leaving the teen to ponder what the headmaster might say or do in reaction to his decision. It seems that Dumbledore's foolish notions on the power of family and love were enough to prevent him from interfering with Harry's decision to return to Privet Drive. The man must have assumed that if Sirius Black was going to chase Harry back to Surrey, then the man would meet his end by the Blood Wards. Harry wondered if news that he was leaving the castle would reach Black, and if the man might actually attempt something in his absence. That could potentially expose the fact that Harry was not in fact at Privet Drive, and he knew this scenario would need to be discussed with Tom. Perhaps the man would have ideas on how to prevent such an outcome. The day the express had arrived at Hogsmeade Station to take the students back to London brought an unusual sense of relief to Harry. The constant supervision over the last 2 months had really taken a toll on his usual impassive demeanor. His frustration became more apparent to his professors and peers by the day. It also halted any progress he had made with his 2 tentative allies. Zabini and Greengrass had both been nothing but cordial with the Parselmouth. However, they all knew that any extracurricular activities they attempted would be heavily monitored. The chance to escape the professors unnoticed was all but impossible, and Harry could only hope that upon his return to the castle things would be better. As Harry stepped onto the train, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. A part of him had hoped that his confirmation with Black would have happened before the holidays. This burden was not something he wanted to carry into the new year, but it seemed their fated encounter would be delayed a little longer. The logical part of his mind knew this was for the best. Tom would now have nearly an entire extra month to train Harry on more powerful curses, and with the progress he had made in his self-study, he could only imagine the knowledge the Dark Lord might impart to him. His time would come. As the train pulled out of the station, Harry looked out the window, watching the familiar landscape of Hogsmeade fade into the distance. It wasn't long into the journey, however, before he had company. Zabini had peered into his compartment and asked if he could sit with him, which Harry agreed to. The dark-skinned teen took a seat across from Harry and leaned up against the window. "I was surprised to see you boarding the train. I never thought you would want to spend your holiday with your Muggle relatives." "I just wanted some privacy again," Harry said with a sigh. "Nothing excites me about going back to those insects, but if it means I can go through my studies without a professor harassing me, then I will make do. I may be without magic, but at least I will be left alone." A lie by omission. Harry would be practicing more than enough magic under Tom in the coming days. Zabini looked surprised by the animosity in his words, speaking now in a cautious tone. "I didn't realize you held such distaste for your relatives." "They are nothing to me," Harry said dismissively. "They are the worst type of people, hateful to our kind and our ways. Dumbledore, however, had words with them last year, and at least they have left me alone since then. I fend for myself, but I have all the privacy I could want. They avoid me like I might give them the plague." Frowning Blaise shook his head. "Had I known they were such bastards, I'd have written to my mother to see if you could join us for the holidays. It's quiet around home, except the 3 days we go to the continent. We have plenty of space, and you could practice magic freely." A year ago, Harry would have been thrilled to be anywhere but at his relatives', the Dursleys' house. He would have jumped at any chance to escape their neglect and cruelty. But now, everything had changed. After the fateful events down in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry had come to realize that his place was at Tom's side, for the time being at least. There was much he still needed to learn, not only about his own extraordinary abilities as a wizard, but also about the wizarding world. Harry knew he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a moment. Not when Black and maybe even others at large could still want to harm him. Harry reluctantly agreed to keep up pretenses. "Maybe next year," he said, trying to sound casual. "A change of pace would be pleasant." Blaise merely nodded in acceptance, saying, "Well, hopefully Black will be caught over the break. Then we can sneak off too and do some work on the mind arts. I ordered a book on legalmancy. I will try and learn some basic principles, so I have something to go off of when we give it a go," Harry promised, but knew he would just be asking Tom for a point in the right direction. Zabini nodded, looking pleased by the decision, and continued to make casual conversation about their professor and classes. It was nice to hold a casual conversation, but eventually the two fell into companionable silence. As the train approached London, Harry looked out the window, spotting the familiar sights of the city. He felt a mixture of excitement and anticipation for the break ahead. The fact that he would be able to practice magic freely in Gaunt Manor already meant that this would be the best Christmas ever. Harry exchanged pleasantries with Blaise as the two exited the train, wishing each other a happy Christmas before the teens took their own ways off the platform. For Harry, that meant diving straight into Muggle London. Navigating King's Cross was simple, but the crowds of the holidays certainly made it more interesting. It was different than any other time Harry had traversed the station, and he recognized the fact that many foreigners were among the crowd. A wave of panic washed over Harry as he contemplated the potential consequences of his actions. What if he had misjudged the situation and underestimated Black's ruthlessness? Black had a history of not hesitating to kill Muggles, and Harry couldn't shake the chilling thought that Black might seize this opportunity to corner and attack him. The mere sight of Black would likely trigger a stampede among the crowd, making it challenging for Harry to defend himself against both the chaotic mob and the formidable wizard himself. Harry's pulse quickened as he realized the gravity of the situation and the danger he had potentially put himself in. Why had he not asked Tom to be here? Surely the Dark Lord had thought of this himself. In gradual steps, Harry arrived at the parking lot, where he spotted his uncle and exhaled deeply, releasing the breath he had held since being surrounded by Muggles on the platform. Vernon said nothing to him as he left the trunk open and allowed Harry to deposit his items into the car and get in the back seat with no words needing to be exchanged. Unlike last time, Dudley and Petunia were not with his uncle. Harry assumed the man had some semblance of intelligence and decided to keep his family safely away from the teen. Any interaction with Harry could lead to one with Tom, which was an extremely hazardous situation for any of the Dursleys. The ride back to Surrey was long and uncomfortable. Vernon refused to play music or say a word to Harry. It honestly suited the teen just fine, however, and when they finally made it back to Surrey, Harry went straight through the house at 4 and waited patiently in the backyard for the arrival of his mentor. Immersed in the depths of a captivating book, Harry eagerly anticipated the arrival of his mentor. Time seemed to stand still as he delved into the pages, absorbing the knowledge and wisdom contained within. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed through the air, signaling the presence of the Dark Lord. Harry's heart skipped a beat as a thrill of anticipation surged through his veins. Emerging from the shadows, Tom materialized before Harry, clad in his meticulously pressed robes, which exuded an air of authority and elegance. His gaze was sharp, his presence commanding, and the atmosphere seemed to crack under the weight of his magical presence. The Dark Lord's arrival marked the beginning of Harry's holidays, and he could not stop the grin that appeared on his face as he rose to his feet and offered the man a bow. "Master." "Apprentice," Tom greeted neutrally, but his pleased expression indicated he was happy to have his pupil back with him. "We should depart at once. There is much to accomplish over the holidays." Tom offered his arm, and Harry didn't hesitate to latch onto it. The familiar sensation of apparating took hold of him for the briefest moments before he was back on the grounds of Gaunt Manor. Tipping his head towards his apprentice, Tom said, "The first thing we will do after your 14th birthday will be to teach you to apparate. It's 2 years early, but I can scarcely imagine a more useful skill. I think we can conduct a ritual to stabilize your magical core, which should ensure you don't splint yourself more than the average 16-year-old would." The idea of being able to travel anywhere in an instant was extremely attractive. In curiosity, Harry asked, "I have not done much research into apparition, but I will change that when I go back to school." "No need. I will teach you everything you need to know," Tom promised. "Are there limitations to apparition?" Harry asked. In the midst of their conversation, Tom's brow furrowed as he confronted the question of limitations. He then provides an answer. "There is an existing belief among wizards that there are boundaries in all forms of magic. But I assure you, there is no reason to believe in them." When Harry looked at the man in surprise, Tom stopped in his tracks, turning his full attention to his apprentice. "Limitations are solely applicable to the ordinary. We, Harry, are far from the average witches and wizards. We transcend any perceived restrictions and soar beyond the confines of mediocrity. That is what it means to be great." Tom's words resonated with Harry, who had struggled with the fear of inadequacy. The realization that limitations were not inherent, but rather self-imposed, ignited a spark of determination within him. He recognized that his potential was boundless, and that the only true limitations were those he chose to accept. Inspired by Tom's unwavering conviction, Harry resolved to embrace a mindset of possibility and growth. He understood that challenges and obstacles were inevitable, but he refused to allow them to define his path. Their story would become a testament of transformative power and challenging perceived limitations. Tom and Harry's legacy would define future generations of wizards and show them that true greatness lies not in conforming to expectations, but in defying them. "How old were you when you first began pushing the bounds of magic?" Harry asked curiously. 15, Tom answered, continuing back on his path to entering the house. "For the first few years of my Hogwarts career, I focused on becoming the best. Once I accomplished that, I studied ahead, and by the time I felt comfortable with the Newt material at the end of my 4th year, I began delving into the dark arts. It was in those studies I learned just how limitless magic was. Every obstacle I encountered, I created a way to pass it. Take the Dementors, for example. It was universally accepted that they could not be controlled, but that changed in my rise to power." Harry was always interested when Tom spoke of his years at Hogwarts. He could hardly believe the man grew so much on his own. There was not a person that inspired him to be great or pushed him to achieve more. Instead, he had to rely on nothing but his own tenacity. It was something Harry admired about the Dark Lord. It was one of the reasons he knew people flocked to the man. Tom was a beacon of magic, and he didn't need a light to show people the way. His magic could do that for him. As Harry and Tom stepped across the threshold into Gaunt Manor, his eyes widened in surprise. "You have been busy." The once gloomy and dilapidated estate had undergone a remarkable transformation. Harry couldn't help but let out a low whistle in appreciation. The oppressive aura that once permeated the manor had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of warmth and elegance. Every inch of the space bore witness to the meticulous care and attention to detail that had gone into its restoration. The staircase, once adorned with cobwebs and dust, now gleamed with a pristine finish. The drawing room, where Harry had once faced his first ritual, had been transformed into a comfortable and inviting space. Plush velvet sofas and armchairs were arranged around a roaring fireplace, casting a warm glow upon the polished wooden floors. The walls, once covered in peeling wallpaper, now showcased exquisite tapestries depicting scenes of magical landscapes and mythical creatures. In the dining room, a long mahogany table was set with fine china. Harry couldn't help but imagine the lavish feasts that would be held here, bringing together their future allies for celebrations. Gaunt Manor has long since been in need of an update, Tom said casually. In my months of solitude and research, I decided restoring my ancestral home needed to be a priority. The wards are stronger than ever, and I enlisted the help of a house elf temporarily to redecorate. I didn't think the gold I sent you would go this far, Harry said in wonder. It didn't, Tom said with a chuckle. Once you have money, it is easier to acquire more, however. A master legilimens like myself has no trouble swindling people, and as you can imagine, I am not one to shy from violence if necessary. Harry shuddered at that. He could only imagine what Tom had done to acquire the amount of gold it would have taken to restore the manor to this point, but he was glad he had done so. It would be much more comfortable staying here over the summer, and even his current holidays. The bed he occasionally napped on was likely from the 1800s and wasn't the most comfortable thing. It looks amazing, Harry said in awe. I am glad you approve, Tom said with a satisfied sigh. Get settled. The room at the end of the hall is yours for the holidays. In surprise, Harry asked, won't I need to go back to the Dursleys each night? Shaking his head, Tom grinned. Unless you wish to, I see no need. The wards are powered for the year. Any of Dumbledore's spies will have seen you go into the house. With the amount of harassment you received, I don't think any would be surprised if you stayed locked up in your room for privacy for the duration of the break. I had a room prepared for you. Use it as you please and take this day to rest. Tomorrow we will begin our training, and I will be testing you thoroughly. Thank you, Master, Harry said in reverence. The fact that he wasn't going to have to see the Dursleys at all had really improved the state of his holidays tremendously. You won't be thanking me by the end of tomorrow, Tom promised. Feel free to go into the village for food tonight. I am going to follow up on a lead and will be back late. Get settled and rest well. Not saying anything further, Tom turned and apparated with a crack. This left Harry with a chance to take a proper look around Gaunt Manor and truly take it in. He could hardly believe the effort Tom had put into restoring the place and wondered what his true motives for it were. A part of him suspected that he would soon begin cavorting with his allies again. 6 months had passed since his return, and Harry often pondered what the Dark Lord was waiting on. The teen could only assume that Tom wanted to be as close to his full strength as possible. Harry had spotted the wand of Ginny Weasley on his person and knew the man had not yet replaced his original wand. The Dark Lord must have been hanging on to the hope he would be reunited with his original partner. Harry could scarcely imagine what it would be like to be separated from his own wand, but never expected Tom to be so sentimental about his magical partner. There was of course the chance that Harry misinterpreted the meaning completely. Tom was still secretive and rarely confided anything beyond the biggest of pictures to Harry. The man was specifically vague, and a part of that was because of the teen's proximity to Dumbledore, which Harry could understand. A small room greeted him, with a single window that brought the last remnants of the day's light into the space. The walls were painted a smooth tan color, and a rug covered the wood floor. In the center of the room stood a medium, ornate bed with 4 posters that looked quite similar to his bed back at Hogwarts. Harry's eyes immediately went to the painting hanging prominently above the bed. It was a breathtaking depiction of Hogwarts, with its majestic towers and spires reaching up into the sky. The colors were so vibrant and lifelike that Harry felt as if he could step right into the painting and explore the castle's many secrets. On either side of the bed were 2 bedside tables, each topped with a flickering candle. A small writing desk stood in the corner, with a quill, inkwell, and a stack of parchment neatly arranged on top. Harry could scarcely remember a place that felt more like home than Gaunt Manor did in that moment. Even Hogwarts had never been so inviting due to the suspicions of his roommates, and even in his youth he feared the shadow of his Muggle relatives at Privet Drive. Despite being in the home of the Dark Lord, Harry knew there likely wasn't a safer place in the world. Oh, "You have made progress, Harry," Tom said, his voice cold and calculating. "But there is still much to learn." Harry nodded, his heart pounding in his chest, as he hunched over his knees to catch his breath. Tom had dueled him hard over the last hour, and then they delved into some work in the mind arts, before resuming dueling once again. Despite being exhausted, Harry felt like he was in his element. He had come to Gaunt Manor to learn from the greatest dark wizard of all time, and he was eager to absorb as much knowledge as he could. Despite having been put through the ringer today, Harry knew that his mentor was off. Something about Tom was just different. He seemed uneasy. There was a certain trepidation to the man, but Harry did not dare ask what ailed the Dark Lord. Tom stood before Harry, a sinister smile stretching across his lips. With a voice like velvet, he spoke. "Your curses, Harry, are progressing admirably. Over the coming days, I shall impart to you more parcel magic and unveil spells from my own arsenal. If you were to get the drop on Black, I do believe you could be victorious, despite your inexperience. The element of surprise is invaluable. Black will not expect a third year to be flinging around lethal magic." Despite his encouraging words, a distant gaze clouded his eyes, revealing a mind preoccupied with thoughts unknown. With rapt attention, Harry observed as Tom gracefully settled onto the front steps leading to the entrance of the house. A sense of unease washed over Harry as he watched Tom's slender fingers trace the intricate patterns etched into the stone steps. It was as if Tom were attempting to decipher a hidden message or unlock a secret portal. Harry's intuition told him that Tom's distraction went beyond mere contemplation. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the yard, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Tom's mind was racing, piecing together fragments of a grand plan. The air seemed to crackle with a palpable tension, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Harry knew that his fate was intertwined with Tom's, and he couldn't help but wonder what secrets and schemes lurked within the depths of Tom's mind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Harry's resolve solidified. He would seize the opportunity to unravel the mysteries that plagued his heart, even if it meant venturing into the treacherous realm of Tom's thoughts. Before he could ask his question, however, Tom spoke. "As you have probably guessed, my mind is slightly preoccupied today. I seem to have a unique problem on my hands, one that leaves me uncertain as to what I should do." It was the first time Harry had ever heard Tom admit he did not know what to do, and this made him frown before asking, "What can you tell me?" Opening his eyes for the first time, they flashed a red color that startled Harry for a moment. Then Tom blinked several times before they returned to their normal shade of brown. The man then said, "I believe I have found another Horcrux. I also believe I have uncovered what some of the others may have been." Harry felt a ball of lead appear in his throat. He knew this was what was best for Tom, but the fear of the truth often weighed on the last Potter. Deciding to take it one problem at a time, Harry asked, "What are they?" Frowning Tom looked at his apprentice with scrutiny. "I have never told a soul of what my plans were for each Horcrux. My research seems to indicate I was successful in finding each of the items I desired. I am thrilled by my success, but equally cautious of how I might have gone about defending them at the height of my power." The caution made immediate sense to Harry. If Tom was powerful in his current form, with a wand that did not suit him, Harry could hardly imagine what an additional 30 years of magical study and progress would have done for the Dark Lord. It was reasonable to be cautious. Deciding patience was the best tactic in this case, Harry waited patiently for Tom to continue. The mentor did not disappoint for long. "The locket of Salazar Slytherin." The words were said in a whisper, and Harry made a face at the name of the ancient artifact. "I admit I am unfamiliar with this piece of history." Tom waved his hands and moved to rise to his feet, packing around the grounds. "I believe it belonged to my mother at one point, or was stolen by her from my uncles. From there she sold it to my old employers Borgin and Burke. I suspect it was one of the reasons I went and worked for the Fools." It did seem like something Tom would do. To get his hands on an artifact of Slytherin, the dodgy business might have been one of the best places to position himself. It was smart in hindsight the more Harry considered it. Deciding to push the conversation, Harry asked, "Where do you think you hid it?" The teen stopped and stared out towards the nearby village. His eyes seemed to look far beyond the mortality of the Muggle world as he searched for his next words. The Dark Lord spoke again. "There was a cave, a place that I used to take the other orphans. It was a place I learned to harness my curses by practicing it on them." Harry cringed inwardly. He could only imagine the talent even a young Tom Riddle would have possessed with curses. The man was a prodigy in the field of dark magic, and probably from the age of 13 Tom was delving into the darkest arts. Even if he didn't know it, the young Dark Lord might have even begun studying it even earlier. "Where is this cave?" Harry asked cautiously. "Southeastern England," Tom said at once. "I found it a few days ago. I have been surveying my own defenses from above to make sure I didn't trigger anything unexpected. It appears safe, but I am the type of wizard that would lull others into a false sense of security." Harry agreed immediately, but said nothing. Tom then turned to face Harry and stared at him with deep intention. "The reason I am troubled is I want to know whether my apprentice is up for a task." Swallowing deeply, Harry asked, "You want me to go retrieve your Horcrux, Master?" Dismissively, Tom immediately shot down the idea. "Of course not. You are not ready for something of that nature, but instead I would like you to join me." Harry's jaw dropped at the offer. Tom seemed to have more faith in him than Harry had expected. Instead of blindly jumping into the offer, Harry asked, "What can we expect?" "I don't know. Something violent, cruel, and maybe even disturbing," Tom asked with a questioning voice. Harry had never heard doubt in his mentor's voice, and had to admit it seemed unbecoming of the most powerful wizard he had ever met. "If you think it is better for us to tackle this together, Master, then I am prepared to follow you." Tom seemed surprised by the declaration, but then stood up straight. "Another Horcrux would be another step into my true power. It would put us a step closer to the truth and understanding everything that happened along the way. Perhaps even the truth about Black." The heir of Slytherin proved his cunning to Harry with ease. Already the apprentice was ready to follow his master into dangerous situations. But Tom was right. The possibilities of what they could discover were endless. If an artifact of Slytherin was out there with a piece of Tom's soul in it, then they should do everything they could to retrieve it. It was the least Harry could do for the man that had brought him freedom. "Well, I don't see any reason to wait any longer then, Master," Harry said, raising to his own feet at last. Tom looked over at his apprentice approvingly, but shook his head. "As anxious as I am to go after a piece of my soul, it should at least wait till tomorrow. I want you at your best before we delve into this adventure." Harry offered a bow in response. "Tomorrow, then." "Tomorrow," Tom agreed, Chapter 18. As the master and apprentice sat down for breakfast, a heavy silence hung in the air. The morning mealtime usually consisted of Tom laying out their goals for the day, but today Harry and Tom were deep in contemplation. Their minds raced with thoughts of the challenges that might lie ahead, and the weight of the consequences of the journey seemed to press down upon their shoulders. After Harry silently picked up both of their plates and put them away, Tom inquired, "Are you ready, Harry?" Swallowing his nerves, Harry nodded. "Yes, Master." Tom nodded his head and rose to his feet, motioning for Harry to follow him. When they made it out the front door and onto the grounds, Tom warned him of what was to come. "We are going through some heavy wards. I can assure you that this will likely be the most unpleasant apparition you have ever experienced. Brace yourself." Deep breaths. Harry did as was instructed, and Tom offered his arm. Before Harry knew, it was being forced into the world's smallest tube before coming out on the other side. Harry heaved for breath and hunched over, desperate for air, as if he had been swimming underwater for hours. Upon arriving in the cave, Harry immediately recognized that they had apparated through powerful wards. The darkness enveloped them until Tom swiftly lit his wand, casting a warm glow into the cavern. Deciding to copy his mentor's actions, Harry also illuminated the small room with a grand sweep of his wand, bathing the space in an emerald-hued light. Glancing around, Harry frowned as he approached a pool of water in the back of the room. Crouching down, he surveyed the water and saw that it seemed to go out into a cavern below. He suspected by the way the water flowed it likely led it into the ocean. During low tide, you can access the cave on foot. It was how I first discovered it, Tom said, seeming to answer his internal question before continuing. It used to be a lot larger before I created a barrier to seal it off. It is easy enough to remove. Would you like to guess how? A magical barrier? Harry asked in curiosity, rising to his feet and approaching Tom. He could sense his mentor's magic, but frowned as the older teen said nothing. A sacrifice of some sort. Adequate deduction, Tom said evenly. What sort of sacrifice? Harry closed his eyes, reached out, and touched the wall. He had always had a sense for magic, but the Dark Lord next to him was nearly overwhelming that sense, until he touched the wall and his eyes widened. Blood. Much better, Tom praised. Go on. In understanding, Harry nodded and drew his wand across his palm. It was the exact thing he had done during their blood-binding ritual. When he smeared it on the wall, the magical barrier crumbled to dust. Tom didn't hesitate to stride forward into the next room and mimicked Harry's spell from earlier, as he cast a massive light over a vast lake. Harry's eyes widened as the ceiling seemed to go higher than what was possible. The cave was endless on all sides. He felt the cold sensation of dark magic send a shiver down his spine. With wide eyes, Harry followed after Tom and whispered, "This place has known magic, old magic. You can see now why I was enraptured by the place in my youth, and why I would return to place one of my soul anchors here," Tom said, with a hint of emotion that Harry did not recognize from the Dark Lord. Out in the middle of it all, however, was a small island that seemed to sit in the vast ocean of nothingness. A lump formed in Harry's throat as he realized they would have to get to the foreboding area, and he began looking around the shore for clues as to how they would do so. Nearby, Harry noticed an antiquated dock that seemed to possess an enigmatic enchantment. Its impeccable construction defied the passage of time, prompting the young wizard to suspect that his mentor had crafted it during his youthful years. The dock's immaculate condition, despite its age, hinted at his mentor's extraordinary magical prowess. As Harry drew closer, he contemplated the purpose of the dock. "I can hardly imagine you swimming across the lake. Did you conjure a boat?" Harry asked carefully. Tom stared at the water in wonder until his eyes narrowed. Then he laughed, but it was not because the teen found something comical. This laugh was sinister, and the heir of Slytherin shook his head. "No, and it would be a very foolish attempt to do so. Tell me, Harry, do you know what an inferi is?" Frowning at the word, Harry bit his lips in thought before shaking his head. "No, master. It is dark magic far beyond your current capability. I learned of their creation in Secrets of the Darkest Arts, something that will be on your reading list in the coming years." Tom educated with a smile that promised something harrowing. "Basically, it is the animation of a corpse. With the right power and concentration, you can make them faster, and even give them a specific target in small groups. In large numbers, however, the simple animation of them can be devastating. There is only one way to destroy an inferi." The way Tom trailed off made Harry believe he was being tasked to guess. He quickly deduced that it wasn't something as simple as decapitation or cutting them in a certain spot. Thinking back on the way Muggles would often dispose of bodies, the thought came to him: fire. "Excellent deduction," Tom praised. "Now it is my current belief that if we disrupt this water in any way, many inferi will begin to attack us. Between your use of the cursed flames and my ability with the incendio charm, it would take hundreds to overwhelm us. Thousands if you really cut loose," Harry said dismissively. "This is true," Tom admitted. "However, one of the very few ways of destroying a Horcrux is through the use of the cursed flames. We cannot risk a piece of my soul, no matter how small the chances are of me losing control of Fiendfire." Frowning, Harry considered this as he attempted to think of other solutions. "Do you think you flew across?" For a moment, Tom considered this. "I suppose that is a possibility. I was never one for broomsticks, but I had been working on a magical method of flight without one for years. I am certain I would have invented the spellwork a few years beyond my current memory." Taking several strides across the dock, Tom frowned, before whispering, "However, I do believe there is a simpler solution." As Tom approached Harry on the dock, he extended his hand and closed his eyes. Then, Harry felt the overpowering presence of his master's magic. Suddenly, Tom's eyes flashed red with a triumphant gleam as a chain erupted from the water and into his outstretched hand. With a tap of his wand on the chain, the Dark Lord stepped back, allowing his magic to do the work for him. Invisible forces effortlessly continued to pull the iron out of the water until a boat nestled perfectly against the dock. Tom often had ways of subtly blowing Harry away with casual uses of magic, but the ease with which he discovered his former self's solution was baffling. The way he solved the issue was equally impressive, but a part of it Harry didn't understand. "I thought we could not disturb the water." "I did say that, and I am afraid the answer is complex. Get in the boat and I will explain as we go," Tom promised. In understanding, Harry climbed into the wooden rowboat and took a seat as Tom sat across from him. When the boat touched the water, Harry nearly asked a dumb question like, "How are we going to get across the water without rowers?" Instead, the boat began moving immediately, and Harry knew the obvious answer was magic. As the boat pushed itself out into the lake at a steady pace, Tom observed their surroundings with curiosity. Clearly, the man was impressed with his future self-design and defenses for his Horcrux, because he seemed enraptured for a full minute. Tom never made eye contact with Harry as they remained focused on the water, but he did begin his explanation. "The answer to this conundrum is based in wards. Imagine the entire top layer of this water as an alarm sensor. Now imagine that there is a thin, precise line somewhere in that layer that the ward just ceases to exist. We are currently on that line. Were either of us to put as much as a finger into the water from either side of the boat or the shorelines, the defenses of the cave would come to life. The biggest problem would of course be in Fairy." Harry had been leaning slightly over the boat at the time to glance into the water, but at his mentor's word, he snapped to the center, rocking the boat slightly, causing his master to grin at his unease. "Given our Muggle upbringings, I am unsurprised I developed something this clever. If you did not find the boat and conjured your own, it would prove to be a fatal mistake. Between that, the blood sacrifice, and the ocean protecting this place, I would say this piece of my soul was well defended." Swallowing hard the explanation, Harry asked, "Why didn't we have to go through the ocean to get here?" "Simple. I created the wards. Since my magic created it, I was able to come straight in," Tom explained easily. "Bringing you through them was a small challenge, but nothing in comparison to my power." Harry said nothing else for the remainder of the ride, allowing Tom to stay in his own thoughts. When the two reached land, Harry took extra care not to disrupt the water and tiptoed out of the boat. They made the short journey beside Tom to the pedestal where the locket of Salazar Slytherin should have been waiting for them. What they found, however, was not a locket, but instead a potion. It was emerald in color and had a sinister, ethereal look to it. Tom drew his wand tentatively and created a circle above it before tapping it with his wand. The liquid jiggled like jello, and Tom took a deep breath above it. "It is safe to touch," Tom said in thought before commanding. "Reach your hand in the basin and attempt to pull out the locket. It should not harm you. I would do it, but if something were to go wrong, we will need my skills to get us out of any traps that may await." Harry stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing. The only solace he found was in the fact that Tom had never lied to him before. However, he knew that this would be an inopportune time for him to start. Nodding in agreement, Harry acknowledged that disobeying orders was not an option. With trembling hands, he reached out to touch the potion and winced when the cold liquid met his skin. To his relief, he felt no pain. As he pushed more fingers into the bowl, the cold sensation shot up his arm. His fingers latched onto something that didn't feel like a necklace, and he pulled it out to reveal a small white pail. Tom and Harry both studied the pail before the older of the two spoke. "It must be drunk." Harry felt his stomach sink. Anything Lord Voldemort brewed to defend his Horcrux could not be pleasant. If it wasn't a poison, then it was something that would bewitch the mind or drive it to insanity. Tom seemed to follow his line of thought and added, after he took a whiff of the pail, "I do not recognize this particular brew. It has no smell to indicate any ingredients. I have little doubt, however, that I would have designed something extremely debilitating." "Do not worry. I will not have you test that theory." Relief flooded the young Slytherin's body, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't even realized that he had been holding. He then watched as Tom continued to survey his surroundings, before murmuring, "I have an idea, but it isn't my best." Moving back towards the water, Tom motioned for Harry to follow, and he did so without question. When they reached the bottom of the steps, the man looked thoughtful before saying, "It would be unwise to destroy this many inferi. They are weapons we may have a use for at a later date. My next thought was to go and capture a local muggle and force them to ingest the potion, but the boat will undoubtedly not allow two to cross without activating the defenses of the cave." Not understanding that last line of thought, Harry asked, "But we crossed together." "When I designed the spell, I did not have it recognize children. It would have been impossible for a child to get this far, so I did not plan for it. Had you been a full adult, we would have activated the wards as soon as we stepped onto the boat, something I overlooked until we actually sat inside it. Thankfully, my future self did not anticipate your arrival, or we would have destroyed a valuable resource." "What do we do then?" Harry asked. Tom glared at the water, and his eyes narrowed as he seemed to consider their next course of action. Not leaving Harry waiting too long, the man said, "I am going to trip the defenses. From there, we are going to allow a few onto the island, before I summon a ward to defend us, and keep the rest out. You will be tasked with keeping them away from us for that precious few seconds it takes me to raise this shield. Then we push back all but one of the beasts, and force-feed it the potion. That should satisfy the enchantment on the basin, and allow us to retrieve the locket." Anxiety hit Harry like a bludger in the chest. "Can't we just remove the basin and take it with us?" Tom seemed to consider this before shrugging. "The enchantments are deeply rooted to the magic of the cave. Any major magical attempt up here would cause the disruption of my ward in the water. If I was willing to burn up that many inferi, this would be easy, but like I told you before, they are a rare commodity." In understanding, Harry swallowed hard. "How long will you need?" 30 seconds or less," Tom assured. "Incendo will hold them back, as you said. Throw your power behind it and keep them off of me. If I have to break my focus on the shield and destroy my inferi, I will be displeased. Do you understand, Apprentice?" The threat of punishment was certainly there. Harry rolled his shoulders back, trying to prepare himself for what was to come. "I do, Master." Without hesitation, Tom began his ascent back towards the basin, declaring, "Let us commence." The man paused to collect himself, then drew a line in the air. The brilliant red imprint sparkled like a suspended firework, reminiscent of the ones Harry had witnessed in Surrey's parks during the summer. Tom inscribed a rune unfamiliar to Harry before instructing, "Disturb the water when you're ready." Closing his eyes, Harry took a deep breath. Centering himself and focusing on what was to come, the teen raised his wand, slashed it across his body, and heard the splash of water from the impact of his spell. The light that originated from Tom's spell seemed to cast an eerie glow over the still surface of the lake. A chill wind seemed to whisper from deep within the cavern, carrying with it an unsettling silence. The ripple of water that followed his spell was the only thing that seemed to have disturbed the area thus far, but the turning in Harry's stomach told him that would not long be the case. Suddenly, the first figure emerged from the depths. Its skeletal hands clawed through the gravel on the island, revealing a ghastly visage, hollow eyes glowing with a layer of the darkest magic. Harry didn't hesitate to unleash the fire charm at the monster, but nearly a dozen more surged out at him at once, their rotting forms dragging themselves out of the lake with relentless determination. Easily, Harry was able to set creature after creature aflame, but the air was growing thick with the stench of decay as the undead melted into ash around him. The smell was foul, and caused his stomach to curl to the point he wanted to hurl. The adrenaline caused by the fear of what would happen if even one were to get to him or Tom kept his breakfast down as he continued to pump flames into the undead. Their movements were jerky, yet purposeful, as if driven by a dark purpose. Harry watched in horrified fascination, unable to tear his eyes away from the macabre scene unfolding before him. As another dozen hit the shore, Harry unleashed a final burst of red-hot flames with a slash of his wand, and Tom roared out, "Leave one." Harry swirled his wand to control the fire, and prevent the last inferi from getting turned to ash. This control, however, was costly, and the creature broke into a run straight at him. In a panic, Harry nearly lost control of his spell, but there was no need as Tom captured the creature with dark tendrils that shot from the ground. This moment of reprieve allowed Harry to observe the dozens of inferi he turned to ash, and the countless numbers that were beating on an invisible wall in front of Harry, which indicated they would tear him to shreds the moment the shield was down. His focus, however, shifted back to the inferi that Tom was holding in place. The dark tendrils seemed to have the beast frozen in place, and honestly, it was even more haunting in its still form. Water dripped from its tattered clothes and exposed bones. While Harry fought the urge to vomit again, Tom commanded, "Let us move. The ward will hold, but I do not wish to remain here any longer than necessary. You will have to administer the potion to the inferi. I must hold the spell." In understanding, Harry quickly moved to the basin and took the pail, scooped up some potion, and carefully took it over to the undead corpse. The inferi was completely unmoving, and Tom coaxed him forward with his words, "I have this creature completely immobilized. Tilt its head back and dump the potion down its throat." With shaking hands, Harry did as he was told. The smell was continuing to make him nauseous, but he knew Tom would be unimpressed with the display of weakness if he hurled. One after another, Harry force-fed the dark creature and realized Tom had been right. The basin was draining, and after nearly a dozen trips, a locket was all that was left. The ornate locket lay in the center of the basin now, its silver surface glinting under the dim light cast above. The serpent emblem etched into the locket seemed almost alive, its eyes gleaming with an emerald hue. Reaching out to grab it with his hand, Harry took the chain and held it up in amazement. Tom was at his side in an instant. Harry's eyes darted to where the inferi once was, but now only a pile of ash was in its place. Tom looked at the necklace with reverence and offered his apprentice a grin. "We did it. Let us get out of here." With a pull, Harry was grabbed by Tom and squeezed through the smallest tube he had ever felt. As far as apparitions went, it was the worst Harry had ever experienced. He fell to his knees, heaving for breath as soon as they landed in the upper floors of the shrieking shack. Tom paid him no mind, however, as he held the Horcrux in his hand, whispering incantations with his wand circling around it. Trying to pull himself back, Harry shakily rose to his feet to observe what would happen next. A small hint of anxiety passed through him. What if Tom discovered everything today? What if this Horcrux gave him all the memories up to 1981? With trepidation, Harry watched as magic swirled around Tom. The wind picked up, and an ominous feeling of destruction settled around the area. It was almost as if the man was summoning death's shadow, but before the teen could question what was happening, the necklace dropped to the ground, and Tom roared with rage. It took everything in Harry's power not to run for cover, but instead, he watched frozen in horror as Tom's wand dropped into hand and unleashed a dark black wave of magic that turned everything in its path to death. The grass blackened, the trees were uprooted, and magic continued to swirl around Tom angrily. It was a sight that would have sent a chill down the spines of even the bravest souls, and when his angry red eyes turned towards Harry, he wished he could disappear. "It's a fake," Tom hissed. "Someone else stole my locket." Harry's jaw fell open, but didn't wait for further prompting as he summoned the fake locket into his hands. Opening the locket now, unafraid of the magic inside, Harry observed a note written in a tiny scrawl. Frowning, Harry mumbled the message aloud. "To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B." With wide eyes, Harry stared at the note, but no matter how many times he read it, he couldn't hardly believe its contents. "I should have known the moment I touched it. I was too enthralled by our victory." Tom spat furiously. Storming off, Tom popped away in a sharp crack, leaving Harry alone and bewildered. The teen could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the space where Tom had just stood, now empty. He could only ponder what Tom would do next, his heart pounding in his chest. Harry had never seen Tom so angry before, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Tom was a powerful wizard, and Harry knew that he was capable of great things, both good and evil. Harry knew that he would have to proceed carefully. When Tom returned, he doubted the man would want to have a civil conversation. He had to be careful, but he also knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait for Tom. He had to do something, but what? Chapter 19. The Christmas holidays ended up being a much lonelier affair than Harry had imagined. Tom had not been seen in nearly 2 weeks, and the new year had come and gone. Harry was used to solitude, however, and now that Gaunt Manor was much more comfortable than before, he had no issues spending his days studying in peace. Still, Harry didn't completely isolate himself from the outside world. He made occasional trips to the nearby Muggle village, careful to conceal his true nature, but gathered supplies and food when necessary. The mundane interactions with the villagers fulfilled his small need for social interaction and kept him sane. Despite the comfort and distractions that Gaunt Manor offered, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of loneliness that lingered within him. He had hoped Tom would return soon and have a plan for how they would find his next soul anchor. Tom always had a plan, and Harry suspected the man was turning over every stone to see if he could discover what had happened to the real locket of Salazar Slytherin. Compounding Harry's anxiety was the daunting task of reaching the Hogwarts Express without his mentor's guidance. The prospect of navigating the intricate web of wizarding transportation without Tom's ability to apparate filled Harry with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. He knew that finding his soul anchor was of utmost importance, but without Tom's assistance, Harry couldn't imagine how he would get back to King's Cross. If Dumbledore began investigating Harry's absence, then the game would soon be up. On the eve of Harry's scheduled return to Hogwarts, he discovered an alternative transportation method to avoid using apparition. Through his extensive reading and research on magical transportation in his books, he stumbled upon a unique form of magical conveyance known as the night bus. This double-decker bus served the purpose of aiding stranded witches and wizards in their travels. Harry learned that by simply raising his wand with the intention of escaping, a bus would appear before him. This had given Harry a much-needed peace of mind and allowed him to continue in his studies without the same anxiety that had been lingering over him for days. A lot of the research Harry had done over his 2-week break was into the fascinating branch of parcel magic. This branch of magic, associated with the ability to communicate with snakes, had always intrigued Harry, and he had eagerly sought knowledge about it. Thankfully, he was in one of the few places in the world that actually contained such knowledge, and through extensive research and experimentation, he gained insights into the intricate spells and techniques used by Parselmouths. Harry was impressed by the Gaunt family's records of spells they had created using the snake language. It did not seem like there were many families in wizarding history that had possessed this gift, and most of the known spells were only passed down by the use of the books in the library he found himself in. Harry's fascination with parcel magic grew with each passing day, and he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to apply his newfound knowledge in practical situations. He couldn't shake the feeling that parcel magic would play a crucial role in his future endeavors, and he was determined to master its secrets. He could only imagine Tom's approval if he could practically apply some of these spells in combat. Of course, Dumbledore wouldn't approve, and there would be many questions as to how he learned of such spells, but Harry would find a chance to use them. Dead men tell no tales, and Harry had vicious plans for Sirius Blacknow if they were to cross paths upon his return to Hogwarts. Harry was reading a passage about a spell that Noctua Gaunt had created to reveal secret passageways eagerly, when a soft pop was heard outside the house. The wards on Gaunt Manor were parcel magic in nature, and Harry knew that only one person could have breached the wards of his mentor's ancestral without making a lot of noise. Swallowing hard, Harry hoped Tom had calmed down since he had last seen the man. Deciding that running to the man would send the wrong image, he remained in his seat and fixated himself on the passage written by this long-past Gaunt ancestor. As Tom stepped through the doorway, Harry's gaze instinctively flickered upwards towards his mentor. A profound shift of emotion washed over Harry as he took in Tom's appearance. It was evident that the man had been enduring sleepless nights. the telltale signs of exhaustion etched upon his visage. Red-rimmed eyes, framed by dark circles, hinted at a weariness that seemed to weigh heavily upon his frame. Harry's heart sank, witnessing the toll that recent events had taken on his master in the magical arts. "Hello, Harry," Tom greeted casually, taking the open seat across from the teen. The desk was littered with open books that Harry had jumped back and forth to in his spare time. In embarrassment, Harry attempted to be casual as he tightened up around his table, but Tom waved him off. "I am glad you have been diligent in your studies. I offer my apologies for not being here over the holidays to work with you more. That was not my intention, but I needed to move fast and far to see if I could locate my sole anchor. Unfortunately, I was not successful." Tom's weariness made sense. Harry doubted the man had done anything but search far and wide for the piece of soul. The teen couldn't imagine he would have done any differently if their positions had been reversed. Trying to sound confident, Harry offered, "We will find the others, Master. In time. Perhaps Black even knows where one is." With a contemplative gaze, Tom appeared to concur with the notion and expressed his thoughts aloud. "Indeed, if he truly was my most trusted confidant, I may have entrusted him to conceal one within the vaults of Gringotts. This is a matter I intend to uncover, one way or another, when I confront him. Regardless of whether he remains loyal or not, I will rediscover all the secrets I shared with him during my ascent to power." Knowing that killing Black could hinder Tom from regaining his memories, Harry grappled with an internal conflict, biting the insides of his cheeks. Despite the advantages of keeping Tom in his current state, Harry found it impossible to go against the man who, in their short time together, had given him more than anyone else. Determined to help, Harry resolved to spare the man, at least temporarily. "I will do everything in my power to detain the man," Harry offered. "Not at the risk of your own safety. There are other ways for us to learn the truth," Tom said dismissively, but seemingly pleased by Harry's response. "I have confirmed that Sirius Black has no children, and the rest of the Black clan is all gone. That stands to mean that you, or one of the daughters of House Black, could receive the Black fortune and vaults. Narcissa and Bellatrix Black are both married to my followers. If the vault were to fail to any of you, then we could still gain access." Thankful that the man had a plan, Harry released a breath he hadn't been realizing he was holding. Every fiber of his being craved justice for the betrayal and suffering Black had caused him and his loved ones. The knowledge that Black's death would not delay the sinister plans of his mentor brought a grim comfort to Harry. "What have you been working on in my absence?" Tom asked, changing the topic. Harry explained that he had taken a deep fascination with the art of Parseltongue, and Tom seemed to approve of this and voiced his opinion. "It is a very valuable magical art. There are not many people in the world who could understand it, and many would panic at the mere sight of it. It is as valuable in the art of fear tactics as it is in its own magical capabilities." Harry agreed and expounded on the diaries of the long-past members of the Gaunt family he had rummaged through. He also spoke on his plans to return to Hogwarts if Tom had not returned, as well as his progress on his study of the dark arts. Tom seemed to approve of his studies and just nodded along as Harry spoke. When Harry was done, Tom said, "In the morning, we will have another duel. I will give you a chance to try out some of your new spells on a living target, and I want to have you cast Death's Shadow again. In the summer, we will conduct another ritual, and I will take you further down the rabbit hole of the dark arts, and take steps to ensure you will not become ensnared in them." "Ensnared in them?" Harry asked with furrowed brows. Tom's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze becoming more intense. "Ah, Harry, the dark arts possess an intoxicating allure that can ensnare even the most resolute of individuals. They promise power, control, and the ability to transcend mortal limitations. However, this path is fraught with peril, and should you stray too far, you risk losing yourself entirely." Seeing that his apprentice wasn't fully understanding the concept, Tom frowned, before leaning forward to explain more thoroughly. "Remember how I taught you about how Death's Shadow was much like the Patronus charm in the way that it is controlled by your emotions?" Harry nodded to indicate he was following, and Tom nodded before continuing. "The dark arts are a lot like that as well. You need to feed the negativity, and in some cases the hatred depending on the spell you are casting. For the dark arts to be truly effective, you need to immerse yourself in them for a time. The more you use them, the more your personality will begin to reflect your state of mind. Seeing that he was getting through to his apprentice, by his wide-eyed look, Tom carried on. Take the unforgivables, for example. I could fling around the torture curse to hurt my opponents, but if I really wanted to drive my enemy into insanity, I would have to truly mean them harm. I would have to desire their pain and feed that dark spot inside of us all. Human nature is violent, be that witch, wizard, or muggle. When you give into that side of yourself, it will make you powerful beyond belief. The more you give into that side of you, however, the harder it is to go back to acting kind or normal. The power it grants will make you arrogant. The dark arts have a tendency to make you feel invincible, and for a time you may be. As Tom spoke, Harry listened with rapt attention. Tom continued, waving his hand casually. Look no further than myself, Harry. At the time of my defeat by a mere infant, I was the most powerful wizard in the world. I can only guess this was most likely due to an ancient form of magic invoked by your mother that I should have foreseen. Had I utilized all the resources at my disposal, I could have prevented that possibility. I had likely delved deeper into the dark arts than any before me, and I paid the price for it. Is that why there are so many cautionary stories about the dark arts? Harry asked. Oh, yes, Tom agreed, but it is not the spells that inherently make you evil. You aren't going to cast the killing curse and lose all humanity. Balance your spell casting and utilize everything in your arsenal. That alone will be enough to stave off the addiction and fall the dark arts can bring you. Rising to his feet, Tom tapped the table with his hand. I am going to rest now. It has been a trying few weeks. Prepare yourself for tomorrow, my apprentice. Yes, master, Harry answered in acknowledgement and watched as the man exited the room. Harry leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the books that surrounded him. He had spent countless hours in this room, delving into the mysteries of the dark arts. Once, the thought of studying such forbidden knowledge would have filled him with dread, but now he found himself drawn to it. He wondered what his journey into the dark arts would be like, and he knew that he would not be alone. Tom, the most powerful wizard in the world, would be his guide. Tom had promised to keep Harry from falling into arrogance, but Harry knew that standing beside such a formidable figure, it would be difficult to avoid feeling a sense of self-importance. However, Harry was determined to tread carefully. He knew that the dark arts were not to be taken lightly, and he was willing to do whatever it took to master them. He was prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, and he was confident that with Tom's guidance, he would emerge from this journey as a powerful and skilled wizard. As Harry continued to read, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He knew that he was embarking on a dangerous path, but he believed that the knowledge he would gain would be invaluable. He was ready to embrace the darkness and to discover the true extent of his power. Oh. The morning sun had barely kissed the horizon when Tom, true to his word, roused Harry from his slumber. With a stern expression, he barked orders, urging Harry to begin arduous tasks immediately. Harry must have cast over 100 spells and then fought for his life in dueling with his mentor. Harry knew time was of the essence, as he was scheduled to board the express, leaving him with only a few fleeting hours to collaborate with his mentor. Determined to make every moment count, Tom set a relentless pace, driving Harry to work tirelessly. Harry's body strained, muscles ached, but Harry knew that he had to endure. As the morning drew to a close, Tom commanded Harry to cast Death's Shadow. The spell nearly drained Harry, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. Despite the close call, the spell proved successful. Harry stood shakily, while Tom observed the spell's effects with rapt attention, displaying evident satisfaction. You have grown immensely in our time together. I admit myself excited to see what we can accomplish over our next summer of training together, Tom said, as he offered the boy a glass of water. I have a feeling I will need your teachings this term, Harry admitted. Between Black and the older Slytherins finally taking their shot at me, I think I will get some experience in combat. With a malicious grin, Tom spoke. Should you encounter the older Slytherins, teach them a lesson. While you may not surpass them in knowledge or raw power, your dueling skills give you an advantage. Utilize your exceptional speed and technique to dismantle their defenses. You possess an abundance of skills through our time together. Additionally, your experience facing a more powerful duelist than those you'll encounter in real-world situations grants you a significant edge. By leveraging these factors to your advantage, I am confident in your victory. Even against Black, due to your age, I am certain he will underestimate you. Strike him with everything you have from the get-go, and you may just catch up by surprise. Harry respectfully bows his head and acknowledges the wisdom in his mentor's words. Tom's gaze softens as he notices the weariness etched upon Harry's face. Recognizing the toll training had taken on his young charge, Tom instructs Harry to prioritize cleaning up and preparing for his impending return to Hogwarts. Harry's body, however, seemed to have a mind of its own. As he attempted to rise from his seated position, a chorus of protests erupted from his muscles, reminding him of the sudden and strenuous movements he had endured. A groan escaped his lips, a testament to the physical toll he had suffered. Slowly but steadily, he made his way toward the bathroom, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming journey. As he turned on the faucet, the cool water cascaded over his hands, offering a semblance of relief from the lingering pain. Harry took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he allowed the water to wash away the physical and emotional grime that clung to him. Emerging from the bathroom, Harry felt marginally refreshed. When he arrived down to the kitchen, Tom was waiting for him with an open book in his hands. The Dark Lord appeared well-rested after a good night's sleep, and said nothing at the arrival of his apprentice. In a fleeting moment, the man's brow furrowed, but then he nodded his head in apparent satisfaction and abruptly closed the book. Tom silently extended the book towards Harry, and the teenager reached out for it with a hint of apprehension. The title, Attacking the Mind, caught Harry's attention, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Do not let anyone discover that book. It would be frowned upon by many people," Tom said in a low, gravelly voice. "It teaches just as many unorthodox ways to attack the mind as it does orthodox ones. Read this and take the knowledge with you when you begin training with your new ally. It will help prepare you for what lies ahead." Gingerly, Harry picked up the ancient book. Its leather cover was worn and cracked, and the pages were yellowed with age. He could feel the weight of history in his hands as he opened it to the first page. With amusement, Tom watched him and said, "Don't be afraid, it won't bite. This will prepare you for becoming a Legolimens. With a little luck, you'll have a more natural talent for this form of mind arts than you did for occlumency. However, I'm skeptical given your preference for defensive magic over offensive." "Thank you, Master," Harry said, holding the book with reverence. "Think of it as a belated Christmas gift," Tom said, gesturing with his hands. "You can write in it or make notes as you wish. It's from my personal library. I discovered it in one of my many hideaways while searching for my Horcruxes. There are even some of my own notes inside that may help guide you." In reverence, Harry stared at the book, now more excited than ever to delve into the confines of the pages. Before he could open it and start diving into its contents, Tom clapped his hands. "Just remember, our secrets must be protected. When you begin this part of your training with Zabini, you must have the memory charm ready on hand. You will know what he sees in your mind, and it is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem, that the boy is a prodigy in the art and has lured you into a trap. You must be prepared to do what it takes." In understanding, Harry just nodded, and Tom looked satisfied, saying, "Now come, we must not be late to return you to Surrey." With a silent nod of gratitude, Harry conveyed his agreement. Among the numerous books Tom had gifted him, this one resonated with him profoundly as a genuine present. Eagerly anticipating the commencement of this new chapter in his education of the mind arts, Harry yearned to showcase his competence in this new branch of magic. Oh. Harry's return to Hogwarts was an unremarkable affair, devoid of any extraordinary events. As the iconic scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express thundered across the countryside, Harry settled into a familiar rhythm. On the platform, Blaise Zabini, his lanky frame draped in a sleek, new Black Panther fur jacket, greeted him with a customary nod. The jacket, a gift from Blaise's enigmatic grandfather, the family lord, exuded an air of understated elegance and power. It was a bit much for Harry's taste, but he could tell his tentative ally was excited about the gift, so didn't comment on its ostentatiousness. Together, Harry and Blaise boarded the train, sharing a compartment just as they had done in their previous journey. As the wheels beneath them clanked and rumbled, Blaise regaled Harry with tales of his mundane holiday adventures. He spoke of leisurely strolls through the cobbled streets of Florence, where he had marveled at the grandeur of the Duomo and indulged in authentic Italian gelato. He described the breathtaking vistas of the Amalfi Coast, where he had sailed along the turquoise waters with different members of his family. Blaise's narratives were peppered with amusing anecdotes about his family's antics. He recounted his grandfather's eccentric habit of collecting rare plants, transforming their family manor into a botanical wonderland. Then he shared stories about his mother's glamorous social gatherings, where he had rubbed shoulders with influential figures from the continent. As Blaise's stories concluded, the curious teen turned to Harry, eager to know what he had been up to during the holidays. Harry's mind wandered back to the vivid memories of the cave, a dimly lit chamber adorned with stalactites and stalagmites. He recalled the solemn act of sacrificing his blood there. His thoughts then shifted to the hundreds of Inferi that had ferociously attacked when they found the fake locket of Slytherin. But his memories didn't end there. Harry's mind lingered on the thrilling duels he had engaged in with Tom, each encounter accompanied by a dazzling display of magical fireworks. A small part of Harry longed to regale his budding ally with tales of his own daring escapades. He imagined sharing the excitement of exploring the cave, the challenges he faced, and the exhilaration of working beside the Dark Lord. However, knowing that honesty was overrated, Harry opted against the truth. Instead, he shrugged and parted with a half-truth to the teen that he had spent most of his holidays studying. He explained how he had dedicated himself to poring over textbooks and enjoying his much-needed time of peace and privacy. Despite Harry's tale lacking the same level of action as his adventures with Tom, he held a deep conviction that the events in the cave would leave a lasting impression on his memory, overshadowing the significance of Blaise's Christmas gift from his grandfather. Blaise seemed to have expected that Harry's holiday lacked excitement. During their previous journey from Hogwarts, Blaise had become well aware of Harry's distaste for his Muggle relatives, the Dursleys. He had undoubtedly surmised that Harry would languish away over a book for the duration of the holidays, lacking any meaningful social interactions or adventures. Blaise's perception would not be entirely inaccurate if it had been any of the previous years. Harry's past experiences with the Dursleys had left him with a profound sense of isolation and longing for a desire to be left in peace. Their neglectful and often cruel treatment had made Harry wary of forming close connections, particularly during the summer months when he was forced to stay with them. As a result, Harry often sought solace in the pages of books, immersing himself in the pursuit of knowledge that might make him safe or potentially even great. Reading provided him with an escape from his dreary reality, allowing him to temporarily forget about the Dursleys' indifference and the challenges of being a young wizard. Crossing through the English countryside, Harry pondered just what kind of adventures he would encounter over the next term, and could hardly wait to delve into the book Tom had given him. Attacking the Mind weighed heavily in his bag as his mind drifted to thoughts about the art of eaglemancy. Across from him would be his partner in delving into this branch of magic. While he was anxious to broach the topic, he wanted to read more about what he was getting into before setting a day. Still, Harry looked forward to improving his alliance with Zabini this term, and hoped he could lull Greengrass back into the same path. Of course, they would have to do so without the professors peering over his shoulders, but he would find a way. Nothing could stop him on his path to becoming great. Oh. The first month of term passed in a whirlwind. Harry wished he could say his privacy had returned with his arrival at the castle, but this was not the case. Still, his professor's eyes remained on him at all times. Even when he spent most of his time in the library, one of them would be inconspicuously hanging around the area. This made studying his new favorite book difficult, but not impossible. Harry had read Attacking the Mind from cover to cover by now, twice. He had scanned over Tom's notes dozens of times and felt prepared to begin his training with Blaze. Through his studies, he felt like he had an even better understanding of defending his own mind as well. It was impossible to tell without a competent legalmen's breaching his mind, but his defenses felt stronger than ever as he came to a theoretical understanding of how to attack the mind. The mind arts were but one facet of the magical arts that captivated his attention during the new term. With unwavering diligence, he immersed himself in the study of memory charms, keenly aware that the necessity to confront Blaze might arise at any moment of their training. The revelation bestowed upon him by Tom echoed in his thoughts, underscoring the imperative need to safeguard their secrets. Within the confines of his dormitory, he meticulously scrutinized different texts, deciphering the intricate intent and spellwork associated with memory manipulation. By the time he spoke to Blaze about their first training session together, he felt confident that he could erase any damaging information the boy might discover. Simultaneously, he felt a sort of confidence that he would be able to breach the boy's mind. While Blaze may be experienced in the mind arts, Harry had been given the basics by a master. It seemed that he had even been taught in the most effective way possible despite its difficulty. Simultaneously, Harry felt an inexplicable surge of confidence coursing through his veins, intertwining with the familiar thrum of anticipation. He was certain that he would be able to breach the boy's mind and unravel its secrets. While Blaze Zabini may have had extensive training in the mind arts, Harry knew that his own abilities were far from ordinary. Harry had been taught by the best, and he could hardly imagine any of his classmates being able to penetrate his defenses. Tom had said he was excellent at defense, and he knew his mentor did not give compliments that were not deserved. When Blaze agreed to begin their legilimency training leading up to Valentine's Day, a surge of excitement coursed through Harry's veins like a bolt of lightning. The prospect of embarking on an experiment with the enigmatic and alluring mind arts ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Ever since he had delved into the intricate theories and techniques of this mystical discipline, Harry had yearned for an opportunity to put his knowledge into practice. As Valentine's Day approached, Harry's anticipation reached its peak. The teen was confident that this training would not only strengthen his bond with Blaze, but also provide him with invaluable tools for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 20. On the weekend following Valentine's Day, as the skies above Hogwarts were painted with hues of dawn, Harry Potter found himself ensconced within the confines of his dorm room in the Slytherin dungeons. The atmosphere was imbued with a palpable sense of anticipation as Harry prepared for a clandestine meeting with Blaze Zabini. This encounter held great significance for Harry, as it marked his foray into the enigmatic realm of legilimency, the art of delving into the thoughts and memories of another person. Since Tom's intrusion into his mind, Harry had been fascinated by legilimency. The ability to perceive thoughts and emotions seemed invaluable. Tom's effortless exploration of Harry's mind had left an unforgettable mark, igniting a burning desire within him to master this formidable technique. Harry believed that learning legilimency would better equip him against other practitioners of mind arts, bolstering his abilities in other magical practices. With the last few students leaving the dungeons, Harry kept a vigilant eye on the Marauders' map. He was aware of the potential repercussions of being apprehended by his fellow Slytherins or anyone else. Engaging in the mind arts was generally frowned upon, and some considered them to be a branch of the dark arts. Therefore, it was imperative for Blaze and Harry to avoid detection during their training. As time elapsed, Harry's excitement surged, accompanied by an undercurrent of apprehension. He recognized legilimency's potential for profound harm and invaluable insight. Despite his determination to wield this power, Harry's caution stemmed from Blaze's proficiency in the subject. Uncertainty enveloped the extent of Blaze's talent in the mind arts. Should Blaze delve too deeply into Harry's memory, he would uncover his apprenticeship with Tom, and their plan was to obliviate the teen if he discovered too much. Acknowledging that dwelling on these thoughts would only exacerbate the situation, Harry composed himself with a deep breath. The door to the dormitory opened, and Blaze entered looking confident. "I believe the dungeons are empty. I took a stroll around and didn't hear a peep from any corner. I agree, Harry answered, but knew with certainty due to his map. You've been holed up here all morning. How could you know? Blaise asked with a skeptical expression. Challengingly, Harry raised an eyebrow. Why don't you come take a peek and find out? Harry tapped his temple with his index finger, causing Blaise to grin. Despite the trepidation, Harry knew he must hold on to his confidence. Failure to do so would give Blaise too many advantages. Chuckling, Blaise shook his head as he pulled a chair from his desk over towards Harry's work area and took a seat, crossing his arms. I like the confidence. I think we should set up some ground rules before we start, though. I agree, Harry said gratefully. What did you have in mind? Glancing into each other's mind is quite the invasion of privacy, and we are hardly what most would call best friends. I think we should both give our word that anything we see in each other's minds won't be repeated to anyone else in the school, Blaise said cautiously. Clever, Harry thought to himself. Blaise knew that Harry had few to no allies in the school, and that he was unlikely to go blabbing to potential enemies, but still, he made it a clarifying point that he could tell others, like his family, about what he sees in Harry's mind. Agreed, Harry said, knowing that it was unlikely he would tell anyone else at Hogwarts about what he would see in Blaise's mind. This would also allow him to tell Tom anything of significance he might find. Also, I think if a clear breach of the mind is made, then we should spend no longer than 30 seconds in any given memory. Once the time has passed, and we prove to be beyond the point of defending ourselves, we withdraw. 30 seconds could be a lifetime if Blaise found the right memory. Within the Chamber of Secrets, guarded by the monstrous basilisk, those fleeting moments could unravel all the secrets he had meticulously concealed from even the great Albus Dumbledore. Each second would tick by like a ticking time bomb, threatening to expose the truth he had worked so hard to bury. At Gaunt Manor, where the dark legacy of the Gaunts lingered, 30 seconds could be enough to shatter the fragile foundation of his deceptions of where he truly learned the extent of magic. The dilapidated walls held secrets that could destroy the carefully constructed facade he had built. Even at Privet Drive, the seemingly ordinary suburban home where he spent his summers, 30 seconds could be his undoing if Blaise were to see Tom torturing Vernon. A single misstep, an overheard conversation, or an accidental revelation could bring his world crashing down. Yet, despite the perilous risk that loomed over him, Harry nodded in agreement. He understood the gravity of the situation, the weight of the secrets he carried, and the potential consequences of exposure. Time, in this instance, was not measured in minutes or hours but in heartbeats, each one echoing the urgency of his predicament. Lastly, Blaise continued, I think there are a few other things we should agree to, but let's do a gauge of skill before we discuss anything else. Agreed. Curiously, Harry pondered over what the teenager could possibly be referring to. His mind raced, trying to decipher the meaning behind the teen's enigmatic statement. A sense of unease gnawed at him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Blaise, the teen in question, believed him to be a phony. Harry's thoughts drifted back to their conversations, replaying the exchanges in his mind. Blaise had been speaking with a mix of admiration and skepticism, acknowledging Harry's reputation, but also questioning his true nature. Harry had sensed a subtle undercurrent of doubt in Blaise's words, a hint that Blaise didn't entirely believe in Harry's skills. Harry's mind wandered back to his childhood, recalling the whispered rumors and stares of suspicion that had followed him since the day he re-entered the wizarding world. He had learned to ignore the gossip and focus on those who truly believed in him, but Blaise's hidden intentions struck a nerve. Determined to prove himself worthy of the reputation he was earning, Harry resolved to confront his doubts head-on. He would demonstrate to Blaise his abilities in the mind arts and prove that he was no one-trick pony. As Harry's thoughts crystallized, a sense of purpose filled him. He knew that he could not allow Blaise's suspicions to go unaddressed, for the sake of the greater cause that his future would involve. Very well, Harry answered tightly. Blaise nodded, looking satisfied. Drawing his wand slowly, he held it loosely in his hand as he rose to feet and asked, Are you ready to give it a go? Since I am the one with experience in legilimency, I thought I should go first. The thought of allowing a wizard to raise their wand at him, while he didn't defend himself, fought against every instinct that screamed inside of him. Blaze could strike him with any spell from this position, and he would be powerless to do anything. A level of trust was already being tested, but Harry swallowed his nerves down and shook his head in agreement. Naturally, I am ready. Taking a steadying breath, Harry closed his eyes for a moment, imagining the Hogwarts grounds and the Black Lake. When his eyes opened, the black wand of Blaze, Zabini, was pointed in between his eyes, and a moment of apprehension nearly seized him before his opponent said, "Legalmen's." A familiar sensation tingled at Harry's forehead, a prickle that signaled an unwelcome intrusion. Despite the disturbance, he remained steadfast in his focus, immersing himself in the depths of his mindscape. The Black Lake spread out before him, its waters as dark as a moonless night, reflecting the overcast sky above. The once tranquil mindscape now seemed clouded, as if a storm was brewing within. Harry's mind was not his own at this moment. A foreign presence probed at the edges of his consciousness, eager to uncover his hidden thoughts and memories. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the intrusion, to push away the unwelcome visitor. But the pressure only intensified, like an insistent tapping at the door of his mind. He could feel the intruder's probing tendrils, searching for a way in, seeking to uncover his deepest secrets. The Black Lake's surface rippled and churned, mirroring the turmoil within Harry's mind. The water seemed to writhe and twist, as if possessed by some malevolent force. Dark shadows danced on its surface, taking on monstrous shapes that loomed and threatened. The once peaceful mindscape had become a battlefield, where Harry fought to protect his inner sanctum from invasion. He gritted his teeth, determined not to give in, not to let the intruder breach his defenses. With every ounce of willpower, he pushed back against the mental assault, summoning his inner strength and resilience. The prickling sensation intensified, but Harry refused to yield, his mind a fortress against the relentless intrusion. Suddenly, Harry heaved for a deep breath, and Blaze stared at him with the widest eyes he had ever seen. While the dark-skinned teen may have been surprised when Harry saved him from the hippogriff, he now appeared absolutely floored. "You swallowed my intrusion whole. Your mindscape came to life in its defense. I have never seen anything like it." This last part was whispered, but Harry caught it and cocked his head, slightly indicating his confusion. Understanding that Harry had no real-world experience in legilimency, Blaze explained. When attempting to penetrate the mind, most use a wall or some sort of barrier. Some that are talented can change the texture or the translucency of the barrier to trick the attacker, but yours was nothing like that. Your mind was a real place, a live construct that not only resisted me, but fought back. It was a slightly terrifying experience, because it felt like the water was going to envelop and drown me while I was in your mind. How did you build your mindscape this way? I didn't know there was any other way, Harry shrugged. The man who taught me, this is the way he did it. He had me imagining real places and their vastness. Then he would penetrate my mind. At first it was like cutting through parchment, but eventually I began to resist him. Even now he punches holes in my defenses like they are nothing. Harry boasted on the skills of his mentor without speaking his name, but Blaze shook his head in surprise. He must be a master legalmen's. I have never heard of anyone teaching a beginner like this. I have to admit, in terms of occlumency, you have me outclassed. Knowing it was hard to admit for any Slytherin that they were outmatched, Harry merely offered a slight bow of his head in acknowledgement and gratitude. It wasn't often people his own age offered him a compliment, and he was grateful to know he was further ahead in defending his mind than he originally believed. Harry recognized that Tom's training had a logical purpose. Tom was preparing him to defend against accomplished wizards like Dumbledore and Snape. This training regimen indicated that Tom anticipated Harry would be facing off against masters of the mind arts, not teenagers. A new surge of gratitude washed over him, and he made a mental note to thank his mentor at a later date. Fingering his wand into his hand, he stood to his feet as Blaze took a seat now across from him. The boy sat heavily, as if he was already exhausted from the previous endeavor, and Harry pondered upon every thought he had read from Tom's handwritten notes. When attacking the mind, you must believe yourself to be superior. You must believe you are capable of penetrating the most formidable defenses, because you are the higher caliber wizard. Nothing can stand in your way of what you need to acquire. If anything does stand in your way, treat it as if you were in a duel. Remove the obstacle at any cost. With a stern determination etched upon his face, Harry steeled himself for what was to come. His resolve was unwavering, his heart filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Across from him, Blaise Zabini's once confident demeanor had faded, replaced by an unmistakable air of uncertainty. As Harry's wand slowly rose, pointing directly at Blaise, the atmosphere crackled with tension. There was a moment of silence, heavy and oppressive, as time seemed to hang suspended in the balance. Harry's voice broke the silence, his words crisp and clear. "Are you ready?" His piercing gaze locked with Blaise's, seeking confirmation, seeking acquiescence. The weight of the imminent confrontation pressed down on them both, the gravity of the situation palpable. Swallowing hard, the Italian teen said, "Ye." Before he could even finish the word, Harry struck with a hiss. "Legalmen's." Harry saw the wall, but he felt like he was zooming towards it at rocket-like speeds. Before he could stop himself, or think about how he should get around the stone wall, he went straight through it, and immediately he found himself in a memory. At the heart of the memory, Blaise stood as the focus of a woman who could only be his mother's stern disapproval. Her dark, piercing gaze fixed upon him with a frown that demanded attention. Tall and regal, with rich, dark skin and hair as black as night, she crossed her arms, her lips pursed in disapproval. Her penetrating eyes seemed to see through him, reading his every thought and intention. Harry sensed Blaise's heart sink under the weight of his mother's disapproval as her words echoed through the air. "You intend to teach him how to attack the mind. This is a far cry from defending it, Blaise. There is something different about him this year, Matter. Something special. You should hear the rumors going around about him, and it can't be disputed that he made 3 Newt students look like idiots in magical combat." Blaise defended. "I think he is an ally worth having." Scoffing, the woman said, "A Potter, I doubt it." "At least let me test him," Blaise countered. "If he is as powerful as I think he is, then this is not a person we want to ignore. He has no one in our world, and this could be fraught with possibilities." The woman's lips formed an impossibly tight line. "It seems you have already made up your mind. I do not know why you bothered to bring it to me." Blaise wasn't sure what to say to that, but before he could say anything else, Harry knew his time was up and pulled out of the teen's mind, elated by his success. When Harry resurfaced, Blaise clutched at his head and groaned. "You read me like a book." Deciding not to address what he had seen yet, Harry shrugged. "The one who taught me always made me feel incompetent. I apologize. I did not realize how adept he made me in the mind arts. It was not my intention to hurt you." Harry was sincere in his apology. He really had no grasp or concept of how talented he was or was not in this form of magic, but judging by Blaise's reaction, apparently he was a natural. "You didn't even hesitate or assess my defenses," Blaise muttered. "You just went straight through them like a battering ram." Wincing as the teen rubbed his temples, Harry apologized again, but this time it was more half-hearted. His heart was thundering in his chest with elation. He could hardly believe he had been so successful on his first go-around. Was it because he had weakened Blaise with his defenses from earlier, or was he truly gifted with legilimency? Is it common to be more talented in one branch than the other? Harry inquired, wondering about the extent of Blaise's knowledge. Yes, some master one and not the other, while a few master both in the span of a lifetime. Wizards like Dumbledore do it faster, but those accolades usually only belong to generational wizards. Blaise muttered the last part, but Harry's mind was already spinning with possibilities. "Do you want to go again?" Harry asked somewhat eagerly. Blaise shook his head in his hands. "I will need time to recover. I admit I severely underestimated you here. It is unheard of for someone Muggle-raised to be as talented as you are. You have had a hell of a teacher." That I have, Harry thought internally. There was a grain of disappointment in his celebrations, however. He had hoped Blaise would be more of an equal in the mind arts, that way they could better each other, but it seemed Harry was too much for his tentative ally. "It seems your family disapproved of our studies," Harry said carefully, addressing the memory he saw. Blaise didn't seem surprised by the turn of discussion, but he shrugged. "We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things these days. I am happy to say in this case they were wrong. You are talented. I would be a fool not to throw my hat in with you. Knowing what I know now, you will be the most powerful wizard in the school by the end of next year, if not sooner. You are already the obviously better duelist." Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging the obvious truth in the situation. The older Slytherins, despite their outward confidence and bravado, had failed to take any substantial action against him. Their intimidating stares and glares were the extent of their response. The resounding defeat Harry had inflicted upon the 3 Newt students just before the holiday break had cast a shadow of caution and fear upon the entire Slytherin house. The older Slytherins, once quick to engage in confrontational behavior, now found themselves cowed and hesitant. Harry's display of raw power and skill had instilled a sense of unease and uncertainty within them. They were no longer eager to engage in direct conflicts with him, fearing the consequences of such encounters. Harry's reputation as a formidable opponent had spread throughout Hogwarts, and the Slytherins, known for their cunning and strategic nature, recognized the futility of engaging in open hostilities against him. "What do you mean, throw your hat in with me?" Harry asked curiously. "You're not an idiot, Potter. I know that you are after allies. That's why you allowed this to go as far as you have. It's why you agreed to meet with Greengrass while no one was looking to duel with her," Blaise said confidently. Frowning, Harry inquired, "How did you know about that?" "Daphne and I have been friends for years. We knew each other before we even came to Hogwarts," Blaise admitted. "We had long believed that together we would be able to challenge Malfoy's position in the house by 5th or 6th year, but with your ascension it could be a lot sooner. When Flint and his cronies are gone, the house will need new leadership. With your help, we could form a triple entente, maybe as early as next year. That would make our last 4 years of education a lot easier and much more pleasant." The frown never left Harry's face. Had he been set up? Were they just using him for his power? The question had an obvious answer, but he could easily point the finger back at himself. He had targeted Zabini and Greengrass for potential as well as their neutrality. Come to find out, they weren't as neutral as he believed, just working in the shadows, attempting to build a base of power. "What's in it for me?" Harry asked. "From my point of view, I am all the power behind this alliance." Harry knew it sounded arrogant of him, but he had to know what his potential allies were going to bring to the table. Otherwise, why bother? Blaise grinned at his skepticism. "You are not exactly a people person, Potter. Daphne and I can help you with that. We can be your voice in the house and keep everyone in line. If necessary, you can step in and crush any resistance, but imagine the peace you could have. No more whispers behind your back, no more getting attacked in the halls. They wouldn't dare. Not with us backing you. The only reason they still murmur behind your back now is because they think you are alone. Daphne and I are both well-rehearsed in dueling. Once the current Newt students are gone, we will be able to stand at your side and have your back. Right now, we wouldn't be of much use, but remove Flint, Montague, and Bowl, then it's a different conversation." Doubtfully, Harry shrugged. "I dueled with Greengrass. I don't think she is capable of beating the current Owl students." "Teach us your ritual, then," Blaise countered. "My family is liberal enough that none would bat an eyelash. Daphne's family is the same way. It may not give us the same jump it did for you, but it would be enough to give us an edge against the current 5th and 6th years next year." Blaise's proposal intrigued Harry. While Zabini and Greengrass might not experience the same profound awakening as Harry had, the ritual could still provide them with a significant advantage against their peers, who were just a few years older. Harry carefully considered the implications of Blaise's suggestion. The ritual held immense potential, but he also recognized the amount of trust that would have to go into this type of undertaking. Today's allies could be tomorrow's enemies, and he could be giving potential ones the tools to defeat him. He had carried an immense workload to prepare for the ritual as well. There was so much that could go wrong with the slightest miscalculation. On the other hand, If they conducted the ritual, they would never be able to use that fact against him. Tom had also said that he was preparing another ritual for Harry, so they wouldn't be on the same playing field. His thoughts swirled, and ultimately he hesitated in his decision. Crossing his arms, he shook his head. There are too many risks I can't account for. I did a lot of self-study to prepare for the ritual. I also don't know if I trust you or Greengrass with this type of power. Perhaps the ritual does its job too well, and then together you both could pose a threat to me. I know you two are not alone in your alliance either. I imagine at the least Davis is in this as well. Not to perhaps. If Theo sees the power swinging in a different direction, he would join us. I am certain, Blaise said. Currently he is championing Malfoy just because it's the path of least resistance. I know he can't stand the blonde Ponce, however, and could be swayed. Daphne and I would be the ones you have to deal with, though. We would share and bring house issues to you if we thought you found it interesting. Blaise's attempts at negotiation were feeble, lacking the finesse and persuasiveness needed to sway Harry. He could sense Harry's reluctance to trust them fully, a wariness stemming from the uncertain loyalties that plagued their world. Harry was willing to accept them as companions, but the notion of an alliance of equals rankled him. He believed that Blaise and his cohort were overestimating their own worth, failing to grasp the reality of their situation. From Harry's perspective, they were merely opportunists seeking to leverage their perceived value for personal gain. He had no desire to elevate them to a status they had yet to earn, unwilling to risk their potential treachery. Shaking his head, Harry prepared to reject the offer, but Blaises interjected. The alliance doesn't have to end at Hogwarts either. Greengrass family has a seat on the Wisengamot. My family has a lot of contacts on the continent. If our alliance pans out well over the years at Hogwarts, then we could carry it on into the real world too. You could gain a lot of important allies in this path and hold the title of King Snake longer than anyone has in decades. That could open a lot of doors for you. There is just the issue of trust, Harry replied firmly. Our first 2 years you all spurned me. I showed some promise for 6 months and now the song has changed. I don't like it. Blaise clarified. I never rejected you. For the first 2 years, I was as silent as you were. I simply do not want to have to keep a low profile indefinitely. When you began to exhibit potential, I promptly became more amicable with you, hoping that we could at least watch out for one another. Having witnessed what I have thus far, I am confident that there is much more potential to what we could accomplish. Harry knew the teen was right. Blaise had been the only one in the house to not laugh when the others tormented him. Even Greengrass had done so on occasion, but Blaise had always remained neutral. The Chamber of Secrets had changed everything. Blaise seemed to mistake Harry's silence as rejection, because the teen sighed before asking, What will it take to earn your trust? What can we do? As Harry locked eyes with his roommate, he couldn't help but wonder how far they were truly willing to go in order to secure their place at his side. This was far beyond anything he had ever imagined when he first embarked on forming an alliance with Greengrass and Zabini. A blood pact was immediately out of the question, as the uncertainty surrounding the second performance of the ritual was simply too great. Additionally, the mystery surrounding Tom's methods in creating the blood pact posed a significant obstacle. Even if his mentor offered to teach him, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it was a step too far. A magical oath seemed like a more ideal option, but he was unsure if Greengrass and Zabini would be receptive to the idea. The binding nature of an oath, though less severe than a blood pact, could potentially weigh heavily on their minds. Another option was a magical contract, which would provide a more structured agreement between the parties involved. However, Harry understood that the intricate details and jargon of a contract could potentially lead to complications down the line. As he contemplated his options, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The gravity of the situation had become apparent, and he realized that their tentative alliance was about to be tested in a way he had never foreseen. The choice they were about to make would have far-reaching consequences, and Harry knew that he had to make sure they were all on the same page. I would like some to think about this, Harry said carefully. I am not against the idea, but something has to be done, so I know I can trust all of you. I will ponder possibilities because I don't suppose you would be open to a magical oath. Blaise frowned at the question. It would not be my first or even second choice. Daphne is well versed in political alliances, though. Perhaps she will know of something that has precedent in our world. Take the time you need. We would not be willing to step in this arena until the beginning of next year anyways. We should all consider our options carefully. Harry nodded his head in tacit agreement, indicating that he understood what was being discussed, but chose to remain silent on the matter for the time being. He recognized the potential significance of the issue at hand, but felt the need to consult with his trusted mentor, Tom, before committing himself to any alliances. Harry harbored some reservations about the proposed alliance, as he couldn't fully comprehend its inherent value and potential implications. He believed that his mentor, with his wealth of experience and wisdom, could provide a clearer perspective and help him make an informed decision. Harry trusted Tom's judgment and sought guidance in navigating the intricate political landscape that surrounded him. As he pondered the decision, Harry's mind raced with thoughts and questions. He wondered if the alliance would truly benefit him and his cause, or if there were hidden agendas and potential risks that he needed to consider. He also contemplated the impact this alliance might have on his relationships with other allies and adversaries. Harry knew that seeking Tom's counsel would be crucial in gaining a deeper understanding of the matter and making a decision that aligned with his long-term objectives. As the day unfolded, Harry's mind grappled with the potential ramifications of the upcoming year's initiatives. His prospective allies, resolute in their determination to enact substantial changes, relied heavily on his involvement. Without his participation, it seemed improbable that they could advance their plans. Conversely, should Harry choose to oppose them, their efforts would be severely hindered, as they lacked the means to thwart his power. It was late in the night as Harry sat in his bed with the diary Tom gifted him. Harry had just updated the man on how his training with Blaise had done, and about the proposal the teen had left with him. Tom took some time before a response was formulated, but it didn't disappoint. "I am pleased to find out you defended your mind so successfully. I find myself surprised in the ease in which you performed legilimency. As I told you before, usually witches and wizards are more proficient in whichever art their magic has a proclivity to. For you, I assumed this meant that your defensive abilities would far supersede its offensive capabilities. We will have to find more experienced accumens for you to practice on, to test your true capabilities. As for your political alliance, I would suggest a non-aggression pact. It is not magically binding, but purebloods would consider it the height of dishonor to break one. It was something I used with many of my followers in my Hogwarts days. Only later did it evolve into the dark mark that the world came to recognize." As footsteps echoed down the hall, Harry's curiosity about Tom's previous methods of keeping his followers in line was interrupted. He frowned and hastily concealed his diary under his blanket. Harry pondered internally, who the bloody hell could be stomping around at this hour? With a loud bang, the door to third-year Slytherin boys' dormitory flung open, and in a dramatic flash of movement, Professor Snape entered the room. The sudden noise and the sight of the imposing figure of Snape standing in the doorway startled the occupants of the room from their sleep. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as the boys, still groggy and disoriented, sat up in their beds. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and tried to make sense of the unexpected interruption. Snape, dressed in his usual black robes, his face shrouded in darkness, stood at the entrance, his piercing black eyes scanning the room. All the teens could tell their head of house was out for blood, as his eyes seemed to gleam with anticipation, his wand being held tightly in his hand. In the room, an atmosphere of palpable tension permeated the air as Snape's penetrating gaze lingered on each of his students, casting an uncomfortable pall of silence. The teens remained silent, not daring to utter a word, as Snape meticulously evaluated the situation he had unexpectedly encountered. "I trust you all had a restful night," Snape said, his voice cold and cutting, breaking the silence. "However, I'm afraid due to our local celebrity it has come to an abrupt end." All of Harry's roommates' eyes fell upon him, and his eyes furrowed. "What's happened?" Black proves that Azkaban has truly rattled his brain. He was spotted breaking into Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 21. I will be nearby. There is something not right about all this. Attacking the wrong tower twice is idiotic. Black must have lost his mind in Azkaban. Tread cautiously. Harry had slipped out of his common room hours ago. It had been 2 weeks since Black had reportedly attacked Ron Weasley in Gryffindor Tower. While the redhead had remained unharmed in the attack, the rumors were that Black had stood above his bed with a knife. Only little Weasley's accidental magic had spared him when Black attempted to impale the teen. Harry took the rumors with a grain of salt, but he was unable to do anything as Professor Snape remained on guard outside the Slytherin common room for the remainder of the night. With the rest of his housemates awake, he was unable to even consult with the map until late that morning, and all signs of Black were gone. Each night since then, Harry had taken to slipping out of the dungeons under the guise of his cloak into an abandoned classroom. With every visit, Harry would unroll the Marauder's map, its parchment surface revealing the intricate network of corridors, secret passages, and hidden chambers that crisscross the castle. He would spend hours poring over the map, tracing the footsteps of fellow students, teachers, and even the elusive Hogwarts ghosts. It was as if the map held the key to unlocking the secrets of the castle, and Harry was determined to find Black through this tool. As the nights progressed at Hogwarts, Harry's covert meetings with the map and Tom, through the diary, became an indispensable aspect of his existence. Every passing night presented an opportunity for introspection and contemplation. With each visit to the deserted classroom, Harry's boldness grew, his comprehension of the castle's intricacies deepened, and his connection with Tom became more intense. Each night, Tom provided guidance and instructions for Harry's tasks during his breaks from obsessing over the map. With each passing day, Harry felt himself inching closer to the unavoidable confrontation with Black, the man responsible for his parents' deaths, a prospect he increasingly yearned for. Tom had even taught him more about the beast in Slytherin's chambers. He had taken a trip down to the Chamber of Secrets one night and confronted the snake one evening, and Tom had given him all the information he needed on Sesha. The snake had been cautious of him at first, but after speaking to it in Parseltongue and claiming to be Tom's heir, the snake had become immediately softer with him. Harry had been told by Tom that, as a last resort, he could use Sesha for protection should Black manage to enter the castle again. Salazar Slytherin's great snake had been asked to patrol the pipes at night, and Harry could call upon her if he was in great need. While the snake had wanted to hunt Black outright at first, Harry convinced her that this was the best solution for now, and she reluctantly agreed. Deep in the dungeons, Harry was training away as the school year came to a close. With a flourish of his wand, a dark orange spell erupted from his wand, cleaving a conjured dummy in two from the neck down. The dummy, made of straw and hay, split apart, its stuffing spilling out onto the floor. Harry nodded in satisfaction, a small smile curving his lips. He had been struggling with this curse earlier in the term, but now, thanks to Tom's precisely written instructions, he had finally mastered it. Harry carefully read through the instructions, his eyes scanning the parchment. Tom had detailed each step of the spell, from the wand movements to the incantation. Harry had followed the instructions to the letter. And the results were clear. The curse was working perfectly for him. He had been practicing this curse for weeks, but he had never been able to get it right. The spell would either fizzle out or backfire, leaving him with a singed hand or a soot-covered face. But now, with Tom's help, he had finally succeeded. Harry felt a surge of confidence coursing through him. While his talent increased every day, it seemed that some spells were simply beyond him, and the severing charm had been that way for some time. Now, he had conquered it, and he knew that he was one step closer to becoming the wizard he was destined to be. A wizard that could easily handle the likes of a deranged Sirius Black. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Harry moved over to a desk that held the Marauder's map out. The map was unfolded, and few names were seen roaming the corridors at this hour. There was Filch the caretaker, as well as Professor Flitwick and Lupin, who seemed to be on a midnight patrol of the castle. Dumbledore was packing in his office. Harry noted the man did that a lot these days, but his eyes continued to shift around continuously, hopping to spot an intruder that ought not to be there. Wiping his hand with his face, he pushed his fingers to his temples, fighting off the everlasting headache. He had not slept much these last 2 weeks and was becoming more and more desperate to find Black by the day. He did not want the man to get the drop on him, but somehow he was evading Tom, Dumbledore, and the Dementors. How he was doing it was unfathomable at this point, but Harry knew there had to be an answer. Deciding to call it a night, Harry reached out to begin unfolding the map when a name he had never seen before caught his attention. His eyes widened and his chest froze. Peter Pettigrew. Impossible, Harry muttered, but watched as the name moved across the map. Apparently, he murdered 13 Muggles and was sent to Azkaban for killing a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. He has been imprisoned for 12 years. The exact words of his mentor echoed in his mind, and Harry swallowed heavily. Seeing that the man was supposedly only a few floors away, Harry quickly gathered up the diary, his cloak, and darted out the door with the map in hand. Harry reached the central hall in no time at all. He had run to intercept the dead man and looked around the barely lit corridors surrounding him, waiting for Pettigrew to appear. Consulting the map, Harry realized the man had beaten him to the hall and had just made it to the courtyard. Swearing internally, Harry charged off in the direction of the man and was outside in moments. The evening air was brisk and cool, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and freshly cut grass. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the sprawling grounds of Hogwarts. Harry, his hair damp with sweat now, emerged from the central hall, his breath fogging in the chilly air. His muscles ached, and his heart pounded in his chest. He made his way towards the courtyard, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. As he approached the tall fountain, Harry's eyes darted around, hopping to see if the map was telling the truth. In the evening, the castle grounds lay deserted, untouched by the bustling life that typically animated them. The cobbled courtyard echoed with silence, save for the soft breeze that displaced the nature around him. The map seemed to be shaking in Harry's hand now, the anticipation rising, but there was no sign of activity to corroborate the story it told. A chill ran down his spine now as he saw Peter Pettigrew's name across the courtyard, still for the first time since he had spotted the man. The only source of illumination came from a handful of flickering torches that cast long, dancing shadows on the castle walls. Their flickering flames flickered and danced, creating an eerie ambience that sent shivers down Harry's spine. The wind seemed to whisper secrets through the rustling leaves of the ancient trees that lined the courtyard, adding to the sense of mystery and foreboding. Despite being invisible, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that someone could see him. The sense of unease just continued, and Harry's eyes rapidly shifted from the map to the point that Pettigrew supposedly stood. A sense of self-preservation seemed to scream at him to return to the castle, but he stood still and waited. A part of him began to believe that the map was wrong, but then the name began to move again. Thinking quickly about what he should do, Harry immediately removed the cloak. Peter, wait. He did not know what possessed him to do it, but he was in the open now, for the world to see. Harry's eyes went back to the map, and he saw that Pettigrew's name had stopped once again. The map wasn't wrong, Harry thought internally. Someone was certainly out there. Thinking the man must have had his own invisibility cloak, Harry spoke again. You must be here for Black. We can take him together. I don't know how you are alive, but if you are here for revenge, I can help. When no one appeared, Harry glanced back down at the map. The name had frozen again, and he thought perhaps he was getting through to the man. Black took everything from me. I know they were your friends too. Work with me. I have powerful friends. We can avenge them together. Once again, his eyes drifted back to the map, but this time the name began to move again. It couldn't be a mistake. Harry knew the man must be scared, and well hidden, he would have to pursue him and convince him to stop running. Perhaps the man would have the answers he needed. Peter, stop. Huffing in frustration, Harry gave pursuit to the man. His eyes constantly shifted back to the map repeatedly to ensure he was going the right way. When they hit the grounds, Harry continued to pursue, but only for a few minutes. Soon he was cut off by the whomping willow that was coming to life as he approached. Stopping now, he watched as the name Peter Pettigrew disappeared into a secret passageway below the whomping willow that Harry knew would lead the shrieking shack. Growling, Harry pulled his own cloak back out, knowing that Pettigrew must have gotten past it the same way. When he became invisible, he cautiously approached the tree and waited to be attacked, but no aggressive movement by the tree occurred. Mischief managed, Harry spat, folding up the Marauder's map and sliding into his coat pockets. The map would not give him any further assistance tonight, and Harry knew he was in luck with his cloak hiding him from the violent magical tree. Harry practically dove through the entrance to the secret passageway and slid to the bottom with practiced ease. By the time he hit the bottom, he removed the cloak again, draped it over his arm, drawing his wand now with his free hand. With the utmost caution, he embarked on his journey through the small, secluded underground passageway. Every footstep was calculated, each movement deliberate and precise. The dim light from his wand danced upon the rough-hewn walls, revealing the age-old secrets etched into the stone. The passageway was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, and as he ventured deeper, the air grew cooler and damper. His senses were heightened, every sound and shadow amplified in the eerie silence. The weight of the earth above pressed down upon him, a physical manifestation of the history and mystery that this passageway held. With each step, he felt himself transported back in time, as if he were walking in the footsteps of those who had traversed this path before. When he reached the shrieking shack, he felt a sense of safety. He had been here several times now and knew its layout well. Moving up the stairs quickly in hopes of finding Pettigrew, Harry attempted to call the man's name out. As he reached the pinnacle of the towering staircase, the door, seemingly possessed by an eerie force, creaked open and slammed shut with an ominous bang repeatedly. The sound reverberated through the desolate hallway, sending chills down his spine. The once familiar surroundings now felt alien and threatening. The air grew heavy with anticipation as he stood frozen in place, his heart pounding against his ribs like a war drum. With each passing moment, the silence became louder, punctuated only by the distant echo of his own ragged breathing. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he contemplated the unknown that lay beyond that threshold. Suddenly he realized he had put himself in foolish danger. He had gone looking for an ally, but if Pettigrew was indeed alive and hiding for all these years, then the man must have had his own secrets he wanted to keep. His hope was foolish, and he could hear the admonishment Tom would give him if they were to see each other again. His thoughts were now to return to the castle and flee away from the most haunted home in Scottish Highlands. But a growl from below had Harry nervously peering over his shoulder. While nothing was seen at first, Harry glanced over the stairwell balcony and saw a familiar massive black dog. Harry's stomach dropped as he realized his shouting at Pettigrew across the grounds likely drew its attention, and he surged forward in a panic, pushing himself into the room Tom had once apparated him out of. With a whip of his wand, the door banged close one last time and sealed shut. The thunderous steps of the hound could be heard coming up the steps, and the grip on Harry's wand tightened. Wherever Pettigrew was, he was gone now. The man had likely escaped, which meant Harry was alone now. Knowing magical creatures could have resistant hides, Harry prepared to unleash his most powerful curses when the beast broke into the room, but his heart skipped a beat when the sound of paws hitting the stairs turned to human footsteps. Had Peter returned to help him? The door handle jiggled for a moment before a voice barked out, "Bombarda!" Without hesitation, Harry raised his shield, a shimmering barrier of energy that protected him from harm. As he did so, the door splintered into 1,000 pieces, striking his shield maliciously. Dust covered the room, and Harry's eyes tried to identify the figure that now stood on the edge of the doorway. Harry's eyes, accustomed to the darkness, struggled to decipher the shadowy figure that now stood on the edge of the doorway. As recognition dawned upon him, his heart thundered in his chest, hissing in anticipation, causing a cold feeling to flare inside him. The man was scruffy. His gaunt frame bore the unmistakable signs of long-term malnutrition. His hair, clearly once as dark and lustrous as a raven's wing, was now a dull gray, matted and tangled. His eyes were sunken and hollow, as if they had witnessed unspeakable horrors. Harry's grip tightened around his wand in an instant. "You made a mistake coming after me here, Black. You're going to pay for the lives you took." "I will answer for my crimes, but only one must die tonight," Sirius said, his eyes widening manically. "And it'll be you," Harry hissed, slashing his wand across his body, sending the severing charm at the man. In a moment of unexpected agility, Sirius dropped to his knees with lightning speed, momentarily losing his equilibrium. As Sirius's body met the ground, Harry seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of curses towards the man. The curses, each aimed with precision and fueled by Harry's anger, shot through the air, carrying the intent to dismember or kill. The barrage of spells created an explosive display of light and sound as they collided with their target, sending shockwaves across the room. Harry's relentless assault momentarily caught Sirius off guard, giving Harry a brief advantage in the intense battle that had erupted between them. A shield found itself firmly in place, stopping all of Harry's curses in their place. As Harry prepared to unleash a massive blast of fire, Sirius roared out, "Wait! Stop! I can explain." His exclamation paused Harry, but only briefly as he spat through gritted teeth. "Explain what? That you betrayed my parents? That you got your best friends killed?" "Harry, please just let me explain," the man begged. "Not interested," Harry growled out, but before he could unleash a new barrage of spells, another voice entered the room. "Harry." Harry's head whipped towards the door to see Remus Lupin standing at the door, his wand drawn, but the man looked haggard from exertion. Inwardly, Harry swore. He had planned to kill Black, but with a professor here things just became more complicated. Remus moved to stand directly in front of Harry, his body shielding him from the escaped convict. "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine," Harry said through his gritted teeth. Lupin nodded before his eyes narrowed in the direction of Black. "Give me one reason I shouldn't kill you. Avenge my friends. Make things right, 13 years later." Sirius looked worried now and held both hands in the air with a gesture of surrender. "Moony, we were friends for 10 years. I am going to drop my wand, and all I ask is that you don't curse me. I can explain everything. Call it my last words, just give me a chance." Remus frowned at this, as did Harry. Did Black really think he couldn't beat Professor Lupin? If this man was Voldemort's second in command, surely he could beat his defense professor in a duel. Surely he wouldn't just give up with a teenage wizard and a teacher in his way. The professor seemed lost for words, however, and finally nodded his head in assent, showing his approval. Sirius went for it, immediately dropping his wand and returning his hands to the air. "Harry has the Marauder's map. Go on, Harry, tell him what you saw tonight. Tell him who you were chasing." Frowning, Harry shook his head. "Peter is gone now, Black. You can't finish the job." Peter who?" Remus asked. "Come on, Moony, don't be thick. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail," Sirius practically screamed. The defense professor's wand lowered slightly at this. "That's impossible." "The map never lies," Sirius spat furiously. "He's right," Harry agreed. "He was under an invisibility cloak or something. I couldn't see him, but I saw his name on the map. I chased him here, trying to get him to help me fight Black." Now, Professor Lupin looked incredibly uncertain as he processed this new information. Harry, for his part, however, was getting impatient. "At least let me curse the bastard." Harry tried to surge forward, but Remus whirled around and disarmed Harry with a flick of his wrist, catching his wand in the air. In this transition, Remus roared out, "Akio Wormtail." In the corner of the room, a sudden scurrying noise erupted, causing Harry's attention to dart in that direction. Before he could even process what was happening, a rat, fat and brown, surged through the air with astonishing speed. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he watched Remus react with lightning-fast reflexes. With a flick of his wand, a magical force shot out, striking the rat in midair. The impact was instantaneous and dramatic. The rat's body twisted and contorted as if caught in an invisible vortex. Its fur stood on end, and a piercing screech filled the air. Then, as if by some strange alchemy, the rat underwent a grotesque transformation. Its limbs elongated, Its snout reshaped into a human nose, and its tail vanished, replaced by two long, pale legs. In a matter of seconds, the rat had transformed into a man. The man, now revealed, skidded across the floor, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. He lay there for a moment, unmoving, his eyes wide and unfocused. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the true identity of the man who had been masquerading as a rat. It was Peter Pettigrew. Remus stood over Pettigrew, his wand still raised, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Harry stared at the scene before him, his mind reeling from the revelation. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, and Harry could sense that this confrontation was far from over. Sirius surged forward and helped Remus grab the mousy-looking man and hurled him at an old piano. Sirius had regathered his wand, and Harry was completely at a loss as to what he should do. Remus, who now stood shoulder to shoulder with Sirius, growled out in a way that did not resemble anything human and said, "You didn't kill him, which means..." The coward has been hiding for 13 years, keeping the truth from everyone. Peter was the secret keeper. We just let everyone believe it was me. It was my stupid idea, so it was my fault they are dead, but I never sold them out. I would have died first," Sirius said adamantly. Harry now was very confused and cried out, "Wait a bloody second. You mean Peter Pettigrew has been hiding out as a rat for 13 years? Why?" "He's an animagus," Remus confirmed. "Sirius is too. It's how you escaped Azkaban, isn't it?" Sirius confirmed this with a nod. "I was happy to spend the rest of my days in Azkaban paying for what I did to James. Until one day, one of the guards left me a copy of the Prophet, and guess who was on the front page in rat form?" "What?" Harry asked, bewildered. "He was on the front bloody page, being held by the Weasley boy. Why do you think I kept trying to break into Gryffindor Tower? This little bastard has been hiding in disguise as a pet rat for over a decade," Sirius said, practically foaming at the mouth with rage. This caused Harry to practically stagger back in surprise. Had it all been a lie? Was this truth even possible? How had he not seen the man's name on the map before? "You were the dog I saw during my Care of Magical Creatures class?" Harry asked in a near whisper. "I've been following you, as much as I can all year. I wanted to see how my godson was holding up. You are so different from Lily and James, but they would be so proud of your talent," Sirius lamented. "Padfoot," Remus addressed, "it's your call. We turn him in and you are free, or we kill him and avenge our friends." "Let's kill him now," Sirius begged. "Wait," Harry exclaimed. Remus and Sirius both paused, and his professor spoke calmer than he heard him all night. "Harry, this man..." "I know what he is," Harry spat, "but he has to know things. He sold them out for a reason. I want to hear them. Then if it's anyone's right to kill him, it's mine." Peter practically shriveled up at his words in fear and charged Harry, grabbing onto his shoulders. "You wouldn't kill me, dear boy. Your father would have shown me mercy." The two men surged forward and threw the man backward into the piano. Sirius roared out, "Admit it to him, Peter. You sold Lily and James out to Voldemort, didn't you?" "I didn't mean to," Peter wailed. "The Dark Lord has powers you couldn't imagine." "You're a Death Eater?" Harry asked in surprise. This man could be valuable to Tom. He could have information crucial to Tom's rise and downfall. The rat-faced man bawled, "They forced me to take the mark, forced me to reveal the secret." "I know the mark doesn't work that way," Sirius growled out. "My friends in Azkaban bragged about their marks every day. You learn a few things by spending 13 years with the scum of the earth. We know you gave them up willingly, but we want to know why. Harry has a right to know before we kill you." "Please," Pettigrew fell to his knees and begged. "He was after James and Lily. I don't know why. They just told me I could keep my life and would even be rewarded. I even suffered under the Dark Lord's Cruciatus curse when I hesitated. You don't know what he was like." "You're lying," Remus growled out. "You should have known that if Voldemort wouldn't kill you, then we would," Sirius exclaimed and pointed his wand at the man's chest. "Together." "Wait," Harry exclaimed. "I did my waiting," Sirius screamed back. 12 years of it, in Azkaban." Harry held up a hand to indicate he should have peace. I think I believe you, but let me find out for sure. Remus sighed. We don't have time for Veritaserum, and with him being a rat, he could escape us if we took any risk. I know legilimency, Harry stretched, and I am good at it. I can breach his mind, break it if I have to. I could learn everything, the truth, and why Voldemort was really after my parents. Peter bawled, and Remus silenced him with a flick while simultaneously putting him in a body bind. Sirius frowned at his godson, however. Animagus minds are difficult to breach. Having been in rat form for so long, we have no idea what the state of his mind could be in. You could get hurt. I have a right to know, Harry spat. I have to know the truth. I have spent the last year thinking this was you. I have hated you, trained to kill you every day. Let me put this right in my own mind. Let me see the truth. Sirius and Remus both looked uncertain. Finally, Sirius sighed, summoning Harry's wand, and stared at him with trepidation before cautiously handing it to his godson. Swallowing hard, he thought fast on what should be done. If Sirius truly was innocent, then they could turn Pettigrew over to the Dementors. The man would surely rest in Azkaban or the Ministry for a few days before his trial. This would give Tom a chance to intercept or break the rat out of prison. They could interrogate Pettigrew and then kill him at the end. Sirius goes free, and Tom could get his answers while Harry gets his revenge. Everyone wins. Lowering his wand to the man who had crumbled to the floor, Harry stood above him, his heart pounding in his chest. He had never felt so conflicted in his life. On the one hand, he wanted to unleash all of his pent-up anger and frustration on this man, who had caused so much pain and suffering in his life. He had learned some of the darkest spells in the world, spells that could inflict unimaginable pain and damage. But on the other hand, he knew Tom's cause could be damaged. He also knew that these two men would suffer from his burst of anger. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Harry made a decision. Legalmen's. The strike into the man's mind was fierce. His mind was like Harry's in a way. The mindscape moved and was in the form of a large grass field where Harry felt small in the endless parade of grass. Despite his size, however, Harry was fast. He moved and combed through the grass at speeds his legs, nor any broom, ever could have carried him. Suddenly, a movement caught his attention further up the field, and like a hawk, he swooped forward towards a creature he quickly identified as a rat. The little vermin was fast, but Harry was faster as he cut through the blades of grass and pounced on the brown-furred creature. It was simple, and as Harry swept down to sink his claws into the beast, he had breached the man's mind. Peter had thrown up a better fight than Blaise, but only in matters of time. Gone was the familiar landscape of the field, replaced by an ethereal realm where thoughts and memories intertwined. The man provided a memory now, revealing a portly figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Peter Pettigrew, clad in the ominous black attire of a Death Eater. Standing before him was an older version of Tom Riddle, the embodiment of Lord Voldemort, whom Harry had only encountered in the haunting nightmares conjured by the Dementors. The sight sent shivers down his spine, as the chilling memories of those encounters flooded his mind. Harry found himself trapped in a labyrinth of twisted memories and emotions of Peter Pettigrew, but suddenly it all began to slow down. Each memory was like a puzzle piece, revealing a sinister plot that extended far beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts. The man's connection to Voldemort was undeniable, and Harry's heart pounded with the realization that he had confirmed the truth the others had speculated on. As the memory came into focus, Harry watched as the Dark Lord held the chubby figure under the torture curse. Your hesitation shows where your true allegiance lies. Tell me the secret wormtail, or take your last breath. The screams of Peter Pettigrew echoed around the memory, and Harry watched as the memory distorted briefly before the young man sobbed. The Potters are hidden in Godric's Hollow, west of the cemetery. In triumph, the Dark Lord cackled, and the scene shifted. Now Peter stood before an older man with scars on his face, and a beautiful young woman that appeared closer to his age. The three seemed to be sitting at a bar having more than a few drinks, and both men were looking slightly intoxicated, while the woman had red cheeks and leaned up against Wormtail looking comfortable. The man had long hair and a slick grin on his face. Come on, Pete. I have known you since you were a boy. I wouldn't lead you astray. You could be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. If you really know where they are hiding, you could be a top lieutenant for the Dark Lord. You could stand at the top of society when he takes over." Sighing, the younger Peter shook his head. "I don't know Augustus. A lot of the Slytherins my friends and I used to prank are his followers. They would love to get even with me." "It's not about pranks anymore, Petey," the beautiful dark-haired woman said. She had full red lips and was wearing a revealing top as she clutched onto the arm of the rat animagus. Scoffing, this man, Augustus said, "Yaxley is right, Peter. The Dark Lord would protect you. You would be his most valuable follower. You have no idea how badly he wants them." "But why does he want them?" Peter asked in a voice that he probably thought sounded hushed, but in his drunken state didn't quite manage the feat. "Sure, James is powerful and Lily is talented, but why are they so important?" Augustus held his hands up in surrender. "No idea. Our Lord just wants them. Think about it. You could really make something of yourself, Pete. Think about the power you could hold as his top follower." The woman whispered seductively into his ear. "You could have anything, or anyone with that kind of pull." Harry could feel the man's arousal, and in disgust withdrew from the memory. What followed was Peter in Death Eater grabs, burning down Muggle villages, and attacking men, women, and children with his psychotic friends. Sifting through memory after memory told Harry all he needed to know. This man did not deserve their mercy. Exiting the man's mind, Harry shook his head in disgust. "We would be doing the world a favor by killing him, but you have a right to your freedom, Sirius. With his death, the truth dies with him." "Why did he do it?" Sirius asked, sounding desperate. Remus, too, seemed invested in the answer. And Harry almost didn't have the heart to speak the truth. Some whore by the name of Yaxley, and a man that was about your age now named Augustus opened the door. It didn't take much to convince Petey here. The Dark Lord hit him with the Cruciatus curse one time for hesitating to tell the secret, and then it was all over. The rest was history. Sirius and Remus both looked pained, while Harry levitated the man with a flick of his wand. "We need to get this man back to the castle. I am not sure how long I can stand to be in his presence without killing him." Chapter 22. The journey through the Shrieking Shack was laden with a palpable tension. It was an eerie silence, punctuated only by the muffled struggles and whimpers emanating from the bound and gagged figure that Harry, with grim determination, pulled along. Remus and Sirius trailed behind, their faces etched with a mixture of emotions: guilt, sorrow, and a flicker of something akin to respect for the young wizard's resolve. Every scrape of the rat animagus against the dilapidated walls, every thud as he was unceremoniously dragged across the floor, seemed to resonate with a silent accusation. Yet, neither Remus nor Sirius intervened. They understood, on some level, the depth of Harry's pain and the burning need for answers that propelled him forward. The shack itself, with its decaying walls and haunting aura, seemed to amplify the grim atmosphere. It was a place of dark memories for the two men, a stark reminder of the secrets and betrayals that had shattered their friendships years ago. Now, it was the stage for a confrontation that promised to unravel those secrets and bring a long-awaited reckoning. As they ventured deeper into the darkness, the weight of the impending revelation pressed down on them. The silence was heavy, pregnant with unspoken words, and the anticipation of a truth that was about to be unearthed. Remus halted their progress at the end of the secret passageway by immobilizing the Whomping Willow with a spell, ensuring their safe passage. Once the group had made it onto the grounds, Remus spoke calmly. "I think it would be best if I venture to the castle alone with Peter. I will explain to Dumbledore what has happened, and allow him to sort it out. I do not want any mistakes or foul play to mess up our chances at seeing Sirius free again." Begrudgingly, Harry agreed, and relinquished Peter to Lupin's control. During this, Sirius moved to stand at his side, and the two watched as the defense professor and his old friend Frog marched towards the castle. Sirius and Harry remained in silence for a long moment before the dark-haired man let out a long sigh. "It will have been many years since I have wondered about the castle in peace. It will be good to do so again as a free man." The two figures stood silhouetted against the imposing backdrop of the castle. its ancient stones illuminated by a myriad of flickering lights that hinted at life stirring within, even at this early hour. The air was crisp and cool, a gentle breeze whispering through the grounds, carrying with it a subtle chill that caused Harry to shiver involuntarily. Beside him, Sirius shuddered, a spasm of pain contorting his features momentarily. The stark contrast between the warmth emanating from the castle and the cool night air was a tangible reminder of the divide between the real world and the safety of being a student in the hallowed halls. The castle, a beacon of hope and resilience, stood as a silent sentinel against the encroaching shadows. Its weathered walls, etched with the marks of countless battles fought and won, spoke of a history steeped in both triumph and tragedy. As Harry took in each illuminated window, he wondered what history would say of tonight. A grave miscarriage of justice had taken place, and his family, his life was right in the center of it all. As the two figures stood in silent contemplation, the weight of what Harry had nearly done began to sit on his shoulders. He had nearly killed his godfather without allowing the slightest bit of explanation. Had Professor Lupin not disarmed him, the truth would have died with Sirius. Swallowing his burning pride, Harry spoke. "I owe you an apology, Sirius." The long, matted locks of the man beside him shook. "If there is anyone in the world who does not owe me an apology, it is you, Harry. I have spent my entire year preparing for tonight. I had every intention of taking your life in the name of my parents. Had Professor Lupin not taken my wand—" Harry didn't finish the line of thought, but Sirius comforted him with a hand on the shoulder. "You are not bad, Harry. I have watched you this year, and yes, you were molded by the environment you were raised in and are more jaded than I could have imagined, but the world is not divided into good people and Death Eaters. There is both light and dark inside of all of us. What matters is what you choose to do with it," Sirius said wisely. Harry said nothing, and Sirius took this as apathy, so continued. "You chose to spare my life and hear my words. My old friend could not have stopped you if you had continued the attack. In fact, he likely would have just joined you. You chose to spare a potential enemy, and the truth came out. Your mercy is the only reason we are here now. That speaks to who you really are. You really are your father's son," Sirius said confidently. Swallowing hard, Harry wondered what his godfather would think if he knew the truth. He was the sworn apprentice to the man that had killed his parents, or at least to the man that could one day become that monster. The teen would never be able to explain to Sirius the relationship he had built with Tom. He couldn't imagine explaining it to anyone. The path he had started on was not one that his parents would be proud of. Harry didn't have to go very deep down to know that. It was obvious that Sirius understood that not everything was black and white, but he also heard him proclaim that he would rather die than betray his friends. Harry wasn't given the luxury of friends and family to die for. He had none of those when Tom forced him to make a decision in the Chamber of Secrets. His life had been worth nothing before then, and there was nothing to lose and everything to gain in the moment. Looking at the man beside him, he realized Sirius was the most dangerous thing that ever could have happened to him. He was now given something to lose. The silence didn't stretch on much longer before Sirius cleared his throat. "I am unsure whether you knew before tonight or not, but your parents did choose me to be your godfather." Nodding his head slightly, Harry spoke softly. "I found out just before school started. It was one of the reasons I was so angry over the truth being told. It was part of why I trained so hard to get you." Wincing, Sirius nodded in understanding. "You definitely would have given your parents a run for their money in school, and that is saying something. But what I want you to know is, once this all gets sorted, well, I know that things with your aunt and uncle aren't the most pleasant, so if you wanted a different place to stay." "Are you offering me a place with you?" Harry asked, his eyes widening. "You don't have to," Sirius said right away, "but once this is all cleared up, you would be welcome in any home I am in." A year ago, Harry would have been over the moon. This would have been the happiest moment of his life, a chance to get away from the Dursleys, and this time forever. He could hardly have imagined something so magnificent. It wouldn't have even seemed fathomable before, but that was before Tom. That was before he started down the path he currently walked to become a great wizard. The idea of living with Sirius, of getting to know his godfather, felt like a dream from another life. It was a life his parents would have wanted him to have, where the world wasn't jaded and he could live a happy, carefree life. A life where laughter echoed through the halls of a home filled with warmth and love. He pictured himself sitting at a table laden with delicious food, Sirius regaling him with tales of his own childhood, of mischief at Hogwarts with his dad. He imagined the two of them exploring the hidden corners of the wizarding world, Sirius teaching him spells and secrets passed down through generations, something his father would have done for him. It was beautiful, but it was also a fantasy Harry could hardly even begin to entertain. Reality was harsh and unforgiving. The world was a battlefield, and he was a soldier drafted into a war he was only beginning to understand. The thought of living with Sirius was a flicker of hope in the darkness, a reminder that there was still good in the world, that there was still a chance for happiness. At the same time, Harry knew that just was not his destiny, not anymore. It would be nearly impossible to train with Tom. And he had made a blood pact that was magically binding. Even if he hadn't, he could hardly imagine his mentor would let him go freely. There were expectations he had to live up to now, and the contrary was no longer conceivable. A situation like this could create a target on Sirius' back, one that Harry would rather avoid. The man had a chance to get his life back, and Harry would rather not be the reason that ended abruptly. "Sirius, I don't know what to say," Harry admitted. A comforting hand landed on his shoulder, and Sirius offered him an understanding smile. "You don't have to say anything. This has been a long night of revelations. I can't imagine what this must be like for you. Take your time, think about it, and know when the moment is right for you, I will be ready. I let you down for 13 years, I hope that ends today." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the man, and wondered if there was a possible future for them together. Even if it wasn't as father and son, perhaps there could just be someone in the world that would genuinely want the best for him, without strings attached. The thought was hard to believe, but the fact that the first thing the man wanted to do with his freedom was do right by his godson spoke enough about the man's character for Harry. He knew all he needed to know. Before Harry could offer his thanks, a frozen gust of air passed through the grounds. This one unnatural, and a feeling of despair passed through the teen. The man next to him paled, and Harry spun on his heel and looked towards the Whomping Willow to see dozens, if not 100 black cloaks swarming in their direction. His stomach dropped, and his eyes widened unnaturally. To his left, Sirius was shaking like a leaf, and Harry reached out with his free arm and attempted to yank him away. "We have to run. Come on, Sirius, run." The man sluggishly followed Harry's pull as the two ran straight past the Whomping Willow and towards the forest. As each step became heavier, Harry knew they were in trouble. The Dementors would be closing in on them, and unless Dumbledore arrived soon they would be dead. There were far too many for Tom's spell to repel. Stumbling down a hill, Harry watched as Sirius lost his footing and began to tumble towards a small creek. Cursing, Harry attempted to help the man up, and hoisted an arm over his shoulder and helped him back to his feet. "Can you cast the Patronus?" "Not to repel this many," Sirius whimpered. "I'm so sorry, Harry. They are here for me. Save yourself. I will try to hold them off." "You escaped them before. You could do it again. In your animagus form," Harry asked. "I won't leave you," Sirius barked. The air crackled with a palpable sense of dread as the Dementors surged forward, their chilling presence intensifying with each passing second. Harry's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution, a way to fend off the soul-sucking creatures that threatened to engulf them in an eternal abyss of despair. Time, already a precious commodity, seemed to accelerate, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. "You know the spell, Harry," Tom's voice echoed in Harry's mind. "Use the spell and save yourself." Death's shadow. The thought had rattled around in his mind previously, but he could hardly defeat one before, and now there could be as many as 100. Could he hope to defeat or control this many? Realizing there was no other choice, Harry yanked out his wand and stepped in front of his godfather, Sirius Run. "I have a spell, but you have to get out of here. I don't know if I can control it." "I won't leave you," the man said each word like it hurt, and in the end he seemed to embrace what would happen next. Before Harry could protest further, the Dementors closed in. Their chilling aura seeped into his very core. Harry's mind raced through a jumble of horrific memories. The night his parents died, the many beatings he suffered at the hands of the Durslys, the rejection of his classmates, the night he faced Tom for the first time. The pain, the fear, the utter despair. But amidst the darkness, a spark of defiance. Harry embraced all the horrible feelings that the Dementors made him feel, and his eyes burned with hatred as he flashed his wand at the first Dementor in striking range. Mortis Umbra. A massive shadow erupted from the tip of his wand. The shadow, black as night, and taking on the form of a large demonic creature, enveloped the first Dementor, turning it into an array of awful shrieks indicating sounds of agony. The shadowy creature passed right through the Dementor, like an ocean wave passed through sand, and as the beast carried on, nothing was left in its wake. The other dark creatures hissed, and did not seem to fear the shadowy fiend at first. Several charged at it, and ear-shattering screams followed. Cackles from the shadows began to emanate around the area, and Harry felt the spell spinning out of control as it paved a path of destruction. "This is unnatural. It's dark magic," Harry heard from behind him. A glance over his shoulder told Harry all he needed to know. Sirius was afraid of him. The man's eyes were wide. He looked at Harry with a face full of fear and regret. Putting on a mask of grim determination, Harry attempted to rein in the spell to prove there was nothing to fear. The more he tried to put the spell back in place, however, the more it seemed to spiral out of his control. A wave of icy dread drenched him, chilling him to the bone more effectively than any Dementor's presence. He knew this magic, this dark, forbidden art was getting away from him. This spell was a relic for a time of war, of desperation, when the lines between good and evil blurred. His godfather would never understand, and even if it saved their lives, Harry knew judgment would follow. As Harry's attention returned to the screaming dark creatures, he put both hands on his wand in an attempt to control the spell that was becoming more and more draining. The scene before him was a grotesque parody of what he had imagined the spell was capable of. Harry knew if he was successful, it may harm and even enslave the Dementors to his will. But as the shadows grew thicker and thicker around the forest, it seemed to be unstoppable. Suddenly, Harry's mind fell into despair, and one of his hands shot to his head as he braced himself for the pain that lanced through his skull. A shadow of Tom formed nearby, and the dark illusion of the man scoffed. "I was wrong. You are too weak to have it all. You are unworthy." "A freak," another shadowy voice said to Harry's right. His eyes whipped in that direction, and the walrus form of his uncle stood there. "An abomination." The voice of his headmaster took his attention, and the shadow walked calmly in his direction, taking on the form of the respected wizard. With a grunt, Harry slashed his wand across the body, dispelling the shadows that were forming around him. Then, with a flourish, he attempted to rein in the tidal wave of dark magic that was sending the Dementors spiraling backwards in full retreat, but he couldn't stop the spell from growing. A yelp from behind him indicated that something was wrong, and as his head jerked back, he saw a dark tendril coming from the ground, seizing both of Sirius' wrist and yanking him to his knees. Gasping, Harry remembered when Tom's version of the spell had done this to him before, and with a wave of his wand, the teen attempted to dispel the magic, but his attempts failed. A look of horror and fear was on Sirius Black's face as he asked, "Harry, what is this? Make it stop." "I can't," Harry exclaimed. "I've lost control of the spell." "You're a monster," a voice said from behind, and this one sent a chill down his spine. A turn of his head showed a young woman in her 20s, her shadow a mere dark figure, but the voice was one Harry recognized from his worst memory. The spell continued to drain him as he dropped to one knee, the voice of his mother having knocked the last of the wind from his sails. "I'm sorry." The defeat in his voice was clear, and his eyes searched for his godfather, who was paler than any man he had ever seen. The expression on his face was clear. Hope seemed to wither and die in the face of this grim reality. The pallor that had overtaken Sirius's face wasn't merely a reflection of his fear. It was a stark manifestation of his inner turmoil, the agonizing dissonance between the love he held for Harry and the horror of what he was experiencing. It was clear he wanted to shout, to intervene, to wrench Harry away from this dangerous path. But he was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer enormity of the magic. He could see the shadows were taking the forms of people his godson knew, but the one that left him breathless was the shadow of his old friend. The sight of the young woman gave him the final strength to speak. "You are stronger than you realize, Harry. You summoned the spell. You can stop it too. You are not a monster. Your mother never could have said that about you. You were her pride and joy." Harry's eyes locked towards the man that obviously cared so much about him. It was hard to process. A man that Harry barely knew cared more about him than anyone else in the world, even more than Tom. It was a love that a parent had for a child, and despite not being in his life for 13 years, Harry knew his godfather never stopped loving him. He couldn't let him die here, not because of him. Pushing away the suffocating fog, Harry remembered Tom's words. "Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. That's the only way you are meant to become, who you are meant to be." Images of Harry training with Tom through the summer flashed through his mind. The highs of conquering his magic and triumphs of his progress filled him as he found his way back to his feet. Despite all the triumphs, he embraced the pain he felt in each of those moments. The pain he endured to persevere. He had not come all this way just to die here. With a roar of effort, Harry swung his wand over his head like a lasso, and the shadows submitted to his will in a roar of pain when his wand flashed a bright light. The cackles were still there, but they were more subdued now, and the black tidal wave had settled in place. The spell was back under his control. Despite this, when the spell stopped surging around, a Dementor immediately attacked from high above with a battle cry like Screech. With a flick of his wand, however, Harry summoned the shadows and sent them towards the attacking Dementor, enveloping it with ease. The Dementor screeched and seemed to disintegrate, and the touch of the black magic. Enraged, other Dementors swirled towards him, and each one met a horrific fate, but there were so many, and his spell was only taking them down one at a time now. Panting for breath, Harry did everything he could to stop them, but when one nearly breached the line and attempted to swat him, he stumbled backwards, nearly into his godfather. Back to back they stood, and Harry knew they were still in trouble. In a panic and on instinct, Harry drew his wand in a wide circle, and the shadows formed a protective dome around him. The Dementors were no longer interested in pelting him a few at a time, and suddenly they were surrounded by the screeching creatures. This was it. A firm hand spun Harry around, and Sirius had a resigned look on his face. "You have to escape, Harry." "There are too many. I can't hold them back much longer," Harry said weakly. It was true. His magic was waning. The effort of keeping this spell going was knee-weakening. He couldn't hold on much longer. The hand on his shoulder squeezed tightly, and Sirius gave him a sad smile. "Let go, Harry. The spell obeys you now. The dark arts aren't my area of expertise, but my family taught me enough. The spell will submit to your will. If you want to survive, you have to let go. Unleash the spell on the Dementors and do what you have to." Shaking his head immediately, "Death's shadow, it won't discriminate. It will kill you." "I know, pup. There's no choice, though. I wish there was another way, but I won't be the reason you die. Just clear my name, will you? Make sure the world knows I didn't betray your parents," Sirius pleaded. "Sirius, I can't," Harry begged. "There's no other choice," the man said, stepping away now. "Sirius, no." Harry attempted to grab the man, but instead the wall faltered under his broken focus. A Dementor immediately managed to break the line and went straight for Harry, who felt the cold, unforgiving hand latch onto his throat. Frost immediately bit into his skin, and he cried out in pain. Other Dementors broke the line, and Harry's eyes shifted to Sirius, who was being attacked by 2 Dementors at once. At least a dozen were on them now, and all hope seemed lost. Gripping his wand tight, Harry growled out, "Not this time." A surge of dark power flooded through his wand as he embraced all the awful emotions the Dementors brought. The grief of what was to come powered what was left of his magic, and the death throes of the magical creatures were deafening around him. A sense of vindication flooded him as he put an end to the miserable creatures. The Dementor that had been holding him had been swallowed by Death's shadow, and the teen had fallen to his knees painfully. His eyes landed on his godfather a split second before his magic struck him, and pain crushed his heart as he watched the man hold a brief look of triumph on his face. It faded quickly, however, as the man withered away under the effects of the spell. His mouth formed a word, and Harry couldn't hear it, yet all the same he recognized his own name pass the man's lips as his last words. Harry. The gaunt man was more skeletal than ever before. The life in his eyes was completely gone as he stared up at the sky with an empty expression. His godfather was gone. Crawling over to the man, he felt tears running down his face. Scooping the man's head up into lap as he sat on his butt, wand still frozen in hand, he attempted to cast basic medical charms he knew, but nothing worked. Black spots danced in his vision from the exertion of what he had done, but his eyes shifted up to see a few Dementors lingering further away. Roaring out, Harry screamed, "You're mine! We cross paths again, I'll kill you all." Pointing his wand in the direction of the remaining creatures, they scattered. The dark magic never would reach them, but the spell seemed to fade away as it spread itself thinner and thinner. Looking back down at the man, horror began to settle in. He had done this. He may have had no choice, but he had just killed the only person in the world that may have truly loved him. A sob escaped his lips, and he cradled the man closer to him as what little life he still had in him faded away, and the lights in his eyes